Chapter 1. The Young Master of the Yuan Family. In the Fengtian County of the Heishan Kingdom, the warm morning sun had yet to fully rise, casting a hazy veil over the entire small county town, serene and distant. Yuan Feng reclined on a soft couch, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, his eyes wandering aimlessly. He had maintained this position for an entire day and night, and even now, he still struggled to digest the influx of memories that had invaded his mind. After a day and night of contemplation, he finally grasped one crucial fact. He, Yuan Feng, had traversed worlds. The kind of plot that had only ever existed in novels and films had inexplicably manifested in reality, and quite precisely, it had unfolded in his own life. He recalled that he had been admiring the intricately carved murals in the palace of the Dezhou Temple, when, all of a sudden, the beast sculptures on the wall had come to life and swallowed him whole. When he awoke, he found himself in this world, inhabiting the body of a boy who shared his name Yuan Feng. The identical name made him less resistant to this new vessel, and after a day and night of sorting through memories, he had come to a general understanding of his identity in this life. He was the son of the head of the Yuan family, the third-generation heir, born with a silver spoon in his mouth, yet endowed with exceedingly poor talents. At the age of 16, he remained tragically stagnant at the second level of the condensation realm, derisively dubbed wasteful foam by the entire Fengtian County, subjected to ridicule from both kin and outsiders alike. Due to his unpopularity, this young master of the Yuan family had chosen to abandon himself, languishing in idleness, indulging in wine and revelry, utterly devoid of merit. A day prior, this young master had recklessly ventured into the Heifeng forest to curry favor with Yun Mingchen, the second daughter of the Yun family, in search of a ling-long flower. However, through a moment of carelessness, he had fallen into a ravine and met his demise. Had it not been for the timely rescue by the Yuan family, his corpse would likely have been devoured by magical beasts. To chase after women, he risked his life with a hefty price to pay. As Yuan Feng sifted through the last fleeting moments of the young master's consciousness, he finally ceased his exploration of the new memories, letting out a long sigh. The former Yuan Feng was no more from this moment onward. He would be the young master of the Yuan family, and the young master of the Yuan family would be him inseparable. Regardless, being a young master in this life is certainly preferable to being alone and desolate in the last. With a carefree smile, he quickly found solace in the thought. In his previous world, he had grown up in an orphanage, observing his life was finally about to begin, only to be met with such an unexpected twist of fate. Yet, perhaps it was for the best. Without any ties in his former life, he could now consider this a fresh start in this new world. Hey! 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 Just as Yuan Feng was lost in thought, a synchronized chorus of shouts suddenly reached his ears from outside the window, capturing his attention. The morning exercises have begun. His eyes lit up, and he quickly rolled off the bed, hastily donning his clothing with his uninjured right hand before pushing the door open and stepping outside. The morning exercises of the Yuan family had become a tradition. All family members reaching the age of 10 were required to participate. The former Yuan Feng had always despised these exercises due to the ridicule he faced, but the current Yuan Feng felt differently. Having never witnessed the martial arts of this world firsthand, he was filled with anticipation. Focus. If you wish to become a formidable warrior, you must exert far more effort than others. Do not let your status as young masters deceive you. If you fail to become powerful warriors, you will still be subject to bullying in the future. As he stepped outside, the sound of a robust voice echoed from the training ground. From a distance, a middle-aged man was overseeing a group of young people practicing martial arts. Yuan Feng recognized this middle-aged man well. His name was Tong Jin, a highly paid instructor hired by the Yuan family to teach the family's youth martial arts. It was said that he had already attained the 7th level of the condensation realm. Your talents are quite ordinary, unlike those of the gifted martial spirits, so you must work diligently. Only through relentless practice can you continue to break through. Now watch me. Just as Yuan Feng focused his gaze on the instructor, Tong Jin suddenly sank his stance and began to unleash a flurry of punches with thunderous speed. Instantly, a layer of pearly light enveloped his fists, and the surrounding air crackled as if ignited, while a fierce gust of wind whipped through the training ground. Wow, how impressive! Is this the martial arts of this world? It's far superior to the stage performances in films. Witnessing Tong Jin's demonstration, Yuan Feng's eyes gleamed with excitement. In a world that revered martial prowess, nothing could be more captivating than formidable strength, especially for someone like him, who had always harbored dreams of martial arts, yet had never truly encountered a martial artist. If a mere ordinary martial artist possesses such remarkable strength, I can only imagine the prowess of a martial spirit warrior. Though the former Yuan Feng had little fondness for martial arts, he still had some understanding of martial spirit warriors. Martial spirit warriors were an exceptional breed among fighters, born with extraordinary martial spirits that would awaken at unknown times. There were various types of martial spirits, including beast spirits, plant spirits, and even more peculiar artifact spirits. Any warrior possessing a martial spirit would cultivate at an astonishing pace and possess combat abilities far surpassing those of ordinary warriors. Thus, whenever a martial spirit warrior emerged, they would become the coveted prize of various factions. However, martial spirit warriors were exceedingly rare. It was difficult for even one to emerge among 10,000 warriors. In the many years of Fengtian County, only one martial spirit warrior had been born, and that was several years ago. Yuan Feng recalled having had the fortune of witnessing that warrior from the Feng family showcase their martial spirit, a memory that remained vivid in his mind. Martial spirit warriors seemed too elusive. Perhaps I should focus on more practical matters. Shaking his head to dispel thoughts of martial spirit warriors, he keenly observed the ongoing demonstration by Instructor Tong, instinctively drawing closer. In this world that revered martial prowess, it was evident that cultivation was indispensable. Having fallen behind so significantly in his previous life, he would undoubtedly need to exert greater effort to reclaim his former standing. Currently, he was stuck at the second level of the condensation realm, while his peers were already at least at the third level or higher. The former Yuan Feng had been accustomed to enduring ridicule, but he could not afford to do so any longer. The thought of living under constant mockery and derision filled him with aversion. To be bullied as a transmigrator would be a disgrace to all transmigrators. Hey, look over there. Isn't that wasteful Feng? He's still alive. Indeed, it is wasteful Feng. Hey. I heard he foolishly ventured into the Haifeng forest to impress a lady and ended up falling into a ravine. Now, the tale of Yuan Feng, the young master of the Yuan family, bravely facing the Haifeng forest for the sake of beauty, has become quite the story. He doesn't even take a moment to reflect on himself. Reduced to this state, he still dares to pursue the second daughter of the Yuan family. Truly, a toad wishing to eat swan, what a disgrace to the Yuan family. Such a waste of space. It would have been better if he had simply died from the fall. His existence is merely a drain on resources. As Yuan Feng approached the training ground, the young warriors practicing martial arts noticed him, abandoning their focus on Instructor Tong's demonstration to gossip amongst themselves. Seriously? Just as he stood at the edge of the training ground, Yuan Feng overheard their derisive remarks. The mocking banter from the youths left him somewhat speechless. All those participating in the morning exercises were direct descendants of the Yuan family, essentially his brothers. He had initially assumed that they might show him some leniency due to his injuries, but it seemed he had underestimated the extent of his unpopularity. Bang! How outrageous! I toil tirelessly to teach you martial arts, and yet you dare to slack off? Truly, you are like mud that cannot be molded. The whispers of the youths did not escape the keen ears of Instructor Tong. With a stomp of his foot, he halted abruptly, his expression darkening. Upon hearing his furious shout, the youths straightened their postures, no longer daring to whisper, and resumed their training diligently. We shall conclude here for today. We will continue tomorrow. Seemingly angered by the youth's attitude, Instructor Tong waved his hand and departed from the training ground. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Yuan Feng, yet said nothing. Within the Yuan family, it was well known that Instructor Tong had a peculiar temperament. He acted according to his own whims. If he was displeased, no one could hope to sway his decisions. Exchanging a glance with Instructor Tong, Yuan Feng nodded in acknowledgement, remaining silent. It was worth noting that Instructor Tong had never been particularly kind to him. Given that the former Yuan Feng had been utterly unlearned, he had been the type that Instructor Tong most despised. The fact that he had not deliberately made things difficult for him was already a considerable concession. Oh my, someone is truly fortunate. Surviving a fall into the ravine, what a resilient life. TSK, a 16-year-old second-level warrior, he really has the audacity to exist in this world. If it were me, I would have already taken my own life. Exactly, living is just embarrassing. In my opinion, people like him should be expelled from the family to avoid wasting precious cultivation resources. Let's go. Let's keep our distance from such a leech. I heard there is snow marten meat available in the dining hall this morning. Everyone hurry, or we might miss out. As the men departed, the group of youths immediately relaxed, each of them passing by Yuan Feng while deliberately raising their voices in mockery. Every taunt echoed in Yuan Feng's ears, yet he merely shook his head, pretending not to hear. Hey, brother, these are my good brothers. As he watched the group of young men depart, Yuan Feng instinctively clenched his fists. This was a world where the might of one's fist determined authority. At present, he was merely a second-tier practitioner of the condensation realm, and still nursing injuries, while the least powerful among his adversaries boasted a third-tier cultivation. To resist them now would evidently be an act of folly. Only through diligent cultivation can I change my fate. His gaze sharpened as he made his way to a block of azure stone beside the training ground, settling down cross-legged. This was his first genuine attempt at cultivation. Calming his mind, the Yuan family's foundational cultivation technique began to operate slowly, and soon, a strand of Yuan force was summoned from his lower abdomen. Having inherited all the memories of the third young master of the Yuan family, he found no strangeness in the act of cultivation. Before long, he entered a state of focused practice. A quarter of an hour later, this body is indeed dismal beyond measure. It took nearly 15 minutes to circulate the Yuan force for a complete cycle, yet there was scarcely any increase. No wonder I remained stuck at the second tier of the condensation realm after all this time. After enduring the pain for almost a quarter of an hour, Yuan Feng finally managed to circulate the Yuan force through one full cycle. Regrettably, the strand of Yuan force remained unchanged, showing almost no improvement. At this rate, it's truly not a viable strategy. At this speed, even if I cultivate tirelessly, it may take over a year to reach the third tier of the condensation realm. He clicked his tongue, furrowing his brow. His current body was far too weak, and his foundation was woefully inadequate. Evidently, the previous third young master of the Yuan family had neglected too much, leaving him with a great mess to clean up. Patience is key. Diligence can make up for shortcomings. Once my injuries heal, I will start anew and double my efforts. I refuse to believe that I, lacking arms and legs, will be weaker than others. A smirk tugged at his lips, yet he did not succumb to despair. In his previous life, he had grown up in an orphanage, facing all manner of hardships. Compared to those trials, this minor obstacle was truly insignificant. Regardless, he possessed an indomitable spirit, resolutely refusing to be outdone. Third brother. At that moment, a somewhat childish voice suddenly called out from afar. Instinctively, he turned to look, just in time to see a little boy of about 8 or 9 years old racing towards him. The small lad was quite swift, carrying a large white jade bowl in his hands, and he reached Yuan Feng in no time. Xiaodong? Upon recognizing the visitor, Yuan Feng could not help but smile faintly. Yuan Dong, the youngest son of the fifth master of the Yuan family, was only 9 years old this year, but already showed signs of talent, having begun his cultivation journey. He would soon turn 10 and join the morning training sessions. Yuan Feng's father, the family head, was often occupied with affairs, and he had never met his mother. Thus, only the family of his fifth uncle cared for him, making their home the place he visited most frequently. Third brother, I heard you were injured, so Xiao Dong specially brought some sable meat from the kitchen to help you recuperate. With a grin, Yuan Dong eagerly presented the white jade bowl before Yuan Feng. Ha, little fellow, you are truly kind to your third brother. After accepting the bowl and setting it aside, Yuan Feng ruffled Xiao Dong's little head, a warmth flooding his heart. In his recollection, it seemed that this little cousin was the only one in this generation who did not disdain him. Since third brother is good to me, Xiao Dong must also be good to third brother. The boy's face radiated innocence as he chimed. Third brother, The sable meat is best enjoyed while it's hot. So please eat quickly. I must return to eat as well." With that, he dashed back towards the dining hall, resembling a lively little sprite. This little fellow. As he watched Yuan Dong scamper away, Yuan Feng found himself increasingly fond of this little cousin. "Sable meat, huh? I am indeed quite hungry." He glanced down at the jade bowl, filled to the brim with glistening sable meat, its aroma wafting enticingly, making one's mouth water. Sable, a magical beast of a certain rank, boasted delectable flesh, making it a rare delicacy. Even in the Fengtian County, it was not something the Yuan family could feast upon regularly. However, just as Yuan Feng laid eyes upon the sable meat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. In his mind, a vague image suddenly flashed forth, seemingly from nowhere. This image was elusive yet palpable, and amidst his thoughts, the image materialized above his head. Concurrently, 8 grand characters inexplicably appeared in his consciousness. "Swallowing heaven, divine beast. Swallowing heaven devours earth. What is this?" Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the beastly shadow above him, initially struck with astonishment, but soon an overwhelming excitement surged within him. He had once been fortunate enough to witness the second young master of the Feng family, Feng Yu, manifest the Black Tiger martial spirit. At this moment, the beastly shadow hovering above him bore an uncanny resemblance to that formidable spirit. However, while Feng Yu's martial spirit was a black tiger, the shadow above Yuan Feng was a fearsome and grotesque creature. Staring blankly at the beastly shadow overhead, Yuan Feng felt his body tremble slightly. This shadow was not unfamiliar to him during his crossing into this world. He had been observing this very shadow's relief carving before being engulfed by it. Is this a martial spirit? Am I not dreaming? Exhilaration and joy coursed through every fiber of his being, leaving him at a loss for words to adequately express his emotions. Though he had never witnessed the awakening of a martial spirit firsthand, the beastly shadow currently manifesting above him was unmistakably akin to the black tiger martial spirit he had seen before. If this were not a martial spirit, he truly could not conceive of any other possibility. The awakening of a martial spirit understood well what this signified. It was widely acknowledged that even the most mediocre martial spirits could elevate a practitioner to extraordinary heights, transforming them into a being of exceptional talent. This was beyond doubt. "Withdraw!" After a brief moment of astonishment, he focused his mind, and the beastly shadow above him suddenly dove back into his body, as if it had seamlessly integrated with him. Indeed, it is a martial spirit, a genuine martial spirit. Martial spirits were inherently a part of a practitioner's being. Once awakened, they could be summoned and retracted at will. At the moment he retracted the beastly shadow, he was certain that he had truly awakened a martial spirit, becoming a rare martial spirit practitioner. Calm down, I must not lose my composure." Having lived 2 lives, Yuan Feng took a deep breath and quickly steadied himself. Glancing around, he noted that no one was paying attention to him, allowing him to relax. The awakening of a martial spirit was no trivial matter until he fully grasped the situation. It was prudent not to let outsiders know. "Swallowing heaven beast? My martial spirit is called the Swallowing Heaven Beast, an ancient aberration capable of devouring the heavens and earth." Finding his composure, he quickly familiarized himself with some information regarding this martial spirit. The Swallowing Heaven Beast was a ferocious creature from ancient times, said to possess the ability to consume the world. However, due to its extreme ferocity, it was ultimately vanquished by mighty beings, leading to its extinction. It remained unclear why this creature's relief carving appeared in the Great Zhao Temple, or why it had brought him to this world. Everything seemed to hint at a grand design of fate. The Swallowing Heaven martial spirit can devour all things in the world and transform them into its own power. Goodness, is this truly the martial spirit I have awakened? As he contemplated the effects of the Swallowing Heaven martial spirit, the calmness he had just regained began to waver once more. The Swallowing Heaven martial spirit could consume all things to enhance itself, turning loss into gain, devouring heaven and earth, and reigning supreme across the universe. Before the Swallowing Heaven martial spirit, all tangible and intangible entities served as sources of energy for its sustenance. This was the essence of the swallowing heaven martial spirit, simple, yet formidable. Evidently, this swallowing heaven martial spirit had been brought over from his previous world, lying dormant within him until the energy from the sable meat provoked its awakening, allowing it to resurface in this realm. Regardless of the details, let us first test its effects. The swallowing heaven martial spirit could consume all things to transform them into power, and the sable meat before him was undoubtedly an excellent test subject. Strangely enough, Yuan Feng suddenly felt an intense hunger after awakening the swallowing heaven martial spirit. At this moment, he felt as though he could devour an entire sable without hesitation. Seizing the bowl of sable meat, he paid no heed to its heat, devouring it voraciously. A bowl of meat, weighing at least 2 pounds, was consumed in mere moments, and he felt as though the meat had not been ingested by him, but rather had vanished into someone else's stomach. This was evidently a result of the swallowing heaven martial spirit manifesting its effects. Once the sable meat was consumed, he resumed circulating the Yuan force, continuing to consolidate his energy. Approximately 2 minutes later, the Yuan force within his meridians had yet to complete a full cycle. However, even so, he noticed that the strand of Yuan force had visibly strengthened. Aha, splendid! What a marvelous, swallowing heaven martial spirit! My time to rise has finally come. Though his face remained composed, his heart was already overflowing with uncontainable joy. Merely a bowl of snow ferret meat, transformed into a strand of primordial energy by the devouring spirit, became a supplement to one's essence. One cannot help but ponder. What might the effects be if it were an entire snow ferret, or even a dozen of them? Moreover, while the energy within snow ferret meat is abundant, it is still merely from a third-tier magical beast. If one were to consider a higher-tier magical beast instead, Yuan Feng found himself hesitant to continue his thoughts. The devouring spirit is, after all, a force that defies the heavens. We must not act with undue haste. For now, it is prudent to keep the existence of the devouring spirit a secret from others. Once I have quietly enhanced my strength and mastered some martial techniques, I shall reveal my spirit when I have the means to protect myself. Being new to this realm, Yuan Feng remained cautious at present. Not only was he woefully lacking in cultivation, but his arm injury had yet to heal. Thus, he could not afford to draw too much attention to himself. Gradually rising, he strolled toward his residence as he had done in the past, though unbeknownst to anyone. In that fleeting moment, the very fabric of the world began to undergo a subtle transformation. Simultaneously, within the Yuan family's council hall, four middle-aged men sat facing one another. In less than a month, it will be the annual autumn hunt of Fengtian County. Let us share our thoughts. The man seated in the central position, exuding an air of authority, spoke calmly to the 3 others below. This was none other than Yuan Qingyun, the current head of the Yuan family. Among the direct descendants of the Yuan family, there were 4 sons and 1 daughter. The daughter had long since married, leaving the 4 brothers to manage the family affairs. The second son, Yuan Qingyun, was the current patriarch, while the other 3 assisted him in safeguarding and expanding the family legacy. As for the first generation, they had either passed away or withdrawn from the world, rarely making an appearance. Second brother, for this autumn hunt, we must intensify our efforts. In previous hunts, the Yun family and the Fong family have both profited from magical crystals, while we, the Yuan family, have received nothing. It is said that both families traded magical crystals for elixirs from Danxia sect, enhancing their upper echelon strength. If we fail to acquire magical crystals this year, our strength may fall significantly behind theirs. As soon as Yuan Qingyun finished speaking, one of the 3 below immediately interjected. The speaker was none other than the youngest among them, Yuan Qingyun, the 5th son of the Yuan family. The 2nd and 5th sons were born of the same mother, while the eldest and 3rd were born of another, naturally leading to varying degrees of closeness among the brothers. Each time Yuan Qingyun spoke, Yuan Qingyun was the first to respond. Although Yuan Qingyun was the youngest, his countenance was rugged, indicating a forthright and straightforward nature devoid of guile. Haha, 5th brother makes a valid point. Ever since our father resigned from the position of family head and retreated into seclusion, our Yuan family has been gradually weakening. Compared to the Yun and Fong families, we can only wonder how far behind we truly are. Before Yuan Qingyun could finish, Yuan Xingtian, the eldest of the Yuan family, chimed in. Second brother, it is not that I am criticizing you, but while your martial skills may indeed surpass mine, there is much you need to learn about managing the family. With that, he casually lifted a teacup and began to sip. As the eldest son, Yuan Xingtian felt discontent for not being able to succeed to the position of family head, and he never missed an opportunity to undermine Yuan Xingyun. Elder brother, you are mistaken. I merely suggested that second brother intensify our efforts for the autumn hunt. Why bring family management into the discussion? How tiresome. Although Yuan Xingyun was forthright, he was not foolish. He could discern the elder brother's veiled jabs. Feeling unjustly used as a pawn in the exchange, he expressed his dissatisfaction directly. Haha, fifth brother, do not be so agitated. What elder brother means is that I still have much to learn about managing the family. However, since our father entrusted the Yuan family to me, I shall ensure that we do not fall behind. Yuan Xingyun smiled slightly, deftly diffusing Yuan Qingshan's barbs. The implication was clear. The former head had passed the mantle to him, signifying his superiority, requiring no further elaboration. It is good that second brother has confidence. Yuan Qingshan's expression faltered, unable to come up with a rebuttal. The stark reality was laid bare. Before them, facts spoke louder than words. Very well, let us refrain from unnecessary discussions for now. This autumn hunt is of paramount importance to our Yuan family, as it is to the other two families. I have received news that Fang Yu is highly likely to return. If he comes back alone, it would be manageable, but if he brings experts from the Yunxiao sect along, it may not bode well for our Yuan family. Yuan Xingyun waved his hand, steering the conversation back to the matter at hand. Fang Yu? Upon hearing this name, the others in attendance furrowed their brows. The Fang family's third generation had produced a martial spirit practitioner, a lingering concern for everyone. The threat posed by a martial spirit practitioner was immense, especially since Fengtian County had not seen the birth of an innate strongman for quite some time. Fang Yu was undoubtedly the most likely candidate to become an innate martial artist. What can a mere martial spirit practitioner do? As for the Yunxiao sect, they are hardly a formidable threat. I shall send a message to Ao shortly, asking him to bring a few of his fellow disciples from the Shui sect to assist us. After a brief silence, Yuan Xingtian stood up, brimming with confidence, and spoke with a proud demeanor. The Ao he mentioned was Yuan Ao, the eldest son of the Yuan family. Yuan Ao had joined the Shui sect at the age of 13 due to a fortunate encounter. Both the Shui sect and the Yunxiao sect were first-rate powers within the Heishan kingdom, evenly matched in strength. Moreover, Yuan Ao had joined the Shui sect earlier than Fang Yu had awakened his martial spirit. In terms of ability, although Fang Yu possessed the Black Tiger martial spirit, it did not guarantee victory over Yuan Ao, who had honed his skills in the Shui sect for a longer duration. Indeed, if Ao can bring experts from the Shui sect to aid us, our chances of success will be greatly enhanced. Yuan Qingjian's expression brightened. Yuan Qingshan's words aligned perfectly with his own sentiments, and his previous remarks had been directed at him. Haha, my greatest success in life has been to have Ao as my son. By the way, second brother, your son Feng fell off the cliff earlier. I wonder if he has sustained any lasting injuries. I suggest you take some time to check on him. Given his lackluster aptitude, if he were to bear any hidden ailments, it would be quite unfortunate. At this point, Yuan Xingtian chuckled and stood up. Well then, we have discussed matters adequately. I shall send a message to Ao now. And second brother, make sure to see how little Feng is doing. We cannot allow him to wallow in despair. With that, he laughed heartily as he exited the hall, followed silently by the third brother, Yuan Qingshan. Sigh. Once Yuan Xingtian and the others departed, Yuan Xingyun could not help but let out a long sigh. Little Feng, when will you be able to bring honor to your father? Shaking his head, Yuan Xingyun suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Thoughts of his son's mediocre talent and lack of ambition filled his heart with sorrow. Chapter 3. Qualification Enhancement. Upon returning to his room, Yuan Feng sat cross-legged on his bed, lost in contemplation. The awakening of the swallowing sky martial spirit held profound significance for him, at present. His primary objective was to harness the potential of the swallowing sky martial spirit to expedite the enhancement of his power and energy. Energy was his most pressing need. He required a substantial amount to convert into Yuan force. It was imperative that he swiftly break through to the third level of the condensation realm, which would enable him to practice certain martial techniques, although he was currently a second-tier martial artist. He felt scarcely different from an ordinary person. Only by reaching the third level of the condensation realm would he possess sufficient Yuan force to train in martial arts. Yuan Feng had long been stuck at the second level and had never engaged with martial techniques. Without such skills, he often felt a profound sense of insecurity. Where could he procure energy? If only he could feast on a bounty of magical beast meat. However, acquiring magical beast meat was no simple task. Even the Yuan family could only indulge in it occasionally, and obtaining ascendant magical beasts was a challenge. The energy from lower-tier magical beasts was woefully inadequate, likely yielding only a minuscule amount of Yuan force. Ah, the rare treasures of heaven and earth. While magical beasts were difficult to acquire, the treasures of heaven and earth should be more accessible, that I have yet to claim this month's supply of spiritual plants. Perhaps I could take advantage of my current injury to give it a try. After all, I am the son of the Yuan family patriarch. Although my status is somewhat diminished, I still receive monthly provisions of spiritual plant supplements. I wonder how effective these plants will be. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, Warner is here to assist you with your grooming. As Yuan Feng pondered, a timid voice resounded at the door. Da-da, come in, slightly taken aback. Yuan Feng felt a touch of discomfort. Warner was his maid, reportedly found and brought back by the Yuan family patriarch, Yuan Qingyun, and had since been responsible for his daily care. That in the past, when Yuan Feng was intoxicated, he often behaved inappropriately towards this young maid, thus instilling in her a sense of fear. The door opened, revealing a youthful girl carrying a basin. Her delicate complexion was fair, with large, dark eyes sparkling brightly. Her smooth hair was simply tied back in a ponytail, and her lovely brows appeared slightly furrowed, exuding both beauty and a hint of innocence. Upon seeing Yuan Feng seated on the bed, the young girl bit her lip and mustered her courage to approach him. Ahem, Warner, my injury is not severe. You may set down the basin, that I can manage on my own. Observing her unwilling expression, Yuan Feng felt a pang of guilt. He held no rigid notions of hierarchy and was unaccustomed to being waited upon. Needing assistance even for something as simple as washing his face felt demeaning. This privilege was one he could not accept. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's insistence, Warner momentarily froze, instinctively gasping. Little maid, I have a task for you. Please head to the storeroom and fetch me some supplements, ginseng, reishi, anything that can nourish the body. The more, the better. It must be said, Warner arrived at an opportune moment. Given his injury, his mobility was somewhat restricted, and he preferred to avoid excessive interaction with others until he could ensure his own safety. Supplements? Understood. I will go to the storeroom right away. Eager to leave Yuan Feng's presence, the young girl beamed with delight at the opportunity to depart. She bowed to him and exited with a spring in her step. That am I truly that terrifying? Yuan Feng mused, running a hand over his relatively handsome face. It seemed the previous Yuan Feng had left quite an impression on her. He was uncertain about the efficacy of the spiritual plants. If they proved beneficial, he would seek to acquire more. However, he suspected that magical beast meat would yield the most significant results. That it appeared he needed to find ways to procure more of it. After a brief period, Warner returned, now carrying a large tray instead of the basin. Young master, these are fresh supplements recently acquired from the market. Which would you like to eat? I shall prepare it for you. Maintaining a respectful distance, Warner held the disproportionately large tray, which contained 6 or 7 ginseng roots, along with reishi and other herbs. Observing the effort it took her to carry it, Yuan Feng recognized that the tray was quite heavy. Ahem, you certainly brought back a considerable amount, Yuan Feng remarked, taken aback by her haul, and no need to prepare anything. Just place it here, and you may leave for now. That I will call for you if necessary. With the spiritual plants now before him, Yuan Feng was eager to assess whether these high-quality herbs could aid in enhancing his Yuan force. No need to prepare. Are we eating them raw? Warner exclaimed in surprise, her mouth agape. However, since Yuan Feng had instructed her to leave, she was more than happy to comply, without any objections. Young master, what has come over you today? Not only do you not require my assistance, but you are also speaking so politely. Have you perhaps injured your head? With a hint of confusion, The young girl set down the tray and left gracefully, casting a furtive glance back as she departed. After serving Yuan Feng for so long, she genuinely sensed something different about him at that moment. Wow, Reisher Ginseng Snow Spirit Grass. These are truly potent supplements that let's see how effective they are. Once Wanner had left, Yuan Feng placed a large tray of spiritual plants on the bed and picked up a ginseng root. The swallowing sky martial spirit could devour all forms of energy and convert it into Yuan force. So he had no need to worry about overindulgence. With a determined bite, he began to feast. Crunch, crunch. In the blink of an eye, Yuan Feng devoured 6 or 7 ginseng roots that as he consumed them. He could feel warmth spreading throughout his body, and the image of the swallowing sky martial spirit began to manifest. The Yuan force deep within his dantian started to circulate, pausing his consumption. Yuan Feng gently closed his eyes and silently activated the cultivation technique, guiding the Yuan force through his meridians. With his eyes shut, he focused inward, noticing tiny specks of light gradually emerging within his meridians. These luminous points were minute but plentiful, shimmering in almost every meridian that his Yuan force flowed through the channels. These tiny lights merged with the Yuan force, and he observed that his Yuan force began to rise once more. Excellent. This is truly effective. A gleam of excitement illuminated Yuan Feng's face as he felt a surge of joy. The swallowing sky martial spirit, a transformation of the ancient divine beast, the swallowing sky beast, was indeed remarkable. The 6 ginseng roots had nearly transformed into Yuan force, visible as those twinkling points of light within his meridians that in a short while, he had significantly enhanced the Yuan force within him. Wait, my meridians. At that moment, he suddenly noticed something. Hiss, my meridians. They have become much more robust. Shifting his focus from the burgeoning Yuan force, Yuan Feng was astonished to realize that his meridians had indeed grown thicker than before. The speed at which the Yuan force circulated through these enhanced meridians had increased several-fold, flowing smoothly and effortlessly. Ah, wonderful! The swallowing sky martial spirit possesses such an extraordinary function. Strengthening my meridians is a comprehensive remedy. Yuan Feng was elated. While merely increasing Yuan force could be likened to hastily nurturing a seedling, the augmentation of his meridians was an entirely different matter. Thickening his meridians represented a fundamental change in his innate qualities. A true long-term solution. The reason the third young master of the Yuan family had struggled to break through previously lay in his insufficient innate talent, manifesting as weak meridians and a frail physique, rendering him ill-suited for martial cultivation. But now, things were different. That as long as he continued to consume rare treasures, he could strengthen his meridians and enhance his innate talent, transforming from a wastrel into a prodigy. Even without abundant energy to consume, his formidable qualifications would accelerate his training, placing him above others. The swallowing sky martial spirit was indeed a miraculous entity. Without a moment's hesitation, he began to consume the spiritual plants on the tray. Disregarding their variety, anything he could fit into his mouth was fair game. Reisher, Snow Spirit Grass, Poria. He devoured the spiritual herbs as if he were a machine, each one effortlessly swallowed. The image of the swallowing sky martial spirit enveloped him, and the medicinal effects of the plants were instantly converted into the luminous Yuan force within his meridians that in no time. The entire tray of spiritual plants had vanished into Yuan Feng's stomach. After a brief moment of adjusting his breathing, he excitedly opened his eyes. Excellent. In such a short time, my meridians have nearly doubled in thickness that if others were to find out, it would surely terrify them. Once more, he turned his attention inward, no longer focusing on the enhancement of his Yuan force. Compared to the thickening of his meridians, the increase in Yuan force seemed trivial that as he felt the continuous strengthening of his meridians. Yuan Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. With the assistance of the devouring celestial martial spirit, his future cultivation shall resemble the experience of wielding an external aid. It appears that all he lacks is merely time. Given ample time, not only will he ascend to the innate realm, but he could even transcend it, becoming a formidable golden core martial artist. In his excitement, Yuan Feng suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, the pain in his forehead and arm had completely dissipated. He reached out to remove the bandages and upon touching the injured areas, found that not even a scar remained. Remarkable. It seems that the devouring celestial martial spirit not only transformed these spiritual herbs into essence, but also maximized their medicinal effects. Truly a treasure discovered this time. Leaping off the bed with agility, he moved his body, feeling the expansion of his meridians and essence filling him with an overwhelming sense of power. That one of my status. The spiritual herb supplements at my disposal each month are far from limited. Once I complete this month's allocation, my martial aptitude shall surely surpass that of many so-called geniuses. Furthermore, I anticipate that my essence will likely break through to the third level of the condensation realm. With narrowed eyes, he suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 4. The Dragon Step Technique. As the sun set and the moon ascended, 5 days swiftly passed. Throughout these 5 days, Yuan Feng scarcely stepped outside. All his time was devoted to cultivation. Young master, this is the last of it, Elder Liang stated. This month, the supplements available for you are limited to these, and if you desire more, you must consult the family head. Warner cannot retrieve any additional supplies that I in the room. Warner continued to bear a large tray laden with various spiritual herbs. However, it was evident that this batch, in both quantity and quality, paled in comparison to those from the previous days. Haha, no matter. This will suffice for now, Warner. I truly appreciate your efforts these past few days. You may leave now. Casting a glance at the spiritual herbs on the tray, Yuan Feng felt quite satisfied. Although the quality and quantity were somewhat lacking, they should be adequate for his needs. The Yuan family, being a well-regulated clan, ensured that such supplements were not available to just anyone, nor could they be used without limit. As the son of the family head, he was already enjoying a favorable treatment. Young master need not be so courteous to Warner. With a sweet smile directed at Yuan Feng, she set down the tray and, having nothing else to attend to, gracefully exited, wishing him to rest well. During these past few days of interaction, Warner had distinctly sensed a change in Yuan Feng. After several encounters, her impression of him had significantly improved. Previously, Yuan Feng had been lazy and capricious in demeanor, but these past days, he displayed a remarkable composure and approachability. In just 5 days, I have truly consumed a great deal of fine herbs. After this, I should be able to break through to the third level of the condensation realm. Viewing the spiritual herbs on the tray, Yuan Feng gradually revealed a smile. Throughout these 5 days, he indulged in hearty meals every day, followed by relentless cultivation. With the enhancement of his essence, he needed to continuously practice and master his techniques. Day by day, his essence grew stronger, and the rate of this growth was just right. Any faster could spell danger. It is crucial to understand that if one's essence were to surge too rapidly while the mastery of techniques lagged behind, it could lead to a violent backlash, resulting in shattered meridians or, in the worst-case scenario, death. Thus, even with the devouring celestial martial spirit, Yuan Feng must not attempt to swallow an entire meal in one bite. The principle of haste makes waste applies to him as well. Settling into a meditative position, he began to consume the spiritual herbs one after another. This time, he devoured an entire tray of herbs before commencing the operation of the essence cultivation technique. In this world, martial techniques vary in quality. The Yuan family's essence cultivation technique is classified as a yellow-tier technique. Although it is not of the highest caliber, it is considered a premium offering among yellow-tier techniques. All direct descendants of the Yuan family cultivate this technique, which comprises 9 levels, each corresponding to a stage of the condensation realm. A similarity it shares with other techniques. The higher the level of the technique, the better the cultivation effects. Unfortunately, martial techniques across the continent are rather rare. Acquiring even yellow-tier techniques is no small feat. Some large sects, with their rich heritage, may possess advanced techniques or skills, but not everyone is qualified to practice them. Once one begins to train in higher-tier techniques, their cultivation speed and combat prowess will undoubtedly surpass those who practice lower-tier techniques, a fact that is indisputable. Yuan Feng had long been stuck at the second level of the essence cultivation technique. But the binging of the past 5 days, combined with his unceasing training, had allowed him to refine a substantial amount of essence. His current reserve of essence was now sufficient to challenge the third level of the essence cultivation technique. Gradually controlling the essence as it flowed through his meridians, he infused a portion of its radiant energy into his essence core, which had grown at least tenfold compared to just a few days prior. Unbeknownst to him, after circulating his essence for several cycles, Yuan Feng silently recited the incantation for the third level of the essence cultivation technique. The 9 stages of the technique are increasingly profound. He had already mastered the 2nd level, and now it was a matter of whether he could successfully operate the 3rd level. Should he grasp the incantation for the 3rd level, it would signify his advancement to a 3rd-tier martial artist. Buzz! Crash! A sound, faint yet distinct, resonated deep within his heart. Simultaneously, the essence within his meridians surged in speed, and a glimmer of essence light appeared spontaneously against the walls of his meridians, instantly amplifying his essence core. Success! With closed eyes, Yuan Feng's expression brightened. He had effortlessly broken through to the 3rd level of the essence cultivation technique. With this elevation in realm, Yuan Feng could distinctly sense the marked improvement in both the quantity and quality of the essence within his meridians. The 3rd level of the essence cultivation technique would sufficiently support his training in numerous martial skills that, I have finally broken through. I had been stagnating at the 2nd level of the condensation realm for 2 years. As he reveled in his newfound strength, Yuan Feng was also filled with a sense of reflection. With the aid of the devouring celestial martial spirit, he had recouped 2 years' worth of progress in merely a few days. Such a rate of cultivation defied common understanding. Of course, the breakthrough in essence was only one aspect. What delighted him even more was the enhancement of his aptitude. After consuming so many spiritual herbs, my meridians have expanded by at least tenfold. Now, my martial aptitude undoubtedly surpasses that of everyone in the Yuan family, and perhaps even everyone in the entire Fengtian County. With the expansion of his meridians, the speed of his essence flow had become astonishingly rapid, directly affecting his ability to learn and execute martial skills. Although he had yet to learn any techniques, he was already several levels ahead of others in terms of foundational speed. That it is time to select some martial techniques. With a slight smile, he nimbly rose from his bed and made his way directly to the martial technique pavilion of the Yuan family. Compared to the breakthrough in essence, he was even more eager to learn martial skills. For only with the acquisition of such skills could he truly consider himself a martial artist. The Yuan family's martial technique pavilion was located deep within the estate and as one of the 3 great families of Fengtian County. It was quite impressive in stature. The stone structure pavilion stood square and solid, with 2 Yuan family guards stationed at the entrance like spears, exuding a formidable presence. 3rd young master. As Yuan Feng approached the pavilion, the 2 guards greeted him with a neutral tone. Yuan Feng responded with a friendly nod before entering the pavilion. Why has the 3rd young master come to the martial technique pavilion? Is he here to select martial skills? Indeed, one cannot cultivate martial techniques without reaching the 3rd level of the condensation realm. Could it be that he has breakthrough? If he could break through, then surely anyone could. This lad is of dull aptitude and notoriously idle. How could he possibly achieve a breakthrough? I suspect he is merely here to observe. Whatever the case, let us return to our posts. If the Lord sees us idling, we may find ourselves in trouble. After exchanging a few words, the guards resumed their vigilant stances, maintaining their duty with utmost seriousness. Upon entering the martial technique pavilion, Yuan Feng was greeted by 2 rows of bookshelves that immediately caught his attention. The shelves held a modest collection of books, no more than 20 volumes in total. Nevertheless, possessing over 20 varieties of martial skills is quite considerable for a small county like Fengtian. Casting a cursory glance, Yuan Feng noted the diverse categories of martial skills available. The wind blade technique, the stone breaking palm, the spirit finger, the diamond fist, and the shattering gold palm. Quite comprehensive indeed. It appeared that the Yuan family had diligently amassed a significant collection of martial skills over generations. All 20-plus martial techniques were of yellow-tier quality, yet there were no high-tier techniques among them, which was to be expected that if the Yuan family could acquire a set of techniques above the yellow tier, their family strength would surely escalate to an entirely new level. The sword technique is a must-learn. To confront an enemy with a weapon is undoubtedly superior to facing them barehanded. As for the others, I shall learn a set of fist techniques as well. During the journey here, Yuan Feng had already settled on his goal. 1 sword technique and 1 fist technique for now. Any more might lead to overindulgence. The wind blade technique and the diamond fist it shall be. The martial arts techniques collected by the Yuan family possess nearly identical power. The reason Yuan Feng chose the Fufeng sword technique and the King Kong fist is that he is aware that his father, Yuan Qingyun, has cultivated these 2 specific martial arts, achieving remarkable proficiency in both. His father's selection of these techniques likely indicates that they possess a slightly superior quality. Having taken 2 volumes, Yuan Feng turned to leave. However, at that moment, a dark red tome caught his eye from a corner of the bookshelf, compelling his attention. The dragon's soaring step? What could this be? Instinctively picking up the dark red tome, Yuan Feng soon realized that this technique, known as the dragon soaring step, contained only a meager 3 pages, with clear signs of having been torn. This meant that the tome was merely a fragment of a complete manual. Alas, it is merely a lightness technique. And regrettably, it is incomplete that if only it were whole. Lightness techniques are exceedingly rare. While blades, spears, swords, and martial arts techniques such as punches and finger strikes are not uncommon, lightness techniques are much scarcer. Unfortunately, a fragment of a martial art, even if practiced, would likely yield little in the way of accomplishment. Nonetheless, given the rarity of lightness techniques, it wouldn't hurt to take a look, initially intending to depart with the martial arts techniques in hand. The emergence of the dragon soaring step piqued his interest. After all, encountering a lightness technique is a rare find. It would be a pity to pass it by. With that thought, he tucked the Fufeng sword technique and the King Kong fist manuals away and settled down in a vacant spot. Clutching the fragment of the dragon soaring step, crossing his legs, he gradually opened the cover, and instantly, a series of illustrations and annotations filled his vision. The first layer of the dragon soaring step, light as a swallow. The first page contained the cultivation method for the first layer of the dragon soaring step. After a cursory glance, he continued flipping through the pages, only to find that the last page yielded no information regarding the second layer of the technique. What a disappointment! It turns out there is only the first layer, and even that is incomplete, and oh wonder it lay here unnoticed. Lacking completeness, it possesses no value for cultivation. Had the first layer been intact, it might have held some merit, but alas, this fragment of the dragon soaring step is practically worthless. Sighing, Yuan Feng decided to take a look nonetheless. With a resigned sigh, he began to peruse the first layer of the dragon soaring step. Dragon soaring step, steps like a dragon soaring. When mastered, one traverses through a myriad of flowers without disturbing a single petal, as swift as the wind and as elusive as a shadow, formless and intangible. In mere moments, he became engrossed in the illustrations and text. Originally intending to glance through it casually, he found himself unable to extricate himself from the mesmerizing state, captivated by an ineffable feeling. As if under a spell, his gaze remained fixed, examining the illustrations of the dragon's soaring step with intense scrutiny. Page after page, he quickly arrived at the last one, and in that moment, fully immersed in the technique, he suddenly shut his eyes, standing still as if in a trance. Buzz? Yuan Feng was oblivious to what transpired. A subtle tremor coursed through his mind, a fleeting image of the devouring sky martial spirit flickering away, followed by a hazy silhouette gradually becoming clearer within his consciousness. The silhouette was indeterminate in gender, but upon its emergence, it began to dance within his mind. This translucent figure was accompanied by flowing strands, which swirled with the movements of the image, representing the methods of utilizing Yuan power. Watching the figure dance, Yuan Feng found himself further entranced, instinctively aligning his Yuan power with the strands depicted in the silhouette. His body began to move in accordance with the step technique within the martial arts pavilion. Everything felt involuntary. Yuan Feng was uncertain whether he was awake or dreaming. Amidst the haze, he felt as if he had taken flight, a sensation that was surreal. However, the Yuan power coursing through him assured him that he was indeed moving and not trapped in an illusion. The movements of the luminous figure quickened, and soon he realized that the steps being performed were no longer those of the first layer of the dragon soaring step. Suddenly, a moment of clarity surged within him, awakening him to the truth. The second layer of the dragon soaring step. Moving like a gale, his eyes widened in astonishment, speechless at the revelation. Despite only possessing a partial manual of the first layer, the second layer's cultivation method appeared within his mind. At that moment, Yuan Feng's thoughts were utterly confounded. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered that he was no longer seated, but standing in the finishing posture of the first layer of the dragon's soaring step. This realization confirmed that everything that had transpired was indeed real. He had unconsciously executed the entirety of the first layer of the dragon's soaring step, with closed eyes and a mere thought. All the principles and pathways of the first layer of the dragon soaring step crystallized in his mind, that as he channeled his Yuan power, his figure shot forth, appearing 2 meters away in the blink of an eye. This is astonishing. Yuan Feng was at a loss for words that he had inadvertently perfected the first layer of the dragon soaring step. Such an occurrence felt akin to a dream. How could this be? With only half of the first layer's manual, how could I have mastered all of its steps? Furthermore, how could I glimpse some aspects of the second layer? This is simply unfathomable. In that moment, the joy of mastering the dragon soaring step was overshadowed by confusion, as he could not comprehend what had transpired in such a brief span of time. The devouring sky martial spirit. Yes, it must be the devouring sky martial spirit. Retracing his memories, Yuan Feng recalled that when he was viewing the dragon soaring step, he had seen the fleeting image of the devouring sky martial spirit, followed by the emergence of the luminous figure that guided him through the first layer of the technique. Thus, it was clear that all of this was a gift from the devouring sky martial spirit. What an extraordinary being the devouring sky martial spirit is. Not only does it absorb foreign energies to replenish itself, but it can also fully comprehend and digest techniques, even automatically completing fragmented martial arts. It is truly remarkable. Understanding the implications of it all, Yuan Feng was profoundly shaken. The devouring sky martial spirit, an extraordinary martial spirit brought from his original world, possessed such incredible abilities that if others were to learn of this, they would surely be left astounded. Huff, truly, the devouring beast is a marvel, but I find it delightful. Ha ha. As the shock faded, he couldn't help but let out a laugh. Unable to contain his joy, he had long suspected that the effects of the devouring sky martial spirit would not be simple. And now his intuition was validated. However, the revelations it had provided were beyond imagination. That said, considering the extraordinary nature of his arrival in this world, encountering even more astonishing events hardly seemed surprising. To automatically interpret martial arts techniques, with the pathways of Yuan power clearly presented. If I possess this capability, will not my future cultivation of martial arts become significantly less arduous? Exhilaration bubbled forth as he eagerly retrieved the manuals of the Fufeng sword technique and the King Kong fist. Sitting down once more to immerse himself in their study, that if the devouring sky martial spirit truly possesses the ability to perfectly interpret martial arts, then these two techniques should pose no challenge either. Without a sword in hand, he first examined the King Kong fist. Calming his thoughts, he swiftly delved into the realm of the King Kong fist. As he began to grasp its intricacies, the devouring sky martial spirit manifested once more. And the martial spirit's image appeared anew in his mind. The King Kong fist comprises 9 forms, and as the little figure reappeared in his mind, the 9 forms of the King Kong fist seemed to come to life from the pages. Instinctively, Yuan Feng began to channel his Yuan power according to the pathways guided by the luminous figure, moving in tandem with it to practice the King Kong fist. Having never practiced martial arts before, he should have struggled with the movements, yet the clarity of the luminous figure's actions allowed him to mimic them effortlessly. Within the confines of the martial arts pavilion, Yuan Feng became wholly absorbed in the practice of the King Kong fist. Initially stiff in his movements, he gradually became more fluid, discovering an increasing number of variations in his techniques. The subtleties of the King Kong fist began to unfold before him, and soon, the entire pavilion was filled with the sound of explosive strikes. King Kong fist, 6th form, shattering stone. At a certain moment, Yuan Feng's heart surged with determination as he poured his Yuan power into his right fist, launching a powerful strike. Bang! Unbeknownst to him, he had already approached the bookshelf. And as he unleashed a punch, a dull thud echoed as his fist pierced through the sturdy rosewood shelf, creating a gaping hole. Indeed, the diamond fist was undeniably fierce. With this blow, I had nearly unleashed a force of 1,000 pounds. Retracting his fist, his emotions remained tumultuous for quite some time. Although the diamond fist was merely an ordinary yellow-grade martial art, even a practitioner at the 3rd level of the condensation realm could only master up to the 3rd form. Yet, with the assistance of the small light being, he had astonishingly mastered the 6th form. The 6th form of the diamond fist unleashed a tremendous force, which was already a complete deviation from the norm. The power of martial arts is determined by the proficiency in executing the techniques. The more flawlessly one interprets the martial arts, the greater the force one can wield. When Yuan Feng executed the 6th form of the diamond fist, its might likely surpassed that of a practitioner at the 4th or 5th level of the condensation realm executing the 5th form. This exemplifies the true essence of martial arts. Regrettably, my Yuan power is insufficient. Otherwise, the force of this punch would have been even greater, and it would have been entirely possible to seamlessly execute the seventh form. With a faint smile, Yuan Feng felt a sense of satisfaction with his punch. Indeed, mastering martial arts makes a significant difference. I can finally consider myself a martial artist. The power of my diamond fist is certainly not insignificant. Both Yuan power and martial arts are crucial. And with similar levels of Yuan power, the one who possesses superior mastery of martial arts will naturally exhibit greater strength. Earlier during morning practice, he had heard that fifth young master Yuan Ku was also at the third level of the condensation realm. Yet his mastery of the shattered gold palm had only just reached the third form, yielding a mere 300 pounds of force, far inferior to the 1,000-pound might of his sixth form diamond fist. Having practiced both footwork and fist techniques, it was time to test the sword technique. The methods for cultivating the dragon soaring step and diamond fist were already etched in his mind, and he redirected his focus to the wind-embracing sword technique. Unsurprisingly, as he began to comprehend the wind-embracing sword technique, the swallowing heaven martial spirit once again demonstrated its effects. The 12 forms of the wind-embracing sword technique, each subdivided into 36 variations, were flawlessly inscribed in his mind, awaiting diligent practice to undoubtedly reach a commendable level at this moment. He was also able to ascertain that the swallowing heaven martial spirit could indeed autonomously interpret martial techniques, aiding him in grasping their essential principles and variations. With a sigh, it seemed that this time the enhancement was even more astonishing. All 3 manuals had been etched into his consciousness. Yuan Feng returned the manuals to the bookshelf, reflecting on them with a shake of his head and a smile. From a mere second-level martial artist, akin to an ordinary person, he had leaped to the third level, and now he had uncovered a miraculous cultivation method. He seemed to glimpse a promising future beckoning him. The time ahead would be dedicated to fervently striving for a breakthrough. The third level of the condensation realm was far from sufficient. Narrowing his eyes, he began to calculate within his mind. The third level of the condensation realm was indeed a lofty achievement for his former self, but now, with the swallowing heaven martial spirit, such a level was hardly worth mentioning. From this point forward, he needed to set his sights much higher. Upon exiting the martial arts pavilion, Yuan Feng felt as though the world had transformed into a realm brimming with hope. Out of his previous acquisition of the devouring talent had brought him joy. Then now, the ability to effortlessly master martial techniques filled him with confidence. With these 2 talents, the world was destined to tremble because of him. Energy. What he lacked most at the moment was energy. This month's quota had already been depleted, and it seemed it was time to pay a visit to his estranged father, that on the way, he pondered the resources he could rely upon. Although he was no longer the Yuan Feng of old, the merging of 2 memories made this world feel familiar. The family he had in this world felt no different to him. The secluded estate of the family head, Yuan Qingyun, exuded tranquility. Ever since Yuan Feng's mother had passed away, the estate had been inhabited solely by Yuan Qingyun, devoid of any servants, indicating the depth of his longing for his late wife. As Yuan Feng stepped into the courtyard, a tall figure came into view. Standing over 7 feet tall, clad in a green robe, with hands clasped behind him, he appeared lost in thought as he gazed at an ancient phoenix tree. His imposing silhouette, while formidable, also conveyed an air of solitude. Is this truly my father in this world? He seems rather sentimental. As he entered the courtyard, Yuan Feng instinctively softened his footsteps. With the dragon-soaring step at his disposal, he could walk without making a sound. The serene atmosphere before him made him reluctant to shatter its tranquility. Burdened with thoughts, it seems my father harbors many secrets too. After observing for a moment, he sensed that Yuan Qingyun's emotions were rather complex. He couldn't tell if it was due to worries regarding the Yuan family affairs, concerns for his own future, or something else entirely. Child greets father. After a brief moment, Yuan Feng spoke up, anxious to find a way to enhance his strength. With little time to spare for idle contemplation with Yuan Qingyun. The sudden voice from behind startled Yuan Qingyun, who swiftly turned around, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Xiao Feng, upon seeing the warm smile of Yuan Feng standing quietly there. Yuan Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, but he had been standing there for quite a while, and he hadn't sensed anyone approaching. How had Yuan Feng arrived without his notice? Child disturbs father as tranquility. I hope father will not take offense. Facing this familiar, yet slightly unfamiliar face, Yuan Feng felt a surge of emotion, that in his previous life, he had been utterly alone, never experiencing the warmth of family. In this life, he had a father. Even if his father had always been indifferent and had never truly provided him with paternal warmth, still, it was better than being entirely alone. "You child, I was merely lost in thought." There is no disturbance whatsoever. Yuan Qingyun's expression gradually softened. Although he was not particularly fond of Yuan Feng, he was, after all, his biological son, and it was only natural that he would not ignore him. As for not sensing Yuan Feng's approach, he simply chalked it up to having been too engrossed in his thoughts to notice. Xiao Feng, have your injuries healed? Only then did Yuan Qingyun realize that the bandages on Yuan Feng had vanished. And he appeared remarkably well, even more vibrant than before his injury. "Thank you for your concern, Father. Over the past few days, I have consumed quite a few spiritual herbs and supplements. I am now essentially unharmed." He smiled broadly, feeling a warmth in his heart. After all, this was his first time experiencing familial warmth. By the way, Father, after my injury, I felt my Yuan power had improved, so I wish to seek some ancient spiritual herbs to consolidate my foundations and see if I can break through to the third level of the condensation realm. I kindly asked Father to assist me in finding a solution. Focusing on the matter at hand, he felt that there would be plenty of opportunities to savor familial affection in the future. But for now, acquiring energy was paramount. "What? Your Yuan power has made a breakthrough. Such news is truly delightful." Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, Yuan Qingyun's face lit up with joy. Yuan Feng's stagnation in cultivation had long been a source of concern for him. So hearing of any improvement was certainly a cause for celebration. "Here, take this Millennium Blood Ginseng, which I obtained during my travels. Use it to nourish your body, and it may yield some benefits." With that, he produced a jade box from his hand and handed it to Yuan Feng. Millennium Blood Ginseng? Seeing the jade box presented by Yuan Qingyun, Yuan Feng's expression brightened, and he hurriedly accepted it. The Millennium Blood Ginseng was truly invaluable. This single herb was worth dozens of all the spiritual herbs he had previously consumed combined, that if he were to sell it in the marketplace, it would undoubtedly be a treasure that was priceless and in high demand. The fact that Yuan Qingyun had given it to him without hesitation demonstrated his concern. "It seems my father is actually quite good to me after all." "Thank you, Father, that I will return to my training now and will not disappoint your expectations." With the Millennium Blood Ginseng in hand, Yuan Feng did not linger, bowing to Yuan Qingyun before hastily departing. The Millennium Blood Ginseng was an immense treasure for him at this moment, but if it weren't for his desire to keep his secrets hidden, he would have devoured it right then and there. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his situation. Should he reveal any flaws that might raise suspicion, it would be most unfortunate. This boy. Watching Yuan Feng rush away, Yuan Qingyun stood there in a daze. If he recalled correctly, this was the first time he had seen Yuan Feng actively engage in training, which left him both astonished and perplexed. Could it be that a fall had jolted him into clarity? As he watched Yuan Feng depart, Yuan Qingyun shook his head, dismissing the thought, and turned his gaze back to the ancient phoenix tree, his expression once again filled with nostalgia. Our child has grown up. But when will our family of three be reunited? With a heavy sigh, the expression on his face was one of deep longing. Chapter 6. Provocation in the hinterlands of Fengtian County. A picturesque forest of mountains and waters unfolded before the eyes. As the sun began to rise, the entire expanse of woodland was enveloped in a veil of mist and ethereal haze, rendering it extraordinarily enchanting. This moment, illuminated by the dawn, a young man was energetically practicing his punches, his fists slicing through the air with remarkable vigor. His demeanor was calm and composed, each movement executed with the precision of the most sophisticated machinery. Even those unversed in martial arts could discern that the young man's boxing technique had reached unparalleled heights. Flawless in execution, the seventh form of the diamond fist, stone-shattering thunder. Suddenly, the youth stepped forward, his form as swift as the wind, approaching a tree with a diameter akin to a bowl. With a sharp shout, he unleashed a powerful punch upon the trunk. Crack! With the force of his strike, a pine tree, thick as a bowl, snapped with a resounding crack, its toppled crown stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, the young man's figure emerged, untouched by a speck of debris. Splendid! I've perfectly mastered the seventh form of the diamond fist at the fourth level of the Yuan condensation realm. I suppose I can consider myself a formidable practitioner now. Casting a glance at the fallen pine, Yuan Feng revealed a satisfied smile. 3 days prior, he had received a millennium-old blood ginseng from his father. After consuming just a small portion over the course of 3 days, he successfully elevated his realm to the 4th level of Yuan condensation. The Yuan energy at this level was more than sufficient to sustain the practice of the 7th form of the Diamond Fist. The 7th form of the Diamond Fist was a technique only the 2nd generation of the Yuan family could master. Yet he had grasped it at the 4th level of Yuan condensation, excelling even in the subtleties of its application. Of course, his ability to execute the 7th form at such a realm was significantly attributed to the resilience of his meridians. It is well known that to perform powerful martial techniques, one must possess a body capable of withstanding such forces. Conventionally, a practitioner at the 4th level of Yuan condensation would have fragile meridians, and even if fortunate enough to learn formidable techniques, they would likely be unable to execute them without risking a rupture of their meridians. However, Yuan Feng was different. Having consumed copious amounts of spiritual herbs, particularly the millennium-old blood ginseng, the toughness of his meridians was likely unrivaled, even by practitioners at the 7th or 8th levels of Yuan condensation. This advantage was unparalleled. Now, let us give the sword technique a try. While the Diamond Fist is undeniably powerful, it cannot compare to the lethality of a sharp blade. After stretching his wrist, he propelled himself forward, employing the dragon movement technique to swiftly reach a nearby clearing where a prepared longsword awaited. With a flick of his wrist, the sword was now firmly in his grasp. Clang! As the sword was drawn, he instantly melded with the blade, the techniques of the first 9 forms of the Windblade technique flashing vividly in his mind. The 12th form of the Windblade technique possessed 36 variations for each form, all shimmering through his thoughts like a fleeting panorama. With a swift motion, the longsword transformed into a blur, radiating a cold light as it danced across the small clearing. Having practiced the Windblade technique countless times with the aid of the sky-devouring martial spirit, the first 8 sword forms and nearly 300 variations were indelibly etched in his mind. During the past few days, he had continuously rehearsed the sword techniques in his thoughts, and in this short span, his comprehension of the sword had reached an ineffable level. The 5th form resembled a gentle breeze. The 6th form brushed against the face like a soft wind, and the 7th form swept away the clouds. One sword followed another, his eyes sparkling with brilliance as his long sword danced. The leaves in the forest fell in droves, each leaf shredded before it could touch the ground, creating a vacuum within a radius of several meters around him. The 8th form of the Windblade technique, wind supporting the willows. With a resolute shout within his heart, he thrust his sword forward, piercing through an ancient tree with a resounding thud. The blade quivered as the tree swayed from the force, and he withdrew the sword. The 9th form of the Windblade technique, wind slaying the world. Withdrawing the sword, he suddenly leaped backward, striking down upon the crown of another ancient tree. Thud, thud, thud. In the blink of an eye, the canopy of the ancient tree became completely bare, and Yuan Feng could scarcely count how many strikes he had unleashed, dismembering the treetop in an instant. The power of the sword technique is indeed extraordinary. However, the energy consumption is exceedingly high, especially given my current insufficiency of Yuan energy. Forcing the 9th form of the sword technique is akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, standing still with his sword returned. His chest heaved slightly, clearly indicating that at the 4th level of Yuan condensation, executing the 9th form of the Windblade technique was still beyond his full capacity. Certainly, this was unique to him. Had another practitioner at the 4th level of Yuan condensation attempted the 9th form of the Windblade technique, they would likely suffer a rupture of their meridians, their Yuan energy completely drained. Remarkably, my father mastered the 9th form of the Windblade technique in his 30s, while I have achieved it at 16. I wonder what expression he would wear if he knew this. As he sheathed his sword, he felt a sense of satisfaction with his current realm, at the 4th level of Yuan condensation. Having perfected the 7th form of the Diamond Fist and reached the 9th form of the Windblade technique, in the small city of Fengtian County, he could indeed be considered a master. It is worth noting that among the 2nd generation of the Yuan family, both direct descendants and collateral relatives, those capable of cultivating the Diamond Fist to the 7th form and the Windblade technique to the 9th form were exceedingly rare. However, unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from casually employing the 9th form of the Windblade technique. Once unleashed, He was confident that the number of individuals capable of withstanding it in the entire Fontian County would not exceed a handful. With just over 20 days until the autumn hunt, it presented an opportunity for him. In recent days, he had heard from the servants that the annual autumn hunt in Fontian County was approaching. Originally, he, being at the second level of yuan condensation, would not have qualified to participate. However, having now broken through to the third level, he was eligible to join the ranks of the autumn hunt. With over 20 days remaining, he could undoubtedly advance to the fifth level of yuan condensation. At that point, dealing with magical beasts below the fifth rank would be a trivial matter. Moreover, should he acquire a magic crystal, it would spare him considerable time in his cultivation. Magic crystals are the concentrated energy essence possessed by certain gifted magical beasts, akin to the martial spirits of practitioners. Any magical beast in possession of a magic crystal is destined to achieve greater heights than those without. The rarity of magic crystals is well known across the continent. While not as scarce as martial spirits, obtaining one is no easy feat. Shaking his head, he ceased his contemplation. The autumn hunt was still distant, and for now, it was paramount that he focused on enhancing his own strength. Only with formidable power could he reap greater rewards during the hunt. Temporarily concealing his longsword atop an ancient tree, he set off toward the Yuan family estate. He had no desire to draw unnecessary attention. Brandishing a sword through the streets was not in keeping with his style. Having risen early, the streets were still relatively quiet. But as the sun climbed higher, throngs of pedestrians filled the thoroughfare, the sounds of commerce ringing out with lively fervor. Come and take a look. The fangs of a second-rank magical beast, the sharp-toothed hound. Yours for only 5 gold ingots. Don't miss out. A coat made from the fur of a first-rank magical beast, the firefox. Only 1 gold ingot. Stylish and warm. A chance not to be missed. Products from Old Lou's blacksmith shop. Black iron swords and knives. Essential weapons for hunting magical beasts. Negotiable prices. First come, first served. As he walked through the bustling streets, the calls of vendors imparted a sense of tranquility to Yuan Feng. This world lacked the clamor of modernity, devoid of the fumes of automobiles. Everything felt so natural, so pure. After days of relentless training, while he had not grown bored, a little relaxation was undoubtedly beneficial for his cultivation. Balancing work and rest was the true path to mastery. As he continued walking, a commotion ahead caught his attention. Driven by curiosity, he pushed his way through the crowd. Before him stood a tattered old man, hunched over with a few red wild ginseng roots displayed before him. Evidently a commoner peddling on the street, that in a small county like Fontian, not everyone could afford a meal. While the prominent families, like the 3 great clans, had no worries about food and clothing. Ordinary individuals without a craft often resorted to street vending as a means of survival. In this marketplace, many relied on foraging for wild ginseng and herbs to make a living. Old man. These few red ginseng roots are clearly insufficient in age. How could they possibly be worth 20 gold ingots? I'll take them for 1 gold ingot. Opposite the old man stood a well-dressed young man, arms crossed, disdainfully eyeing the red ginseng on display. Flanking him were 2 attendants, both bearing sinister expressions, evoking the notion of henchmen at first glance. Young Master Fong Li, these are indeed rare red ginseng specimens. To unearth these few roots, my only son has perished in the belly of a magical beast. These ginseng roots are the sole reliance for my wife and me in our twilight years. I implore you, young Master Fong Li, to show mercy. The old man's voice trembled with sorrow, aware that the figure before him, Fong Li, the 3rd young master of the Fong family, held a position of great nobility, far beyond his humble status. However, these ginseng roots represented his last hope. Even if it meant offending the young master, he felt he had no choice. Alas, old man, it is a privilege for you that our young master has taken an interest in your goods. If you are wise, you will quickly present them with both hands. Should you provoke our young master's displeasure, not even a single gold ingot will remain. Indeed, you old codger, do not think us cruel. These mere roots are worth at most a single gold ingot. Here, take this, and these ginseng roots now belong to our young master. The young man named Fong Li exchanged a glance with his 2 guards, who immediately understood. They stepped forward. One casually tossed a gold ingot to the old man and proceeded to forcibly wrap the ginseng roots, preparing to stash them away. Please, young Master Fong Li, show mercy. The old man, tears streaming down his face, fell to his knees, snatching the package back. His ailing wife depended on these ginseng roots to procure funds for her medical treatment. Today, even if it meant risking his own life, he felt he had to stand his ground. Humph! Does the old fool seek death? How rare it is for me to be in high spirits. Yet if you spoil my mood, you will find yourself regretting it. Fong Li's voice cut through the air, laced with displeasure to Fontian County. He, Fong Li, the third young master of the Fong family, had always commanded authority, and no one dared to haggle with him. Reason? If he were to reason, he would cease to be the third young master of the Fong family. You old fool, still not relinquishing your grip? Seeing their young master's growing irritation, the two servants hesitated no longer and moved to forcibly seize the old man's package. Oh dear, the esteemed third young master of the Fong family, brazenly engaging in coercive buying under broad daylight, truly tarnishing the family's reputation. Just as Fong Li's two servants were about to take the old man's package, a light laugh echoed, and a young figure stepped out from the crowd approaching the scene. This newcomer was none other than Yuan Fong. Having observed the situation for some time, he felt compelled to intervene. Truthfully, had Fong Li conducted a proper transaction with the old man, he would have remained silent, even if the young master were to haggle. However, Fong Li and his servants were clearly intent on robbery. A blatant display of strength against the weak. Both in his past life and this one, he despised such bullies. Regardless of the past behavior of Fong Li, he could not stand idly by in the face of such injustice. The sudden voice startled Fong Li and his entourage, and used to anyone daring to meddle in their affairs. For a moment, they were genuinely curious about who would dare to challenge them. Haha, I wondered who it could be. Turns out to be you, Waste Fong, that you wish to court death by meddling in my affairs. Upon recognizing the speaker, Fong Li initially froze, then burst into laughter. Fontian County, who was unaware of Yuan Feng's infamous reputation. A 16-year-old second-tier martial artist, the laughingstock of the entire county, his name was known far and wide. Among the direct descendants of the three great families, Yuan Fong was the most bullied. Even younger individuals dared to humiliate him to his face. After all, his cultivation at the second tier of the condensing Yuan realm was unmatched in its inferiority. With a calm smile, Yuan Fong dismissed Fong Li's arrogance. Fong Li, how can you, as the third young master of the Fong family, be so unreasonable? 20 gold ingots are nothing to you. Why must you make things difficult for an old man? Oh, is this still the Waste Fong of the Yuan family? When did you learn to stand up for others? Fong Li mused, intrigued as he regarded Yuan Fong. The so-called Waste, standing up for justice was one thing, but did he truly think he could become a hero? He had heard that just days prior, Yuan Fong had fallen into a ravine. Could it be that he had damaged his brain? Fong Li wore a mocking smile, his face devoid of worry, that he knew Yuan Fong all too well. He had bullied him mercilessly over the years, especially when Yuan Fong pursued the second young lady of the Yun family. Yun mentioned Tio Fong Li. Yuan Fong's pursuit was a desecration of his cherished goddess, and he could not forgive such an affront. Humph, whether one can be a hero is inconsequential. Some matters, once encountered, cannot be ignored. With a cold snort, a glint of determination flickered in Yuan Fong's eyes. Long had he played the role of the meek, bullied young master, but perhaps today marked the beginning of his transformation. This old man demands 20 gold ingots for these ginseng roots. Young Master Fong Li, I implore you to pay the sum, or leave swiftly, so as not to disrupt the old man's business. Without waiting for Fong Li's entourage to react, Yuan Fong snatched the package and handed it back to the old man. Presumptuous! As Yuan Fong seized the package, Fong Li erupted in fury. Waste Fong, have you eaten a bear's heart today? When did it become your place to dictate my actions as a formidable fourth-tier martial artist? Accompanied by two third-tier servants, Fong Li naturally looked down upon Yuan Fong, a second-tier waste. Humph, I assure you, I will intervene in this matter, that if you wish to bully the weak, you must first pass through me. Yuan Fong stood resolute, confronting Fong Li's trio head-on. Pa! Waste Fong, I have long found you displeasing. Who would have thought you would come knocking today? Since you wish to play the hero, I shall oblige. Go, teach this waste a lesson. In a world where martial prowess reigned supreme, solutions to conflicts were often primitive and straightforward. Everything could be resolved with a fist. The mightier fist held sway, since you seek death. Do not blame me. With that, Fong Li's servant moved to strike, and Yuan Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he executed the dragon step, positioning himself between Fong Li's two servants in a blind spot they could not perceive. Diamond Fist. The dragon step's intricacies allowed Yuan Feng to exploit the gap perfectly, and before the two servants could react, his fist was already upon one's face. Bang! A solid punch landed squarely on one guard's face, sending him sprawling, blood gushing from his nose as he crashed to the ground, unconscious. Easily dispatched. With one servant incapacitated, Yuan Feng continued his assault, swiftly maneuvering to the second guard's side, transforming his punch into a claw. Seizing the guard's wrist and tossing him down. Get lost! Having taken down the second servant, Yuan Feng pressed his advantage, channeling his energy into his right leg and delivering a powerful kick to the fallen guard. He showed no mercy to Fong Li's two servants. Over the years, these two had been responsible for numerous misdeeds while following Fong Li. Today, Yuan Feng intended to teach them a lesson they would not soon forget. As a fourth-tier martial artist, his kick was imbued with tremendous force and pent-up anger, propelling the guard several meters before he crashed into a roadside stall and fell silent, unconscious in an instant. Both of Fong Li's servants had been completely neutralized, the entire episode transpiring in the blink of an eye. Hiss this. Not far away, Fong Li stood stupefied, disbelief etched across his face as he witnessed the unfolding scene. His two servants had been incapacitated before they could even retaliate, leaving him feeling as though he were trapped in a dream. Impossible! This cannot be! With wide eyes, Fong Li fixated on Yuan Feng, fear creeping into his gaze. How could this happen? When did Waste Feng break through? Moreover, how could he possess such speed? This is simply inconceivable. Yuan Feng's diamond fist was now evident, and the ability to employ martial techniques indicated his cultivation level. It was known that only those at the third tier of the condensing Yuan realm could practice martial arts. Thus, Yuan Feng had undoubtedly reached that level. However, it was not the third-tier cultivation that astonished Fong Li. Yuan Feng has already reached the age of 16 this year. Even if he breaks through to the third level of the condensation realm, it is of little consequence. After all, even at the third level of the condensation realm, he still falls short of Yuan Feng by an entire realm, rendering him not worthy of fear. What truly instills dread in him is Yuan Feng's speed. Fong Li reflects that even if he were to exert himself fully, his speed would scarcely match even a tenth of Yuan Feng's. Moreover, he has never witnessed such an extraordinary speed of movement among the elders of his family, and it is this very aspect that terrifies him. Master Fong Li, do you now believe I possess the right to meddle? With an exuberant spirit, Yuan Feng swiftly dispatched two servants at the third level of the condensation realm. This marked his first genuine engagement in combat. And thus far, the results seemed quite favorable to this is absurd. At this moment, Fong Li dared not dwell on the situation any longer. With a shout, he turned and fled. The events of the day had been too bizarre. The recognized failure of the Feng Tian Duke had unexpectedly made a breakthrough, and he had somehow acquired a shocking speed of movement. It felt as though he were trapped in a dream, and all he wished for was to escape this terrifying nightmare. Think you can run? It wouldn't be so easy. As Fong Li attempted to flee, Yuan Feng grinned widely, and he was currently riding a wave of enthusiasm. The two servants of the Fong family were hardly a match for him, and with his newfound prowess, he felt that only someone at the fourth level of the condensation realm could compel him to exert even a fraction of his strength. Although Fong Li himself was also at the fourth level of the condensation realm. In terms of speed, he paled in comparison to Yuan Feng, who possessed the dragon's dance technique. Before he could cover a few meters, Yuan Feng had already appeared right behind him. Stay right there. Closing in on Fong Li, Yuan Feng seized his shoulder with a burst of speed. The latter, preoccupied with his escape, instinctively attempted to break free. However, before he could free himself from Yuan Feng's grip, he received a solid kick to his calf. It must be said that Yuan Feng's uncanny speed left Fong Li flustered, that in a direct confrontation. Even if he were outmatched, he should not have been reduced to such a pitiful state. Regrettably, despite being the third young master of the Fong family, his mental fortitude was somewhat lacking, as he was taken down while in motion. Fong Li fell awkwardly, his face making intimate contact with the ground, that in an instant his once handsome visage was transformed into a bloodied mess. Boom! After subduing Fong Li, Yuan Fong swiftly followed up, placing a foot squarely on Fong Li's head, pinning him down. Master Fong Li, since you decided to purchase that red ginseng, why not leave the money behind before you go? Standing atop Fong Li's head, Yuan Fong was suddenly filled with a sense of grandeur that in this world, only strength holds true value. Once weak and easily bullied, he had always found himself beneath others' feet. But now, he could place others underfoot that in that moment. He vowed that from then on, he would only tread upon others and would never allow anyone to tread upon him. Spare me, brother Yuan Fong. I'll pay. I'll pay. Isn't that enough? At that moment, Fong Li had lost all semblance of bravado and, pinned beneath Yuan Fong, could only plead for mercy. Truth be told, had he known it would come to this, he would have readily paid the 20 ingots of gold long ago. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the start. With a cold snort, Yuan Fong finally lifted his foot. Now hand over the money and don't attempt any tricks, or I'll ensure you end up like them. You won't even be able to run. Yes, I'll pay. I'll pay. Clambering to his feet in disarray, Fong Li dared not flee, rummaging through his sleeve before producing a golden card. This is a gold note worth 50 ingots. The extra is for my apologies to the elder, he said, handing the note to Yuan Fong without a hint of hesitation. Consider yourself astute. Remember to behave in the future. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll be sure to strike. Taking the gold note, Yuan Fong laughed as he scolded him. Yes, I won't dare again. I won't dare again. Fong Li felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and, ignoring the two servants Yuan Fong had incapacitated, hurriedly dashed away. With Fong Li gone, Yuan Fong wore a calm smile, turning to approach the elderly vendor. Old man, here is a gold note worth 50 ingots. Please take it. The elderly man, still present, eagerly reached out to receive the gold note offered by Yuan Fong. Thank you, young Master Yuan Fong. Thank you, young Master Yuan Fong. The elderly man expressed his gratitude fervently, kneeling on the ground and repeatedly bowing. There is no need for such formality. That was merely a trifling effort on my part. Yuan Fong hastily helped the elder to his feet, smiling as he spoke. Young Master Yuan Fong, these few red ginseng roots were forgotten by Master Fong Li. Please do me the honor of delivering them when you have the opportunity. Also, as a martial artist, I have a tattered book I discovered in a cave while foraging for herds many years ago. I am unsure of its value, but I ask you to accept it as a token of my sincere regard. As he spoke, the elder placed the package of red ginseng down and produced a worn volume from his robe, respectfully extending it toward Yuan Fong. Upon seeing the book the elder had presented, Yuan Fong initially intended to refuse. However, upon glimpsing the illustrations within, his eyes brightened with interest. Then I shall gratefully accept it, old man. With a slight smile, Yuan Fong did not decline, tucking the book into his robe. I will temporarily hold onto the red ginseng for Fong Li and deliver it to him when the opportunity arises. By the way, should anyone trouble you in the future, feel free to come directly to the Yuan family and seek me out. With a wave, Yuan Fong picked up the package and swiftly vanished into the crowd. It seems there are still many good people in this world. Watching Yuan Fong depart, the elder couldn't help but sigh. In that moment, regardless of the former reputation of the Yuan family's third young master, in his heart, he regarded him as the greatest benefactor in the world. Clutching the 50 ingots of gold tightly, the elder joyfully made his way home. Chapter 8. A return to normalcy. Have you heard? The third young master of the Fong family, Fong Li, was beaten by the Yuan family's waist, Fong, and rumor has it he was slapped so many times that he became unrecognizable. How could that be? The Yuan family's waist has been stuck at the second level of the condensation realm for so many years, while young Master Fong Li is a peak expert at the fourth level of the condensation realm. Surely this rumor is a bit far-fetched. Rumor. You are mistaken. This is something I witnessed with my own eyes. That is undeniably true. You should have seen it. That waist Fong must have learned some incredible technique. Moving with astonishing speed. Before Fong Li could even react, he had already received dozens of slaps. The worst part is that Fong Li's two bodyguards were utterly incapacitated, reportedly rendered as invalids for life. Gasp, is that truly the case? How did the waist Fong become so formidable all of a sudden? Could it be that his previous weakness was merely an act? Perhaps, but everyone speculates that after the waist Fong fell off the cliff in the Black Maple Forest, he must have encountered some fortuitous event, allowing him to break through his realm and acquire this miraculous technique. Heh, this is bound to be entertaining. Given Fong Li's temperament, this incident will certainly not be resolved peacefully. That I wonder if this conflict will escalate into a family feud. Throughout the streets and alleys of Fengtian County, in tea houses and taverns, nearly every corner buzzed with discussions of Yuan Feng's furious beating of the third young master of the Fong family. Initially, everyone assumed it was mere gossip. After all, it seemed nearly impossible for an acknowledged failure to strike down a fourth-level expert. However, as more witnesses came forward, the veracity of the tale gradually gained acceptance among the masses, and the miraculous turnaround of the Yuan family's waste became an extraordinary topic of interest. Many had witnessed Yuan Feng's peculiar movements firsthand, and speculation ran rampant that he had experienced a fortuitous encounter in the Black Maple Forest, resulting in his transformation. Yet, the true nature of events remained unclear for the time being. Regardless, the fact that the Yuan family's waste had audaciously struck down the young master of the Fong family had undeniably become the hottest topic of conversation, and its momentum was likely to continue for some time. In the northern direction of Fengtian County, a grand estate stood imposing, with the shining golden characters of the Fong family's name gleaming at its entrance, commanding the attention of all passers-by. At that moment, deep within the Fong estate, angry shouts echoed incessantly. Get out! All of you get out! I said no one is allowed to disturb me, so leave at once." In the lavish courtyard, Fong Li, the third young master of the Fong family, kicked over a tea table in a frenzy, roaring at the door that it had been 3 days since he had been struck, and while the swelling on his face had subsided, faint fingerprints were still visible. During these 3 days, he had confined himself to his room, refusing to see anyone. Just the thought of being trampled beneath Yuan Feng's foot in front of everyone filled him with rage. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking persisted. Undeterred by his furious roars that I told you I don't want to see anyone. Hurry up and get out. Hearing the knocking once more, Fong Li felt an urge to murder the intruder. Yet the thought of his current appearance rendered him too embarrassed to face anyone. Third brother, what is you so riled up that you don't even recognize your own second brother? Just as Fong Li was gritting his teeth in fury, a gentle chuckle drifted in from outside the door. Upon hearing that voice, Fong Li's anger vanished instantly, replaced by sheer astonishment. Second brother? Startled, he hesitated for a brief moment before rushing to the courtyard entrance and flinging the door wide open. As the door swung open, a young man appeared before him. The man appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old, clad in white garments, with starry eyes and sword-like brows that at his waist hung a small golden plaque, upon which the characters Yunxiao were exquisitely engraved, reminiscent of stars in the night sky. Second brother, it truly is you. You've returned. Upon confirming the identity of the visitor, Fong Li was instantly filled with excitement. The newcomer was none other than Fong Yu, the second son of the Fong family, the sole martial spear practitioner in the entire Fengtian County, and now a disciple of the Yunxiao sect. It seems the rumors were indeed true. Third brother, you have disappointed second brother. Fong Yu's gaze immediately fell upon Fong Li's face, and upon seeing the scar on his countenance, he couldn't help but shake his head with a sigh. Before striding into the courtyard, second brother. Hearing Fong Yu's words, Fong Li wished to say something, but the words caught in his throat that I am the Fong family. The one he feared the most was undoubtedly his own elder brother. He dared to confront anyone, but he could never challenge Fong Yu. Did Dio tell me what transpired? Our Fong family's disciples are not to be bullied. It will as he walked toward the inner chamber. Fong Yu's voice floated back lightly. Upon hearing his words, a glimmer of joy appeared on Fong Li's face that he had witnessed Yuan Feng's peculiar agility and knew he could not reclaim his dignity alone. His simmering anger had persisted until now, but with his second brother present, he was certain he could recover his honor this time. Yuan Feng, no matter what opportunities you have encountered, the humiliation you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 1,000-fold. A sinister smile crept across Fong Li's face, revealing a moment of madness in the third son of the Fong family. Meanwhile, at the residence of the Yuan family in Fengtian County, a group of guests was also arriving. Your father has been counting the days, eagerly awaiting your return. At the entrance, the 4 members of the second generation of the Yuan family had gathered, led by the eldest Yuan Qingtian. Opposite them stood 4 young individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, all exuding an air of pride. The men were handsome and refined, while the woman was elegant and captivating. Father, upon receiving your letter, I set off without delay. Allow me to introduce my 3 senior brothers and sisters to you and my uncles. Among the 4 young individuals, one who bore a striking resemblance to Yuan Qingtian stepped forward, first offering a casual bow to Yuan Qingtian and the others before stepping aside. This individual was none other than Yuan Ao, the eldest son of Yuan Qingtian and the eldest grandson of the Yuan family. As the eldest grandson of the Yuan family and a talented disciple who had joined the Sui Shui sect early on, Yuan Ao was equally impressive. His years in the sect had matured him, presenting him as composed and dignified, making it difficult to discern his humble origins. Father, second uncle. This trio are my senior brothers and sisters. This is senior brother Leng Yun, senior brother Zhao Qian, and senior sister Ling Fei. They are all inner disciples of the Sui Shui sect, having entered before me, and are exceptionally powerful. Please do not underestimate them. Haha, we warmly welcome the esteemed disciples of the Sui Shui sect. It is indeed a great honor for our Yuan family to host such talented individuals. Please, come inside to AT this moment. Yuan Qingyan stepped forward, as he was the head of the family. Yuan Qingtian could catch up with his son later. But when it came to formalities, it was naturally his duty to take charge. The head of the Yuan family is being too modest that we are merely fortunate to have no pressing matters. Upon hearing that junior brother Yuan Ao was here, we decided to come and witness the excitement that we hope the head of the Yuan family does not find us a bother. The speaker among the trio was the woman, and it became apparent that she held a position of leadership among them. Not at all. Please come in. Yuan Qingyan smiled graciously, gesturing for them to enter, though the strength of these individuals might not surpass his own. Their status as inner disciples of the Sui Shui sect undoubtedly placed them above him, a mere small family head. The Sui Shui sect was a first-rate force in the Heishan Kingdom, whereas the Yuan family, located in Fengtian County, ranked among the lower tiers of the 108 counties of the Heishan Kingdom. The Sui Shui sect could easily wipe out the Yuan family in an instant. After a few pleasantries, the group proceeded deeper into the residence to be by the way, second uncle. We heard in the market that third brother had a confrontation with Feng Li, the third young master of the Feng family. Is this true? Yuan Ao suddenly inquired as they walked. That must just be a rumor. De Feng has always been somewhat dull-witted, remaining stuck at the second level of the condensed origin realm. How could he possibly be a match for Feng Li? Yuan Qingyan replied with a light smile upon hearing Yuan Ao's question, that if it is merely a rumor, wouldn't asking third brother clarify the truth? Yuan Ao responded. My dear nephew, you are unaware that Fenger encountered a mishap some days ago. But it seems he gained some insights. He has been preoccupied with his cultivation of late. I intended to inquire about it earlier, but seeing that he was engrossed in his training, I refrained from interrupting him. I will ask him once he finishes. Yuan Qingyan laughed casually. To be honest, he had long wished to ascertain the truth of the rumor about Yuan Feng striking Feng Li, but he had been too busy preparing for the autumn hunt to spare the time. Moreover, he hoped Yuan Feng would come to him voluntarily to clarify the matter. Otherwise, as the head of the family, it would appear somewhat shallow of him to seek the truth himself. Additionally, he had hesitated to question Yuan Feng out of concern that the rumors might not be factual. If the outcome were not what he desired, it would be better to remain in a state of comforting uncertainty. Of course, deep down, he hoped everything was true, but the likelihood of such an improbable scenario was slim, and he had little faith in it. It seems third brother has turned misfortune into fortune, that I truly hope the rumors are accurate. The Feng family has been quite arrogant these past few years, flaunting their martial spirit practitioner. A smirk appeared on Yuan Ao's face as he chose not to dwell on the matter further. In his view, the clash between Yuan Feng and Feng Li was akin to a children's squabble. What significance did it hold to strike Feng Li? If he could strike Feng Yu instead, that would truly bring honor to the family. As they spoke, the group had reached the inner hall, where a banquet had long been prepared to welcome them. With 4 disciples from the Sui Shui sect in attendance, the atmosphere was naturally jovial, and the meal was filled with laughter and cheer. After ensuring the guests were settled, Yuan Qingyun, feeling emboldened by the wine, made his way toward Yuan Feng's courtyard. Having held back for so long, he could no longer contain his curiosity, regardless of whether the rumors were true or false. He had to uncover the truth. If they proved false, he would simply accept the disappointment, as he had been let down by Yuan Feng more than once or twice before. However, if the rumors were indeed true, and Yuan Feng had truly struck the third son of the Feng family, everything would change. Chapter 9. Yuan Qingyun's shock. Unbeknownst to Yuan Feng, events transpired outside his door, the AS for the incident involving Feng Li. He paid it no mind whatsoever. After returning home, he had confined himself within his room, not stepping out even once. With the autumn hunt steadily approaching, he was solely focused on advancing his strength to gain more benefits during the event. In his room, Yuan Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes gently closed, his hands resting naturally on his knees, appearing as though he were in slumber. However, he was far from asleep, that in truth, ever since awakening the devouring sky martial spirit. He had hardly slept at all, dedicating the majority of his time to cultivation. Previously, he had lagged far behind, that if he continued to be as leisurely as before, how could he hope to surpass others? To stand out, one must exert far more effort than others. This was a realization that Yuan Feng had only recently come to understand. The devouring sky martial spirit was indeed formidable, capable of even interpreting the cultivation methods of the energy cultivation technique, proving to be extraordinarily abnormal. At a certain moment, his eyes slowly opened, and as he did, the image of the devouring sky martial spirit flashed briefly within his gaze, indicating that he had indeed employed the spirit during his recent training. Initially, he believed the devouring sky martial spirit could only autonomously interpret martial techniques. However, 3 days ago, he unexpectedly discovered that by channeling the devouring sky martial spirit during the cultivation of the energy cultivation technique, it could also aid in the process. Though the effects were not as pronounced as when training martial techniques, it certainly yielded greater efficiency in just 3 days, with the assistance of the devouring sky martial spirit. He had perfected the 4th layer of the energy cultivation technique, cutting his training time nearly in half. Given my current situation, I believe I can attempt to break through to the 5th level of the condensed origin realm tonight. With a success rate of over 50%, he exhaled softly, concluding a day's worth of training, that he sensed that both his energy and the 4th layer of the energy cultivation technique had reached their limits. And it was now time to attempt a breakthrough. With the day bustling with people, he decided to rest for a while and wait until the night was quiet before trying to push for the 5th level of the condensed origin realm. With only half of the 1,000-year blood ginseng remaining, I was concerned there wouldn't be enough energy. However, these few red ginseng roots came at just the right time. With a faint smile, his gaze drifted towards the table, where a package lay quietly. Indeed, it was the red ginseng he had retrieved from the market. The elderly vendor had requested him to pass the red ginseng to Feng Li, yet he had no intention of relinquishing it. Although keeping the ginseng could be deemed somewhat greedy, he was in dire need of energy at this moment, and thus paid no heed to such trivialities that as his cultivation progressed, the energy required by the sky, swallowing martial spirit would inevitably increase, and its effects might become less pronounced. Therefore, he intended to seize the opportunity while his cultivation was still relatively low to swiftly elevate his foundational level using the sky-swallowing martial spirit. Comparatively, this martial arts manual was undoubtedly the true gain. Retrieving his gaze, he carefully extracted a tattered book from his pocket, the very manual gifted to him by the old man. The Oblivion Finger, although incomplete, posed no issue for him. Once he broke through to the 5th level of Yuan condensation, he would commence its practice. At present, however, his Yuan power remained somewhat insufficient. Tenderly wrapping the manual, a radiant expression of joy and expectation adorned his face. To be candid, he had not anticipated that such a casual act would yield such a remarkable reward. He wondered if news of his altercation with Feng Li had caused any ripples in Fengtian County, for there had been quite a crowd that day, and this incident should have spread far and wide. After securing the manual, he stretched languidly, reminiscing about the events of that day when he had intervened against injustice. How peculiar it was! If the news had circulated, his adoptive father should have come to inquire about it. Could it be that the Feng family had managed to suppress the matter? One thing he was certain of was that, despite Yuan Qingyun's persistent skepticism towards him, deep down, he harbored a desire for his son to achieve greatness, as evidenced by his previous gift of the Millennium Snow Ginseng, that if the elder had indeed learned of his furious confrontation with Feng Li, he should have rushed over to verify the truth long ago. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, the family head wishes to see you. Just as Yuan Feng was lost in thought, a sudden knock resonated at the door, accompanied by Wanner's gentle voice from outside. As if summoned by fate, Momentarily taken aback, Yuan Feng shook his head and chuckled. Just as he thought of Yuan Qinyun, the man appeared. It seemed there was indeed a peculiar understanding between him and his adoptive father. Without further deliberation, he hastily descended from the bed and deftly opened the door. Son greets father. As the door swung open, Yuan Qinyun stood there with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. Beside him, Warner quietly withdrew, leaving the father and son standing face to face to no need for excessive formalities. I merely had some leisure time and decided to pay a visit, Yuan Qinyun gestured dismissively. Upon seeing his son once again, he noticed that Yuan Feng seemed markedly different from their last encounter just days prior to in that instant. He found himself increasingly eager to learn of the rumors circulating outside. However, as the head of the family, a man who had weathered countless storms, he maintained a facade of composure despite the excitement brewing within him. Please, father, have a seat. With a serene smile, Yuan Feng understood that his adoptive father had likely come to discuss previous matters. He could not recall Yuan Qinyun ever having visited him personally. This was indeed a rare occurrence. Once inside the room, Wana had already brought in tea, and the two sat across from each other. Yuan Qinyun lifted his teacup and took a sip, yet hesitated to speak. Meanwhile, Yuan Feng chose to observe in silence, patiently awaiting his father's inquiry. Ahem, Feng, a few days ago, you mentioned your Yuan power had increased. I wonder how things stand now. The first to break the silence was Yuan Qinyun, though he cleverly avoided directly addressing the rumors, feigning casual interest in Yuan Feng's cultivation progress. Father, there is something I have long wished to share with you. But I was preoccupied with my training, which delayed me until now. With a gentle smile, Yuan Feng continued, to be candid, a few days ago, thanks to the Millennium Snow Ginseng you bestowed upon me, I successfully broke through to the third level of Yuan condensation, that I am now, in essence, a true martial artist. Crash. The sound of shattered porcelain followed closely behind Yuan Feng's words, as Yuan Qinyun, overwhelmed with emotion, crushed his teacup in his grip. What? What did you just say? Gone was the earlier composure. Yuan Qinyun sprang to his feet, casting aside all airs of authority and gentlemanly demeanor. Father, behold. Noticing Yuan Qinyun's fervent reaction, Yuan Feng could not help but chuckle, then rose to his feet, firmly establishing a horse stance. Once he steadied himself, he sprang into action, his fists flying in a rapid sequence. Bang, bang, bang. He unleashed 3 powerful punches, each executed with precision and accompanied by a gust of wind that generated explosive sounds in the air. These 3 punches were the first 3 forms of the Diamond Fist. The Diamond Fist? Witnessing Yuan Feng effortlessly perform the initial forms, Yuan Qinyun's face radiated with excitement. That it was common knowledge that only those who had reached the third level of Yuan condensation possessed sufficient Yuan power to cultivate martial techniques. Yuan Feng's consecutive execution of the first 3 forms of the Diamond Fist left no doubt regarding his third-level cultivation. Haha, splendid. My son has finally broken through. Finally, unable to contain his elation, Yuan Qinyun burst into hearty laughter. For many years, since Yuan Feng had commenced his training, a shadow had loomed over Yuan Qinyun's heart. Until his son reached the third level of Yuan condensation, he found it impossible to lift the weight of his worries. Now, with Yuan Feng's successful breakthrough, his heart could finally clear the clouds and behold the azure sky. The third level of Yuan condensation, while not particularly high, represented a crucial threshold for martial artists. Without reaching this level, one could not cultivate martial techniques. And without the ability to cultivate martial techniques, how could one truly be considered a martial artist? Haha, Fenger, such a monumental achievement. And you did not inform your father. I must convene a family meeting to announce this news. Yuan Qinyun was genuinely ecstatic. Yuan Feng's breakthrough was news he wished to proclaim to the world. Father, perhaps it is unnecessary to make such a grand announcement. Yuan Feng's expression darkened slightly. The mere third level of Yuan condensation did not warrant a family meeting. His adoptive father seemed intent on amplifying his embarrassment. Fortunately, he had concealed a layer of his cultivation. Had he revealed that he had already reached the 4th level of Yuan condensation and was on the verge of challenging the 5th, his father would surely be eager to announce it to the world. Of course, if he disclosed that not only had he broken through, but his aptitude had also enhanced several-fold, Yuan Qinyun might very well be overwhelmed with joy. What is this grand announcement? My son has reached the 3rd level of Yuan condensation and mastered the Diamond Fist. This is a momentous occasion for the Yuan family. Yuan Qingyun laughed heartily, but suddenly his expression shifted as he recalled something that by the way, Feng, there are widespread rumors that you have confronted Feng Li, the third young master of the Feng family, and incapacitated 2 of their third-level Yuan condensation guards. Tell me the truth, is there any merit to this claim, compared to Yuan Feng's advancement to the third level of Yuan condensation? Yuan Qingyun was far more curious about this matter. After all, even Yuan Feng, at the third level, should not have been able to easily incapacitate 2 third-level martial artists, let alone assault a fourth-level martial artist. Not wishing to conceal anything from his father, Yuan Feng confirmed, indeed, this incident is true. Moreover, there is another matter I wish to report to you, father. Please observe. Yuan Feng composed himself once more, then assumed a stance. Before Yuan Qingyun could react, he suddenly darted to his side, and by the time Yuan Qingyun's eyes widened in astonishment, he had returned to his original position, his speed so great that it left an afterimage in its wake. Gasp! Yuan Qingyun drew in a sharp breath, momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 10. Morning Dawn Tower. Yuan Feng's breakthrough to the third level of Yuan condensation and his mastery of the third form of the Diamond Fist had filled Yuan Qingyun with uncontainable joy. However, at this moment, witnessing Yuan Feng demonstrate a speed akin to the wind, he was no longer merely surprised but utterly astonished. Clearly, Yuan Feng was employing a profound movement technique, and such techniques were exceedingly rare. He could hardly fathom where his son had acquired such extraordinary skills. Now he understood why Yuan Feng, at the third level of Yuan condensation, could so easily confront Feng Li, who was at the fourth level. With such movement techniques, what did a mere layer of Yuan power disparity matter? The principles of martial arts, that they are indomitable and unbreakable, remain universally true. Fenger, what has transpired within you? Pray, tell your father. At this moment, Yuan Qingyun was genuinely unsettled. Yuan Feng had bestowed upon him an abundance of surprises today. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough, but he had also showcased such an extraordinary movement technique. To be frank, after years of training, he had rarely witnessed such graceful and agile movement, but if purely considering speed, he, at the 8th level of Yuan condensation, might not even surpass Yuan Feng. Father, nothing has transpired within me. It was merely that the fall from the cliff allowed me to gain clarity on many matters, leading to my previous breakthrough. As for this movement technique, you should be aware of the incomplete manual known as the Flying Dragon Steps in our Yuan family's martial arts pavilion. Correct? Yuan Feng had long since prepared his explanation. No matter how one viewed it, such a sudden breakthrough ought to have a reason behind it. Ascribing it all to that previous fall was indeed a plausible narrative. The Dragon Step technique. He did not dwell on other matters. Upon hearing about the Dragon Step, Yuan Qingyun was instantly captivated. Feng, are you saying that the martial skill you just executed was indeed the Dragon Step? Indeed, it was the Dragon Step, Yuan Feng affirmed with a nod. On that day, after my Yuan power broke through, I visited the martial arts pavilion to select a technique. Initially, I only chose the Diamond Fist. But the fragmented manuscript of the Dragon Step piqued my interest. Subsequently, I practiced according to the incomplete instructions within, and quite unexpectedly, I managed to cultivate the first layer of the Dragon Step. It seems this was fate in its own right. The matter of the sky swallowing martial spirit was something he could never disclose to anyone. Having attained the first layer of the Dragon Step, he could only attribute it to destiny. As for whether others would believe it, that was beyond his concern. Is it truly possible for such a thing to occur? After listening to Yuan Feng's explanation, Yuan Qingyun was evidently skeptical. Could one really cultivate a fragmented martial technique by mere happenstance? He was unsure. After all, in his years of cultivation, he had never heard of anyone successfully mastering a broken martial skill. Nevertheless, apart from Yuan Feng's explanation, he genuinely could not conceive of any other possibilities. Reflecting on it, the movement style that Yuan Feng had just displayed bore a remarkable resemblance to the fragmented manuscript of the Dragon Step. It undoubtedly was the Dragon Step. That incomplete version had been something he stumbled upon during his earlier travels, but regrettably, its severe incompleteness had rendered his research fruitless. Was it possible that heaven sought to compensate my son for the hardships he has endured over the years by bestowing him with this? After much contemplation, Yuan Qingyun could only temporarily place his trust in Yuan Feng's words. Heaven has shown mercy. My son is finally on the path to rising. Setting aside other thoughts, Yuan Qingyun's gaze suddenly grew fervent. Regardless of the specifics of his strength, with such a technique at his disposal, his son now possessed the means to protect himself. It appeared that in a few days, during the autumn hunt, his son could also partake and gain experience. His eyes became somewhat unfocused as a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Previously, Yuan Feng had been unable to break through, which had dampened his ambitions. However, now, armed with this astonishing movement technique, Yuan Feng undoubtedly had the qualifications to vie for the position of future family head. Perhaps it was indeed time for him to invest more effort into his son. Fenger, tell me about your recent cultivation. From now on, feel free to ask me anything you do not understand. The change in Yuan Qingyun's attitude was a complete turnaround, and Yuan Feng was not particularly surprised by it. In the ensuing time, Yuan Qingyun set aside all other matters, and for the first time in many years, the father and son sat together to discuss cultivation. Although Yuan Feng had the assistance of the sky swallowing martial spirit, he was still relatively inexperienced in his practice, and many experiential insights truly required guidance from Yuan Qingyun. Given Yuan Feng's eagerness to learn, Yuan Qingyun was more than willing to teach him. It was only when the sun dipped low in the sky that Yuan Qingyun reluctantly took his leave. As for Yuan Feng's breakthrough, he heeded the latter's advice and chose not to make a grand announcement. After all, with so many rumors circulating outside, it was better to let people speculate on their own. Once Yuan Qingyun departed, Yuan Feng could not help but smile to himself. Just a breakthrough to the third level of the Yuan condensation realm. And it has made my dear father so happy that it seems I made the right choice in not revealing the truth. However, on another note, the dragon step truly was extraordinary, having only cultivated its first layer. His speed was already astonishing. It seemed that this dragon step was likely not an ordinary yellow-grade martial skill. Squinting slightly, he was aware that typical yellow-grade martial skills should not possess such formidable power. Perhaps the dragon step truly transcended the realm of yellow-grade martial techniques. Regardless of its classification, as long as it proved useful, it was good. With a scoff, he glanced out at the darkening sky. Once night fell, he would attempt to challenge the fifth level of the Yuan condensation realm. Should he reach that level, with his grasp of the diamond fist, wind sword technique, and dragon step, he would be adequately equipped to safeguard himself in a place as modest as Fengtian County. He understood clearly that although he currently possessed 3 martial skills, his foundational Yuan power was still somewhat lacking. The Yuan power of the 4th level of the Yuan condensation realm could hardly sustain many punches or sword strikes. While technique was certainly crucial, the foundation of Yuan power was even more paramount. One must realize that sheer force could triumph over mere skill, no matter how profound his understanding of the martial arts. Without Yuan power to support it, he would similarly be unable to unleash the requisite strength. Thus, these past few days, he had immersed himself in breaking through his Yuan power, neglecting further practice of the diamond fist and wind sword technique. Having been in this world for some time, I have yet to experience its cultural richness. Since I still have time, I might as well take a stroll. Casting a glance at the sky, he suddenly felt the urge to step outside. While cultivation was vital, keeping oneself cooped up indoors might lead to mental stagnation before one's skills could even be honed. With this thought, he hesitated no longer, changed in a simpler attire, and headed outside. Before nightfall, the entire Fengtian County remained bustling with activity. Yuan Feng exited the Yuan family estate and made his way directly to the marketplace. The marketplace was the liveliest part of Fengtian County, filled with numerous taverns and tea houses. This bustling area was under the joint control of the 3 prominent families of Fengtian County, each managing its own territory and business. In the past, Yuan Feng had been a regular patron here. Thoroughly familiar with the marketplace, the area controlled by the Yuan family was situated on the west side of the marketplace. However, during this leisurely stroll, Yuan Feng chose not to venture into the Yuan family's territory. Instead, he naturally headed towards the Yuan family's area. Although the previous Yuan Feng was no longer present, the merging of the 2 Yuan Fengs retained some of the original Yuan Feng's habits. Once upon a time, the 3rd young master of the Yuan family often frequented the Yuan family's marketplace, and the reason was simple. It was undoubtedly a place where he had more opportunities to encounter the Yuan family's 2nd young lady. Yun Mingchen, the Morning Dawn Tower. Ah, how familiar, yet strange it felt. Coming to a halt, he looked up to see a magnificent 3-story tavern before him. The Morning Dawn Tower was the largest tavern in the marketplace. said to have been built by the Yun family's patriarch to celebrate the 10th birthday of the second young lady, Yun Mingchen. Little did he expect that the tavern would flourish, eventually becoming recognized as the premier establishment in Fengtian County within a few short years. Would he have the fortune to meet Yun Mingchen this time? His gaze suddenly became somewhat entranced, and a beautiful figure naturally surfaced in his mind. Even now, the mere thought of that exquisite silhouette left him somewhat entranced. Shaking his head with a smile, he dismissed the thought and stepped directly into the tavern at Yo, the third young master. It truly is the third young master. You've been gone for over half a month. We've missed you dearly. As soon as he entered, a familiar voice greeted him. Before the sound had faded, a plump figure rushed towards him. Upon seeing this rotund figure, Yuan Feng's lips curled into a smile. It's been a few days, and Manager Qian has become even more portly. Naturally, he recognized this chubby man, the manager of the Morning Dawn Tower, who represented the Yun family in overseeing the tavern, an astute businessman. Although he was not a direct member of the Yun family, his status within the family was quite significant, the reasons for which were not for outsiders to comprehend. Haha, the third young master is quite the charmer. I'm just a servant, merely inflated with flesh. The plump manager chuckled warmly, though a glimmer of surprise flickered in his eyes. Having interacted with Yuan Feng for so many years, he could undoubtedly sense that something about Yuan Feng had changed today. Third young master, please upstairs. Your favorite private room is available. Thank you. With a slight nod, Yuan Feng acknowledged him and proceeded upstairs. What a remarkable third young master of the Yuan family, after 3 days apart. How one's perspective changes, it seems the previous rumors were not unfounded. Upon Yuan Feng's ascent, the plump manager could not help but narrow his eyes. Despite the brevity of their exchange, he could fully perceive the change in Yuan Feng's demeanor. The previous Yuan Feng had been rather frivolous, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Yet now, every gesture Yuan Feng made exuded an unspoken steadiness. In overall terms, today's Yuan Feng was akin to a completely different person compared to half a month ago. Could it be that this lad had been feigning ignorance all along? If that were the case, he would be quite the schemer. A mere span of days was hardly sufficient for a fool to transform into a genius. Therefore, the only explanation could be that the former Yuan Feng had been concealing his true abilities. Of course, one could not rule out the possibility that the fall had granted Yuan Feng some fortuitous encounter. Yet he leaned more towards the former explanation. Whatever the case may be, it shall soon be revealed. With a low chuckle, he raised his hand, prompting a servant to rush over. After whispering a few words to the attendant, the latter nodded and hurried away, while he nonchalantly returned to his counter as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 11. Seeking a venue in the familiar private room, Yuan Feng sat gracefully by the window, quietly savoring the clear wine in his cup, relishing the tranquility of the moment. In times past, Yuan Feng had greatly enjoyed this pastime, sipping wine while gazing out at the passers-by through the window. Indeed, this feeling was quite delightful. The beverages in this world possessed a remarkable flavor. It seemed that the former third young master of the Yuan family knew how to indulge himself well. Shaking the jade cup in his hand, Yuan Feng sighed softly. The previous third young master of the Yuan family had wallowed in self-pity, constantly lamenting his fate, or chasing after the second young lady of the Yun family, leaving him with precious little time for cultivation. Had he devoted the hours spent in self-recrimination and revelry to his training, he might not have been stuck at the second level of the condensation realm. After all, while talent is significant, the effort put forth in cultivation is even more crucial. Much like an extraordinary genius, if one does not diligently practice, they will inevitably achieve nothing. In a few days, the autumn hunt would commence. According to his father's words, the martial spirit wielder from the Feng family should have returned, if memory serves. Feng Yu was the elder brother of Feng L. It was uncertain whether Feng Li would seek vengeance against his brother. On the way here, he had occasionally overheard discussions about the events of that day, that he understood that Feng Li, having been humiliated so thoroughly, would likely seek to retaliate for Feng Li himself. He did not concern himself with him, but he had to be cautious of Feng Yu, the talented martial artist from the Feng family, who possessed the Black Tiger martial spirit. Though he had undergone significant changes, Feng Yu had long since risen to prominence, joining the Yunxiao sect at the age of 15, and it had been 4 years since then. The rumors circulating in the outside world claimed that Feng Yu had now reached the 6th level of the condensation realm. A martial artist of level 6 with a martial spirit, which was far from ordinary. Whether a level 6 martial artist or a level 5 one, with my current mastery of the Yulong step, even a peak level 6 martial artist would find it impossible to contend with me. With a smirk, he felt no great concern. As the saying goes, artistry breeds courage. He was well aware of his own capabilities. Otherwise, he would not have ventured out at this time. Refilling his cup, he temporarily set aside all thoughts and immersed himself in enjoyment. In the past, his indulgence in wine had been a waste of time. But now he possessed the means to savor such pleasures. Yuan family waste, come out. However, it seemed that fate did not wish to grant Yuan Feng any respite. Just as he was about to finish his second cup of wine, a familiar shout erupted from below, shattering his leisurely mood. How persistent. Upon hearing the familiar roar from downstairs, Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. That voice was all too familiar. Aside from Feng Li, who else could it be? How swift his arrival! It seemed that this third young master of the Feng family had been keeping a close watch on my movements. With a calm smile, he harbored no anxiety. Once again filling his cup, he chose to ignore the commotion outside, continuing to drink at his leisure. Thud, thud, thud. The clamor mingled with footsteps, gradually approaching him. With his current cultivation, his senses were sharp, and he could discern from the footfalls that there were only two visitors. One was undoubtedly Feng Li, while the identity of the other was already forming in his mind. Bang! The door to the private room was kicked open, revealing two young figures that As expected. Slowly raising his head, he recognized both faces at the entrance. Feng Li needed no introduction, while the other was none other than Feng Yu, the only martial spirit wielder in Fengtian County and an inner disciple of the Yunxiao sect. Ha ha ha, useless Feng! I finally caught you. Before Yuan Feng could utter a word, Feng Li had already stormed in, his piercing laughter filling the room. Without even glancing at Feng Li, Yuan Feng's gaze bypassed him, focusing on the young man behind, who, at barely 20, wore an expression of indifference as he followed Feng Li into the room, just as he turned to glance in Yuan Feng's direction. Indeed, as the only martial spirit wielder in Fengtian County and an inner disciple of the Yunxiao sect, his demeanor was truly exceptional. Yuan Feng's impression of Feng Yu lingered from a few years ago when he had seen him, albeit at a time before Feng Yu had joined the Yunxiao sect. Thus, his memory of him was not particularly vivid. Now, facing this renowned young talent of Fengtian County, he could not help but silently commend him. Well, it seems fortune is on my side today, that I merely came out for a drink and unexpectedly encountered the second young master of the Feng family. If you don't mind the modest fare, please do sit and enjoy a drink with me. He smiled at Feng Yu without rising. What of a martial spirit wielder? What of an inner disciple of the Yunxiao sect? As long as they did not pique his interest, even the mightiest of figures would be of no consequence. The waste of the Yuan family. What an audacious attitude you have. Before Feng Yu could speak, Feng Li, unable to contain himself, interjected. Since entering the room, Yuan Feng had not even cast a glance in his direction. This was a blatant disregard. Typically the center of attention wherever he went, being ignored now was a staggering blow to his ego. Third brother, seeing Feng Li about to explode, Feng Yu stepped forward, gesturing for his brother to calm down. He approached Feng Li and began to scrutinize Yuan Feng, who sat behind the table. To be honest, before meeting Yuan Feng, he had never expected that the third young master of the Yuan family, long branded as a waste, would possess such an imposing aura. A waste. How laughable, to be able to converse so boldly in front of Feng Yu without the slightest hint of trepidation. How many in all of Fengtian County could achieve such a feat? If such a person were deemed a waste, then the entirety of Fengtian County would surely be filled with wastes. He, third young master of the Yuan family, it seems the rumors from the outside world are indeed not to be trusted. With a faint smile, Feng Yu slowly extended his right hand. I will only make 3 moves that if you can evade or withstand them, we shall consider the previous matter settled. What do you say? 3 moves? Young Master Feng certainly holds me in high regard. Hearing Feng Yu's proposal, Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. Since young Master Feng has spoken, it would be unreasonable for me to decline. Please proceed. As he spoke, he placed his wine cup down, standing up with an air of nonchalance. But he had long heard that the second young master of the Feng family, Feng Yu, was a rare genius in Fengtian County, and he was eager to test his abilities. Cultivation is not merely about burying oneself in thought, neglecting all else. It requires real experiences, the imposition of pressure upon oneself, and interactions with those who are stronger. Only then can one be spurred to progress. Very well. You have spirit. A smile broke across Feng Yu's face that he had genuinely feared that Yuan Feng would refuse, but it seemed the latter was indeed unafraid of challenges. Or perhaps overly confident to be careful now. With a slight smirk, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Feng Yu's eyes. Though it was their first encounter, he sensed that Yuan Feng was no ordinary adversary. Certainly far superior to his third brother Feng Li. Such a potential threat could not be allowed to grow unchecked. Bang! With a stomp of his foot, Feng Yu suddenly shot forward. Using the force of his stomp, he propelled himself like an arrow, hurtling toward Yuan Feng, so swift. Yuan Feng's eyes narrowed, instantly shedding any underestimation. The only martial spirit wielder in Fengtian County and an inner disciple of the Yinshao sect, he was indeed not to be dismissed lightly. Such speed! It seems he truly does not regard me highly. Feng Yu clearly did not unleash his full power. Yuan Feng understood that if Feng Yu were to go all out, his speed would undoubtedly surpass this. Up! There was no time for further contemplation. Feng Yu was already upon him. A fist the size of a cauldron aimed directly at his chest. In response, Yuan Feng swiftly kicked the table upward with a powerful thrust. Bang! Class! Feng Yu's fist struck the table, shattering the sturdy sandalwood surface into splinters, forcing his attack to a halt. First move, with a deft tip of his toes, Yuan Feng gracefully retreated a few steps. Now facing Feng Yu, who had landed back on the ground. Only under pressure can one find motivation. To achieve breakthroughs, one must engage in battle with skilled opponents. Undoubtedly, Feng Yu was an excellent adversary. With an irritable grunt, Feng Yu's expression darkened further. He had never anticipated that Yuan Feng would react so swiftly and execute his counterattack with such decisiveness, as if he were a seasoned warrior. What seemed like a simple kick was, in fact, a masterful blend of timing and power, a finesse that even Feng Yu had to admire. Tio thinks such a person existed in Fengtian County. In that case, I cannot afford to let you live. Internally resolving this, Feng Yu had made up his mind. The more extraordinary Yuan Feng appeared, the more he felt compelled to show no mercy. Flowing Cloud Palm. With a single strike, Feng Yu descended, his movements unrelenting in the blink of an eye. He was once again in motion. This time, it was evident that he was employing genuine strength. His palm trembled. And instantly, his entire arm transformed into a resplendent white, an embodiment of overwhelming might. Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. The moment he witnessed Feng Yu's attack, he understood the vast disparity in their capabilities. Engaging in a direct confrontation would be a foolhardy endeavor. To entangle with his opponent, he must fully utilize his own advantages. The dragon soaring step, speed. This was the most significant advantage he possessed compared to Feng Yu. Though he had mastered the seventh form of the Diamond Fist, he was aware that Feng Yu's years of martial arts training had undoubtedly endowed him with an understanding of techniques that matched his own. Moreover, unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to reveal his trump card, the seventh form of the Diamond Fist. Feng Yu's palm strike was terrifying. Even before it arrived, the gust generated had already approached with a thunderous sound. The fierce wind slicing through the air, creating an explosive echo. The dragon soaring step, a leisurely walk in the garden. Yuan Feng reacted swiftly. Sensing the approaching wind, he took a quick step, transforming into a butterfly flitting through flowers, narrowly evading Feng Yu's palm. The Diamond Fist, in an instant, having evaded Feng Yu's attack, Yuan Feng's gaze sharpened. As he pivoted, he directly maneuvered to Feng Yu's side, channeling his inner strength, and unleashed a formidable punch aimed at Feng Yu's cheek. Although he had promised to endure 3 strikes, he had not stated that he could not counterattack. Defense? Engaging with someone whose strength vastly surpassed his own while remaining defensive was a fool's errand. Only by taking the initiative could he truly defend himself. Feng Yu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated Yuan Feng's movement to be so exquisite. Clearly, he had mastered a formidable technique of footwork. A skill even Feng Yu had not possessed. What astonished Feng Yu even more was Yuan Feng's audacity to counterattack. There was no time for contemplation. He could sense that Yuan Feng's punch carried considerable force. If it landed, he would not emerge unscathed. In a moment of urgency, he withdrew his palm to the side for defense, but in doing so, he found himself lacking in strength, as the old force had dissipated while the new had yet to manifest. As their fists collided, Yuan Feng was sent hurtling backward, while Feng Yu, caught off guard, staggered back 3 steps. Chapter 12. The dust of cloud dreams within the private room. The atmosphere grew tense. Yuan Feng and Feng Yu faced each other. Yet their expressions were polar opposites. Yuan Feng wore a serene smile, while Feng Yu's countenance was as dark as a stormy sea. Having endured 2 of the 3 strikes, Yuan Feng remained completely unscathed and exuded an air of fighting spirit. Whereas Feng Yu, after 2 exchanges, found himself at a disadvantage, a scenario he could not accept. How is this possible? How could the useless Feng withstand 2 of Air Ji's strikes? This is absolutely inconceivable. To the side, Feng Li, who had been closely observing the battle, was left in a stupor. Originally, he had assumed that Feng Yu's strike would incapacitate Yuan Feng in an instant. However, 2 exchanges had passed, and Yuan Feng had effortlessly withstood them without a scratch, far exceeding Feng Li's expectations. Why is this happening? In less than a month, how could the useless Feng have become so formidable? Envy, jealousy, and hatred surged within Feng Li's heart. He was a pinnacle warrior at the 4th level of the condensing Yuan realm. Yet he knew he could not withstand even 1 strike from Feng Yu, that if Yuan Feng could easily endure 2 strikes. It implied a vast chasm between himself and Yuan Feng, that of course, it was not just Feng Li who was shocked. The most astonished was Feng Yu himself. The techniques, skills, opportunities, and audacity of this 3rd young master of the Yuan family were unexpectedly formidable. It seemed that the family's intelligence operatives could be consigned to the dogs. Looking at the beaming Yuan Feng before him, Feng Yu had entirely shed his underestimation, but on the contrary, at this moment, he regarded Yuan Feng as a potential threat. He firmly believed that if Yuan Feng were allowed to develop unchecked, he could one day pose a challenge to him. While Yuan Feng's current strength could not be compared to his own, it must be admitted that, in certain aspects, Yuan Feng now possessed qualities that were not inferior to his OW and at the very least. Yuan Feng's ability to seize opportunities in battle and his extraordinary bravery compelled Feng Yu to admire him. Undoubtedly, it was Yuan Feng's extraordinary footwork that truly ignited his envy. He was acutely aware that Yuan Feng's recent transformation from passive to active was entirely due to his footwork, and if he could acquire such a martial art, it would be a remarkable boon to think that such a person exists in Fengtian County. It appears that the rumors from the outside world may have been a smokescreen, as Feng Yu's expression gradually softened. He seemed to relax suddenly. "Kid, from whom did you learn your footwork? Hand it over to me, and I can guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and honor. Otherwise, I fear you won't leave this room today." Upon hearing Feng Yu's words, Yuan Feng's brows furrowed slightly. So it seems that young Master Feng has taken an interest in my footwork. Unfortunately, this technique was imparted to me by a predecessor without leaving behind any manuals. So, I fear young Master Feng may be disappointed. Regarding the dragon soaring step, he had thought of this excuse after conferring with his father. The existence of the incomplete version of the dragon soaring step within the Yuan family was clearly not something he could casually disclose. No matter how one looked at it, having mastered this technique, if outsiders were to discover that he had learned it from his family, it could bring unnecessary trouble to the Yuan family. What? Guidance from a predecessor master? Upon hearing Yuan Feng's response, Feng Yu was momentarily taken aback, followed by a flicker of disappointment. Some elder masters often impart their ultimate skills to certain individuals on a whim. Such occurrences are not uncommon across the continent. Thus, Yuan Feng's response was entirely reasonable. Moreover, if such a master truly existed, it would provide a plausible explanation for Yuan Feng's sudden surge in strength. As for the notion that this footwork technique belonged to the Yuan family, that was something he would never entertain. That if the Yuan family possessed such martial arts, they would have revealed it long ago. How could they have hidden it until now? To think that at such a young age, you have encountered such fortuitous circumstances. How rare! Shaking his head, Feng Yu couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. If that is the case, then you truly have no need to continue existing. Not good. Yuan Feng's expression changed dramatically, a wave of danger suddenly enveloping him, emanating from the opposing Feng Yu. That he intends to kill me. In an instant, he comprehended that Feng Yu had indeed harbored murderous intent, that a shadow appeared above Feng Yu's head. And simultaneously, the air around him seemed to ignite, his clothes flowing without wind. And his face darkened significantly at that moment. That is this the Black Tiger martial spirit? Yuan Feng's expression grew grave. He had not expected Feng Yu's resolve to kill him to be so unwavering that he would even summon his martial spirit. The invocation of a martial spirit signified that Feng Yu was prepared to unleash his full power. Phew, how flattering. Exhaling deeply, he realized that he could no longer conceal his true abilities. Whether he could withstand Feng Yu's full-on assault was uncertain. But at this moment, to hide his strength would be tantamount to courting death. Originally, he had not intended to reveal all his capabilities, but now it seemed that even if he wished to refrain, he could not buzz. However, just as he was about to channel his inner strength to fully confront Feng Yu's final strike, the devouring heaven martial spirit within him quaked violently, as if it were about to burst forth. Moreover, from the devouring heaven martial spirit, a surge of excitement seemed to emanate. What is happening? His expression shifted, and he hurriedly focused his mind, attempting to rein in the restless devouring heaven martial spirit. Though he was preparing to respond with all his strength, he had no intention of employing the devouring heaven martial spirit. He did not want anyone to know of its existence, at least not until he had sufficient means of self-protection. Yet the ordinarily docile devouring heaven martial spirit was now acting beyond his control. Had he not noticed in time, it might have already erupted forth. Gazing intently at the increasingly clear silhouette of the black tiger above Feng Yu's head, he felt a flicker of realization. Yuan Feng, to die beneath my black tiger martial spirit, you should feel honored. Feng Yu had completed his build-up of power. He was indeed intent on killing Yuan Feng. Allowing a threat like Yuan Feng to remain unchecked would be foolish, but he was unaware of what other abilities Yuan Feng possessed, so he could only unleash his full strength. After all, there were no outsiders around. He was not worried about ridicule that, of course, even if there were onlookers, he would still act without reservation that on the very first day he joined the Yunxiao sect. Someone had already taught him to always give his all, never to be careless, for otherwise he would be the one to suffer. Young Master Feng, are you really going to put me to death? With a calm smile, Yuan Feng simultaneously controlled the devouring heaven martial spirit while channeling all his inner strength. Though Feng Yu was formidable, if he could execute the dragon soaring step to its utmost and combine it with the seventh form of the diamond fist, he might still possess the strength to fight back. At the very least, it would not be so easy for Feng Yu to kill him, that if worst comes to worst, he could simply flee, and as for the agreement of 3 strikes, he could let it be damned. It is indeed your own fault for being so ostentatious. Remember, in your next life, one must remain discreet. Die for me. Feng Yu let out a cold smile. Having resolved to eliminate witnesses, he no longer hesitated. With a contemptuous snort, he prepared to unleash a fatal strike. Who would have thought that upon entering, I would witness the prowess of young Master Feng Yu's black tiger martial spirit? I am truly honored. However, just as Feng Yu was about to make his move to eradicate any future threats, a light laugh suddenly rang out. This laughter was akin to a warm ray of sunshine on a frigid winter's day, or a refreshing breeze under the scorching sun, leaving anyone who heard it with a sense of unburdened joy. The unexpected voice abruptly interrupted Feng Yu's attack, causing the shadow of the black tiger above him to retract instantly. Instinctively, Feng Yu's gaze turned toward the entrance, and he found himself momentarily dazed at this moment. Yuan Feng's heart also trembled violently. His previously clenched fists slowly relaxed. Hearing that familiar voice stirred an uncontrollable excitement within him. His gaze involuntarily shifted toward the entrance, where a familiar figure captivated him utterly. Draped in white silk, with skin as smooth as jade, and delicate brows framing a charming smile, the person before him seemed far too ethereal to belong to this world. Only the celestial realms of the heavens could possibly host such a divine being. The second daughter of the Yun family, Yun Mingchen, has indeed graced me with her presence. After a brief moment of distraction, Yuan Feng quickly regained his composure. He was not the type to be rendered speechless by a beautiful woman. His earlier unease stemmed more from the reputation of the Yuan family's 3rd young master, who regarded Yun Mingchen as a celestial being. Having inherited the memories of that individual, he naturally felt the influence. Indeed, she is a beauty. No wonder she has bewitched so many to the point of risking their very lives. With a slight curl of his lip, he found himself somewhat empathetic toward the 3rd young master of the Yuan family. Dying under the peony, one remains a romantic spirit. It is a pity that the former Yuan family 3rd young master, despite having become a ghost, never savored the pleasures of romance. Heh, perhaps I should fulfill his unspoken wishes. As he gazed upon Yun Mingchen, these thoughts silently crossed his mind. Esteemed young masters, my Yun family conducts business with a principle of amicable dealings. Your intense altercation here puts me in quite a precarious position. With slightly parted lips, Yun Mingchen's voice carried no trace of the mundane. Her gaze swept over the three individuals in the room. She barely acknowledged Fong Li, but lingered on Yuan Fong for a moment before naturally settling on Fong Yu. Young Master Fong, regardless of what transpired earlier, Mingchen hopes you will cease hostilities. As a favor to me, what say you, young Master Fong? A gentle smile adorned Yun Mingchen's face. This warm demeanor adding a touch of familiarity. It has been many years, and indeed, the second daughter of the Yun family has grown even more radiant. Fong Yu quickly returned to his senses and upon hearing Yun Mingchen's words, offered a slight smile. However, his lips soon curled into a smirk, not out of a lack of respect for Yun Mingchen, but because I have a prior agreement with this Yuan Fong that he must endure 3 of my strikes, and there remains 1 yet unspent. I hope the second daughter can understand. 3 strikes. A look of surprise flitted across Yun Mingchen's face. Having just arrived, she was unaware of the preceding events. Now, hearing Fong Yu mention the 3 strikes, she felt a surge of concern that if Fong Yu's words held any weight, then Yuan Fong had already withstood 2 of his strikes. She knew Yuan Fong well. It was simply inconceivable that he could withstand 2 strikes from Fong Yu. Turning her gaze to Yuan Fong, she scrutinized him intently. Chapter 13. Unexpected developments as she assessed Yuan Fong from top to bottom. Yun Mingchen's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. She harbored feelings of guilt toward Yuan Fong, knowing he had ventured into the black maple forest to gather linglong flowers for her and had fallen into a ravine in the process. Her appearance here was meant to assist him, repaying a debt of gratitude. Yet, she had not anticipated that the seemingly inconsequential Yuan Fong could withstand 2 strikes from Fong Yu. Curiosity piqued. She wondered how he had achieved this feat. Previously, she had heard rumors of Yuan Fong striking Fong Li. She had been skeptical, but now it seemed there was some truth to it. The Yuan Fong before her was still the same Yuan Fong, with the exception of a slight reduction in his aura of despondence. She could hardly believe that in less than half a month, a so-called waste could transform into a genius. Cough, cough, Miss Yun. While I am aware that I possess a certain charm, there is no need for you to stare so intently. Had it been the previous 3rd young master of the Yuan family, he would have trembled and been at a loss under such scrutiny from Yun Mingchen. However, the present Yuan Fong was different. Though Yun Mingchen was beautiful, in his eyes, she was merely a beautiful woman. In his past life, he had encountered countless stunning maidens. How could he be overwhelmed by a mere girl? Yuan Feng's sudden remark caused Yun Mingchen to momentarily pause. For as long as she could remember, Yuan Fong had been trailing after her, constantly attempting to curry favor, yet he had never spoken so freely before. Now, he dared to jest with her, and this shift in dynamic intrigued her. Could it be that this waste has truly awakened? She mused inwardly that it has been several days since we last met. Young Master Yuan has indeed undergone considerable change. Adjusting her demeanor, Yun Mingchen took a step forward, pondering whether she had simply misunderstood Yuan Fong or if he had intentionally concealed his true self. It seemed that from this day forth, she would have to reassess her understanding of Yuan Fong. Everyone must grow. I was rather immature before, and I apologize for any amusement I may have caused you. Miss Yun. Waving his hand, Yuan Fong continued. Miss Yun, I may have caused you some inconvenience in the past, but that will not be the case moving forward. If given the chance, I would very much like to be friends with you. Yuan Fong spoke without restraint. As someone who had traversed different worlds, he had encountered all manner of storms and tribulations, whether it was a proud daughter of heaven or a gifted youth. They were all the same to him. None possessed any privileges. Young Master Yuan, wherefore these words? Have we not always been friends? Yun Mingchen suddenly realized that in her exchange with Yuan Fong, she found herself on the back foot, as if he were leading the conversation. This sensation was both curious and refreshing. Indeed, we have always been friends. Yuan Fong smirked, fully aware that prior to today, Yun Mingchen had never regarded him as a friend. She had likely never even spared him a glance. Esteemed gentlemen, while reminiscing is delightful, let us first resolve the pressing matters at hand. Noticing the lively exchange between Yuan Fong and Yun Mingchen, Fong Yu's expression darkened. and he could no longer resist interjecting. Previously, he had felt a sense of superiority with Yun Mingchen's attention, but now, seeing her focus shift to Yuan Feng left him feeling quite displeased. Young Master Feng, Mingchen has already stated that the Qinci Tower conducts business with amicable dealings. Thus, today, I will absolutely not permit you to engage in violence here. Before Yuan Feng could respond, Yun Mingchen stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of him. This woman Yuan Feng was taken aback. He bore no fear of Feng Yu and could certainly attempt to endure the 3 strikes he had agreed to. Naturally, if it proved too difficult, he could always escape. After all, he was significantly younger and less experienced than Feng Yu. Fleeing would not be a disgrace. Yet he had not anticipated that Yun Mingchen would choose this moment to shield him, her actions clearly antagonizing Feng Yu. Offending a martial spirit practitioner like Feng Yu. Was that truly wise? Miss Yun, are you favoring this fellow? Feng Yu's expression turned icy, and the previously dissipated aura suddenly intensified. Perhaps he sought to display his might before the fair maiden, for his presence was now even more formidable than before. Favoring? Mingchen harbors no such intentions. However, if young Master Feng insists on interpreting it that way, there is little I can do. Yun Mingchen maintained her smile, seemingly unfazed by Feng Yu's imposing demeanor. Feng Yu's face darkened to the point of almost dripping with resentment. At this moment, he was utterly enraged. What was his status? The only martial spirit practitioner in Fengtian County and an inner disciple of the Xintian sect. How could a mere woman dare to confront him in such a manner? Should this news reach the sect, it would surely be an embarrassment. Miss Yun, you must consider carefully. Some decisions not only bring trouble upon yourself, but could also jeopardize your family's very existence. I advise you not to act impulsively, lest you find yourself regretting it. Are you threatening me? Young Master Feng, with a raised brow, Yun Mingchen remained unfazed. Although she was a woman, she was resolute in her beliefs. Having declared that violence was forbidden here, she would not allow anyone to transgress that rule. Yun Mingchen stood her ground, and given the gravity of the situation, it was clear there was no room for negotiation. Splendid. Miss Yun, you truly possess a strong character. However, what I, Feng Yu, wish to accomplish has never been thwarted by anyone. I am eager to see how you intend to stop me. With a long laugh, Feng Yu suddenly darted forward, aiming directly at Yun Mingchen's rear, seemingly intent on using brute force. Upon witnessing Feng Yu's aggressive approach, Yun Mingchen let out a delicate snort, yet made no move to defend herself. However, as she uttered that soft sound, a gust of wind swept through the private room, revealing that a plump figure had unexpectedly appeared within. Master Feng Yu, such a temper. But this is Qinci Tower. Not your Feng family, and certainly not the Yunxiao sect. I kindly ask you to calm down. The rotund figure materialized right in front of Feng Yu, effectively obstructing his advance. The voice faded. The onlookers finally discerned the speaker's appearance. Manager Qian. The first to recognize him was none other than Yuan Feng. Although he was the focal point of the entire incident, due to Yun Mingchen's protection, he had inadvertently become a bystander. Gazing at the plump manager who stood in Feng Yu's way, his eyes widened in astonishment. How could someone so corpulent possess such remarkable speed? Yuan Feng's mind struggled to comprehend it. Traditionally, the manager of Qinci Tower had always given off a clumsy impression to outsiders. Manager Qian was merely a businessman, presumed to have no martial prowess whatsoever. Yet, this recent display had utterly shattered his preconceptions. To appear in an instant within the room, such an individual could hardly be an ordinary tavern keeper. The adage, "Don't judge a book by its cover," rang true in this instance. His eyes narrowed, and at that moment his mind raced as he attempted to piece together his thoughts. From the moment Yun Mingchen stood up to challenge Feng Yu, he sensed something was amiss. Logically, even if she intended to assist him, she should not so recklessly provoke Feng Yu. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Throughout the encounter, it seemed as though Yun Mingchen had never regarded Feng Yu as a threat. Now, with Manager Qian's sudden intervention, a flicker of understanding ignited within him. His feelings were not misplaced. Yun Mingchen indeed saw Feng Yu as inconsequential, at least devoid of any fear towards him. After all, with such a formidable protector by her side, why would she need to regard Feng Yu with any concern? At the Yun family and Yun Mingchen, it appears that not only must you re-evaluate your perception of me, but I too must reassess my understanding of you. Each individual harbors their own secrets. It seemed that Yuan Feng was now cloaked in mysteries, and it appeared that Yun Mingchen also concealed some hidden truths. While Yuan Feng pondered, Feng Yu, as his adversary confronting Manager Qian, found himself bereft of any capacity for contemplation. How is this possible? How could this be? Feng Yu was utterly bewildered before joining the Yunxiao sect. He had some recollection of Manager Qian, and like others, he had never imagined that this unassuming rotund man could be a deeply concealed master. The speed displayed by Manager Qian had far surpassed his expectations. Within the sect, he had encountered numerous formidable figures and understood the implications of such velocity that a congenital master. Could he truly be a practitioner of innate strength? Instinctively retreating a step, Feng Yu regarded Manager Qian warily, his expression shifting chaotically. Young Master Feng, Chenxi Tower is a place of decorum. Since you find our customs disagreeable, I kindly ask you to take your leave. Yun Mingchen stepped forward once more, her tone indifferent. As she spoke, Manager Qian respectfully stepped aside, continuing to play the role of a loyal servant. What a fine family the Yuns are, what a splendid Chenxi Tower, I have taken note. Upon hearing Yun Mingchen's words, Feng Yu inhaled deeply, casting a glance at her, and then at Manager Qian before turning to descend the stairs. The events of the day had exceeded all his expectations. The presence of a congenital master at Chenxi Tower was indeed a significant matter that required his serious contemplation. By the way, allow me to remind you, young Master Feng, this world is vast, and the Heishan Kingdom is but small, as is the Yunxiao sect, that it would be wise for you not to spread word of today's events. And I hope you will take care in the future. Before Feng Yu could distance himself, Yun Mingchen's voice reached his ears once more. Hearing her words, Feng Yu momentarily halted, yet did not linger and proceeded downstairs. Second brother. Witnessing Feng Yu's departure, Feng Li, who had been rendered speechless by the unfolding events, hurriedly followed. Everything that had transpired today was undoubtedly overwhelming for him, and he would likely take some time to digest it all. Ahem, thank you, Miss Yun, for your assistance. Yuan Feng expressed his gratitude once Feng Yu and his brother had exited. Young Master Yuan, you are too courteous to ask the hostess of Chenxi Tower. It is my duty to ensure your comfort. Yun Mingchen replied with a sweet smile. Chenxi Tower lives up to its reputation as the finest tavern in Fengtian County, that I shall surely return at the next opportunity. Yuan Feng chuckled, casting a meaningful glance at both Yun Mingchen and Manager Qian. Gratitude cannot be expressed in words that it has been a while since I left home, and I worry my father may be concerned that I shall take my leave. With that, he showed no inclination to linger and promptly turned to depart. Young Master Yuan, travel safely. Yun Mingchen smiled graciously, maintaining eye contact with Yuan Feng as she watched him leave. Observing his unperturbed exit stirred a sense of subtle disappointment within her. Once everyone had departed, only Yun Mingchen and Manager Qian remained in the private room. Manager Qian, you intentionally leaked information to the Feng family, did you not? After seeing Yuan Feng off, Yun Mingchen gently rolled up her sleeves, casually righting the fallen tables and chairs as she spoke, that I merely wished to test Yuan Feng. Manager Qian replied, but Yun Mingchen abruptly cut him off with a sharp rebuke, though her voice was not loud. It compelled Manager Qian to kneel before her in fright, that I deserve to be punished. I deserve to be punished. Please, Miss Yun, forgive me. Remember from now on, do not act without my consent, or do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Now go and attend to your duties. Her expression darkened, and an invisible force coalesced around her, exuding a chilling aura that caused Manager Qian to perspire profusely. Yes, I shall never dare again, Miss Yun. I take my leave. Manager Qian, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly bowed and exited, not daring to lift his head. Yuan Feng, whether you are inherently this way or have encountered fortuitous circumstances, I have now repaid my debt to you. Once alone, Yun Mingchen murmured to herself before slowly departing. Throughout it all, she had not allowed the offense against Feng Yu to weigh on her mind. Chapter 14. Breakthrough. As dusk fell, the entirety of Fengtian County gradually descended into tranquility, with the flow of pedestrians becoming increasingly sparse. The day's clamor was finally drawing to a close. That on the streets, Yuan Feng strolled leisurely, a faint look of perplexity adorning his face. There was certainly something peculiar about the Yun family and Yun Mingchen. A mere tavern manager could possess such strength and show no regard for the inner disciples of the Yunxiao sect. He could only wonder what hidden truths lay beneath the surface. Since leaving Chinsi Tower, he had been ruminating over the day's events. It was evident that both Yun Mingchen and manager Qian had not regarded Fang Yu with any seriousness. Logically speaking, Fang Yu was not only a disciple of the Yunxiao sect, but also bore the martial spirit. With limitless potential for future accomplishments, he was certainly not an adversary one would wish to provoke. Yet, despite this, Yun Mingchen had remained utterly unrestrained in her confrontation. There were only two possibilities. Either the Yun family had grown powerful enough to disregard the Yunxiao sect, or they possessed formidable backing that equaled the strength of the sect. To offend Fang Yu was, in some respects, to offend the Yunxiao sect. This was a truth Yun Mingchen could not possibly overlook. Since she demonstrated no fear of the Yunxiao sect, it was evident that she had a force behind her that was not inferior to the sect. The first possibility seemed unlikely. It appeared that the Yun family indeed had powerful support backing them. And this force was assuredly not beneath the Yunxiao sect. He recalled Yun Mingchen's words before Fang Yu's departure. The Heishan kingdom is small, and the Yunxiao sect is also small. Tsk. It seemed that this second daughter of the Yun family was far more than just a pretty face. To possess such a broad perspective beyond the Heishan kingdom must mean she was not a mere sheltered maiden of a small family. A smile crept across his face, a sense of excitement brewing within him. This world is truly fascinating, with countless unknowns and intriguing matters awaiting exploration, ensuring that boredom would never find him. However, to delve into the realm of the unknown is not something just anyone can accomplish. The foundation of all this lies in one's own strength. The night was drawing near. It was time to return and attempt a breakthrough. Casting a glance at the evening glow on the horizon, he momentarily set aside his thoughts. Some matters were beyond his reach at present. There were certainly secrets hidden within Yun Mingchen, but he had yet to earn the right to know them. It would be wise to inform his father to tread carefully around the Yun family. With a slight click of his tongue, he ceased to ponder further and proceeded directly towards the Yuan family mansion. The journey was marked by silence, and as nightfall approached, he returned to his chamber, settling cross-legged in meditation. Before him lay the remnants of a millennium-old snow ginseng, alongside a packet of red ginseng acquired earlier from the market. And he commenced his cultivation without hesitation. Beginning with a simple regulation of his breath, he circulated the Yuan force within his body through a complete cycle. Subsequently, he wasted no time in consuming half of the snow ginseng and several pieces of high-quality red ginseng, which he ingested with remarkable speed. The effects of the snow ginseng and red ginseng far surpassed those of the basic spiritual herbs he had previously consumed, enveloping him in a misty aura, a result of the spiritual energy emanating from the plants. The image of the devouring sky martial spirit naturally emerged, maximizing the transformation of the plant's energy into Yuan force, replenishing his meridians and dantian. This not only fortified his meridians and bones, but also enhanced his innate qualities and physical prowess, while simultaneously elevating his Yuan force levels. An endeavor pursued on two fronts as his cultivation advanced. The path to further breakthroughs became increasingly arduous in the past. His low foundation allowed him to easily consume Yuan force and transcend realms, yet the energy required for each subsequent breakthrough grew exponentially. Although the devouring sky martial spirit could convert external energy into Yuan force to its fullest extent, there remained a prerequisite of having sufficient energy available. Transitioning from the fourth to the fifth layer of the Yuan condensation realm necessitated a quantity of energy that undoubtedly exceeded the cumulative amount required for all prior breakthroughs. Thus, achieving this breakthrough was no trifling matter. Furthermore, once he reached the fifth layer, progressing to the next stage would present even greater challenges. Even with ample energy, a profound understanding of the techniques would be essential. To expect to break through a layer in mere days would require extraordinary fortune, as it was unlikely to succeed even over several months as the Yuan force flowed through him. His meridians resembled rivers, with the Yuan force akin to flowing water. With the fourth layer of the cultivation technique operating at its peak, the speed of the stream intensified, rushing toward an ultimate goal, since he began absorbing rare materials. His meridians had expanded and strengthened exponentially. His cultivation aptitude in the entirety of Heishan Kingdom could be considered among the elite, and this aptitude would only continue to rise as he consumed more and superior materials. The combined energy from half a millennium-old snow ginseng and several red ginseng pieces was considerable. However, the energy required to ascend from the fourth to the fifth layer of the Yuan condensation realm was beyond Yuan Feng's expectations. After cycling through the cultivation technique a multitude of times, he still found himself unable to break through. Alas, it appears I have underestimated the challenge, he mused. The fifth layer of the Yuan condensation realm was already considered the domain of experts. How could a breakthrough be so easily achieved? Despite mastering the fourth layer of the cultivation technique to perfection, the deficiency in Yuan force reserves proved to be a critical hindrance, preventing him from achieving a decisive breakthrough. In truth, with his current reserves, he could have easily challenged the fifth layer if he were an ordinary practitioner in the fourth layer. However, his meridians were now exceptionally resilient, their robustness far surpassing that of his peers, thus naturally increasing the difficulty of his breakthrough. That, of course, while the process was more challenging. Once he succeeded, his foundational Yuan force would be considerably stronger than that of others at the same level, granting him a marked advantage in combat. The correlation was direct. Not to worry. If I cannot achieve it in one go, I shall take my time. With the current speed of my Yuan force circulation, I can complete thousands of cycles in a single night. Surely, that should suffice. With a slight smirk, he focused his breath, accelerating the operation of the cultivation technique. Instantly, the Yuan force within his meridians surged, circulating at an increased velocity. While an ordinary practitioner might take several minutes to complete a single cycle of Yuan force, producing only a wisp of energy in that time, his enhanced meridians allowed him to perform a complete cycle in mere breaths. After completing a cycle, the condensed Yuan force significantly exceeded that of ordinary practitioners, indicating that his cultivation speed was vastly superior to that of the average individual. Calming his mind, he dismissed all distractions. Immersing himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation, that AS is well known. Cultivation is a laborious endeavor. The repetitive cycles of Yuan force circulation are far from a simple matter. They demand immense mental fortitude and place considerable physical strain on the practitioner, resulting in a dual torment of body and spirit. While the strength of martial artists is often visible, the relentless hardships they endure in silence remain unseen. Indeed, it is precisely because of the arduous nature of martial training that the distinction between powerful and weak practitioners exists. Those who exert greater effort are naturally more likely to become formidable warriors, while those who shy away from hardship will inevitably find themselves left behind. Yuan Feng was unafraid of toil, repeatedly circulating his Yuan force. The rapid pace left him feeling sore all over, and the intense focus required to control his technique drained his spirit further. At this juncture, others might have faltered. However, he persisted. Whether in this life or the last, he had never shied away from hardship, fully aware that enduring this suffering would ultimately lead to boundless rewards. As the night deepened, the Yuan family mansion fell into a profound silence. All inhabitants having retired for the evening, the occasional chirping of insects added to the tranquility of the estate. Unbeknownst to him, a full moon had risen high in the sky, quietly sinking in the west. The night slipped away in hushed stillness. As dawn approached, the sun had yet to break the horizon. The world remained dim, and the slumbering populace had not yet awakened. Yet within the depths of the Yuan family mansion, in the room of Yuan Feng, the once laziest of the Yuan family's third young masters, he had spent the entire night awake. Oh, close. He was almost there. Beads of sweat trickled down Yuan Feng's forehead, his complexion slightly pale. Throughout the night, he had lost count of how many cycles of Yuan force he had completed. His body was numb with pain, and his mental fatigue had reached its limits. This night had been arduous, yet no matter how challenging, he was determined to succeed. It must be noted that his encounters at the Morning Dawn Tower with both Fang Yu and Yun Mingchen had served as a wake-up call. In this world, strength dictated authority. Fang Yu was powerful enough to disregard him, while Yun Mingchen could do the same to Fang Yu. The rationale was simple, that in terms of potential, few in the Heishan Kingdom, or even across the continent, could surpass him, who bore the devouring sky martial spirit. Yet he could not afford to wait, and no matter how exceptional one's potential, being weak meant being at the mercy of others. Countless extraordinarily gifted talents had perished before they could fully realize their capabilities. Therefore, he could not afford to wait, nor could he afford to be patient to survive in this world. And to thrive, he must seize every moment to cultivate and expedite his growth. Sweat dripped steadily from his forehead. his physical burden nearing its peak, when suddenly his eyes flew open. Fifth layer of the cultivation technique, activate. After a relentless night of cultivation, his Yuan force reserves had finally reached the threshold necessary to challenge the fifth layer of the Yuan condensation realm. Success or failure hinged on this moment. With a soft crackling sound echoing from the depths of his soul, all his meridians instantaneously became even more robust and resilient, while the Yuan force coursing through them surged dramatically. Its circulation accelerating. I did it. Joy radiated from him as he sensed the changes within his body. The mental fatigue that had plagued him vanished in an instant, and the physical pain dissipated as well. At last, he had reached the fifth layer of the Yuan condensation realm. He clenched his fist with determination, feeling an unparalleled sense of fulfillment in that moment. Chapter 15. The Void Finger after a whole night of cultivation. Yuan Feng had successfully broken through to the fifth layer of the Yuan condensation realm. Transformed by this achievement, he felt a marked difference in himself. The ninth layer of the Yuan condensation realm represented a significant tier, with each layer signifying a distinct realm. The leap from the fourth to the fifth layer was especially pronounced, a mere step yet worlds apart. This breakthrough not only fortified his body and meridians, but also exponentially increased his foundational Yuan force, providing him with ample energy to unleash formidable martial techniques. Truth be told, had he engaged Fang Yu in combat prior to this breakthrough, preserving his life would not have been difficult. However, maneuvering against him would have posed a significant challenge. Now, with his Yuan force enhanced, if he were to unleash the seventh style of the Diamond Fist, complemented by the Dragon Movement technique, he could certainly hold his own against Fang Yu, perhaps even gain the upper hand. Riding the momentum of his breakthrough, he continued to circulate his Yuan force through several grand cycles, thoroughly familiarizing himself with the fifth layer of the cultivation technique before finally pausing to at last. I have reached the fifth layer of the Yuan condensation realm. Now, I can cultivate martial techniques with confidence and boldness. Previously, he had found it somewhat challenging to execute the seventh form of the Diamond Fist, and he did not dare to attempt the eighth form at all. However, now, with his realm having broken through, and given the robustness of his meridians and the strength of his body at this moment, he found himself more than capable of practicing the eighth form of the Diamond Fist. Similarly, he could also easily attempt the subsequent techniques of the Wind Swordplay. Neither the Diamond Fist nor the Wind Swordplay required haste. It seemed that a more suitable manual awaited his cultivation. With a raised eyebrow, he reached into his robe and retrieved a tattered tome, the Annihilation Finger. If he could master this technique, he would possess a genuine means of self-preservation. This battered book was indeed a fortuitous find from the marketplace when he witnessed an injustice. Upon acquiring the tome that day, he had meticulously perused its contents. Due to its age, nearly every page bore damage, and the remaining characters and illustrations were scarcely half of the original. Nevertheless, that half was more than sufficient for him. Through the restoration ability of the Sky-Eating Martial Spirit, he had managed to reconstruct this martial arts manual. The Annihilation Finger, an advanced martial skill classified as Xian level, is divided into three forms. The first form, the Spiritual Link Finger. The second form, the Finger that supports heaven. And the third form, the Void Sword. These three simple finger techniques, accompanied by a lengthy incantation of several thousand characters, were already etched in his mind. The tattered tome in his hand was of little practical use. Now, it is often said that good deeds are rewarded, and he never expected that a mere act of witnessing injustice would yield such a precious reward that he resolved to perform more good deeds in the future. As he stored away the remnants of the Annihilation Finger, a sense of pride welled up within him. Indeed, this martial technique obtained from the elderly vendor was a genuine Xian-level skill. Such advanced techniques are treasures not only in Fengtian County, but would also be regarded as invaluable within some of the larger sects of the Black Mountain Kingdom. He could assert with confidence that if news of him possessing the Xian-level Annihilation Finger were to spread, experts would undoubtedly rush to seize it. Yet who could have imagined that such a powerful martial art would be hidden in the hands of an ordinary elder in Fengtian County, only to fortuitously fall into the hands of Yuan Feng? Speaking of which, countless experts roam the continent, and those elusive powers often temporarily reside in desolate mountains or ancient caves, habitually leaving behind some martial techniques upon their departure. Such occurrences are far from rare. It is a pity that the vendor did not understand martial arts. Otherwise, he might have already become a formidable expert. As for the three forms of the Annihilation Finger, Given his current circumstances, there was no need to consider the latter two forms. Rather, the first form, the spiritual link finger, was already within his reach for practice. However, even the first form would likely suffice for him at this time. Generally speaking, Shin-level offensive martial arts are not something just anyone can cultivate. They impose high requirements on practitioners, particularly for offensive skills, as a slight misstep could result in self-harm. Thus, even some prominent sects seldom allow disciples with insufficient cultivation to practice Shin-level martial arts. Typically, one must reach at least the 6th level of the condensation realm to attempt the cultivation of such skills that sky-eating martial spirit activate. With a thought, he ceased his reflections and summoned the sky-eating martial spirit to comprehend the first form of the annihilation finger. As an advanced martial skill, the difficulty of mastering the annihilation finger was naturally greater than that of yellow-level techniques. However, Yuan Feng was least afraid of the arduous process of mastering martial arts. No matter how challenging the skill, once it was in his hands, it would obediently submit to his mastery. The sky-eating martial spirit condensed slightly and transformed into a small, luminous figure, seated in his mind. Its fingers moving in a fluid dance as the light within its form pulsed. This was the method for practicing the first form of the annihilation finger, the spiritual link finger, with a focused mind. He quietly observed the small, luminous figure's demonstration, refraining from rushing into practice. The cultivation of Shin-level martial arts must not be approached recklessly. Yet his observation of the luminous figure's performance was, in essence, a learning process for the annihilation finger, albeit now leaning more towards the theoretical understanding. Although the annihilation finger consists of a series of finger techniques, executing its moves requires a complex route of energy flow. The power resides in the fingers, but the strength emanates from the entire body. This exemplifies the nature of Shin-level martial arts. Their formidable power makes them correspondingly challenging to cultivate. Gradually, as the small luminous figure continued to demonstrate, Yuan Feng became completely immersed in the process. Unbeknownst to him, he began to follow the energy flow demonstrated by the luminous figure, slowly circulating his own energy. Outside, the morning sun had risen, and the disciples of the Yuan family had begun their morning training. However, since his fall into the valley, he had not participated in morning exercises, and the instructor, Tong, had grown indifferent towards him. The first form of the annihilation finger, the spiritual link finger, is exquisite in that it condenses all energy into a single point, unleashing a finger strike that can pierce gold and shatter stone, unstoppable in its force. Furthermore, the spiritual link finger must be executed with lightning speed, appearing dreamlike and ethereal, akin to a divine finger that leaves the enemy defenseless. The difficulty of mastering such a martial technique is evident. Yuan Feng considered himself to possess decent comprehension, and with the assistance of the sky-eating martial spirit, he felt confident. Yet upon witnessing the principles of the spiritual link finger, he too experienced a sensation of being at a loss. Fortunately, the sky-eating martial spirit was exceptionally remarkable, revealing the intricate details of the spiritual link finger, gradually providing him with insights and helping him identify starting points for practice. Yuan Feng felt immense gratitude. Ordinarily, mastering a Shin-level martial art is an exceedingly arduous task. High comprehension is essential, but even those with exceptional understanding often require a stroke of luck. Time flew by as Yuan Feng, completely absorbed in the annihilation finger, lost track of it. From the moment the sun rose until it reached its zenith, he devoted the entire morning to familiarizing himself with the energy pathways of the spiritual link finger. Following the lead of the small, luminous figure transformed from the sky-eating martial spirit, he repeatedly refined his energy flow, finally achieving a foundational understanding of the spiritual link finger's energy pathways. Phew, that was indeed quite challenging. When I practiced the diamond fist and wind sword play, I made noticeable progress in a short time, yet mastering just this single-finger technique consumed an entire morning. And I have only just reached the entry-level stage. Having completed the energy pathway training, he hurriedly paused to catch his breath, wiping the sweat from his brow that he chuckled to himself. No matter the effort, he had finally made progress. It was time to test the power of this technique. Despite the exhaustion from continuous practice, acquiring such a skill was well worth the effort. Annihilation finger, spiritual link finger. His expression suddenly became serious as he activated the energy pathway of the spiritual link finger, extending his right hand, pointing his index finger forward. Instantly, his fingertip was enveloped in a layer of pearlescent light. Open! He sprang into action, leaping from his bed. With his glowing finger, he struck out in rapid succession. Had there been an onlooker, they would have witnessed his finger, propelled by his arm, transforming into a blur of motion. By the time he ceased, the room bore 7 or 8 small holes in the wooden table, teapot, teacups, as well as the door and walls. These small holes were no ordinary marks that a closer inspection would reveal that each hole was remarkably smooth and flawless, without a hint of imperfection. Most impressively, the teapot and teacups, which were not heavy, would typically be shattered or sent flying by ordinary attacks. Yet with Yuan Feng's spiritual link finger, they bore perfect finger holes, clearly indicating the speed and force behind his strike. Indeed, the spiritual link finger, as expected of a Xin-level martial art, possessed incredible power. As he halted his movements, he couldn't help but breathe heavily. However, upon witnessing his handiwork, his spirits soared. The annihilation finger, even at the entry level of the first form, exhibited such tremendous power that if he were to master the second and third forms, what might ensue? Alas, at present, he could only claim a rudimentary grasp of the first form. To practice the second and third forms, he would likely need to reach at least the 6th level of the condensation realm, if not higher. Regrettably, it consumes too much energy, having executed 8 strikes. I have expended nearly half of my energy. Clearly, I must refrain from using it unless absolutely necessary. That he glanced at his now normal index finger and couldn't help but smile. The power of the spiritual link finger was undeniable. He contemplated that had he employed this technique instead of his fists yesterday, perhaps that person's palm would have been pierced through by a single strike. His stomach growled. It was time to find something to eat. Breakthrough of boundaries, a slight mastery of the linksy finger. It seems I can afford to relax a bit now. At the very least, I should have my lunch first, stretching lazily and patting his rumbling belly. He pushed the door open and stepped outside. That N01 knows that within the span of half a day and night, the 3rd young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Feng, has successfully advanced from a 4th-tier martial artist to the 5th level of the condensation realm, and has even mastered an advanced martial technique, TO outsiders. All of this is utterly unimaginable. Chapter 16. The tip of the iceberg revealed emerging from his room. Yuan Feng was in high spirits. Everything he saw along the way seemed more beautiful than before. Having successfully ascended to the 5th level of the condensation realm and mastered the first form of the silent extinction finger, the linksy finger, he felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. Compared to the downcast Yuan Feng of the past, the current him seemed like an entirely different person. Just in time for lunch, Yuan Feng had not walked far before he saw several descendants of the Yuan family exiting the dining hall. The number of direct and collateral relatives of the Yuan family combined was considerable, and soon he encountered several groups that as he approached the dining hall, a trio emerged from it, and they bumped into each other face to face. "Oh, 3rd brother, it's been a while since we last met. You seem to be in good spirits," the leading figure, slightly rugged in appearance, called out to him, though he addressed Yuan Feng as 3rd brother. He appeared somewhat more mature than Yuan Feng. The two accompanying him, one tall and one short, seemed to be older than Yuan Feng, as well that it was 4th brother. Looking up at the young man opposite him, Yuan Feng smiled faintly. Recently, he had been recovering and consuming plenty of nourishing food, which naturally improved his complexion, though it still paled in comparison to 4th brother. Yuan Meng, the 4th son of the 3rd generation of the Yuan family and the son of Yuan Qingshan, was 15 years old this year. Having enjoyed martial arts since childhood, he had just broken through to the 4th level of the condensation realm earlier this year, demonstrating considerable talent and gaining the favor of the elders in the Yuan family. As for the two individuals beside him, Yuan Feng recognized them as outstanding members of the collateral line, both at the 3rd level of the condensation realm, regarded as leaders among their peers. "Haha, 3rd brother is truly humble," Yuan Meng chuckled. Though a glimmer of surprise crossed his eyes that in his memory, his 3rd brother typically kept his head down when they met. It was rare to see him respond with such composure and confidence. Could it be that the rumors circulating in the outside world are true? Has this supposed waste truly managed to break through? Yuan Feng's current demeanor naturally led Yuan Meng to think of the rumors. It was widely said that Yuan Feng had bested the 3rd young master of the Feng family, Feng Li, yet this matter had never been confirmed, stirring his curiosity. Initially, many members of the Yuan family dismissed the rumors of Yuan Feng defeating Feng Li as a joke. In their minds, it was an impossibility, rendering verification unnecessary. However, after seeing Yuan Feng today, Yuan Meng began to harbor doubts. He, Third brother, there is something I've been holding back for quite some time. The outside world claims that you stood up against injustice and dealt with Fong Li from the Fong family. Is there any truth to this? I hope you can enlighten me. Yuan Ming was known for his straightforwardness. He wasn't too ill-natured, but Yuan Fong, often looked down upon within the family for repeatedly embarrassing them, was not well-liked. Rumors from the outside world are often a mix of truth and falsehood. Fourth brother, it would be best for you to focus your energy on cultivation rather than meddle in such matters. Yuan Fong replied with a calm smile that he had anticipated this question but had no intention of answering directly that I in truth. He was well aware that many would likely not believe he had indeed struck Fong Li. After all, only a handful had witnessed him in action, and those who had not seen it with their own eyes would naturally find it unconvincing to him. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, Yuan Ming furrowed his brows. Yuan Feng's demeanor today was markedly different from before. It was evident that he spoke to Yuan Ming in a brotherly tone, almost as if lecturing or commanding him. This was a situation he had never encountered before, and Yuan Feng's newfound superiority made him feel quite uncomfortable. Truth is truth, and falsehood is falsehood. Did I ask there anything wrong with stating it plainly? With arms crossed, Yuan Ming chuckled, though his expression gradually darkened. Suddenly, his warrior's aura surged forth, aimed squarely at Yuan Feng. Clearly, Yuan Feng's evasiveness had worn down his patience to HM. Yuan Feng had no intention of engaging with Yuan Ming. With his current cultivation at the 5th level of the condensation realm, there was no need to bother with someone as insignificant as Yuan Ming. However, he was taken aback when his cousin dared to confront him. Fourth brother, are you planning to make a move against me? He frowned slightly, feeling a flicker of displeasure. Over the years, he had faced considerable bullying outside, yet within the family, no one had ever stood up for him. The thought that his own brothers might now bully him filled him with rage. Third brother, what are you saying? If you refuse to reveal the truth, I can only resort to this. Open stone palm. Yuan Ming was evidently resolute, and as he spoke, he suddenly lunged forward, striking at Yuan Feng. Everyone in the Yuan family knew that fourth young master Yuan Ming possessed extraordinary strength, making him particularly suited for the open stone palm technique. Since breaking through to the 3rd level of the condensation realm, his mastery of it had grown increasingly adept, reportedly nearing the 5th form, showcasing considerable might. As Yuan Ming's palm approached, Yuan Feng's expression darkened. With a cold snort, he deftly sidestepped, moving like a butterfly flitting through flowers. Even without employing the dragon step technique, his agility was remarkable. For someone like Yuan Ming, who relied solely on brute force, it was impossible for him to land a hit. All right, you should now know what you wanted to know. Having effortlessly evaded Yuan Ming's strike, Yuan Feng did not retaliate, yet this simple dodge revealed his breakthrough without a doubt. Gasp, he really is broken through. A look of disbelief crossed Yuan Ming's face. When Yuan Feng effortlessly dodged his attack, he understood that his cousin had indeed made significant progress, that if it had been the previous Yuan Feng, he would have never been able to evade that palm. Yet now, Yuan Feng not only evaded it, but did so with an ease that made it seem as though he was merely toying with him, that I can't believe third brother truly broke through. Yuan Ming's expression gradually darkened as his confidence took a severe hit. Regardless of whether Yuan Feng had indeed advanced, the former 3rd young master of the Yuan family had been universally regarded as a waste. Even if he had broken through, it would only mean he had reached the 3rd level of the condensation realm that moment. The fact that his attack had not touched a single hair on Yuan Feng was a humiliation he could not bear. Previously, the rumors claimed that third brother had used his elusive movements to subdue Fong Li and his servant. It seemed there was some truth to this, and Yuan Ming was eager to learn about third brother's technique. Yuan Ming was the type who was stubborn. Regardless of Yuan Feng's advancement, he was determined to prove himself stronger than him. With that, he unleashed his Yuan power, charging towards Yuan Feng with even greater speed. Fourth brother, do not overreach. Yuan Feng's expression grew increasingly grim as he observed Yuan Ming making another move, yet he still refrained from countering. Given his current cultivation and perception, Yuan Ming's attacks were clumsy in the extreme. Engaging with someone like him was nothing short of an insult. Unhurriedly, he moved as if faced with an ordinary person, and no matter how forcefully Yuan Ming struck, he could not graze a single strand of Yuan Feng's hair. Puff, puff, puff! Yuan Ming's palm strikes were powerful and heavy. In mere moments, he had unleashed a barrage of over 10 strikes. Yet regrettably, Each of those strikes barely missed the mark, failing to touch Yuan Feng even slightly. Look, someone is fighting over there. There really is someone fighting. It's fourth brother. Who is fourth brother fighting against? Wait, isn't that the waist Feng? Am I seeing things? It really is the waist. It's truly third brother. Fourth brother is actually fighting third brother. How is this possible? Fourth brother is already a master at the fourth level of the condensation realm, while third brother is only at the second level. How could they possibly engage in combat? Enough chatter. Let us go see for ourselves. During lunchtime, the clash between Yuan Ming and Yuan Feng naturally attracted the attention of passersby. Initially, they could hardly believe it was Yuan Feng engaging in combat. But as they approached, they realized that the one facing Yuan Ming was indeed the family's acknowledged waist, the third young master. Yuan Feng, in mere moments. Their battlefield attracted over 20 spectators, comprising direct descendants of the Yuan family, collateral relatives, and even family guards and servants. Regardless of their background, anyone who ventured close to the arena was left utterly astonished. Within the arena, Yuan Ming was attacking Yuan Feng like a madman, while Yuan Feng, in stark contrast, appeared to stroll leisurely, hands clasped behind his back, as he evaded Yuan Ming's relentless attempts to strike him. Yuan Ming felt as though he were on the brink of madness. He had always believed himself to be exceptionally strong, the undeniable hope for the future of the Yuan family. In his eyes, those like Yuan Feng, deemed as family failures, could never hope to compare with him. Yet at this very moment, as he engaged Yuan Feng in combat, he found himself unable to even brush against the hem of his opponent's garment. This reality was a bitter pill for him to swallow. His third young master has broken through. The rumors circulating outside were indeed true. Third young master has ascended to the second level of the condensing Yuan realm, becoming a true martial artist. The agility displayed by third young master was nothing short of extraordinary. His movements were so elusive that they seemed otherworldly. It was rumored that he had employed this uncanny agility to best Feng Li of the Feng family, and it appeared that this was indeed the case. The prowess of third young master was astonishing. Who could have imagined that upon his breakthrough, he would become so formidable? Fourth young master, possessing the cultivation of the fourth level of the condensing Yuan realm, could not even come close to touching third young master. With such skill, he was virtually invincible. The number of onlookers swelled. Astonishment spread across their faces upon witnessing Yuan Feng's composed demeanor in the face of Yuan Ming. Those who had previously referred to him as a failure now respectfully addressed him as third young master or third brother. No longer daring to utter the word failure. Fourth brother, that is enough. Having deftly evaded Yuan Ming's strike, Yuan Feng deftly retreated beyond the circle of combat. Glancing at the spectators around him, the tension in his brow gradually eased. He had never intended to conceal his recent breakthrough. Now that everyone had witnessed it, there was no cause for concern. It was a relief. In fact, to let them know he had surpassed his previous limits and no longer bore the label of a failure. I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe that I cannot strike you. I refuse. Gasping for breath, Yuan Ming appeared utterly spent, listening to the murmurs of those around him and feeling the weight of their peculiar gazes. He could feel his face flush with embarrassment. Who was he? The fourth young master of the Yuan family, a recognized genius, now mocked and toyed with by someone widely regarded as a failure. This was a disgrace. An immense humiliation. Yuan Feng, I refuse to believe that I cannot strike you. You shall pay for this. Yuan Ming was driven to madness. With so many witnesses present, he had to reclaim his dignity. As he prepared to strike again, a booming voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the dining hall, commanding everyone's attention. Enough. The moment the threat resonated, all eyes turned toward the dining hall, where four middle-aged men emerged. These four were none other than the pillars of the Yuan family, the second generation's core members. The battleground of Yuan Feng and Yuan Ming was not far from the dining area. And in the time it took for the exchange, the four masters of the Yuan family had already arrived at the periphery of the duel. Father! Yuan Ming, poised to strike, was compelled to halt and called out to one of the four. Do you not feel ashamed enough? Get back to your training. Yuan Qingshan, the third master of the Yuan family, stepped forward, his gaze fixed on his son, who was behaving like a madman. His expression was dark and foreboding. Clearly, the earlier reprimand had originated from him. He had witnessed the clash between Yuan Ming and Yuan Feng from the dining hall and initially believed his son would secure an easy victory. However, the subsequent events had left him utterly incredulous. Haha, third brother, what are you doing? Minger and Fenger are merely sparring. Does it truly matter who wins or loses? What shame is there in that? Laughter erupted from one of the four. And it was Yuan Qinyun, the patriarch of the Yuan family, who spoke with unrestrained mirth. The four had been dining upstairs and had heard the commotion below, prompting their curiosity. They arrived just in time to witness the clash between Yuan Ming and Yuan Feng. Initially, Yuan Qingtian and Yuan Qingshan had approached with the intent of enjoying the spectacle, while Yuan Qinyan had felt no need to intervene. The ensuing events were certainly beyond the expectations of some. The thought of Yuan Qingtian and Yuan Qingshan's expressions, so twisted as if they had swallowed a fly, brought a sense of quiet satisfaction to Yuan Qinyun. After greeting his father, uncle, and third uncle, Yuan Feng adjusted his attire and stepped forward to pay his respects to the four with their arrival. The fight was rendered unnecessary. Ah, what a fine boy. When did you break through without informing your fifth uncle? I ought to give you a good thrashing. Yuan Qinyan, the fifth master, stepped forward and clapped Yuan Feng on the shoulder. He had watched Yuan Feng grow up and had cared for him even more than his own father. Yuan Qinyun. The bond between them seemed even deeper. Fenger acknowledges his mistake. However, I have only recently broken through and have been occupied with consolidating my cultivation, which is why I did not inform you. Dear fifth uncle, please forgive me. Yuan Feng offered a slight smile, genuine respect evident in his demeanor that I in his memories. During moments of being bullied, it was this fifth uncle who had always comforted him. Having never known his mother, he felt a stronger kinship with his fifth uncle's family. Haha, it's of no consequence, as long as you've broken through. That is what matters. Yuan Qinyan laughed heartily. His laughter imbued with joy, nostalgia, and a touch of melancholy, that he had witnessed Yuan Feng's transformation from an innocent child to a despondent individual who had nearly given up on himself. The emotions he felt back then were a mix of heartache and helplessness. Now, seeing Yuan Feng's cultivation flourish, he appeared to have regained his former brightness, filling Yuan Qinyan with unprecedented joy. Second brother, you really ought to have informed me that Feng had broken through. Yuan Qinyan chided Yuan Qinyan. Well, it wasn't anything of great significance, was it? Besides, you know now, don't you? Yuan Qinyan stroked his chin, his smile unwavering. Humph. Is it merely a breakthrough of one level? What is there to make a fuss about? A 16-year-old third-tier martial artist is hardly extraordinary. As Yuan Qinyan and Yuan Qinyan conversed excitedly. Yuan Qingtian, the eldest master, snorted disdainfully. Watching Yuan Feng's breakthrough, his mood was hardly favorable. Previously, he had found solace in the fact that he could still overshadow Yuan Qinyun through Yuan Feng. But now, with Yuan Feng's sudden advancement, he had lost that advantage entirely. Haha, indeed, a breakthrough of one level is hardly worth the commotion. My eldest brother speaks wisely. Yuan Qinyun laughed, though his expression betrayed a hint of indifference. Xiao Feng, you have fallen behind in your studies. You must now exert yourself to catch up and strive for further breakthroughs. The future of the Yuan family rests upon you young ones. Rest assured, Father, Fenger will certainly work diligently to live up to your and my uncle's expectations. Yuan Feng smiled gently, his gaze sweeping across the faces of the elder members of the Yuan family. Lingering a moment longer on Yuan Qingtian, that he was well aware of the dynamics between his father and his uncle. Time and again, whether in private or public, this uncle had used him as a means to undermine his father's standing, often leaving him humiliated in front of others. These grievances were etched in his memory. Father, uncles, I must return for lunch. I shall seek your favor again when time permits. Go on. You've been training hard. Let the kitchen prepare a few extra dishes for you. Make sure to nourish yourself well. Thank you. Father, did I take my leave? Wishing to avoid prolonged interaction with them, Yuan Feng offered his farewell and departed with Yuan Qinyun's permission. He preferred to indulge in a hearty meal rather than squander time with them. Second brother, it seems that Xiao Feng's recent breakthrough has brought about significant changes. He truly appears to have emerged from his previous despondency. After Yuan Feng left, Yuan Qinyan remarked with a smile as he observed his retreating figure. Indeed, this child has traversed the depths of despair, yet it seems fortune has favored him. Not only has he broken through, but he has also acquired profound martial skills through serendipity. His blessings are indeed remarkable. By the way, Second brother, do you think that the martial techniques Xiao Feng learned were imparted to him by that mysterious figure? I wonder if that enigmatic individual entrusted him with a martial arts manual. If our Yuan family were to possess such techniques, the Yun and Feng families would have no choice but to bow before us. Yuan Qinyan spoke freely, comfortable in the company of his close kin. Upon hearing Yuan Qinyan's words, Yuan Qingtian and Yuan Qingshan raised their eyebrows, their interest piqued. Clearly, this was a matter of concern for them as well, though they hesitated to voice their inquiries as openly as Yuan Qinyan. Earlier, while upstairs, Yuan Qinyan had briefly explained the origins of Yuan Feng's martial abilities, but had not provided specifics that I inquired. And it seems that Xiao Feng was somewhat dazed when the techniques were imparted to him. That extraordinary individual inscribed the techniques directly into his mind, without leaving behind any manual. The father and son duo had already devised a plausible narrative. Yuan Qinyan maintained a calm demeanor as he recounted their prearranged story, revealing no hint of deception. What a pity, upon hearing Yuan Qinyan's commentary, Yuan Qinyan let out a long sigh, while the other two furrowed their brows. Seemingly not entirely convinced, yet unable to articulate a rebuttal, the small size of Fengtian County rendered it insignificant in comparison to the multitude of powerful beings in the outside world. It remained uncertain which esteemed master had imparted such martial skills to Xiaofeng. This kindness, he vowed, would one day be repaid. Yuan Qinyan lamented, lacking a secret manual is no matter. Since Xiaofeng has already mastered it, it is a gain for our Yuan family. Once Xiaofeng matures with such formidable martial prowess, he shall undoubtedly lead our Yuan family to the pinnacle. Eldest brother, third brother, do you not agree? Let us hope so. Yuan Qingtian, already weary of the discourse, coldly snorted in response to Yuan Qingyan's inquiry. Turning away to depart to Meng'er, return with me to continue our training. With Yuan Qingtian's exit, Yuan Qingshan called out to Yuan Meng, his countenance equally grim as he followed suit. The events of the day were undoubtedly not favorable news for them. Perhaps they would need to re-evaluate their strategies. Second brother, it appears that eldest brother and third brother are not particularly pleased. Yuan Qingyan could not help but chuckle as the two brothers left. Naturally, they cannot find joy in this situation. Xiaofeng has undergone a remarkable transformation. My only shortcoming has now vanished. Henceforth, I shall wait to see what they can use to undermine me. Moreover, the previous Xiaofeng, lacking any skills, posed no threat to others. But now, the question of who would inherit the position of family head is far from settled. Yuan Qinyan remarked with a cold smile. With such agility. If Xiaofeng strives a bit harder, the position of family head may indeed be within reach. Yuan Qinyan smiled, yet suddenly his expression grew serious. Second brother, I just sense that Xiaofeng's body is exceptionally resilient. My earlier strike, though forceful, was effortlessly neutralized by him, if I am not mistaken. His physique has undoubtedly undergone further changes. It seems this lad has not fully disclosed everything to you. Yuan Qinyan, astute as he was, perceived the strength in Yuan Feng's body upon that seemingly casual slap on his shoulder. He was certainly no longer the frail boy he once was. Little Fifth possesses a rugged exterior. Yet his thoughts are surprisingly meticulous. Truly rare, Yuan Qinyan chuckled, then remarked earnestly, Xiaofeng's transformation is indeed significant. Although I have not tested him directly, I can sense his difference through our multiple interactions. Nevertheless, regardless of the changes, they are all for the better. As for his secrets, we shall wait for him to share them in due course, that a father knows his son best. How could Yuan Qinyan remain oblivious to Yuan Feng's transformation? Yet all of Yuan Feng's changes were positive, and since they were for the better, there was little reason to inquire further. It appeared that the second brother had already grasped the situation. Yuan Qinyan shook his head with a smile. Having initially thought Yuan Qinyan indifferent to Yuan Feng's progress, now it was clear that he had misjudged. What father truly does not care for his son? Little Fifth, there is no need to overthink Xiaofeng's matters. Let him keep his secrets for now, that as for you and me, we simply await the surprises he will bring. Yuan Qinyan smiled with satisfaction, inexplicably feeling a sense of assurance and anticipation regarding Yuan Feng. Each time he beheld the indifference in Yuan Feng's gaze, along with the confidence that occasionally surfaced, he felt both a sense of unfamiliarity and a profound tranquility. If only Xiaofeng could reach the pinnacle of the condensation realm. Then he would have the potential to challenge the innate stage and be eligible for the treasures left behind by Wooer. Who knows? With a long sigh, Yuan Qingyun chose to think no more. Come, little fifth, accompany me for some practice. The autumn hunt approaches, and it is essential to hone this body. Haha, splendid. It has been quite some time since I have witnessed the might of second brother's diamond fist. I was just thinking of sparring with you. The two brothers, in high spirits, bantered as they made their way to the martial arena. Chapter 18. The first commercial family father. Are you saying that Yuan Feng has truly broken through and learned an incredibly mysterious martial technique? In a room, Yuan Ao, the eldest grandson of the Yuan family, lounged casually, while opposite him sat Yuan Qingtian, the patriarch of the Yuan family. The father and son exchanged glances, clearly engaged in a significant discussion. This matter I witnessed with my own eyes. That waste not only achieved a breakthrough in cultivation, but also mastered an exceptionally peculiar martial technique. Yuan Ming, with his fourth level of the condensation realm, could not even touch a hair on him. It was indeed quite extraordinary. Yuan Qingtian's brow furrowed deeply, his emotions evidently complex that Yuan Ming, at the fourth level of the condensation realm, was unable to contend with him. It seems the rumors circulating externally were indeed true. Yuan Ao's eyebrows raised in surprise, momentarily astonished that such a waste could experience a turnaround. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Yuan Ao's expression remained indifferent. He did not perceive anything amiss with Yuan Feng's breakthrough, clearly still not taking Yuan Feng seriously. Ao, why are you not anxious? That Yuan Feng has mastered an enigmatic martial technique. Who knows how far he might grow in the future? What if it threatens your standing as the future head of the Yuan family? Father, are you perhaps overreacting? How could a mere Yuan Feng possibly pose a threat to my position? Furthermore, I have little interest in the trivial title of family head. Before Yuan Qingtian could finish, Yuan Ao could not suppress his laughter. You child, while you may scoff at the position of family head, it is one I must secure as the eldest son of the Yuan family. This position rightfully belongs to me. Why should Yuan Qingyun replace me? Yuan Qingtian's expression turned urgent, and he continued, Ao, even if you do not wish to assume this role, you must assist me in securing it. Otherwise, I shall never find peace in death. Very well, I shall definitely reclaim this position for you. Father, Yuan Ao waved his hand, suddenly displaying a hint of curiosity. Haha, an enigmatic martial technique, you say? I am eager to see just how peculiar it truly is. News of Yuan Feng's breakthrough to the third level of the condensation realm and his mastery of the mysterious martial technique swiftly spread throughout the Yuan family. Initially, many had doubted the rumors circulating outside. But this time, skepticism gave way to belief. Numerous members of the Yuan family had witnessed Yuan Feng effortlessly toy with the fourth young master, Yuan Ming, and the event had been corroborated by the four principal figures of the family, making it more credible than gold and silver. Regarding Yuan Feng's breakthrough, the general sentiment was merely one of novelty. Upon reflection, a 16-year-old achieving the third level of the condensation realm was hardly remarkable. A 16-year-old at the third level of the condensation realm would be considered of average talent, no longer deserving of the label waste. Of course, none were aware that Yuan Feng had not merely reached the third level of the condensation realm, but had actually attained the fifth level. Had they known, it would likely have been too much for them to accept. As dawn broke, the morning sun rose over the back mountains of Fengtian County, accompanied by the sounds of fists and feet striking. Bang! A massive green stone shattered into countless fragments with a thunderous roar, sending plumes of dust into the air. The dust settled. Yuan Feng's figure gradually emerged, a smile adorning his face. TSK. At the fifth level of the condensation realm, I can now execute the seventh form of the diamond fist at will without excessive energy expenditure. It seems I am nearly ready to attempt the eighth form. Feeling the minimal consumption of his vital energy and the ease with which his meridians and muscles responded, he could not help but smile. Ever since breaking through to the fifth level of the condensation realm, his vital energy had increased several-fold, and his body and meridians had become as resilient as those of a warrior at the seventh or eighth level of the condensation realm. He could effortlessly execute the seventh form of the diamond fist without any strain. Let us try the sword technique. With a light tap of his toes, he gracefully leaped into the air, retrieving the long sword hidden among the treetops. Before landing, he began to execute the wind-following sword technique. Puff, puff, puff. wherever the sword's edge passed. Even the thickest trunks and branches crumbled like tofu, and in an instant another patch of the forest lay in ruin. Eighth form of the wind-following sword technique, following the wind and supporting the willow. Ninth form, wind slays the world. Yuan Feng darted through the woods like a monkey, his long sword continuously transforming in his grip. Before long, he had traversed 100 meters, and upon landing, the trees behind him fell in succession, totaling over a dozen. Swish! Sheathing his sword, his face bore a slight flush. Yet his breathing remained steady. The first 9 forms of the wind-following sword technique were now second nature to him. Applying this set of sword techniques to slay beasts below the 5th rank would be as easy as slicing through vegetables. Casting a glance at his accomplishments, he smiled once more. With substantial breakthroughs in both his fist and sword techniques, he felt considerably more assured about the upcoming autumn hunt. His energy reserves had been depleted once more. His father had once gifted him 1,000-year-old blood ginseng, and now it seemed there were no better treasures available to him. To rapidly enhance his vital energy, he would likely need to devise his own strategies. The Yuan family, with its limited resources, was well known. He was acutely aware that the 1,000-year-old snow ginseng given to him by Yuan Qingyun was undoubtedly the best resource the latter possessed, given his current level. Anything less than that would likely yield negligible results, unless he were to gather a vast quantity of ordinary spiritual plants, but the Yuan family could hardly produce such an extensive supply. Perhaps it was time to stroll through the marketplace. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Concealing his treasured sword, he strolled leisurely toward the marketplace. During his last visit to the marketplace, he had acquired several fine specimens of red ginseng. And having tasted the sweetness of success, he couldn't help but harbor a flicker of anticipation for today. After spending a considerable amount of time cultivating in the back mountains, when Yuan Feng arrived at the marketplace, it was already bustling with activity. The marketplace seems unusually lively today. Upon entering the vicinity of the marketplace, Yuan Feng sensed something out of the ordinary. Having traversed the marketplace many times, he noted that the atmosphere today was markedly more fervent, with a noticeable surge in the throngs of pedestrians compared to any ordinary day. What is happening? It seems as if the entire Fengtian County has converged upon the marketplace, observing the hurried commoners rushing from all directions. A growing sense of bewilderment dawned upon him. To think that the chief family would take an interest in such a small place as Fengtian County. In the past, during the autumn hunts, it was only the Danxia sect that would make modest purchases of spiritual plants and beast bones. The chief family's establishment of a shop in Fengtian County is indeed a splendid opportunity. Indeed, the chief family is a prominent clan throughout the Heishan Kingdom, and compared to them, the Danxia sect pales in comparison. It is said that the chief family has come to Fengtian County to directly acquire several shops from the 3 major families, indicating a significant venture. With the chief family's vast wealth, they certainly do not lack funds. With the autumn hunt approaching, the chief family has already listed the spiritual plants and herbs they wish to purchase at set prices. So one must pay close attention. Once the autumn hunt commences, we shall select the most valuable items and profit handsomely. Yes, indeed. Let us choose the valuable ones to excavate, selling them at a high price to the chief family. We need no longer worry about good items fetching low prices. Just as Yuan Feng was pondering, a few men passed by him, hurriedly making their way into the marketplace while animatedly discussing the chief family. The chief family has opened a shop in Fengtian County. Upon overhearing their conversation, Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback, his steps involuntarily halting. The Heishan Kingdom comprises 108 counties, with Fengtian County being a relatively insignificant one, but the largest county, undoubtedly, is the royal capital, Heishan City. Within the royal capital, the royal family of the Heishan Kingdom is well known, and among its esteemed families, none is more prominent than the chief family, the foremost commercial dynasty in the kingdom. The history of the chief family is as ancient as that of the royal family itself. It is said that when the Heishan Kingdom was founded, a founding statesman surnamed Qi abandoned his official post to pursue commerce, establishing the first shop of the Qi family. Since then, their small shop has proliferated, extending their trade to nearly all counties in the Heishan Kingdom and even beyond its borders. Fengtian County, being such a small locale, had never caught the attention of the Qi family until now, just before the autumn hunt, when they decided to establish a business here. The arrival of the Qi family in Fengtian County is undoubtedly a fortuitous event. A smile tugged at his lips as he recalled certain economic phenomena from his previous life. The Ayin regions where powerful enterprises set foot. The economy invariably flourishes, with a family as affluent as the Qi family. Once they establish operations in Fengtian County, the entire county is bound to undergo a significant transformation. How could I have been so engrossed in my cultivation that I was unaware of such a monumental event? I truly need to witness the renowned first merchant family of the Heishan Kingdom for myself. With a smile, he joined the flow of people heading toward the center of the marketplace. Eager to discover what set the Heishan Kingdom's premier commercial family apart. Chapter 19. Watching the Qi family's opening of a business in Fengtian County is undoubtedly a momentous occasion. For the three major families, the arrival of the Qi family could either present a chance for their clan to grow or herald a crisis that could lead to their downfall. All of this requires careful management on their part. The shops that once belonged to the three major families have now been acquired by the Qi family, who need not utter many words. If they express a desire to purchase, the three families dare not refuse. It is evident that the Qi family has seized the opportunity presented by the autumn hunt to establish their shop. During the autumn hunt, the Heifeng forest will yield various precious items, making this an opportune moment for business. It is said that the one who has come to open the shop in Fengtian County is a direct descendant of the Qi family, known as Qi Tianyu. However, this young master of the Qi family has fallen from grace due to a family scandal, and his presence in such a small place as Fengtian County can be seen as a form of exile. The reasons behind his predicament are not for ordinary folk to know. Nevertheless, even a scion of the Qi family in exile is not someone that the inhabitants of Fengtian County can afford to provoke. In the marketplace, a steady stream of commoners gathered around the Qi family's shop, while at that moment, two young individuals moved against the tide of the crowd, observing their surroundings and conversing with one another. Seventh brother, although Fengtian County is not large, it appears rather promising, does it not? Perhaps this is the place where seventh brother will make his comeback. The speaker was a handsome youth, around 15 or 16 years of age. Though upon closer inspection, one would find him exceedingly striking. Xiaojiu, spare me your reassurances. What opportunity for a comeback could there possibly be in this desolate place? This time, seventh brother may truly have lost all hope of redemption. The young man sighed as he spoke, well aware of the situation within his family. Those individuals would rather see him perish outside, now that they have forced him into such a place. The chances of returning to the capital are uncertain at best. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. He felt a pang of regret, realizing that despite his shrewdness, he had fallen into someone else's trap, bringing misfortune upon his family and ultimately being marginalized to this place, leaving his future in dire straits. Seventh brother, do not speak so despondently. That I believe in you. You will surely return to the family. Even if the business does not prosper, as long as you can break through to the innate level, you will still have a place in the family. With your talent, it is only a matter of time before you achieve that breakthrough. Innate. How easy it is to say. Within the family, there are abundant resources for cultivation. But here, breaking through to the innate level. The young man bitterly smiled, evidently lacking confidence in himself, seeing his forlorn demeanor. The beautiful youth furrowed her brow, at a loss for comforting words. By the way, Xiao Chun, your sneaking out must have worried your family greatly. That I shall send someone to escort you back tomorrow. You are a precious treasure of the Qi family. If anything were to happen to you under my watch, seventh brother would surely lose his life. I refuse to go back. The atmosphere at home is stifling. I want to stay out here. Qi Ruoqing smiled sweetly, saying, seventh brother, you know my strength that I in such a small place. No one can harm me. Before the young man could retort, she continued, moreover, I came out this time to retrieve the royal family's lost treasure. Do not forget, I am a silver-ranked black dragon guard. Oh, you child. Qi Tianyu was at a loss for words, looking at his cousin with no recourse. This girl was determined not to return, and no amount of persuasion would change her mind. However, thinking of her abilities, he felt a tad more at ease that I in the capital, who does not know of the prodigious young woman from the Qi family. She began cultivating at 6, awakened her unknown martial spirit at 7, became renowned in the capital by 13, and broke through to the innate level at 15, setting a record for cultivation in the Heishan Kingdom. Within the Qi family, Her status is nearly on par with that of the current head of the family. Hee, seventh brother, do not wear a frown. With me around, you will surely return to the family. Let us hope so. Qi Tianyu shook his head, well aware that with Qi Ruoqing's talent, she would undoubtedly become the pillar of the Qi family in the future. By then, bringing him back would merely be a matter of a word. However, as a man, must he truly rely on a woman? Seventh brother, in a few days, it will be the autumn hunt in Fengtian County. Do you wish to join me? I have never personally slain a magical beast before. Although talented, she has been sheltered within the family and has never truly seen blood. The autumn hunt? Absolutely not. While the Haifeng forest may not be vast, there is no guarantee that powerful magical beasts won't roam there. You should remain at home and be sensible to know I must participate in the autumn hunt. I have already said that I came out to retrieve the royal family's lost treasure. Perhaps the thief is hiding within the Haifeng forest. Oh, you child, very well. I shall send someone to protect you during the hunt. Just be sure to pay attention to your safety. Qi Tianyu sighed helplessly, resigned to his fate. All right, having strolled around for a while, I believe we have seen enough. Let us return to the shop. When we have time, we should prepare some modest gifts to visit the three major families. After all, it is prudent to build good relations with the local powers. The two of them completed their circuit and turned back toward the direction of the shop. Meanwhile, before the Qi family shop, the crowd had already swelled to overflowing that a single ordinary fulling herb can fetch a whole silver ingot. The Qi family's prices are truly steep. Haha, there are plenty of fulling herbs in the Haifeng forest. Even if we only dig for fulling herbs this time, we can still make a substantial profit. Purple-tail ginseng is being bought for a whole gold ingot. This price is double what the Danxia sect offered. How refreshing! Not only that, but look! The prices listed for all the spiritual plants being purchased are higher than those offered by the Danxia sect. This autumn hunt promises to be a windfall for us. Upon the opening of its establishment, the Chujiao family prominently displayed the items they had acquired, clearly as a promotional tactic. Given the Chujiao's profound heritage, the acquisition prices naturally surpassed those of the Danxia sect's spiritual plant beast bones, and even the magical crystals from magical beasts. Chujia acquired them all. However, ordinary individuals could not procure materials from magical beasts. Yet, gathering wild herbs or digging up wild ginseng to sell sufficed for them. The Chujia's inventory was indeed quite comprehensive, including the skins of 5th-tier magical beasts like the patterned tiger and the bones of 6th-tier magical beasts such as the spirit abyss fox. In the crowd, Yuan Feng stood with his arms crossed, observing the signs displayed by the Chujia, just like everyone else. The Chujia truly embodied a family of significant commerce, with a vast array of items available at fair prices. Even he contemplated whether to bring something from the black maple forest to sell. The atmosphere in Fengtian County had become vibrant, and with the inclusion of the Chujia giant, the three prominent families would undoubtedly need to reassess their future development strategies. He understood clearly that while the three families previously managed to acquire some materials for trade in other counties, such a business model was now rendered obsolete. How to proceed would require serious contemplation from the three families. Never mind, these matters do not concern me. It is not for me to ponder. My sole focus must be on diligent cultivation, striving to enhance my strength continually. With a scoff, he cast one last glance at the Chujia shop before turning towards the Yuan residence. Silently, he made his way back against the flow of people, soon reaching the Yuan family's estate. Third young master, you have finally returned. How wonderful! As Yuan Feng stepped through the door, a servant named Li Si rushed forward. His face etched with anxiety. What's the matter, Li Si? What has happened? Yuan Feng asked, momentarily taken aback by the servant's urgency. Third young master, the eldest young master has brought back a guest who has taken a liking to Wanner. They are currently waiting in your room, insisting that Wanner attend to them tonight. You should hurry back and check. Among all the servants in the Yuan family, Wanner was undoubtedly the most beloved. Although Yuan Feng had once been looked down upon, the others held no prejudice against Wanner. Now that she was in trouble, all the servants were anxious for her. What? Wanner is to attend to them. Upon hearing Li Si's explanation, Yuan Feng's expression instantly turned frigid, an intangible aura erupting from him, causing Li Si to step back several paces in fright. Do they truly think me so easily bullied? Regaining his composure, a flicker of anger flashed in his eyes. Without uttering another word, he strode directly towards his quarters that Wanna had served him for many years and was almost like family. The thought of someone intending harm upon the girl ignited a fierce desire for vengeance within him. He would not provoke anyone unprovoked, yet he would never permit anyone to trample upon him. The eldest of the Yuan family, a distinguished disciple of the Sisui sect. What did that amount to? How terrifying. The third young master's aura. Once Yuan Feng departed, the look of terror lingered in Li Si's eyes. Yuan Feng's fury had felt akin to that of an ancient beast poised to strike. In all his years, he had never experienced such a sensation from another person. Little did he know, Yuan Feng possessed the devouring martial spirit, and the aura he inadvertently exuded was that of the devouring divine beast. Had he not restrained himself swiftly, Li Si would have likely been left utterly terrified. May the third young master rescue honor. Steadying himself, Li Si sighed, though he held little hope. Could the disciples of the Sisui sect be trifled with by anyone from the Yuan family? Not only Yuan Feng, but even the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Xinyun, would likely have to bow his head. Chapter 20. Unexpected developments. Goodness, junior brother, your little maidservant is truly remarkable. You know me best. Junior brother, when we return to the sect, take whatever scraps you wish from my collection. In Yuan Feng's modest chamber, Zhao Qian, a disciple of the Sisui sect, sipped tea, laughing unabashedly. Opposite him sat Yuan Ao, the eldest scion of the Yuan family, wearing a congenial smile, in a corner. Two Yuan family guards held Wanner by the shoulders, treating her as though she were a criminal. Senior brother is too kind. It's just a maidservant. Knowing your preferences, it is only natural that you can come to the Yuan family to lend a hand. This minor matter is hardly worth mention. Yuan Ao paused slightly, initially intending to hand the girl directly to his senior brother. However, as she was his younger brother's maid, he decided it prudent to inform him first, hoping for the senior brother's understanding. No worries. No worries for such a charming little beauty. A brief wait is of no consequence. Zhao Qian chuckled heartily, his gaze drifting towards the corner where Wanner, held by the guards, wore a defiant expression. Her stubbornness only intensified his desire for possession. As long as senior brother understands. Yuan Ao forced a smile, yet a trace of something unidentifiable flickered in his eyes. This maneuver to entice Zhao Qian was orchestrated to discern the changes in his younger brother. Setting aside other considerations, he simply wished to observe the extraordinary agility his brother had gained according to rumor. Previously, he had heard tales of Yuan Feng's righteous indignation, leading him to assume he was a man of principle. Now, having directly involved himself with the maidservant, if the rumors held any truth, Yuan Feng would undoubtedly not yield easily. Of course, should Yuan Feng capitulate, he would lose nothing. Exchanging a maidservant for a favor was a transaction without loss, especially as this maidservant was not even his own. Creak! The slightly worn wooden door swung open, and the room's owner finally returned amidst the anticipation of the others. Third brother, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Yuan Feng enter, Yuan Ao raised an eyebrow and stepped forward to greet him. This entire scene had been his meticulous planning, and how the next act would unfold would naturally require his guidance. Young master. Wanna was the first to spot Yuan Feng. Upon seeing him return, her previously resolute demeanor crumbled, her eyes reddening. And after calling out young master, she could say no more. Undoubtedly, Yuan Feng was her sole lifeline. However, the thought of her status as a maidservant brought a bittersweet pang to her heart. Would her master truly offend a disciple of the Sisui sect for her sake? Come, third brother, let me introduce you. This is my elder brother, Senior Zhao Qian, an esteemed inner disciple of the Sisui sect. Quickly, third brother, come and pay your respects. Yuan Ao, indifferent to Wanner's plight, eagerly took hold of Yuan Feng's arm, displaying exaggerated warmth. However, just as Yuan Ao reached for Yuan Feng's arm, Yuan Feng sidestepped, avoiding him entirely, not even glancing his way. Release her, and get out. His gaze shifted directly to the corner, first assessing the tearful Wanner before locking eyes with the two guards restraining her. His voice turned cold as he spoke. What did it matter if they were the eldest young master of the Yuan family or disciples of the Sisui sect? In his eyes, they were all inconsequential. Compared to Wanner, these individuals were mere AI, and it was worth noting that even Feng Yu, who bore a martial spirit, did not intimidate him in the slightest. Yuan Feng's demeanor left Yuan Ao utterly taken aback. Seeing Yuan Feng disregard him completely and treat Zhao Qian as if he were invisible, Yuan Ao's expression darkened in his mind. He had expected Yuan Feng, even if he opposed parting with the maidservant, to at least engage in a reasoned debate. Yet he had never anticipated such an outrageous display from Yuan Feng. Third brother, I am speaking to you. Did you not hear me? Casting a glance at Zhao Qian, whose expression had also soured, Yuan Ao felt a surge of trepidation that if this situation spiraled out of control, he might find himself unable to manage the aftermath, that I commanded you both to release her and leave. Did you not hear me? Ignoring Yuan Ao's words, Yuan Feng's expression grew even graver as he continued toward Weiner's direction. Initially, he regarded Yuan Ao as a significant figure, if not deserving of respect. Then certainly not one he would despise. However, today's events had drastically diminished his opinion of the Yuan family's eldest scion. Setting aside any other reasons, simply the fact that the latter would curry favor with a disciple of the Sisui sect using his own servant was enough for Yuan Feng to look down upon him. The two guards of the Yuan family exchanged glances with Yuan Feng, but made no move to comply. Being loyal to Yuan Qing, the head of the Yuan family, they naturally would not treat Yuan Feng with any courtesy. Moreover, without Yuan Ao's command, they dared not release her. How outrageous! Yuan Feng, am I speaking to the deaf? Yuan Ao was genuinely enraged this time. Being ignored twice felt like a blatant slap to his face. Regardless of the presence of onlookers, he could not tolerate Yuan Feng's blatant disrespect, seize this maidservant, and throw her out. In terms of fury, Yuan Ao's anger surpassed Yuan Feng's. The latter's attitude had crossed his threshold. And today he was determined to teach Yuan Feng a lesson, ensuring he understood who the true eldest scion of the Yuan family was. Yes, young master. The two guards responded, casting a cursory glance at Yuan Feng before proceeding to force Wanyu out. They are all masters at the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Qi gathering realm. Although they are aware that Yuan Feng has made a breakthrough, he has yet to reach a level that instills fear in them. Moreover, they do not believe that Yuan Feng would dare to act against them with Yuan Ao present. Do you think I am still the useless scion of the Yuan family, allowing you to capture me in my own domain? With a slight lift of his lips, Yuan Feng suddenly broke into laughter. Just as everyone was momentarily taken aback by his unexpected mirth, he abruptly stomped his foot, his figure almost transforming into an afterimage. Vanishing from their sight. Bang bang! 2 muffled thuds echoed through the room at the moment Yuan Feng disappeared, followed by an astonishing sight that left Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian in disbelief. 2 stout guardians of the Yuan family, both at the 4th level of the Qi gathering realm, were propelled into the air as if launched by springs, their feet leaving the ground. In that instant, Yuan Feng had somehow appeared beside them, delivering a punch to each, sending their bodies flying out of the window like sacks of sand. Bang bang! As the 2 living beings hit the ground, the entire room seemed to tremble. However, it was not just the room that shook. At this moment, the hearts of Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian quivered with equal trepidation. Hiss! Both Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian inhaled sharply, their faces filled with shock as they gazed at Yuan Feng. The anger they had previously harbored was now replaced with a profound calmness. Such astonishing speed, such formidable explosive power. Zhao Qian was so astounded that he nearly crushed his teacup, but he had merely seen Yuan Feng stomp his foot. And then the 2 guardians had soared into the air. He had completely failed to discern what had transpired in between. Although his distraction played a role, the mere fact that he couldn't perceive the actions clearly was enough to leave him in awe. How could he be this strong? Did my father not say that this boy was a natural waste, utterly devoid of threat? How could he possibly be so powerful? Yuan Ao too was momentarily at a loss. All the information he had received indicated that Yuan Feng was a useless individual, but the scene before him instantly shattered all rumors that a waste, a person capable of effortlessly sending 2 4th-level martial artists flying. Such a person could not possibly be deemed a waste. Young master, oh! Now free from her restraints, Wanner could no longer contain herself and flung herself into Yuan Feng's embrace, weeping softly. She had been terrified today. As a maid, her fate hinged entirely on Yuan Feng's words. If he had chosen to send her away, she would have found it difficult to refuse. Fortunately, Yuan Feng had not given her away to others but had instead rescued her from peril. And at this moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness. It's all right now. With me here, no one can harm you. As her delicate form nestled against him, Yuan Feng couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart. Although Wanner was still young, she had developed quite well, and having her soft body in his embrace certainly elicited a strange sensation. However, this was not the time for such thoughts. There were still two troubles awaiting his attention in the room. Casting a glance at Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian, he furrowed his brow, momentarily at a loss for how to handle the pair. He could easily dispose of the two guardians and throw them out. But dealing with these two was an entirely different matter. Setting aside whether he possessed the capability to do so, it was utterly out of the question. After searching for my two junior brothers for ages. It turns out you have come here. Just as Yuan Feng pondered how to address Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian, a light chuckle resonated from outside the door, and a young man and woman entered, grinning as they appeared before everyone. Chapter 21. Ling Fei. Upon seeing the pair enter, Yuan Feng couldn't help but pause momentarily. However, he quickly regained his composure. He had previously heard that Yuan Ao had returned with 3 disciples from the Sishui sect. Zhao Qian, seated behind the table, was evidently one of them, and the young man and woman who had just entered were undoubtedly the other two. Zhao Qian, junior brother. Yuan Ao, junior brother. Why didn't you inform us before coming out? You had us in cold clouds searching for you for so long. As the woman entered the room and glanced around, her beautiful brow began to furrow slightly. Ahem, Sister Ling Fei, Yuan Ao, and I were quite bored. And Yuan Ao expressed a desire to see his third brother, so I accompanied him here, that in our haste, we forgot to inform you, and I hope you can forgive us upon seeing the newcomers. Zhao Qian quickly stood up, his expression awkward as he spoke first. That moment, he could hardly care about previous matters. Upon seeing the woman, he felt all his nerves tense in submission. Is that so? Hearing Zhao Qian's words, Ling Fei raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of a smile that was neither fully a smile nor a frown. Yes. Sister Ling Fei can ask Yuan Ao if she doubts my words. Zhao Qian eagerly nodded, shooting a meaningful glance at Yuan Ao. Junior brother Yuan Ao, please confirm for sister that I speak the truth. Yes, Sister Ling Fei. Since returning, I haven't had the chance to see my third brother. Today, as it happens, my third brother is free, so I came with senior brother Zhao Qian to pay a visit. Sister Ling Fei, please take note. Yuan Ao, too, was too occupied to be astounded by Yuan Feng's strength. Like Zhao Qian, he felt great trepidation towards Ling Fei, that if he incurred her displeasure, he might not even be able to stay in the Sishui sect, although they were both inner disciples of the Sishui sect. Ling Fei's status was evidently extraordinary. That it was clear that both Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian held a mix of respect and fear towards this female disciple of the Sishui sect. I see. I thought you two had gone missing. Ling Fei smiled slightly, casting a meaningful glance at the two Yuan family guardians outside the window, who had already lost consciousness, before finally resting her gaze on Yuan Feng and Wan Er. As for Zhao Qian, she surely knew him well, and upon witnessing the current scene, it would be strange if she could not deduce the truth of the matter. However, some things were better left unspoken. It was sufficient for them to understand it in their hearts. This must be young Master Yuan Feng. I heard on the way here that young Master Yuan Feng is one to stand up against injustice. It is indeed an honor to meet you in person today. Ling Fei's gaze was somewhat peculiar. She had just passed by and witnessed 2 hefty men being hurled out of the window. Clearly, these 2 individuals could not have flown out by themselves, nor could Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian have done it. Thus, the only remaining possibility pointed to one person. Yuan Feng, at 16 years of age, appeared somewhat slender, his development not particularly robust. She was curious about how such a slight young man could have thrown out 2 such large figures. You flatter me, Mississippi. It is merely the duty of those who practice martial arts to assist when they see injustice. There is truly nothing commendable about it. Yuan Feng smiled slightly, first helping Wan to her feet before taking a closer look at Ling Fei. That I must say, since arriving in this world, my horizons have continually broadened. Without mentioning others, I have already encountered quite a number of stunning beauties. Yun Mingchen is one, and this lady, Ling Fei, is certainly not inferior to her in terms of appearance, though their temperaments differ. Each leaves a unique impression. Young Master Yuan Feng is indeed straightforward. That I am Ling Fei. That if young Master Yuan Feng does not mind, I hope we can become friends. That I in forging friendships, one need not always consider the other as status or strength. Ling Fei has always believed in her own judgment, and although Yuan Feng's abilities may not be remarkable in a standing ordinary, she was confident in her discerning eye. It would be an honor to befriend Miss Ling Fei. Since Ling Fei does not concern herself with status, I shall disregard it even more, whether a commoner or a disciple of a prestigious sect. To me, they are all the same, as long as the connection feels right. Everything else is secondary. Ling Fei's approachable demeanor immediately garnered his favor. Young Master Yuan Feng is indeed a forthright individual. Ling Fei smiled slightly, then turned her attention to Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian. Junior brothers, having exchanged pleasantries, I have some matters to discuss with you. Let us take our leave for now and continue our conversation with young Master Yuan Feng another day. Sister, do you have matters to discuss with us? Let us go. Let us go. Time is of the essence. We must return to deliberate on important matters. Yes, once we have concluded our business, let us all celebrate together. Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian had no objections. The events of the day had far exceeded their expectations. Whether it was Yuan Feng's overwhelming show of strength or Ling Fei's sudden arrival, both had caught them completely off guard. Yuan Ao's inquiry had indeed served its purpose, but the entire process had veered completely off course. He was now most concerned that Zhao Qian would vent his frustrations on him. If that were the case, today's attempt at probing would have been a total failure. As for Zhao Qian, the desire he had harbored upon seeing Wanner had long since been extinguished. He understood that Ling Fei was doing him a favor. His shrewd senior sister would surely grasp the situation of the day. Young Master Yuan Feng, I shall accompany them to discuss some matters and will speak with you again another day. Miss Ling Fei, pleased out a faint smile graced Yuan Feng's lips, and he made no attempt to retain them, raising his hand in a gesture of invitation as he nodded slightly. Ling Fei took the lead and strode towards the door, followed hastily by the three esteemed disciples of Si Shui's sect. Just before departing, Zhao Qian and Yuan Ao instinctively cast a glance at Yuan Feng, particularly Yuan Ao, whose attitude towards Yuan Feng had undergone a remarkable transformation today. The image of Yuan Feng's formidable presence, having dispatched two fourth-level martial artists with ease, lingered vividly in his mind, at the very moment of exiting. Yuan Ao shot one last look at Yuan Feng, a flicker of malevolence flashing uncontrollably in his eyes. Young master, Wanner is to blame. Once only Yuan Feng and Wanner remained in the room, the young girl knelt down, sobbing pitifully. Cough. Wanner, what are you doing? Hurry and get up. Yuan Feng found himself at a loss for words upon witnessing Wanner's supplication. Having grown up in the modern world, he struggled to accept the custom of kneeling so easily. To him, Wanner was akin to a younger sister, and the thought of her kneeling was inherently discomforting. Young master, it is all Wanner's fault. Because of me, you have not only offended the eldest young master, but likely also the people of Si Shui's sect. It is all Wanner's mistake. Boo-hoo. Although she had not read extensively, Wanner was not foolish. She understood the gravity of the situation. Yuan Feng had undoubtedly made a powerful enemy of the long son Yuan Ao. This implication was clear in her mind. Just as Yuan Feng had begun to regain some face after his recent breakthrough, offending the eldest young master Yuan Ao would likely jeopardize his standing within the Yuan family in the future. Ah, you little girl are surprisingly perceptive, he chuckled, shaking his head with a smile as he reached out to help her up to Wanner. This is the Yuan family, not Si Shui's sect. Here, my father is the one in charge, not Yuan Ao's father. Therefore, it is not I who have offended them, but rather they who have offended me. It is they who should be worried. Do you understand? Regarding Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian, he truly did not take them to heart. That it was evident that their cultivation levels were merely at the 6th stage of the condensed Yuan realm, just a notch above his own. In a real confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. To worry about them. As Yuan Feng helped her to her feet, Wanner instinctively ceased her tears. The theory he presented sounded quite reasonable to her, little girl. The young master is no longer the family waste who could be bullied at will. Remember, from now on, if anyone dares to harm you, inform the young master immediately. Just like I did just now. I will throw them all out. Times had changed. In the past, he would have been unable to stand up for Wanner, let alone protect himself. But now, he felt a sense of unrivaled supremacy. Young master. Wanner's eyes sparkled with admiration. That moment, she realized just how formidable and impressive her young master truly was. All right, go to the dining hall and prepare something delicious for the young master. I've been out since early morning and am quite hungry. Yes, I'll go right away. Previously, serving Yuan Feng had been out of obligation, but now she would willingly devote her life to it. Wiping away her tears, the young girl broke into a smile. happily heading to the dining hall to prepare breakfast. Humph, my dear elder brother, if you wish to uncover my secrets, then I shall lay them bare for you. Feel free to unleash whatever tricks you have. Once alone in the room, Yuan Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Today, he could surmise Yuan Ao's intentions for coming, but he felt no fear. Whether it was Yuan Ao or Zhao Qian, they were merely pebbles along his path of growth. It wouldn't be long before he rendered them unworthy of even gazing upon him. Chapter 22. Scheming Humph. Yuan Ao, my junior brother, what have you done? Did you not claim that your third brother was easy to deal with? Now, look at the situation. Not only did you fail to win over that little maid, but you also let senior sister Ling Fei catch you red-handed, that you've really brought this upon yourself. In the room, Zhao Qian's face was filled with fury as he angrily berated Yuan Ao beside him. His attempt at seduction had backfired spectacularly, leaving him not only empty-handed, but also humiliated by Ling Fei's pointed remarks during their return journey. Senior brother Zhao, please calm down. This matter is indeed my fault, and I apologize for it. Yuan Ao wore a pained expression, sincerely apologizing that he too was quite vexed. Who would have anticipated that Yuan Feng would possess such incredible strength immediately after his breakthrough? Had he known, he would not have resorted to such risky methods to probe him. Humph, what good is an apology? Are you going to explain it to senior sister Ling Fei? Zhao Qian scoffed. But then a thought struck him. Speaking of which, your third brother is quite impressive. Just 16 years of age, he exhibits such astonishing speed and agility. Tell me more about his speed. I'm most curious. Only later did he realize that the speed Yuan Feng had displayed today was nothing short of extraordinary. Reflecting inwardly, he questioned whether he could even compare to it. It was said that Yuan Feng had only just recently broken through to the third stage of the condensed Yuan realm. A third-stage condensed Yuan cultivator possesses such remarkable speed. It is evident that he must have mastered a profound martial technique, but if one could acquire such a technique. Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, Yuan Ao's eyes suddenly gleamed with a hint of cunning that a new plan began to take shape in his mind. Senior brother, I was just about to mention this that my father said that when my third brother fell into the valley, he encountered an extraordinary master who guided him in cultivating an unusual technique. However, that master did not leave behind any martial arts manuals. He simply taught him the technique and departed. What? A master imparted martial skills. Without leaving behind a manual? Yuan Ao's explanation momentarily stunned Zhao Qian, who could not help but show his disappointment that my third brother indeed claimed this, but whether it is true or not, perhaps only he knows. Yuan Ao's smile was laced with a hint of malice, his demeanor suggestive of unspoken intentions. Are you implying that? Senior brother, both my father and I suspect that this boy is lying. You see, he was once a waste of the family. What kind of blind master would impart skills to him? Thus, my father speculates that he likely found a martial technique after his fall and gradually cultivated it. But he does not wish to reveal the manual, hence concocting such an excuse that, your father harbors such suspicions. Zhao Qian's interest piqued, sensing that the situation might still have a twist. Precisely that my father and I both suspect that he has hidden the manual or is carrying it with him. Unfortunately, the Yuan family has a rule against internal conflict. My father and I are unable to compel him to reveal the truth. Yuan Ao sighed, feigning frustration that a ban on internal strife. Your Yuan family may not be large, but you certainly have many rules. After Yuan Ao spoke, Zhao Qian laughed heartily. It seems that the autumn hunt in Fengtian County is approaching. Do you think your third brother will participate? Senior brother, what do you mean? If what Yuan Ao claims is true, then this autumn hunt presents an opportunity. Such events can be perilous. It would not be unusual for 1 or 2 individuals to perish. Would you not agree, junior brother? This boy has embarrassed both of us today. Do you not wish to teach him a lesson? Zhao Qian said, making a gesture across his neck, the implication unmistakable. Upon seeing Zhao Qian's gesture, Yuan Ao feigned surprise before suddenly clapping his hands. Indeed, this boy is audacious and deserves a reprimand. If that is the case, let us proceed as you suggested when the autumn hunt arrives. Splendid, junior brother. You are indeed a person of great ambition. I have not misjudged you. The two exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken agreement hanging in the air. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan Feng was already becoming the target of their schemes, even before the autumn hunt had commenced. Undoubtedly, this autumn hunt represents not merely an opportunity for him, but perhaps also a looming crisis. Nevertheless, whether it be an opportunity or a crisis, it is but an experience on the path of growth for him. To ascend to the ranks of the strongest, one must possess the ability to seize opportunities and surmount crises that as the autumn hunt approaches. For the next few days, Yuan Feng refrains from wandering aimlessly. He has already mastered the first 7 forms of the diamond fist and the first 9 forms of the wind sword technique, and he has become increasingly proficient in the first form of the annihilation finger. In terms of martial skills, he currently does not need to waste time on excessive training. That it is not the quantity of martial techniques that matters, but the effectiveness. A single strike is sufficient to vanquish an enemy. During these few days, he has devoted his thoughts to cultivating the vitality cultivation technique. The enhancement of his aptitude has accelerated his training speed remarkably, with each rotation of his Yuan force. His dantian expands incrementally, and this growth occurs at a pace that is truly unimaginable for an ordinary person. Typically, once one reaches the 5th level of the Yuan condensation realm, significant advancements in Yuan force become increasingly arduous. And breaking through from the 5th to the 6th level requires considerable time for gradual accumulation. However, Yuan Feng currently enjoys unobstructed meridians. While others can manage to circulate a single cycle, he can nearly complete 5 or 6 cycles in the same duration, thereby saving an extraordinary amount of time. What takes others a year to achieve, he could potentially accomplish in 2 to 3 months. Thus, although only a few days have elapsed, his Yuan force has noticeably strengthened. While he still has a considerable distance to travel before reaching the 6th level of the Yuan condensation realm, his execution of martial techniques has undoubtedly become more fluid and adept. The only lamentation is the absence of spiritual plants to assist in his cultivation. Had he access to sufficient heavenly materials and earthly treasures, he might even have had the confidence to challenge the threshold of the 6th level of the Yuan condensation realm within these few days. During this period, the head of the Yuan family, Yuan Xingyun, visited several times, and Yuan Feng seized the opportunity to inquire about various aspects of his training that he did not understand. Not only Yuan Xingyun, but also Yuan Xinyan, the 5th elder of the Yuan family, made multiple visits. Previously, Yuan Feng was unable to cultivate, rendering any assistance futile. Yet now that he has made breakthroughs, Yuan Xinyan is eager to impart all his knowledge. However, Yuan Feng, possessing for martial techniques, does not wish to learn an abundance of new skills at present, resulting in Yuan Xinyan feeling somewhat disgruntled. It is worth noting that given Yuan Feng's current foundation and realm, he could easily master not just 4 but even 40 techniques. Yet, the martial arts of the Yuan family are rather commonplace. Techniques such as the diamond fist and the wind sword technique are almost the pinnacle. While the others would merely waste time without offering substantial benefit, as the sun sets and rises, the days swiftly passed, and on this particular day, before dawn breaks, the entire Fengtian County, from affluent households to humble dwellings, rises early. Within the Yuan family estate, the sound of footsteps and increasingly boisterous chatter fills the air, and by the time the sun rises, nearly all members of the Yuan family are dressed and prepared. Creak! The worn wooden door creaks open, and Yuan Feng steps out, lifting his gaze to the morning sun, a smile inevitably spreading across his lips. The autumn hunt has finally arrived. Chapter 23. The gathering before the main hall of the Yuan family. Countless descendants have gathered. Since the establishment of the Yuan clan, with generations of direct and collateral descendants, the number undoubtedly reaches into the hundreds at this moment. All those aged 10 and above have congregated here. The autumn hunt is an annual grand event in Fengtian County, and naturally, it is of paramount importance for every family. Regardless of participation, all must partake in the ambience of the hunt. As one of the 3 prominent families in Fengtian County, the Yuan family boasts not only direct and collateral descendants, but also hundreds of family servants and guards, many of whom will also partake in the hunt. As the name suggests, the autumn hunt involves the slaying of magical beasts, which must then be transported back to the family. Such tasks are naturally designated to those family servants who lack martial prowess. As the sun fully ascends the horizon, the members of the Yuan family complete their assembly that a glance reveals that no fewer than 1,000 individuals have gathered before the main entrance of the Yuan family hall. A truly spectacular sight. At the forefront stands Yuan Qingyun, the head of the family, clad in a blue robe, His hair neatly tied up, he exudes a clean and sharp demeanor, lacking some of the opulence, but possessing the practiced grace of a martial artist. Flanking Yuan Qingyun are Yuan Qingtian, the eldest, Yuan Qingshan, the third, and Yuan Qingyan, the fifth, arrayed on either side. Except for Yuan Qingtian, who is dressed more formally, the others appear ready for action, clearly intending to participate in the autumn hunt. And Yuan Qingyun is no exception. All the direct and collateral descendants of the Yuan family. Today marks the annual autumn hunt in Fengtian County, a time to assess your cultivation achievements. Once everyone has arrived, Yuan Qingyun steps forward, his voice resonating like a torrential river. Instantly echoing throughout the Yuan estate as his voice spreads, all Yuan disciples and the accompanying guards and servants are shaken from their reverie. Standing tall with eager expressions as practitioners, they are born to engage in various battles, be it against others or magical beasts, continually enduring trials of blood and fire, emerging reborn and ever stronger in everyday life. They often spar with one another, typically stopping short of true combat, and seldom have opportunities to fight with all their might. However, this time, battling magical beasts and hunting them down presents an unparalleled opportunity for self-improvement. The mere thought of the impending fierce battles ignites an uncontrollable surge of excitement within them. The rules are well understood. The objective of the autumn hunt is simple: to slay the most magical beasts. While ensuring one's own safety and acting within one's capabilities, to fail in hunting and instead perish in the jaws of a beast would be the most humiliating fate. At this point, Yuan Qingyun pauses briefly, his gaze fixed ahead, where a group of approximately 30 individuals stands tall, their expressions resolute. The fledgling eagle must inevitably leave the nest. The legacy of the Yuan family has persisted through generations, sustained by the continuous influx of fresh blood. You 30 individuals represent the future hope of the Yuan family. The future of our clan will rely upon your support, that I do not impose many demands upon you. In this autumn hunt, you are free to form your own groups, and upon your return, each of you must ensure the slaying of magical beasts of equal cultivation level. Slaying magical beasts and augmenting family resources is but one aspect. Each year, the autumn hunt serves as an opportunity for families to temper their young disciples. Any young disciple who has reached the third level of the Yuan condensation realm is expected to join the autumn hunt for training. A convention that has long been established that, of course, the autumn hunt is fraught with danger, and it is not uncommon for young disciples from prominent families to meet untimely ends during the trials. It is worth mentioning that the second young master of the Yuan family, Yuan Qingtian's second son, met his demise during an autumn hunt due to unforeseen circumstances. Let us depart with a few succinct instructions. Yuan Qingyun waves his hand, and everyone immediately straightens their posture, marching purposefully towards the exit. The father's motivational speech was rather straightforward. Among the group of youths, Yuan Feng blends in seamlessly, remaining inconspicuous in the throng. As Yuan Qingyun announces their departure, he moves with the crowd towards the outside. This marks his first participation in the autumn hunt, and the atmosphere feels distinctly different. Previously, he had only observed from the sidelines. But this time, as a participant, his experience is entirely transformed. For him, this autumn hunt is undoubtedly a rare opportunity. Devouring magical beasts can enhance his Yuan force, and battling them will sharpen his combat skills and increase his experience. Perhaps this autumn hunt may even lead to a breakthrough. As he flows with the crowd, his excitement is palpable. For others, the autumn hunt is merely a chance for training, but for him, it holds a different significance. With the devouring celestial martial spirit within him, magical beasts represent an inexhaustible source of cultivation resources, and such resources are truly limitless that he chuckles inwardly, dismissing any overthinking. Upon reaching the black maple forest, he shall unleash his full prowess in the hunt. With a contented smile, he refrains from further contemplation. At this moment, everyone is focused on the journey, exchanging little conversation, and he chooses to remain silent, quickening his pace alongside the others. Meanwhile, young men, our Feng family is the foremost clan in Fengtian County. My son, Feng Yu, is a martial spirit wielder and an inner disciple of the Yunxiao sect. This autumn hunt, our Feng family will undoubtedly outshine the other two families. Let us depart. A tall, slender middle-aged man stands prominently, his voice booming like thunder. This individual is none other than the current head of the Fong family. Fong Xian, the father of Fong Yu, the only martial spirit practitioner in Fengtian County. Beside him, apart from a few direct descendants of the Fong family's second generation, the second young master Fong Yu is also present. Fong Yu's status is not trivial. He is already qualified to join the ranks of the second generation. However, despite Fong Xian's impassioned words, Fong Yu's countenance remains remarkably serene, in fact, since returning from the Morning Light Tower. Fong Yu has not stepped outside his abode. One cannot help but acknowledge the significant impact the events at the Morning Light Tower have had on him. For days now, one wonders what thoughts occupy his mind. As the army commenced its march, the Fong family's contingent was as formidable as, if not more so than, that of the Yuan family. Fong Yu continued to remain silent, joining a few others from the second generation as they entered the ranks. Maintaining an exceptionally low profile, the Yun family, after a similar mobilization, saw their patriarch Yun Jinlong announce the commencement of their expedition. The troops set forth, a mighty wave advancing towards the Black Maple Forest. Among the younger generation, the second miss of the Yun family, Yun Mingchen, stood out prominently. Dressed in white silk, her hair flowing gracefully, even amidst the throng, she shone like a beacon in the night, captivating all with her presence. Undoubtedly, her existence invigorated the spirits of those around her, igniting their fervor for battle. Each seemed eager to showcase themselves before her, even if just to earn a glance in a shop of the Chu family within the bazaar. Chu Ruochen reassured, "Seventh brother, you need not worry. I'm merely going to observe the excitement. There is no danger." Today, she donned attire befitting a warrior, yet her delicate features could not be concealed. Opposite her, Chu Qianyu wore a distressed expression. Seemingly at a loss, "Ninth sister, with so many people in the Black Maple Forest today, perhaps you should reconsider your plans." "What if, all right, seventh brother, must you be so fussy? You're a grown man. Yet you fuss like an old woman." The young girl displayed visible impatience, waving her hand dismissively. "Seventh brother, your guards are few, with only 2 capable fighters among them. There is no need to send anyone to protect me. Besides, those you've brought are but a burden to me. Just stay home and await my return." As her words fell, she slipped from underfoot and darted out the door, vanishing in an instant. Had there been an onlooker at that moment, they would undoubtedly be astounded by her speed, a velocity beyond that of an ordinary practitioner. Only by harnessing the forces of nature could one achieve such swiftness. Seeing Chu Ruochen vanish, Chu Qianyu's expression turned anxious. Yet by the time he reacted, she had long since disappeared from sight. Alas, what a worrisome girl. He sighed deeply, resigned to her independence. He understood her prowess. During this visit to Fengtian County, their family had only provided him with 2 innate experts. Regrettably, despite their commendable strength, even together they might struggle to keep up with her. Let her be, he thought. In a place like Fengtian County, with her abilities, it's unlikely anyone could pose a threat to her. With no other recourse, Chu Qianyu opted to refrain from further interference. He had just begun to establish himself in Fengtian County and had many matters demanding his attention. As for Chu Ruochen, it was not a lack of desire to oversee her, but rather a genuine inability to do so. Chapter 24. The 3 great families. The Black Maple Forest is a natural wilderness that existed long before the founding of the Heishan Kingdom. However, due to the initial purges by the founding royal family, the magical beasts within never had the opportunity to thrive in large numbers. Thus, despite its potential, the cities flanking the forest have not prospered significantly from it. Because of the limited magical beasts in the Black Maple Forest, the 3 great families agreed to conduct their autumn hunts only once a year, allowing time for the beasts to recuperate and grow in number. Naturally, the number of beasts that could be hunted during each autumn hunt is finite. Over the years, many managed to evade capture and gradually grew stronger, resulting in the emergence of formidable magical beasts within the forest. Including those of innate caliber, magical beasts differ from humans. While human cultivators with limited aptitude may find it exceedingly difficult to surpass their limits, magical beasts, some possessing exceptional innate talents, can potentially break through their constraints given sufficient time to accumulate strength. Innate magical beasts, akin to innate human practitioners, can harness the energies of the world, wielding immense power with each gesture, and their every move carries great destructive force that if one were to count, the number of magical beasts above the innate level across the continent might even surpass that of human warriors. Although the Black Maple Forest's resources are modest, it possesses certain peculiarities. The inhabitants of Fontian County are well aware that the heart of the Black Maple Forest harbors a mysterious miasma zone, which ordinary practitioners cannot penetrate. Only those of innate caliber, protected by true chi, may enter. However, just because human practitioners cannot enter does not imply that magical beasts cannot. With their natural defenses and long adaptation to the miasma, magical beasts can traverse this hazardous area freely. Thus, it is almost certain that powerful magical beasts dwell within the miasma zone, rendering it a veritable forbidden territory for Fontian County. The three great families annually remind their kin not to venture into the miasma zone, lest they risk their lives. Today, the Black Maple Forest is undeniably the most bustling it has been all year. Even before dawn, throngs of citizens have arrived, with the three great families coming to hunt magical beasts while common folk seek to gather spirit herbs. Typically, ordinary citizens face the peril of being devoured by magical beasts should they venture deep into the forest for herbs. With no martial skills to protect themselves, encounters with magical beasts almost guarantee a grim fate. Thus, despite the knowledge of valuable spirit herbs within the Black Maple Forest, few dare to take the risk. Yet today is unlike any other. With the three great families hunting, magical beasts take a back seat. Seizing the opportunity provided by the families, common folk can confidently delve into the forest to gather medicinal herbs, a boon granted by the three families. Most citizens have already entered the forest, with only a few remaining to await the family's entrance before following suit. Even those who have ventured in are merely skirting the edges, waiting for the families to lead the way deeper. As the sun rose high, the anxious onlookers who had yet to enter the Black Maple Forest finally saw the arrival of the three great families' teams, almost as if orchestrated, despite varying distances. The three clans converged simultaneously from different directions, ultimately meeting at the forest periphery. Each family was led by its respective patriarch. Having competed against one another for many years, they were no strangers. As the three substantial groups assembled, the three heads naturally stepped forward. "That ha! You two are quite punctual," exclaimed Yun Jinlong, the head of the Yun family, known for his boisterous demeanor. Among the three most powerful figures in Fontian County, he is the most amicable and welcoming. "Full dragon, can't you tone down that loud voice? If you scare away the magical beasts in the Black Maple Forest, wouldn't our trip today be in vain?" Fong Xian, head of the Fong family, retorted with a sardonic tone. Both of you appear to be in fine spirits. It seems you are well prepared for this year's autumn hunt." Yuan Xinyan chimed in, his smile serene. Beneath the surface, the three families engaged in mutual competition and schemes, yet they maintained a facade of harmony, avoiding cold shoulders upon their initial meeting. This was a necessary show of camaraderie. "Brother Qingyan, the autumn hunt is merely a means for us to warm up and stretch our muscles. Why must you take it so seriously?" They laughed. The fact that our three families have thrived to this day is not solely due to this event. Is it? What is there to prepare? The other two patriarchs shook their heads, feigning nonchalance. Yuan Qingyun, however, merely smiled knowingly, aware that both were notorious for their disingenuousness. Who wouldn't he care about the autumn hunt? Who wouldn't he prepare for it? "Gentlemen, it is about time. Shall we commence?" he suggested, his expression turning slightly more serious. "Indeed, let us enter early and strive to hunt as many magical beasts as possible." They exchanged glances, nodding in agreement before retreating to their respective ranks. "Listen up. Form your teams and engage in combat freely, but steer clear of the miasma zone and avoid provoking overly powerful magical beasts. Let us set forth." The patriarchs returned to their factions, each delivering the same final admonition, after which it was up to each individual to demonstrate their prowess. "Teams are forming. Who wishes to join me?" Come, our group is one member short. Anyone wishing to join, hurry over. "Fifth brother, let us form a team." A voice rang out, filled with enthusiasm, "that I love fighting alongside you." The three family heads proclaimed their departure, and those who had already formed teams promptly ventured into the depths of the Black Maple Forest, while those still ungrouped hastily sought companions, forming pairs or trios, with hardly anyone daring to act alone. It's truly about to begin, little magical beasts, do cleanse your necks and await my arrival." Amidst the crowd, Yuan Feng observed with a detached demeanor, refraining from joining any group, and his lack of initiative deterred others from inviting him. Although everyone was aware of the third young master Yuan Feng's recent breakthrough, to be candid, they remained skeptical of his capabilities. Having just ascended, how formidable could he truly be? There were whispers of Yuan Feng possessing extraordinary agility. Yet such a skill merely served to facilitate escape. They were to engage in combat with magical beasts, not merely to race. Indeed, they have all arrived, Feng Yu from the Feng family, and Yun Mingchen from the Yun family, both of whom shine brightly wherever they go. As he surveyed the teams from the other two prominent clans, Yuan Feng quickly identified Feng Yu and Yun Mingchen among the younger generation participating in the autumn hunt. These two piqued his interest, while the rest barely warranted a glance. Feng Yu, this individual would require caution. Should they encounter each other within, it was conceivable he might resort to violence. Recalling the murderous intent Feng Yu displayed at the Morning Dawn Pavilion, it was likely that he would not remain idle should they cross paths again in the Black Maple Forest. As for Yun Mingchen, she was undoubtedly extraordinary. While renowned for her beauty, little was known of her cultivation level, leaving him uncertain of her current prowess. In contrast to Feng Yu, his curiosity about Yun Mingchen was more pronounced. The mere presence of an innate master safeguarding her signified her exceptional nature. It seems that young Master Yuan Feng has yet to form a team. Might he be inclined to join our little group? Just as Yuan Feng pondered Yun Mingchen's retreating figure, a sweet voice interrupted his thoughts from behind. It is Miss Ling Fei. Turning around, he found the four disciples of the Si Shui sect had approached, with Ling Fei leading, followed closely by Lung Yun, Zhao Qian, and Yuan Ao. Clearly, they constituted a team and would not seek to join others. Thank you for your kind offer, Miss Ling Fei, but I prefer to operate independently, so I shall continue alone. He clasped his hands in gratitude, graciously declining the invitation that he had not anticipated Ling Fei would extend an invitation to him. After all, they had only met once, and their relationship was non-existent, making it illogical for her to hold him in high regard. Oh, young Master Yuan Feng is indeed exceptional. In that case, please take care. Ling Fei said no more, instead offering him a meaningful smile, leaving him uncertain of her insights. Third brother, while the Black Maple Forest is not exceedingly vast, it remains fraught with dangers. Perhaps you should accompany us. Yuan Ao stepped forward. As the eldest grandson of the Yuan family, it was his duty to exhibit fraternal concern. However, no one noticed the glimmer of excitement in his eyes upon hearing Yuan Feng's intention to proceed alone. Thank you for your concern, elder brother, but it is unnecessary. I shall exercise caution on my own. But he raised an eyebrow at Yuan Ao while continuing to decline that he thought little of Yuan Ao's words, perceiving them as mere pretense, especially after he had already turned down Ling Fei's offer. Everyone, let us reconvene inside. With a serene smile, he chose not to elaborate further, turning to stride into the Black Maple Forest alone, leaving behind an air of mystery. Acting alone? It seems young Master Yuan Feng harbors numerous secrets. Observing his retreating figure, Ling Fei smiled faintly. Curiosity piqued within her. Ahem, Ling Fei senior sister. I believe it would be prudent for the four of us to separate. The number of magical beasts in the Black Maple Forest is relatively sparse, and our collective presence may waste resources. How about we pair off, enabling us to vanquish more magical beasts? As Ling Fei bid farewell to Yuan Feng, Yuan Ao suddenly proposed. Indeed, with the four of us entering the Black Maple Forest, the danger is minimal. Splitting up seems wise. Zhao Qian quickly concurred. Quite right, my two junior brothers. Let us divide into two groups. I shall team with Lung Yun, while you two shall pair up to Do. Remember to exercise caution. Ling Fei smiled gently, offering no further objections, before turning to head toward the Black Maple Forest, her expression a mixture of mirth and intrigue. Senior sister, please be safe. Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian exchanged delighted glances, their excitement palpable. They had not anticipated Ling Fei would so readily agree, making their plans considerably easier to execute. Chapter 25. Breaking apart with the three prominent families entering the Black Maple Forest. Their combined numbers approached 2,000, while the accompanying commoners numbered no less than 1,000, resulting in a sudden influx of 3,000 visitors to the Black Maple Forest. The entry of 3,000 individuals rendered the typically tranquil forest abuzz with activity. As Han Feiyu stepped into the Black Maple Forest, he encountered villagers diligently digging for spirit herbs at every few paces, alongside members of the three families spreading out. The outermost regions of the forest harbored few magical beasts. Their primary habitats lay in the central areas, with the more formidable creatures located even deeper. Han Feiyu had little interest in the ordinary spirit plants, his destination being the heart of the black maple forest. This black maple forest is indeed vast. After traversing for nearly half an hour, he found himself still in the outskirts that it appeared he would need to continue for some time to reach the central region. Along the way, he observed numerous individuals from the three families hauling the corpses of magical beasts, tasked with transporting them back to their respective family markets. Given the scarcity of martial artists, they could not afford to waste time on such logistics. The demand for magical beast resources among the three families was immense. Thus, upon encountering any magical beast, they would not hesitate to slay it and transport it back without a second thought. Upon arrival at the market, designated personnel would process the magical beasts, categorizing their fur, bones, organs, and flesh for sale or trade in other cities. It is worth noting that the magical beasts in the outer regions were predominantly ranked between levels 3 and 4. Such creatures stood little chance against human martial artists of levels 3 to 5, or even 6. Thus, he encountered not a single living magical beast amidst the ranks of the three families. However, this situation began to shift as he ventured deeper. Without pausing, he walked for a full hour, and after that time, he found no trace of commoners or the transporters from the three families. Clearly, having pressed forward, he had surpassed the others, positioning himself at the forefront of this autumn hunt expedition. At last, some peace. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of any trampled foliage, indicating that he was indeed the first to arrive. This area is no longer suitable for ordinary villagers to traverse. Even with martial artists from the three families leading the way, such regions remain perilous that a careless encounter with a magical beast could cost one their life. I wonder where my father and the others are now. Are they ahead of me, or have I surpassed them? Though they all hail from the same direction, the black maple forest spanned hundreds of miles, making it difficult to discern one another's presence. Perhaps he had already left the others behind. Never mind, at this depth, stronger magical beasts should be present. It is time for me to seek one out and test my skills. Shaking his head, he resolved to focus. His purpose in entering the black maple forest was to slay magical beasts and absorb their power to enhance his own strength. With no one around to impede him, he felt free to unleash his might. Magical beasts, come forth and let me savor your flesh. With a flick of his sleeve, anticipation danced across his face. Ever since tasting the flesh of a snow weasel, he had yet to experience the delights of other magical beasts, and he yearned to discover how much their blood and flesh could aid his cultivation. Third brother, your speed is indeed remarkable. You've already made it this far in such a short time. Just as Yuan Feng rolled up his sleeves, preparing to seek out magical beasts, familiar laughter echoed from not far behind, and two figures approached, grinning as they scrutinized him. His eyes narrowed slightly, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Upon seeing these two individuals, he found it difficult to articulate his feelings. It seems I have been quite foolish and naive. With a deep sigh from the depths of his heart, he realized that he may have underestimated the malevolence of certain individuals. The two figures before him were none other than Yuan Jia's eldest grandson, Yuan Ao, and the disciple of Si Shui's sect, Zhao Qian. At this moment, their presence here clearly indicated that they had been tailing him, and as for their intentions, they likely did not bode well. The two were not lacking in speed. However, one might wonder why they were not busy hunting magical beasts but instead chose to follow him here. With an indifferent expression, devoid of any discernible emotion or tension, he casually crossed his arms and spoke. "Haha, young man, we have come here for you. Haven Tiwi. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and present your martial arts techniques. Do not compel us to resort to force, as that would be detrimental to all parties involved." Zhao Qian stepped forward, laughing unabashedly. On their way, they had meticulously observed that the route Yuan Feng had chosen was one he had traversed alone. With no one in a 10-mile radius at this moment, they could do as they pleased. Martial arts techniques. So it appears you have come for my skills. He raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress a chuckle. Initially, he had thought these two were here to settle a score from their previous encounter. Now, he understood that their true aim was to covet his martial arts prowess. "Brother, I have already disclosed the matter of my techniques to my uncle and the others. I presume you have heard of it as well. Do you truly believe that I possess any martial arts manuals?" Third brother, let us not beat around the bush. Those words of yours are fit for deceiving children. Do you truly think anyone would believe you? Yuan Ao stepped forward, a smile gracing his face. Hand over the manuals. We are brothers. Let us not complicate matters that if we allow discord to arise, it would be unfavorable for all. In the midst of their conversation, he and Zhao Qian had already positioned themselves on either side of Yuan Feng, subtly encircling him. Regardless of the truth in my words, I assure you, I do not possess any manuals. With a light sigh, he suddenly raised an eyebrow. If I fail to present the manuals today, I wonder how brother intends to deal with me. How shall I deal with you? What do you think I will do? Third brother, Yuan Ao smirked, evading a direct answer to Yuan Feng's question. Come now, present the manuals. Good things are meant to be shared. It is unjust for one to hoard them exclusively. Yes, indeed. Hand over the manuals. And we shall let you go. Otherwise, this thicket shall become your burial ground. Burial ground? Upon hearing Zhao Qian's words, his brows furrowed tightly to this juncture. It seemed unnecessary to say more. Clearly, these two harbored malicious intent and had no intention of allowing him to leave alive. I never would have imagined that the eldest grandson of the Yuan family could be so ruthless. After all, we are brothers. Has brother no regard for our fraternal bond? Ha ha ha, fraternal bond. What a joke. With a family good for nothing like you, why should I speak of brotherhood? Yuan Ao scoffed, his expression darkening suddenly. You little waste, it seems you are truly unwilling to hand over the manuals today, are you? Shattering the pretense, Yuan Ao openly revealed his true colors that I have said at once. I have nothing to give. Even if you kill me, I cannot produce it. Yuan Feng shook his head, but he had nothing more to say regarding Yuan Ao's current demeanor. The other party had made it clear they intended to take his life, and the matter of the martial arts manuals was likely just a pretext. Enough, Yuan Ao. This brat refuses to shed tears until he sees the coffin. Since he is unwilling to comply, let us kill him and search his body ourselves. Go. Zhao Qian, growing impatient, recognized the potential for unforeseen interruptions and deemed it best to resolve the matter swiftly. Very well, let us dispatch this little waste and then search at our leisure. Zhao Qian's words resonated with Yuan Ao, and without further ado, they exchanged glances before lunging at Yuan Feng in unison. Having witnessed Yuan Feng's martial arts in the Yuan family, they immediately flanked him, denying him any opportunity to retaliate, intent on delivering a fatal strike. Kill me. It won't be that simple. As Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian closed in, Yuan Feng's expression turned icy, devoid of fear, and a glimmer of cold, murderous intent flickered in his eyes. Since they showed no mercy, he would not hold back either. Chapter 26. Counterattack as inner disciples of Si Shui's sect. Both Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian boasted impressive cultivation levels of the 6th stage of the condensation realm, placing them above their peers. Zhao Qian, in particular, not only was a disciple of Si Shui's sect, but also possessed a notable family background, making him a distinguished figure even within the sect. 2 years prior, he had already reached the 6th stage of the condensation realm, and after 2 years of diligent training, he was on the cusp of breaking through to the 7th stage. Yuan Ao had been fortunate enough to be recognized by a high-ranking figure in Si Shui's sect and brought into the sect, reaching the 6th stage last year and becoming an inner disciple. Individually, either of them could be considered formidable, and together, it was a certainty they could subdue a newly advanced 3rd stage martial artist like Yuan Feng. However, neither Yuan Ao nor Zhao Qian anticipated that the individual they were cornering was not an ordinary 3rd stage practitioner. Had they known that Yuan Feng had secretly cultivated to the 5th stage of the condensation realm, they would not have acted so recklessly. You little waste, it is your own refusal to hand over the manuals that has led you to seek death. Do not hold it against me when you descend into the abyss. Yuan Ao had already struck, unleashing a vicious attack as though intent on killing Yuan Feng with a single blow. Haha, brother, why waste words on him? Just kill him. Do we need to fear him turning into a vengeful spirit? Zhao Qian approached, raising his hand to strike at Yuan Feng's face. The two 6th stage martial artists were agile, flanking him from both sides. At that moment, any ordinary 5th stage practitioner would likely meet their demise. Yet, Yuan Feng was far from an average 5th stage martial artist, and their attempt to deliver a lethal blow was clearly naive. Do you think you can kill me? Perhaps you overestimate yourselves. As Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian launched their attacks, Yuan Feng scoffed, his composure unshaken. With a swift maneuver, he evaded their strikes, slipping away like a wisp of breeze, instantaneously escaping their assault zone. What? How could he be so fast? Yuan Ao's fist was poised to strike Yuan Feng, yet before he could revel in his anticipated success, the latter vanished from sight, causing an involuntary shock to his heart. What is happening? Could this brat have concealed his abilities? Zhao Qian was also taken aback. His palm had been infused with all his strength, a speed and power beyond that of a mere third-stage martial artist. Yet Yuan Feng had evaded with astonishing ease in that moment. Both were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend how, in just a few days, Yuan Feng's speed had increased so dramatically. Brother, this brat's techniques are strange. However, his energy is limited. Let us not grant him a moment's respite. Yuan Ao's mind raced. Having witnessed Yuan Feng's astonishing agility, he realized that if they were to compete solely on speed, it would require considerable effort on their part. Nonetheless, he believed that Yuan Feng, being merely a third-stage practitioner, would soon exhaust his energy, leading him to a dead end. Yes, let us wear him down. Zhao Qian concurred, genuinely impressed by Yuan Feng's displayed speed. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how a third-stage practitioner could exhibit such swift movements. The two, sharing the same sect, exhibited a surprising level of coordination, advancing in tandem. Despite Yuan Feng's ability to evade, he found no opportunity to flee. You wish to exhaust me? How amusing! Easily sidestepping their attacks, Yuan Feng found their fanciful schemes laughable that he now stood at the fifth stage of the condensation realm, with remarkably resilient meridians, possessing a far greater energy, reserve than the average fifth-stage practitioner. Even employing his agile techniques for several hours would not deplete his energy. Yuan Ao, Zhao Qian, you seek my martial arts techniques, do you? Today, I shall allow you to witness them, facing two formidable opponents. Yuan Feng remained unfazed. Unbeknownst to them, his hands had slipped behind his back, adopting a posture that suggested he intended solely to evade, with no intention of countering. Arrogant. Observing Yuan Feng's demeanor, Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian were infuriated. They had miscalculated. They initially believed they could easily slay Yuan Feng. Yet it appeared that not only was slaying him no longer straightforward, but they also questioned how long it would take to exhaust his energy. Flame palm, steel claw hand. The two individuals were consumed by anxiety, their attacks growing increasingly ferocious in their minds. Yuan Feng's cultivation was limited and should soon be exhausted, while they, as masters of the sixth level of the condensed origin realm, could afford to expend some energy without worry. Members of the three great families were scattered throughout the black maple forest, and at any moment, help could arrive that if they were seen by anyone, it would spell doom for both of them. I am eager to see what means you possess. Yuan Feng remained unperturbed, his hands clasped behind him, almost resembling a swimming fish, effortlessly evading their strikes. Regardless of their force, had he been at the third level of the condensed origin realm, even with the dragon's dance technique, he would likely have succumbed to their onslaught by now. However, his recent ascension to the fifth level was a secret known only to him. Outsiders would never even consider it so close. Just a little more. Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian grew increasingly frantic, each of their moves heavy with intent, each strike aimed at bringing Yuan Feng to his demise. The more desperate they became, the greater their exhaustion, and their tempers flared. Clearly, Yuan Feng intentionally sought to instill a false sense of hope in them, leading them to deplete their energy. Brother, this brat is on the verge of collapse. Let us intensify our efforts. Suddenly, an expression of excitement appeared on Yuan Ao's face. For Yuan Feng's complexion had turned noticeably flushed, and his labored breaths grew louder, presenting a clear image of fatigue. Haha, is he finally unable to hold on any longer? I told you this kid couldn't possibly endure indefinitely. Zhao Qian also noted Yuan Feng's change, and upon seeing him gasp for breath, his face alternating between red and pale. He laughed with unrestrained glee and intensified his assault, appearing almost frenzied. You too will pay for this. If you kill me, my father will not let you off lightly. Yuan Feng's steps suddenly faltered, his breath evidently insufficient. Straining to maintain his composure, he spat out bitter words, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Haha, who would suspect us if we were to kill you? Yuan Ao laughed maniacally, showing no signs of mercy. You little waste in your next life. Do not be born a human. Reincarnate as a beast and perish. As he spoke, he suddenly exerted force, clawing fiercely at Yuan Feng's shoulder, aiming to sever his arm with that strike. "I will fight you to the end." As Yuan Ao's strike approached, Yuan Feng, as if summoning his last reserves of strength, narrowly evaded the attack, finally bringing his hands from behind his back and lunging fiercely at his opponents. "Haha, brother Yuan Ao, this brat is merely struggling in his death throes. Be cautious of his last-ditch counterattack." Zhao Qian was equally exhilarated, believing that if they killed Yuan Feng, they might uncover the secrets of his movement technique. If he were to acquire such skills, his status would undoubtedly rise upon returning to the Si Shui sect. "I will kill you both." Yuan Feng was now in a desperate struggle, darting aimlessly, lacking any semblance of strategy. "Let me put an end to you." Zhao Qian seized a moment of opportunity and struck, both he and Yuan Ao eager to personally slay Yuan Feng, both to vent their anger and to be the first to search his body. Zhao Qian's strength surpassed Yuan Ao's. His full-force strike produced a sonic boom in the air, and a dark aura flickered around his fingers, resembling tempered steel. Second style of the dragon's dance, swift as the wind. However, just as Zhao Qian unleashed his full power for a decisive blow, Yuan Feng, who had appeared on the verge of collapse, suddenly brightened with determination. His seemingly erratic steps transformed into a fluid and elusive dance. And before Zhao Qian could even grasp him, Yuan Feng had already circled around him. Zhao Qian, committed to his forward momentum, could not retract his strength in time. Silencing finger, a precise strike, with a swift motion. Yuan Feng slid his foot, his fingers glowing a pearly white, moving with lightning-like speed. That instant, Zhao Qian's excitement turned to dread as a chilling sensation surged through his temple, and his once animated consciousness began to blur. Chapter 27. Decapitation. Initially, Zhao Qian and Yuan Ao, two formidable masters, had surrounded Yuan Feng, who was showing signs of fatigue and teetering on the brink of collapse. Yet none could have anticipated that just as they felt assured of victory, Yuan Feng would suddenly rise. His previously flushed face regained its composure, and his disordered steps regained their grace. This unexpected turn of events left both Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian utterly unprepared. Even more astonishing was the moment Yuan Feng, revitalized, struck with blinding speed. They could scarcely comprehend how he had executed such a swift move, and in an instant, the disciple of the Si Shui sect, Zhao Qian, at the pinnacle of the 6th level of the condensed origin realm, found himself frozen in place, unable to act for a long moment. With a swift motion, Yuan Feng slipped away from the fray, distancing himself nearly 5 meters from his foes. Observing his own countenance, he could detect no trace of fatigue. "Phew, I was feeling quite distressed, but I am relieved it did not disappoint me," he exhaled softly, a smile gracing his lips. Previously, he had feigned exhaustion, ensuring both adversaries were convinced of his plight, all while precariously dancing upon the edge of danger, knowing that a single misstep might allow them to seize the opportunity to vanquish him. In truth, he had not planned much. He merely wished to engage these two in combat. That it was only as the battle progressed that he conceived the strategy of feigning weakness, ultimately seizing the moment to unleash a lightning-fast counterattack and turn the tide. He had long since dabbled in the second layer of the dragon's dance technique, and having reached the 5th level of the condensed origin realm just before this autumn hunt, he was perfectly positioned to employ it. The second layer of the dragon's dance was far beyond the reach of individuals like Zhao Qian and Yuan Ao. Even had they been prepared, they would likely have struggled to defend against his sudden assault. In an instant, Yuan Feng's gaze fell upon Zhao Qian, who was glaring in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock. Blood gushed from a small wound at his temple, painting a gruesome picture. What is happening? Zhao Qian finally locked onto Yuan Feng, whose expression was calm, yet unyielding, that he realized he had been ensnared in a trap from the very beginning. The irony struck him. As a proud disciple of the Si Shui sect and a bright star of the Zhao family, he had met his end at the hands of an unknown lowly figure. That moment, he was overwhelmed by regret and fury. "I refuse to accept this." His eyes widened in disbelief and resentment as Zhao Qian's body collapsed. Lifeless and unblinking, "I have killed someone. This feels exhilarating." Yuan Feng's eyes narrowed as he observed Zhao Qian's fallen form, but quickly returned to normal. This was not the world he once knew. This realm had no rigid rules. Here, the strong reigned supreme, and the weak must always be prepared for an untimely demise. Just as today, Had he spared Zhao Qian, the latter would have undoubtedly sought his life. In such circumstances, he had no other choice but to act. Casting a dispassionate glance at Zhao Qian, Yuan Feng's gaze gradually shifted to Yuan Ao, who was paralyzed with terror, staring incredulously at the fallen Zhao Qian. It cannot be. This is impossible. I must be dreaming. Yuan Ao could hardly believe what unfolded before his eyes. A once vibrant life had been extinguished in an instant. Most shockingly, the deceased was no ordinary person, but a disciple of the Sishui sect and a direct descendant of the Zhao family, a pinnacle master of the 6th level of the condensed origin realm, slain by someone who had merely just crossed into the 3rd level. Everything felt surreal, yet the reality loomed before him, demanding belief. My dear brother, Zhao Qian has met his end. Now, shall we settle our accounts? Just as Yuan Ao was engulfed in terror, Yuan Feng's voice suddenly pierced the air, jolting him awake. Who are you? He instinctively took 2 steps back, regarding Yuan Feng as if he were a demon from the abyss. In that moment, he finally grasped the magnitude of his misjudgment. 3rd level of the condensed origin realm? How absurd! If I still perceive you as merely a 3rd level practitioner, I would truly be a fool. Haha, who am I? I am simply myself. Dear brother, you have known me long enough. With a hearty laugh, Yuan Feng regarded Yuan Ao with keen interest. Now that Zhao Qian has been slain by my hand, what do you think I should do with you? He posed the same question he had asked Zhao Qian earlier, and the latter's response had been a death sentence. Now he tossed the question to Yuan Ao, serving as poetic justice. Hiss. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, Yuan Ao inhaled sharply, a hint of pallor washing over his face. 3rd brother, I was wrong. I was truly mistaken. I was bewitched, momentarily confused. For the sake of our brotherhood, spare me. Have mercy. Yuan Ao was truly terrified, having broken through to the 6th level of the condensed essence realm last year. He was undoubtedly inferior in strength when compared to Zhao Qian. Now, even Zhao Qian had fallen to Yuan Feng's blade, that if Yuan Feng were to target him, he was uncertain whether he could withstand such an assault. The mere thought of Yuan Feng's bizarre speed and that divine finger strike sent uncontrollable tremors coursing through his body. Sighing deeply, Yuan Feng's face momentarily flashed with a hint of reluctance. But it was quickly concealed. The notion of brothers turning against one another was already cruel enough. However, at this juncture, regardless of his feelings, he had no choice left. With a swift motion, he lifted his garment, his right hand reaching for his waist. With a sudden pull, a soft, slender sword was drawn forth. This sword was one he had previously selected from his family's armory, now serving as a belt at his waist. And it was precisely the moment it was needed. Against someone at the 6th level of the condensed essence realm, wielding a sword should expedite the conclusion of the battle. A soft sword? Upon witnessing Yuan Feng draw the soft sword, Yuan Ao's pupils constricted, and the hair on his body stood on end, that he could not believe that Yuan Feng intended to wield this soft sword lightly. The cold gleam of the blade made him regret his past decisions. You can use a sword. His voice was hoarse, and in that moment, he genuinely found himself at a loss for words. The alarming speed was one thing, but that Yuan Feng could also wield a sword left him pondering how his father had investigated such a monstrous individual, only to label him a martial arts waste. It matters not whether one can or cannot. It's merely a matter of having learned a few moves. With a carefree smile, his expression gradually turned cold. I shall strike once with my sword. If you can evade it, we shall bury this fellow together and treat today's events as if they never occurred. But if you cannot evade, I shall bury both of you. Yuan Ao's countenance shifted dramatically. He wished to say more, but seeing Yuan Feng's resolute expression, he understood that no amount of words would sway the situation. He could only blame his own short-sightedness for failing to recognize a gem when he saw one. Very well. As you say, one strike only if I withstand it. We shall bury him, with no room for retreat. Though he had come to realize that Yuan Feng was playing the part of the pig to eat the tiger, he still could not believe that Yuan Feng could slay him with a single strike. After all, he was a dignified master of the 6th level of the condensed essence realm. Achieving such a feat while he was on guard was utterly impossible. With a flick of his hand, a long sword abruptly appeared within his grasp, the blade measuring 3 feet and 1 inch, glistening with formidable sharpness. Upon witnessing the long sword materialize in Yuan Ao's hand, Yuan Feng's eyes brightened, that he had long heard of a unique mineral known as Nanjing, which could be fashioned in a spatial vessel such as storage rings and bracelets that he had previously heard that Yuan Ao's father, Yuan Qingyun, possessed one, and it seemed that the ring on Yuan Ao's finger was indeed the fabled spatial ring. Truly commendable for a disciple of the Sishui sect to possess such a treasure. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly found himself intrigued by the spatial ring on Yuan Ao's finger. Come, let us engage just one strike. Unaware of Yuan Feng's peculiar demeanor, Yuan Ao took up a defensive posture. Ready to receive Yuan Feng's blow. My dear elder brother, do be cautious. With barely a moment's pause, he unleashed the 8th form of the wind-embracing sword technique, embracing the willows with the wind. As the words left his mouth, his expression grew icy, his foot pressing down, executing the 2nd form of the flowing dragon step, transforming his figure into a fleeting shadow that vanished from sight. So swift, Yuan Ao's pupils dilated. Yuan Feng's speed was astonishing. Setting aside the prowess of his swordsmanship, even this footwork left him in the dust. Iron Wall Sword, as a prestigious disciple of the Sishui sect. Having trained for several years, Yuan Ao was not to be underestimated. He swiftly twisted his sword, conjuring a torrent of azure sword shadows to shield himself, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, despite Yuan Ao's capable swordplay, it still fell short in Yuan Feng's eyes. With a flick of his soft sword, Yuan Feng's blade sliced through the opponent's sword light, sending Yuan Ao's azure blade flying with a deft motion. One strike passed. Although Yuan Feng had successfully knocked away Yuan Ao's azure blade, this strike was also parried by Yuan Ao, who quickly called out in alarm, fearing Yuan Feng might change his mind. 9th form of the wind-embracing sword technique. The wind slays all. Yet, in response to Yuan Ao's desperate cries, Yuan Feng merely offered a mocking smile, shifting his sword stance to execute the 9th form of the wind-embracing sword technique. Cleaving downward, the sword light flashed. Yuan Feng had already retreated, while Yuan Ao remained frozen in shock and fury, still in a state of anxious disbelief. The 9th form of the wind-embracing sword technique. He actually mastered the 9th form? Replaying Yuan Feng's final strike in his mind, he realized he hadn't even seen how it was executed. Yet the chilling sensation enveloping him confirmed that Yuan Feng's last strike had claimed his life. You lack integrity. With a sense of unwillingness, blood gushed from his neck, and following Zhao Qian, he fell as the 2nd victim. What integrity is there to discuss with you? With a smirk, Yuan Feng let out a cold snort, feeling a profound sense of relief within. Chapter 28. Windfall having extinguished Zhao Qian with the silent extinction finger and slain Yuan Ao with the wind-embracing sword technique, Yuan Feng had effortlessly dispatched 2 masters of the 6th level of the condensed essence realm in mere moments, without sustaining even the slightest injury. Should this tale be recounted to others, it would likely be met with scorn and disbelief, dismissed as a farce. Yet, such was the reality. With the cultivation of the 5th level of the condensed essence realm, Yuan Feng had flawlessly ended the lives of 2 masters of the 6th level, emerging unscathed. That, of course, there were elements of cunning involved. He had lured Zhao Qian into underestimating him, orchestrating a dramatic counterattack. And in the case of Yuan Ao, he had first deceived him into believing he would only make one move, and secondly, capitalized on Yuan Ao's disorientation and lack of fighting spirit, making the kill effortless. However, it must be said that a strong individual is defined not solely by their martial prowess. As long as one can eliminate their opponent, any means employed can earn the title of a formidable force. Finally, it is over. Stowing the soft sword away, Yuan Feng gazed down at the lifeless forms of Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Both had the potential for a bright future. Yet their nefarious intents had led to their demise, leaving them as mere dust, indifferent to who had ended their lives. That my dear elder brother, it was you who acted unkindly first in the underworld. Do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Striding over to Yuan Ao, he bent down and directly removed the ring from his finger. This must be the spatial ring. He had surmised that Yuan Ao possessed Nanjing adornments upon witnessing him suddenly draw the long sword. And the most common of such adornments on the continent was indeed the spatial ring. Yuan Ao's ring still bore his warmth. Holding it in his hand, Yuan Feng examined it closely at a first glance. It appeared to be an ordinary ring, yet upon closer inspection, The intricate patterns revealed themselves to be the legendary Nanjing ring. It was said that by infusing one's essence energy, one could view the contents within and either store or retrieve items. Let us see if it works. Though he had never encountered such a thing, the method of its use was widely known throughout the streets. With a mental command, he activated his essence energy, directing it into the ring. The moment his essence energy touched the ring, it was immediately absorbed, and he felt as though he had established a peculiar connection with it. The internal contents of the ring swiftly became apparent before his eyes. Before him lay a small space, approximately 2 meters square, containing a few golden ingots and a few simple garments carelessly strewn about. In one corner, a small heap of spiritual herbs and plants lay haphazardly piled together. Observing these herbs, he could almost smell their medicinal fragrance wafting through the air. The spatial ring was indeed an extraordinary item. Raising an eyebrow, curiosity painted his features as he wondered if he could extract something from it. Without a second thought, he commanded his essence energy to penetrate the ring, enveloping a red spiritual herb. Come forth. With a mere thought, a vibrant red spiritual plant appeared in his hand, precisely the one he had extracted from the ring. Ah, what a treasure! This item is truly marvelous. After retrieving the spiritual herb, he once again focused his thoughts, and the vibrant plant vanished, returning to the ring. Driven by curiosity, he repeated the process several times before finally chuckling to a halt. This world is indeed filled with wonders. Beyond the remarkable martial skills, there exist such miraculous Nanjing minerals that it seems that as my strength continues to grow, even more astonishing phenomena await me. With a subtle smile, he picked up Yuan Ao's sword and placed it into his spatial ring. Raising an eyebrow, he proceeded directly towards Zhao Qian's lifeless body. To say, merely a Yuan Ao, yet possesses a storage ring. This Zhao Qian, reputedly from a prominent family in the capital, has trained longer in the Sishui sect. Surely, this lad must possess wealth comparable to that of Yuan Ao. Upon reaching Zhao Qian's corpse, he immediately noticed the ring on the finger, which at first glance resembled Yuan Ao's ring, albeit with a deeper, more ancient hue, clearly indicating a superior quality. Excellent, excellent. Young Master Zhao Qian, do not disappoint me. With utmost delicacy, he removed the ring from the finger, filled with anticipation as he slowly infused his elemental force into it. The elemental force made contact with the ring, an expansive space, nearly 5 meters in size, abruptly materialized before him. This vast expanse was not only several times larger than Yuan Ao's spatial ring, but it was also filled with a dazzling array of items, overwhelming to behold. What the hell? This fellow actually carried a treasury on him. Upon witnessing the treasures within Zhao Qian's spatial ring, even with prior preparation, he was astounded by the sheer magnitude of the other's wealth. Before his eyes lay a substantial pile of gold ingots and golden cards, forming a small mound, alongside a variety of vividly colored gemstones, each one undoubtedly worth a fortune. Combined, this heap of gold ingots and cards likely rivaled the entire wealth of the Yuan family. Aside from the gold, on the other side of the space, an assortment of spiritual plants also formed a small mountain. One could only wonder where Zhao Qian sourced such spiritual flora. A cursory glance suggested there were at least 1,000, each of which surpassed the quality of the Qi Xin Yuan Feng had previously acquired from the market. Gulp. Gazing at the towering heap of spiritual plants, Yuan Feng instinctively swallowed hard. For others, these spiritual plants were merely for nurturing the body or for trading with alchemical sects for medicinal pills. But for him, it was a different matter. With the celestial devouring martial spirit residing within him, he could consume these plants directly, the effects far exceeding those of any medicinal pills. That if he were to consume this vast assortment of spiritual flora, he could assert with absolute certainty that breaking through to the 6th level of the elemental condensation realm would be a mere trifle. Goodness, who exactly is Zhao Qian? Truly remarkable coming from the capital. He knew Zhao Qian was a direct descendant of a family in the capital, but he had little comprehension of the families there. It was now evident that the Zhao family was indeed a formidable lineage, potentially ranking among the elite in the capital. Unbeknownst to him, the Zhao family was indeed an established clan with profound heritage, and the resources allocated for the training of direct descendants could be described as extravagant. The monthly allocation of spiritual plants was sufficient to sustain the entire county of Fengtian for a day. Zhao Qian was a key focus of cultivation within the Zhao family, in addition to the standard training resources. His father often provided him with additional benefits, amassing a collection of valuable items. Moreover, having spent considerable time in the Sishui sect, he had received countless tributes from ordinary disciples, accumulating a significant income over time. Yuan Ao had not once failed to present gifts to Zhao Qian. Each gift undoubtedly substantial. What is this? His gaze was suddenly drawn to a jade box nestled among the spiritual plants. This box was clearly no ordinary item, square and shimmering with a faint glow, reminiscent of the jade box Yuan Qingyun had given him for the Millennium Snow Ginseng. Come forth. Wrapping the jade box with elemental force, he extracted it with ease. Encased within this box, the contents ought to be of even greater quality. With a raised eyebrow, he flicked it open. What a delightful aroma! As the box opened, a wave of fragrance enveloped him, and he finally beheld the contents within. Good heavens, this spiritual ginseng must be over 10,000 years old. It was a pure white spiritual ginseng, and although he had previously obtained a Millennium Blood Ginseng from Yuan Qingyun, that ginseng could hardly compare in age. Before him lay a spiritual ginseng that was visibly thicker than the Millennium Blood Ginseng, its roots entwined in a complex manner reminiscent of a human brain. Such growth could only be achieved after several thousand years, if not more. Wow, this is a true treasure. I wonder how much elemental force this ginseng can refine for me, and to what extent it can fortify my meridians. Quickly, he resealed the jade box, his thoughts racing as he carefully stored it away, then resumed examining the items within the spatial ring. These bottles and jars must contain medicinal pills. Upon further inspection, he discovered a small row of bottles, each labeled with names. Unfortunately, he had no knowledge of medicinal pills. Although he recognized their value, he was at a loss for how to utilize them. He chuckled to himself. Ordinary spiritual plants and herbs could enhance my elemental force, but these medicinal pills should prove even more effective. It is well known that pills are refined from countless spiritual herbs, and in a small place like Feng Tian, access to such pills is non-existent. His understanding of them was virtually non-existent, leaving him with no choice but to seek knowledge in the future. Ah, what a stroke of fortune! No wonder so many people are drawn to profit from the deceased. It turns out such endeavors can be so rewarding. Withdrawing his elemental force, he temporarily ceased his exploration of the treasures within the spatial ring and shifted his gaze back to the two corpses. This was not the place to tally his gains. Once he returned to the Yuan family, he would have ample time to savor his spoils. First, he needed to figure out how to dispose of them. Should he bury them? Scanning the surroundings, although the foliage was dense, digging a grave would require considerable effort, and if someone were to arrive at this moment, it would be quite problematic. Furthermore, if he were to dig a grave, the freshly disturbed earth would easily reveal itself, and he certainly did not wish for the bodies to be discovered. A thought struck him. With a gleam in his eye, he quickly devised a plan. He took out Yuan Ao's spatial ring, transferring the useful items into Zhao Qian's ring, then enveloped the two corpses in elemental force, directly placing them into Yuan Ao's spatial ring. Burying two bodies is no simple task, but burying a single ring is much easier. He casually found a thicket, quickly dug a small hole, and tossed the spatial ring inside. Dear sirs, the environment here is splendid. May you rest in peace. After burying the spatial ring, he glanced around before swiftly departing the scene. Chapter 29. Sixth-level martial artist deep within the lush thicket, Yuan Feng sat cross-legged among layers of underbrush. Before him lay an array of various spiritual plants, nearly a dozen in total, and at that moment he was busily stuffing them into his mouth. Goodness, these spiritual plants have remained fresh within the spatial ring, their medicinal properties utterly intact. This spatial ring is indeed a marvelous item. As he chewed on the spiritual herbs, Yuan Feng couldn't help but marvel at the effectiveness of the spatial ring. The space within the spatial ring was a vacuum, preventing food from spoiling. Spiritual herbs placed inside remained perpetually fresh, akin to a refrigerator from a previous life. Tiske, Yuan Ao, and Zhao Qian, you should be thanking me. If no one discovers your fate, you too might just achieve eternal rest. The thought of having turned Zhao Qian and Yuan Ao into mere storage within the ring left him feeling a tinge of regret. What a lavish use of such a fine treasure for a coffin. Having consumed nearly several hundred spiritual plants, his elemental force had more than doubled. Yet he still found himself a distance away from breaking through to the 6th level of the elemental condensation realm. Onward with the consumption. The bounty of spiritual plants he obtained from Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian was staggering. Initially, he believed he would need to accumulate resources over time to reach the 6th level. Yet these two had providentially delivered such an abundance of energy, leaving him at a loss for how to express his gratitude. Having devoured over 600 spiritual plants in a short span, the pile within the spatial ring had been entirely consumed. That should suffice. Now, it is time to attempt a breakthrough to the 6th level of the elemental condensation realm, once again having consumed over 100 stalks of spiritual herbs. There came a moment when he felt his entire meridian system brimming with primordial energy. It was at this juncture that he paused, returning the excess herbs to their place. Cultivation of primordial energy. Commence! With his primordial energy reaching its zenith, he took a moment to sense his surroundings. Upon detecting the absence of living beings nearby, he activated the cultivation technique, embarking on yet another journey of breakthrough. Transitioning from the 5th to the 6th tier of the condensation realm. This was undoubtedly a significant hurdle, one that posed considerable difficulty. Many practitioners found themselves stymied at this stage. Should one succeed in surmounting this threshold, they would undoubtedly be regarded as a formidable warrior among their peers. The most evident criterion for becoming an inner disciple in any major sect within the Fengtian prefecture is to achieve the 6th tier of the condensation realm, highlighting the immense significance of this level. Having mastered the techniques of the 5th tier, Yuan Feng was already thoroughly familiar with them. However, as his meridian energy surged, operating the 5th tier S technique became increasingly challenging. This period served as a dual test for both his meridians and his willpower. Without resilient meridians and unwavering determination, it would be exceedingly difficult to harness such a vast quantity of primordial energy. Nonetheless, Yuan Feng possessed an abundance of both tenacity in his meridians and strength in his will. Enduring the agonizing turbulence of primordial energy coursing through his meridians, his cultivation technique began to accelerate in speed. As the flow of primordial energy became smoother, the pain in his body gradually subsided. Before long, he realized that he had reached the pinnacle of the 5th tier of his cultivation technique. Successfully mastering the control of all his primordial energy at this moment. If he did not break through, then when would he? Sensing the fervor of primordial energy throughout his body, his eyes gleamed with determination. In his mind, the technique for the 6th tier of cultivation materialized. With a swift hand gesture, he replaced the 5th tier's technique with that of the 6th. Cultivation of primordial energy, 6th tier, activate. Boom. The meridians throughout his body emitted a resounding crack. As though they were on the verge of bursting, that he felt as if his entire being had exploded, with his meridians expanding several-fold, akin to a small creek being cleared by a sudden deluge. Ouch! That hurts. This abrupt transformation caused him to blanch momentarily. However, the pain was fleeting. Once the breakthrough was complete, the sensation of pain dissipated, replaced by an exhilarating emptiness from his expanded meridians and a surge of newfound strength. I have achieved the 6th tier of the condensation realm. A broad smile spread across his face, and in that instant, his heart brimmed with indescribable joy, initially concerned about whether he could achieve a breakthrough during this autumn hunt. He was astonished to realize that he had accomplished this monumental leap in less than an hour since entering the black maple forest. Crack, crack, he clenched his fist tightly, the sound of his joints popping, resonating loudly. At that moment, he felt as though he had consumed a potent strength-enhancing elixir. If he were to face Yuan Ao now, he would require no weapon. A single punch would suffice to send his opponent flying. Indeed, I have taken another step forward on the path of the strong, having reached the 6th tier of the condensation realm. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, his body felt rejuvenated. Emitting a series of satisfying cracks, the ordinary spiritual plants in his spatial ring had been entirely consumed, leaving only a precious 10,000-year ginseng and some unknown elixirs, the efficacy of which in aiding his ascent to the pinnacle of the 6th tier was uncertain. Nevertheless, having just undergone a breakthrough, he knew he would need to wait a while before attempting to reach the 7th tier, affording him ample time to gather energy. Though he had successfully formed the technique for the 6th tier of cultivation, perfect mastery was not something that could be achieved overnight. Typically, individuals transition from the 6th tier to the 7th tier over the course of 1 to 3 years. even with his resilient meridians and the assistance of the devouring martial spirit. Achieving perfection within a mere 2 or 3 months would be exceedingly challenging. To break through to the next realm, one must first perfect the preceding level. Only through the flawless mastery of a lower-tier technique can one invoke the next tier's technique to achieve a breakthrough. With a determined expression, he took a step forward, emerging from the thicket. With this newfound strength, I feel more confident in seeking out magical beasts. Initially, he had harbored concerns about encountering overly powerful magical beasts that could bring unnecessary trouble. But now he felt unperturbed as a practitioner of the 6th tier of the condensation realm. Even if he were not a match for a formidable magical beast, he could easily escape using the dragon step technique. It was time to begin the search for magical beasts. Having relied on spiritual plants to enhance his power thus far, he was eager to discover the effects of magical beasts. After a brief interlude, it was time to focus on the task at hand. The autumn hunt was about slaying magical beasts, not humans. To be honest, he had little experience in tracking magical beasts through the forest. Whether in this life or the last, he had never engaged in hunting. Seasoned monster hunters are well versed in the habits of magical beasts, knowing where they tend to hide and how to trace their tracks. However, he had no prior exposure to such matters and thus lacked experience in this area. Yet every endeavor has its first time. Lacking experience, he could simply devise his own method of searching. His greatest advantage, without a doubt, was his speed. Unable to rely on experience or tracks to locate magical beasts, he decided to employ the dragon step technique, conducting a sweeping search across the area. Compared to others, he merely needed to traverse a bit more ground. Even clumsy methods can yield results, as there is no inherent good or bad in approaches, as long as they prove effective. They are commendable. Roar. Just as Yuan Feng was methodically searching the area with the dragon step technique for less than a quarter of an hour, a low growl suddenly echoed in front of him. Moments later, a sleek black leopard sprang forth, blocking his path. Chapter 30. New discoveries. Before him lay a black leopard, measuring over 2 meters in length, crouching low to the ground. Its fur was as dark as night, its eyes gleaming like 2 lanterns, and its sharp fangs resembled the most lethal blades, invoking fear that a magical beast. At last, he had laid eyes upon a living magical creature. Upon sighting the black leopard, Yuan Feng's spirits soared, invigorated by the encounter. Since arriving in this world, it was his first time witnessing a living magical beast, and compared to the animals of his previous world, these magical creatures appeared far more ferocious and brutal, radiating an aura of menace that could nearly affect one's psyche. What a remarkable sight! A black flame leopard. Judging by its appearance, it likely possessed the strength of a 4th or 5th tier beast. Although this was his first encounter with a living magical beast, the Yuan family possessed extensive documentation regarding magical beasts. The previous young master of the Yuan family, though disinclined towards martial arts, frequently perused such information. The black flame leopard is a relatively common magical beast. An adult black flame leopard typically possesses a strength equivalent to that of a 4th-tier warrior, boasting commendable combat prowess. The leopard before him, with its glossy coat and muscular build, was undoubtedly a fully matured specimen, its strength not falling short of a practitioner at the 4th tier of the condensation realm. Roar. Magical beasts each have their own territory, and it was clear that Yuan Feng's reckless intrusion had encroached upon the black flame leopard's domain. The creature glared at him with fury, emitting low growls. Hee, 4th-tier black flame leopard, you needn't growl. I have come seeking you. As the black flame leopard attempted to intimidate him, Yuan Feng could not help but chuckle. Come forth. They say magical beasts possess immense strength. Let me witness just how strong you truly are. There was little to discuss with a magical beast. With a swift movement, Yuan Feng summoned his primordial energy, unleashing the diamond fist technique as he charged towards the black flame leopard. His golden-flecked fist striking with intent. Boom! Roar! How swift was Yuan Feng! As a practitioner of the 6th tier of the condensation realm, he already surpassed the black flame leopard significantly, with the aid of the dragon step technique. He arrived before the leopard in the blink of an eye, delivering a powerful punch to its flank before it could react. The black flame leopard let out a pained growl, blood trickling from its mouth as it convulsed on the ground. Wow, that was surprisingly easy. With a single punch, he had dispatched a 4th-tier black flame leopard, leaving him with an insatiable feeling of exhilaration. However, upon reflection, it made sense. as a practitioner of the sixth tier of the condensation realm. His strength was formidable, and a mere fourth-tier magical beast could hardly withstand his might. That it was comparable to a brawny man fighting a 3-year-old child. One kick, and survival would be a miracle. Hee. Now I can assess the effects of the magical beast. Withdrawing his fist, he approached the fallen black flame leopard, eager to experience the benefits of the devouring martial spirit. Wait, how am I supposed to do this? Am I expected to devour it raw? Standing before the black flame leopard, Yuan Feng suddenly encountered a dilemma. While he could consume spiritual plants and herbs in bites, he could hardly do the same with a magical beast. How could he have overlooked this? Was he to find a way to cook it? Perhaps stew it? Roast it? Clearly, the thought of consuming a magical beast raw was unfathomable to him, and the idea of cooking such a large creature would require hours of preparation. Scratching his scalp, he found himself in a bit of a quandary. The magical beast was right before him, and it was certain that he could extract some elemental energy from it. However, the pressing question was how to consume this substance and transform it into his own energy, an issue that, while seemingly straightforward, posed a significant challenge. Swallowing heaven martial spirit, you can't possibly be this useless, can you? He couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. It appeared that the swallowing heaven martial spirit indeed had its share of shortcomings. Buzz! Just as he mentally lamented and pondered how to deal with the black flame leopard before him, the swallowing heaven martial spirit suddenly trembled slightly in his mind, as if it were displeased by his complaints. Simultaneously, a piece of information was transmitted deep within his consciousness, causing his eyes to gleam with intrigue. The swallowing heaven martial spirit wants to devour it. To him, the spirit seemed akin to the black tiger martial spirit he had encountered with the second young master of the Fong family. Fong Yu, eager to break free and target the black flame leopard lying on the ground. Since you wish to emerge, then come forth and show yourself. Glancing around and noting the absence of any onlookers within several miles, he felt no need to conceal his secret. With a flicker of thought, he released the image of the swallowing heaven martial spirit to see what this entity could accomplish. Whoosh! As the swallowing heaven martial spirit emerged from the top of his head, it immediately lunged fiercely at the black flame leopard. In an instant, the entire image of the spirit enveloped the leopard, leading to a scene that left Yuan Feng utterly dumbfounded. He witnessed the swallowing heaven martial spirit encasing the black flame leopard. And then, as if ignited, the spirit began to burn. The leopard's lifeless body transformed almost instantaneously into a small orb of white energy, leaving behind a heap of ash on the ground. The swallowing heaven martial spirit cradled this orb of white energy, quietly suspended in the air, as if nothing had ever transpired. Whoa, it can actually work like this. Staring in astonishment at the swallowing heaven martial spirit hovering there, and then at the small orb of white energy within the spirit's image, he couldn't help but swallow hard. That it was evident that this orb of white energy was the very elemental force he was both familiar with and yearning for. Come back. Without further ado, he focused his mind and hurriedly summoned the swallowing heaven martial spirit back into his body. As it returned, he immediately felt the small orb of energy merge seamlessly into his meridians, becoming part of his own elemental force. Some unique energy even spread through his skeletal structure, fortifying his meridians and bones. Haha, just as I thought. It wouldn't make me do all the work myself. The swallowing heaven martial spirit has indeed lived up to my expectations. Feeling the surge of energy within his meridians, he was filled with excitement. The swallowing heaven martial spirit had once again delivered an unexpected delight. So, it can be utilized in this manner. Had I known earlier, I wouldn't have needed to chew on those spiritual plants one bite at a time. A single pot would suffice. How convenient. The revelation that the swallowing heaven martial spirit could operate externally filled him with joy. With this newfound method, whether dealing with spiritual plants or magical beasts, he could directly convert them into energy orbs outside, significantly easing his efforts. Swallowing heaven martial spirit, you truly are an enigma. The corners of his mouth curled up as he contemplated certain scenarios. According to the prevailing beliefs in this world, a martial spirit was merely a manifestation of a warrior's innate talent or a part of their being, devoid of any wisdom or instinct. All actions were dictated by the warrior, who harnessed the spirit's abilities to enhance their own cultivation. Yet his swallowing heaven martial spirit was evidently an exception, for one. Martial spirits could manifest externally, but were not meant to detach from their wielder's body. However, his swallowing heaven martial spirit not only detached, but also autonomously processed magical beasts into energy. A fundamental divergence from the typical martial spirit's nature. Moreover, while martial spirits were considered innate talents without consciousness, acting solely on the warrior's will, his swallowing heaven martial spirit was different. Whether in his previous encounter with Fong Yu's Black Tiger martial spirit or now with the Black Flame Leopard, the swallowing heaven martial spirit had actively communicated its desire to emerge, an unsettling peculiarity. Never mind, the swallowing heaven martial spirit was something I brought from my original world. Its uniqueness is to be expected. As long as it proves effective, what does it matter if it's somewhat unconventional? Unable to reach a definitive conclusion, he chose to push those thoughts aside, sensing that the swallowing heaven martial spirit was functioning well. He resumed his activities. The Black Maple Forest was teeming with magical beasts, and the recent Black Flame Leopard was evidently too weak, failing to provide the desired training experience. The energy it yielded was minimal, rendering it more suitable for others to tackle. There was no need for him to engage if he encountered such creatures again. Activating the dragon's soaring step, he pressed deeper into the forest. Now at the 6th level of the condensing element realm, he was no longer satisfied with the central region of the Black Maple Forest. Perhaps only the core area, close to the miasma zone, could yield some substantial rewards. Chapter 31. A step ahead after years of development, the Black Maple Forest now presented a stratified landscape. The entire outer region constituted a broad tier, inhabited predominantly by weaker magical beasts, with the strongest among them barely reaching levels 4 or 5 that occasionally a level 5 beast might appear, but such occurrences were rare. Delving tens of miles into the outer region led to what could be considered the central area, where level 5 and 6 magical beasts reigned supreme, with the occasional sighting of a higher level 7 beast. During this autumn hunt, the ordinary guards from the 3 major families typically halted their advance in this region, avoiding deeper exploration. Beyond this lay the core area of the Black Maple Forest, with the miasma zone at its heart. This zone radiated outward for several dozen miles, with the miasma zone representing one side of Fong Tian County, while the other side belonged to another county, Ling Fong. Essentially, the Black Maple Forest was bisected by the miasma zone, with Fong Tian County occupying only half of it. The core area, ordinary family guards could not approach. For even the weakest magical beasts, their boasted power exceeding level 6 at higher levels, such as 7, 8, or even innate level beasts, could potentially reside in this domain. Thus, only the core individuals of the 3 major families dared to venture here. Among the 3 families, the direct second-generation members were predominantly at the 8th level of the condensing element realm, while some proficient side members ranged from the 6th to 7th levels, with 8th levels being relatively scarce. Such prowess allowed them to traverse into the core area together, seeking to hunt down lone high-level magical beasts. It was said that the higher the level of a magical beast, the more valuable it became. A level 6 beast could be worth far more than 100 level 4 or 5 beasts. Meanwhile, hunting a beast exceeding level 6 proved exceedingly challenging. Capturing a level 7 or higher beast could be a stroke of luck for a family. Of course, the higher the level of a magical beast, the greater the likelihood of encountering a beast with a magic crystal. Capturing a magic crystal beast was no mere stroke of luck. Even a single crystal could be exchanged for valuable elixirs at significant sections. The Yun and Fong families, among the 3 major families of Fong Tian County, had successfully slain magic crystal beasts in the past, subsequently using the crystals to procure elixirs from the Danxia sect, thereby enhancing the strength of their direct second-generation members. Originally, Yuan Feng's target for this autumn hunt was the central area, with his prior cultivation at the 5th level of the condensing element realm. He believed he could contend with or escape from level 6 beasts if encountered. However, now that he had reached the 6th level, his ambitions had shifted. Whoosh, this area should be considered within the central region of the Black Maple Forest. Racing forward, Yuan Feng had traversed the outer region and estimated that he had covered nearly several hundred miles, a distance that others certainly could not match. Thus, he was assured that he was now within the central area. Far from the outer region, this must be the junction between the central and core areas. Judging by the surroundings, it is evident that few have ventured here. Even during past autumn hunts, it is likely that very few would have dared to delve this deeply. Looking around, he noticed the lush vegetation, nearly devoid of any signs of trampling, as if it had been growing undisturbed for years, but he surmised that this area was likely accessible only to the elite of the three major families. And even then, only to a select few of the most powerful direct descendants. Let us begin here. He concluded that the magical beasts at this depth should be around the 6th level of the condensing element realm, making them ideal for honing his skills. For this autumn hunt, his dual objectives were to absorb magical beasts to accumulate elemental force and to engage in combat to sharpen his battle instincts. Although his cultivation had progressed rapidly, his combat experience remained woefully scarce. Since arriving in this world, he had only participated in 3 skirmishes, with the only true battle being the recent encounter with Zhao Qian and Yuan Ao. Therefore, he must immerse himself in more combat experiences to refine his battle awareness. Certainly, it is only through relentless combat that one can truly recognize one's own flaws and shortcomings, subsequently addressing them with targeted improvements. That said, the honing of combat awareness is indispensable, while the accumulation of primordial energy by vanquishing magical beasts holds even greater significance that he has recently broken through to the 6th level of the condensed origin realm. Yet his meridians remain rather hollow. The sole remaining spirit plant acquired from Zhao Qian and Yuan Ao is a millennia-old snow ginseng, along with some unknown medicinal pills, which he intends to reserve for the pivotal moment of advancing further in the 6th level of the condensed origin realm. For now, it would be best for him to slay more high-tier magical beasts to swiftly maximize his primordial energy at this level. Time waits for no one, regardless of how boundless one's potential may be. Lacking the strength for self-preservation renders it futile. Thus, he must constantly remind himself to elevate his power to an elevated tier as expeditiously as possible. With his thoughts gathered, he surveyed his surroundings, leapt onto an ancient tree, and perched on a branch to observe. The black maple forest indeed flourished abundantly. It appeared that finding magical beasts would necessitate a methodical, sweeping search. Initially, he had thought that being atop a tree would afford him a clearer view. Yet it seemed he had underestimated the situation. Deciding to descend from the treetop, he activated the Dragon Eagle step, weaving through the dense underbrush and grass. The area he occupied was already the confluence of the central and middle regions, where the level of magical beasts would undoubtedly be substantial. Thus, he proceeded with heightened caution in his search for magical beasts that a sudden roar pierced the air, and soon after, a striped tiger-shaped magical beast sprang forth. Locking eyes with him in a tense standoff, this spotted black tiger possesses a certain allure. It seems to be a 6th-tier magical beast, likely brimming with energy. With sleeves rolled up, he wasted no time and charged directly at the black-spotted tiger without a moment's hesitation. The 6th-tier magical beast was certainly not comparable to lower-tier ones that A.S. Yuan Feng took action. The beast reacted almost instantaneously, its speed akin to lightning, with its claws, tail, and razor-sharp teeth all aimed at him. Now, this is exciting. Bring it on. As the black-spotted tiger lunged at him, he felt not fear but exhilaration. This was the effect he desired. Ordinary magical beasts lacked interest, with his current foundation of meridians. He was almost on par with practitioners at the 8th level of the condensed origin realm, or even stronger. Although he remained at the 6th level, his strength far exceeded that of typical 6th-level practitioners, making it a waste of time to contend with lower-tier magical beasts. That a fierce exchange ensued between man and beast, with dozens of exchanges executed in mere moments. A pivotal instant. Yuan Feng's gaze sharpened. With swift precision, he seized an opening in the black-spotted tiger's defenses and delivered a powerful punch to its back. The hefty beast, weighing several hundred pounds, was instantly reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. A fatal blow. Quite impressive. I can effortlessly dispatch 6th-level magical beasts now. That it seems that even stronger beasts will no longer pose a challenge. The reason for the prolonged engagement was merely to observe the beast's attack methods. Otherwise, this black-spotted tiger would have posed little challenge. Devour the heavens, martial spirit. Come forth. After slaying the black-spotted tiger, he summoned the devouring martial spirit, which refined the beast's carcass into pure primordial energy, eliminating impurities before assimilating it into his body, thereby enhancing his primordial energy and meridians. The results from the 6th-tier magical beast were indeed remarkable. This mass of primordial energy equated to that of several hundred ordinary spirit plants. Sensing the influx of energy within his meridians, he nodded in satisfaction. The energy derived from 6th-tier beasts undoubtedly surpassed that of common spirit plants. just this one beast could match the potency of hundreds of ordinary plants. Regrettably, for him at the 6th level of the condensed origin realm, the equivalent of several hundred ordinary spirit plants was but a drop in the bucket. Given the robustness of his meridians, he could accommodate far more primordial energy than a standard 6th level practitioner. The energy reserves of an average 6th level warrior likely paled in comparison to even a tenth of his capacity. Transitioning from the early 6th level to perfection at this tier would require several hundred, if not thousands of 6th-tier magical beasts. Fortuitously, with him being the sole occupant deep within the black maple forest, Yuan Feng unleashed his full potential, sparing no magical beast he encountered if he laid eyes upon it. He would eliminate it without hesitation, transforming each into his own primordial energy, thereby augmenting his reserves and strengthening his meridians. Engaged in this relentless pursuit, he became a veritable killing machine, employing various martial techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques, finger techniques, against an array of magical beasts that he utilized every method at his disposal to refine his skills, engaging in prolonged combat when he felt inspired, and swiftly annihilating and devouring when he did not. Thus, even before the main force of the autumn hunt arrived, he had already conducted a significant sweep of the area. His martial skills were exceptionally advanced. Typically, a 6th level warrior would be considered formidable upon mastering the 6th form of the Diamond Fist. Yet he had already mastered the 7th form. The wind-sweeping sword technique had reached an astonishing 9th form, making it effortless and enjoyable to deal with these beasts devoid of martial techniques. One after another, the magical beasts fell before him, becoming sustenance for his voracious appetite. Excited by the thrill of battle, he delved deeper, not only elevating his primordial energy, but also refining his combat awareness and techniques. This autumn hunt was destined to be a transformative experience for him. Chapter 32. The strength of Yunming Chun as the sun reached its zenith. Half a day had swiftly elapsed, from early morning until now. The autumn hunt in Fengtian County had been underway for a considerable duration. Countless magical beasts had perished in the black maple forest, slain by members of the 3 great families, who appeared invigorated and reveling in the slaughter. As they advanced layer by layer, the numbers of magical beasts increased, as did their tiers. The pace of ordinary warriors lagged, while only the core members of the 3 great families maintained a swift tempo, continuing their deep explorations and slaying magical beasts in the inner regions. Leading the charge were undoubtedly the most formidable small groups from the 3 families, specifically the direct descendants of the 2nd generation. Each of them boasted cultivation at the 8th level of the condensed origin realm, making it quite challenging for any magical beast to pose a threat before reaching the innermost part of the black maple forest. Second brother, third brother, I believe we should push directly into the central region. The magical beasts outside are simply pitifully weak. This is hardly satisfying. Yuan Qingyan, the 5th son of the Yuan family, casually dispatched a 5th-tier magical beast, his face reflecting his dissatisfaction. The autumn hunt is fraught with uncertainties. No one would presume themselves invincible. Thus, even though they were all 8th-level practitioners in the condensed origin realm, Yuan Qingyan and his companions formed a small group rather than acting independently. After all, they were the pillars of the Yuan family, and losing even one would be unacceptable. That if they ventured alone and encountered a powerful magical beast, it would be manageable, but if they chanced upon a small group from another family, it could spell danger. The 3 great families were in fierce competition, wishing nothing more than for each other to perish. Should an opportunity present itself for one to act alone, who could say whether they would take the risk to attack? This was a reality that each family had to guard against. Haha. 5th brother, you really ought to temper your impatience. Do you think our clan members behind us possess your level of cultivation? We are the vanguard and must clear away the obstacles they cannot handle. If we charge into the central region, how will they cope with the stronger magical beasts? Yuan Qingyan replied with a calm smile, exuding the demeanor of a family head. This is merely the first day of the autumn hunt. There is ample time. Our primary task is to hunt the peripheral magical beasts. We must not be hasty. As he spoke, he raised his hand to collect the magical beast Yuan Qingyan had dispatched. He possessed a spatial ring, a cherished heirloom of the Yuan family, passed down through generations. During the autumn hunt, the 3 great families naturally divided into left, middle, and right paths. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, they would delve deeper along their chosen routes, avoiding unnecessary forays into the territories of other families. especially since they were already occupied with their own tasks. This time, the Yuan family chose the rightward path, with Yuan Qingyun and his brothers leading the way, dispatching all moderately powerful magical beasts. This strategy significantly alleviated the pressure on the following teams, a tactic likely mirrored by the other two families as well. All right, I admit I was hasty. Yuan Qingyun waved his hand, displaying an expression of impatience that he was indeed impulsive, and while he understood the validity of Yuan Qingyun's words, he found it challenging to restrain his eagerness. Second brother, where do you think little Feng is right now? Earlier, I noticed he was alone and seemed not to have teamed up with anyone else. I hope that boy isn't in any danger. Yuan Qingyun expressed genuine concern for Yuan Feng, a sentiment no less than that of Yuan Qingyun. Rest assured, I believe he has his own plans. Whether he teams up or not, he should be safe. That he smiled softly, though his face bore little worry that if this were the old Yuan Feng, he would have been a source of endless anxiety. But now, he trusted that Yuan Feng would manage everything proficiently, at least ensuring he did not fall into peril. All right, let us quicken our pace, that we must not be more than 5 miles apart. And should we encounter any magical beasts above the 5th tier, we should aim to eliminate them, striving to reach deeper into the forest before nightfall to set up camp and prepare for a full-scale assault tomorrow. The trio briefly exchanged a few words before once again distancing themselves, continuing to forge a path for those who followed, clearing the formidable magical beasts along the way. Much like the Yuan family, the Yun and Feng family's first tier also consisted of several second-generation direct descendants. Their years of accumulated experience had led the three families to adopt a nearly identical procedure. Masters would lead the way, followed closely by others, sweeping through with relentless determination, then resting to resume the next day. However, the leaders of the three great families could not have anticipated that while they deemed themselves the first tier, several individuals had already surged ahead, having entered the fray before them. Their so-called first tier was indeed somewhat misleading. Suddenly, a massive blazing beast, radiating a crimson glow, lunged toward the woman ahead. Yet before it could bring her down, she deftly sidestepped, raising her delicate hand. The enormous creature fell with a thunderous crash, a small hole appearing in its forehead, blood gushing forth. Sealing its fate to her astonishment, she encountered the blazing beast, which possessed a cultivation level akin to the 7th stage of the Yuan realm. Even her father might not have been able to slay it. Fortunately, fate had led it to her. The woman brushed back her flowing locks, revealing an exquisitely beautiful visage, none other than Yun Mengchen, the second young lady of the Yun family. With a graceful flick of her wrist, she effortlessly stored the 5-meter-long, 2-meter-tall beast, its whereabouts in her spatial item remaining a mystery that a magical beast of such caliber, vanquished with such ease, would surely leave those who recognized her in utter astonishment. That as she delved deeper, she had already eliminated any moderately powerful magical beasts, undoubtedly easing her father's journey ahead. Like Yuan Feng, upon entering the Black Maple Forest, she too had chosen not to follow the main group or team up with anyone, instead stealthily advancing to the front, clearing obstacles for the larger contingent. In Fengtian County, all were aware that the second young lady of the Yun family, Yun Mengchen, was a celestial beauty, yet few knew of her astounding prowess that a single strike to slay a 7th-stage magical beast. Such strength surpassed even the heads of the three great families, revealing the heights of her cultivation. Do you think I wouldn't notice your presence? Come forth. After securing the magical beast's corpse, she suddenly turned her head towards a dense thicket and called out. Swoosh! As her voice faded, the sound of rushing wind followed, and a plump figure appeared before her. It was the rotund manager of the chintzy building. Greetings, second young lady. Congratulations on your remarkable achievement. Upon appearing, Manager Qian immediately knelt before Yun Mengchen, his face a blend of anxiety and uncontainable joy. Rise. Yun Mengchen's lips curled upward as she raised her hand, and an invisible force lifted him to his feet. There is no need to inform Master of my breakthrough just yet. I wish to surprise her. Understood, my lady. Sensing Yun Mengchen's power, Manager Qian was taken aback, though she seemed to have recently broken through. Her strength felt superior to his, particularly the purity of her true energy, which was evidently beyond his own, that he now believed that, even in a genuine confrontation, he might not stand a chance against her. Second young lady, now that you have attained mastery, should we? As he began to rise, Manager Qian's expression gradually turned serious, his words trailing off, trusting that Yun Mingqian understood his implication. Indeed, Master once mentioned that only upon reaching the innate realm can one qualify as her disciple and enter the sect. I have successfully broken through, and once the autumn hunt concludes, I shall accompany you to the sect. As she spoke, a glimmer of longing appeared on her face. Nearly a decade had passed since a mysterious figure had discovered her potential and taken her as a disciple. Throughout these years, her enigmatic master had frequently come to guide her in cultivation, but had never mentioned the sect, only stating that one must reach the innate realm to learn about it. What kind of force could a sect with such a threshold possess? In places like the Black Mountain Kingdom, first-rate factions accepted disciples at the 6th stage of the Yuan realm, a stark contrast indeed. You may return now. I require no protection. Prepare for our departure once the autumn hunt concludes. Regaining her composure, she addressed Manager Qian. Yes, I shall return to make preparations at once. Manager Qian did not hesitate. Fully aware that the current Yun Mingqian had already mastered her techniques to a commendable degree in Fengtian County, she was undoubtedly safe. Regardless of his presence, with a bow, he swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Leaving no trace behind, as I prepare to depart, let me accomplish a few more tasks for the Yun family. With a wistful sigh, she resumed her activities. Her master had advised her that after leaving the family, until she had acquired greater strength, it was best to maintain distance from the Yun family, as it could pose risks to them. Though the reasons remained unclear, she dared not test the waters. Her form glided gracefully, an ethereal presence in the eyes of ordinary folk, resembling a celestial being. Indeed, from the moment she broke through to the innate realm, she had forged an insurmountable distance from the people of Fengtian County. With her extraordinary martial spirit, she was destined to transcend the confines of such a small county. Chapter 33. Rapid growth as the sun dipped toward the west, time seemed to accelerate within the black maple forest. The first day of the autumn hunt was nearing its conclusion. Typically, the autumn hunt in Fengtian County spanned 2 days. The first day focused on clearing magical beasts from the periphery, while the second day was reserved for confronting stronger beasts in the central area. Not everyone possessed the speed and agility of Yuanfeng. The black maple forest extended for over 1,000 miles from the outside in, making it impossible to traverse the depths in a single day, let alone while battling through. Nevertheless, regardless of the progress of the main contingent, Yuanfeng, having flown into the central region, was reveling in the hunt. Feng's sword technique, wind slays all. With a sweeping motion of his azure blade, yet another 7th-stage magical beast fell to the ground. With this latest conquest, his tally of slain 7th-stage beasts had reached an impressive 26. Exhilarating. The 9th form of the Feng sword technique. I've now attained a level of mastery that allows me to effortlessly dispatch 7th-stage magical beasts as if they were mere vegetables that I truly hope for more 7th-stage beasts to confront. Retrieving his sword into his spatial ring, he summoned his swallowing heavenly martial spirit and proceeded to refine the 6 or 7-meter-long armored beast before him into pure energy, exhaling a long breath afterward. Having spent the entire afternoon without rest, his time was consumed entirely by seeking out magical beasts and engaging in combat. Now, he had dispatched over 100 6th-stage magical beasts and 26 7th-stage beasts. An achievement that certainly qualified him as a veritable killing machine. The significance of this day's slaughter was unparalleled. With over 100 6th-stage beasts and 26 7th-stage beasts slain, Yuanfeng could only imagine the vast reservoir of energy he had amassed. He diligently refined and absorbed this energy, and at that moment, the power coursing through his meridians had reached an unimaginable realm. If it were merely a transformation of energy, he might very well have been overwhelmed by the influx. However, unlike other martial artists, Yuanfeng possessed the unique advantage of the swallowing heavenly martial spirit. This spirit not only converted magical beasts into Yuan power, but also transformed their essence into a special energy that permeated his meridians and bones, continually expanding and fortifying his pathways. This constituted an impeccable foundational process that is well known that while enhancing Yuan power is relatively straightforward, improving one's innate quality and strengthening one's meridians is a daunting challenge. Yuanfeng's seemingly unreasonable elevation in quality would surely evoke envy in countless others. Typically, martial artists have limited innate quality. Once their meridians are filled with Yuan power, without attempting to break through, They can only stagnate, making progress exceedingly difficult. Yet Yuan Feng was different. With the swallowing heavenly martial spirit, his meridians were perpetually expanding, a feat that other martial artists could scarcely fathom. Naturally, this expansion allowed him to accommodate far more Yuan power. An ordinary 6th-level martial artist might be able to contain the Yuan power of 26-stage magical beasts, but as Yuan Feng expanded his meridians while simultaneously absorbing Yuan power, he easily consumed the energy from 26 7th-stage beasts and over 100 6th-stage beasts without breaking a sweat. Though he remained at the same 6th stage of the Yuan realm, the fundamental differences in their meridian systems rendered Yuan Feng incomparably stronger. This disparity exemplified the advantage of innate quality. Distinguishing geniuses from the mediocre at this moment, across the entire continent, there were likely very few who could compare to him. With my current foundation of Yuan power, I could easily eliminate adversaries of the same level. And even a typical 7th-stage Yuan realm martial artist could be dispatched within 10 moves that seems there's no need to hasten my advancement any further. This endeavor of hunting magical beasts had imparted a vital lesson to him. In the past, he was always eager to elevate his realm swiftly, seeking to enhance his self-defense capabilities. However, he has now come to understand that, for one possessing the devouring celestial martial spirit, the most effective method to augment his strength does not solely lie in the ascension of realms. By maintaining his current level at the 6th stage of the condensation realm, he can equally enhance his power. Consequently, before he even breaks through to the 7th stage, his strength, continuously compressed, could rival that of a 7th-stage condensation realm expert, or even surpass them. When he eventually does ascend, his power will double upon that solid foundation, rendering him even more formidable. Of course, he is fully aware that consistently compressing his strength makes future breakthroughs increasingly challenging. Yet he believes that extending his accumulation time, as he is doing now, ultimately serves his future. Well, point 1, can only imagine the magnificent sight that would unfold if every layer of realm were to amass sufficient advantages. How many levels could he challenge? The 9th form of the Windblade technique has already reached perfection, and with my foundational energy and meridians, mastering the 10th form poses no issue. Once I refine the 10th form of the Windblade technique, I will be prepared to confront even an 8th-stage master of the condensation realm head-on. Typically, a martial artist at the 8th stage of the condensation realm would be considered accomplished if they could cultivate the 8th form of the Windblade technique. Few could attain the 9th form, and the 10th form is even rarer. In the Fengtian County, several individuals practice the Windblade technique, yet only Yuan Qingyun has achieved the 9th form, while the 10th remains an unattainable dream. Should Yuan Feng master the 10th form of the Windblade technique, it would not be inconceivable for him to overpower an 8th-stage condensation realm expert. Having just broken through to the 6th stage of the condensation realm, he recognizes that there remains ample room for enhancement at this level. Now seems entirely plausible that even while at the 6th stage, he could accumulate energy equivalent to an 8th-stage condensation realm expert. That if he were to achieve the power of an 8th-stage expert while still at the 6th stage, the advantages upon his future breakthroughs would undoubtedly become increasingly pronounced. His eyes glimmered with determination at that moment. As long as his body permits, he intends to linger at the 6th stage for as long as possible, only breaking through when he can no longer suppress himself. Clearly, he is unaware that what he is contemplating is precisely what every martial artist strives to achieve. It is hardly a secret, with over 100 6th-tier magical beasts and 26 7th-tier beasts. The energy I have cultivated is substantial, I anticipate that with a few more 7th-tier beasts, my potential at this level will reach its zenith at that point, regardless of the realm I attain. I will inevitably attempt to break through to the 7th stage of the condensation realm. He understood his own circumstances. Although assisted by the devouring celestial martial spirit, the potential at each level is not limitless. Should he encounter another 50 or 60 7th-tier beasts, his energy would likewise reach saturation, making it exceedingly difficult to continue suppressing his cultivation level. However, if he were to devour another 50 or 60 7th-tier magical beasts, his energy foundation could nearly rival that of an 8th-stage expert in the condensation realm, and he would be quite satisfied with that power. Once he breaks through to the 7th stage with the strength of an 8th-stage expert, who knows the extent of his power? The sun was setting, and it was time to tend to his grumbling stomach. With the day still ahead, after a hearty meal, he planned to rest here for the night and resume his battles in the morning. Gazing at the sun dipping below the horizon, he stretched lazily, Yet he had no intention of continuing his hunt for magical beasts tonight, but he would naturally spend the night here, after a day's training. His strength now equaled that of a peak 7-stage expert in the condensation realm, and even sleeping outside posed little danger. The Yuan family's demon hunting team would undoubtedly set up camp in the Black Maple Forest tonight. But he preferred to act independently, harboring his secrets. The entire day was spent with the celestial martial spirit devouring magical beasts, yet my stomach has yet to see a morsel. Tonight, I shall indulge in a feast of roasted meat. With a thought, a snow-white magical beast suddenly appeared before him. This beast was a 6th-tier creature he had previously hunted, known as the Fulling Beast. From what he knew, the meat of this beast was exceptionally tender and truly a rare delicacy. This evening, he planned to roast the Fulling Beast and treat himself to a grand feast of magical beast cuisine. Acting swiftly, he rolled up his sleeves and unsheathed his sword, skillfully preparing the Fulling Beast for roasting. Chapter 34. Such an encounter on the first day of the autumn hunt. Yuan Feng achieved an unimaginable harvest. With the cultivation of the 6th stage of the condensation realm, paired with a formidable energy foundation akin to that of the 7th stage. Along with his refined swordsmanship and martial arts, he had truly become a remarkable expert. Regrettably, he did not encounter any 8th-tier magical beasts that day. Otherwise, he could ascertain whether he possessed the strength to contend with an 8th-tier martial artist. Nevertheless, he felt confident that even if he was not currently a match for an 8th-tier expert, his exquisite martial skills would ensure his survival. That as night fell, and the sun completely disappeared below the horizon. Yuan Feng commenced his first barbecue in this foreign world. The campfire blazed, and the Fulling Beast was neatly prepared and placed over the flames. He was quite familiar with barbecuing in his previous life. He had often participated in camping activities, always leading the charge in food preparation. Although he had never roasted magical beasts, he had experience with roasting whole sheep. TSK, not bad. It seems that even in a different world, my culinary skills have not waned. This Fulling Beast is surely worthy of a master chef's level. Adding a few more sticks of wood to the fire, he leaned in closer to the Fulling Beast, inhaling its aroma. Whether it was his skill or the exquisite quality of the Fulling Beast's meat, he could not tell, but the scent was undeniably tantalizing. This world is quite delightful, as long as one possesses formidable strength. They can live freely without the burdens of survival. That I end this light. My journey through time has undoubtedly been rewarding. As he settled down, he could not help but reflect on the experiences of his past life. In his previous existence, he was isolated and directionless, shrouded in despair with little hope. However, this life is entirely different. With the assistance of the devouring celestial martial spirit, he is destined to walk an extraordinary path. While he cannot guarantee fame and renown, ensuring his sustenance and protection from bullying is well within reach. Crackle, crackle! The campfire crackled loudly as the fat from the Fulling Beast dripped down, causing the flames to roar with vigor. The warm glow illuminated his face, instilling an unexpected sense of tranquility within him. To be honest, he harbored no ambitions of conquering the world or seeking fame. His thoughts have always been simple: to grow stronger, ensure he is not bullied, and protect those he wishes to safeguard. This was sufficient. Strength is paramount. Though I am not weak, my power is merely notable in a small place like Fengtian County. Should I find myself in the capital or even stronger nations, my current strength would hardly be worth mentioning. Despite the significant growth he has achieved during this autumn hunt, he is acutely aware that his strength remains insufficient. Setting aside other concerns, the thought of the formidable innkeeper at Morning Dawn Tower still looms large in his mind, a challenge he would struggle to face in this vast world. Who knows how many individuals like that innkeeper exist? And what of Yun Mingqian's strength, which could command such respect from a master like Qian? What secrets does this woman conceal? As he roasted the Fulling Beast, the enchanting figure of Yun Mingqian naturally surfaced in his mind. Everyone possesses curiosity, and he is no exception. The calm and collected demeanor she exhibited, coupled with her confident smiles, is certainly not something ordinary individuals can achieve. The most likely reason for her composure is her inherent strength. Confidence stems from a solid foundation. When one feels secure within themselves, they can speak with conviction. Undoubtedly, Yun Mingqian embodies such confidence, likely derived from her own abilities. TSK. Enough of this, I have my own matters to tend to. Why should I dwell on hers? With a sudden shake of his head, he scoffed lightly. The secrets that Yun Mingqian harbors are no concern of his. He must focus on his own cultivation and continuously enhance his strength. With that thought, he shifted his focus back to the fulling beast, patiently continuing to roast it. Not bad at all. The aroma is utterly mesmerizing. If only I had a jug of wine to accompany it. In my previous world, every time I saw ancient figures feasting heartily and drinking deeply on television, it was such a grand sight. Although I am not one for heavy drinking, I would love to emulate that. If only I could conjure wine along with magical beasts that right. How could I forget about my spatial ring? Suddenly slapping his thigh, he recalled that although he did not have any wine on him, he had previously confiscated the spatial rings of Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian. It was highly likely that they had some wine on their person. Zhao Qian's spatial ring was hung around his neck, and with a flicker of his Yuan force, he directly probed into the ring. His eyes brightened as joy spread across his face. Haha, I knew it. With such a high status, how could they possibly not have fine wine? Come forth, with a thought. A jade jar appeared in his hand, the large character for wine emblazoned on it, undoubtedly containing exquisite liquor. Indeed, Zhao Qian's spatial ring is replete with treasures, once I finish the meat. I must examine it closely to see if I can uncover other hidden gems that as he spoke, he pulled the cork from the wine jar, and instantly, a rich aroma wafted towards him, intoxicating even before he took a sip. With wine and meat, everything is complete. Temporarily recorking the jar, he seized his long sword and swiftly severed the hind leg of the fulling beast, for those legs were undoubtedly the most delectable parts. I wonder how the meat of the fulling beast tastes. As he chopped off the leg, he swallowed hard, eager to take a bite. However, before he could fully open his mouth, a voice of astonishment broke through, interrupting his actions. Wow, wow, wow. What a fragrant smell. How could there be such an enticing aroma? I've never encountered such a delightful scent before. As the voice rang out, a petite figure darted from the forest. Arriving right before Yuan Feng, her eyes sparkling with excitement, fixated on the fulling beast over the bonfire. Chu Zhuqian was truly ravenous at that moment. She had come to the black maple forest early that morning, fearlessly venturing deep within until she paused. For the remainder of her time, she had been playing with various beautiful magical beasts, losing track of time until she realized the sun was setting. Just moments ago, she had been heading back to Fengtian County when she caught a whiff of the enticing aroma. After a day of play, her hunger was unbearable, prompting her to follow the scent. Upon seeing Yuan Feng sitting there, one hand holding a beast leg and the other clutching a wine jar, she could hardly restrain her saliva, her demeanor suggesting she was ready to snatch it away. Hey, are you selling the roasted meat? I have plenty of gold tickets. I want to buy your roasted meat. Realizing her own lack of composure, she quickly composed herself. However, despite regaining her composure, her words again revealed her naivety. Listening to the tone of the girl before him, which seemed to straddle inquiry and command, Yuan Feng was momentarily taken aback, observing her clearly male attire and youthful visage. This area was perilously close to the heart of the black maple forest, where even the weakest magical beasts possessed power at the 6th tier, presenting constant danger. Yet here stood a girl in male garb, approaching him with a request to purchase roasted meat and claiming to possess a wealth of gold tickets. This was an invitation for trouble. Fortunately, he was not a villain. Had he been one, he might have pounced on her without a second thought to have ventured here without a hint of anxiety upon her face. This girl was likely no ordinary person. His mind churned as he realized, in the depths of the mountains and with nightfall approaching, an ordinary girl would surely display signs of distress. Yet this girl bore no trace of worry. With this thought, he scrutinized her more closely. Though clad in male attire, it was evident she was a beauty. Recalling her swift entrance, he recognized that she was undoubtedly a formidable practitioner. He had always understood that appearances could be deceiving. This world was filled with wonders. Some individuals appeared mundane, but were actually powerful, like the proprietor of the Qingxi Tower. Others, though young, could possess extraordinary strength, exemplified by himself. Hey, what are you staring at? I, the esteemed heir, wish to purchase your roasted meat. Do you sell or not? As Yuan Feng appraised her from head to toe, Chu Zhuqian instinctively took a step back, for she was still a girl, despite her strength. The time and place made her feel slightly uneasy. Even if one disguises as a man, professionalism should be maintained. One should at least alter their voice and refrain from referring to oneself as this young master. This girl is truly a gem. Yuan Feng nearly laughed aloud at her self-referential declaration. Cough, cough, fate has brought us together. Since this esteemed heir and I have crossed paths, it seems we are indeed fated, that if you do not mind, why not join me for a meal? Since she wished to maintain her guise, he saw no reason to expose her ruse. He decided to play along, especially since he had an entire fulling beast to share. No charge. Initially taken aback by Yuan Feng's invitation, Chu Zhuochen soon dismissed further thoughts. Since you offered, I shall not be polite. With that, before Yuan Feng could say more, she shifted with a flash, appearing before the bonfire, her delicate hand seizing the other leg of the fulling beast with an uncanny swiftness. Good heavens! Yuan Feng's eyes widened as he nearly dropped the leg he held. His expression shifted dramatically as he gazed at the girl before him. Chapter 35. A shared dinner. Truth be told, while he had anticipated that the girl before him would not be simple, he had not expected this seemingly innocent young girl, who appeared no older than himself, to be such a formidable practitioner. Just moments ago, her swift display had left him astounded. He had always prided himself on his swiftness. Even warriors 2 or 3 ranks above him might not surpass him in speed. Yet the velocity she had just demonstrated was beyond his reach. Watching her devour the beast's leg, his heart remained unsettled. He had only heard her soft laughter and had not perceived how she had arrived at the bonfire or how she had taken the other leg. It all happened in the blink of an eye. What constitutes speed? In comparison to this girl, his once prized swiftness seemed a mere joke, but he could envision that had she wished him harm just then, he would have perished multiple times over. How could she be so fast? Suddenly, the image of the portly proprietor of Qingxi Tower flitted through his mind, but he then recalled that the speed she had displayed was almost indistinguishable from that of the shopkeeper. Could it be? Though he instinctively felt it impossible, he had witnessed it all with his own eyes. Someone capable of moving in such a manner, leaving no trace behind, could only be an innate master who had surpassed the limits of ordinary practitioners. What a crazy world! It seems I am merely a frog at the bottom of a well, knowing only to gaze at the sky above. Gradually regaining his composure, yet his heart remained tumultuous. The fact that this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old girl was actually an innate master was a significant blow to his pride, that he had thought himself impressive for reaching the 6th tier of yuan condensation at the age of 16. Now he felt utterly ashamed. How foolish of me to worry about her safety, pondering whether she might encounter villains, that I truly was a worrywart. He chuckled to himself, unsure how to articulate his current feelings. Just moments ago, he had thought her naive and vulnerable, yet now it appeared he had been overly concerned. Wow, this is so delicious. I've never tasted such fragrant roasted meat before. Not even in the palace could I find anything this delectable. Regardless of Yuan Feng's thoughts, Chu Zhuochen was relishing her feast, devouring the meat with delight. As she ate heartily, she babbled incoherently, treating Yuan Feng as though he were invisible. Palace. Yuan Feng's ears perked up at the keyword in her chatter. Hearing the mention of the palace, he felt a slight tremor run through him as a realization dawned in his mind. This girl has connections to the palace. Could she be of royal lineage? Someone who has dined in the palace could hardly be an ordinary person. Reflecting on her earlier commanding demeanor, it seemed she must have come from the capital. And no wonder. If she hails from the capital, or is even of royal descent, then everything falls into place. The capital is vast and resource-rich, making it entirely plausible for a young, innate master to emerge from such an environment. The king of Montenegro has never set foot in the capital. Yet even from the daily conversations of the townsfolk, he can envision the splendor of the imperial city. Coupled with the earlier execution of Zhao Qian, and having glimpsed the latter's collection, he understands even more that the scions of the capital must have been nurtured on the elixirs derived from heavenly materials and earthly treasures since childhood. It seems that I must exercise caution in my dealings with this girl. Gathering his thoughts, he slowly comes to realize that after all this commotion, he is the lamb in this scenario. The seemingly harmless young lady before him could easily bring about his demise in an instant. Hey, how can you roast such fragrant meat? He inquires, noticing that night is fast approaching. Then aren't you afraid to be out here all alone, swallowing the morsel of beast meat that he had yet to chew? Chu Ruochen finally allocates some attention to Yuan Feng, casually replying that in her eyes, Yuan Feng is merely a frail youth of similar age, yet clearly lacking her formidable prowess. Logically, a young man like him should be obediently following adults, not wandering alone in such a place. Well, I just roasted it casually, that if you find it tasty, feel free to have more, he replies, scratching his head as he tries to maintain his composure, as for fear. Being a grown man without wealth or charm, there seems to be little to fear, does there? He initially intended to say, if you a girl, aren't ye afraid? Why should I, a grown man, be? However, recalling that she is disguised as a boy, he abandons the thought that, something so delicious from casual roasting? You must have quite the talent. Paying no mind to Yuan Feng's response, she devours a few more bites, only to notice that he is holding a beast leg without eating. She cannot help but exclaim, why aren't you eating? This beast leg is more than enough for me, so you should eat while it's hot. Ahem, eat, of course, I must eat. Yuan Feng chuckles softly, feeling somewhat amused. He is acutely aware that upon realizing her cultivation level, he is genuinely taken aback, enough to render his actions somewhat restrained. Regardless of her identity or cultivation, she is still just a little girl. And being intimidated by such a young girl feels rather humiliating. Shaking his head with a smile, he suddenly feels a sense of relief. Having clutched the beast leg for quite some time, and with his stomach growling, he decides to stop overthinking and simply indulge. Indeed, this is the most delectable meat. The flavor is simply unparalleled, the rich fragrance of the Fu Ling beast meat spreads from his tongue throughout his body. He finally comprehends why the girl before him continuously praises its taste. It truly is quite delightful. He bites into the meat with fervor, disregarding the girl beside him, and opens the wine jar. Taking several hearty gulps, with both wine and meat at hand, this moment feels like pure bliss. While the alcohol in this world may not be as potent as that of his previous life, it is still sufficiently strong. After a few swigs, he cannot help but think that compared to the beverages of his former life, the drinks here seem somewhat milder than, of course, in his previous existence. He was merely an ordinary person, while in this life, he is a formidable warrior that a single cup might have intoxicated him before, but in this life, downing an entire jar is hardly a matter of concern. Neither of them delays the other. Engrossed in their own feasts, Yuan Feng, now at ease, pays no heed to her status. He simply believes that as long as he doesn't provoke her, she wouldn't wish him any harm. Nonetheless, he remains exceedingly cautious, keeping his sword within reach, prepared should she make any sudden moves. Both are gnawing on a beast leg. Yuan Feng alternates between sips of wine and bites of meat, not eating too slowly. However, to his astonishment, before he can finish his own beast leg, he notices that Chu Ruochen is left with nothing but bones. Having consumed her portion, Chu Ruochen nonchalantly discards the bones and turns her gaze back to the Fu Ling beast roasting over the fire, licking her lips in a manner that suggests she is not yet satisfied. Wow, this girl can really eat. How could she still be hungry after such a large beast leg? Watching Chu Ruochen gaze longingly at the Fu Ling beast, he nearly chokes on the wine he had just sipped. That he has seen those with hearty appetites, but he has never encountered anyone as voracious as her. How is it possible for someone with such a petite frame to consume so much meat? Ahem, if you're still hungry, feel free to have more. There is plenty to go around. Deciding to offer her more, he thinks it only fair to ensure she is well fed, lest his efforts be in vain. You're quite decent. Then I shall indulge just a little more. Upon hearing Yuan Feng's words, Chu Ruochen's eyes sparkle, though her tone feigns reluctance. Yuan Feng can only respond with a wry smile. I'll take another front leg. I wonder if there is a difference in taste between the front and back legs. After surveying the beast for a moment, she finally sets her sights on the Fu Ling beast's front leg. With a deft movement, she manages to grasp it effortlessly. Hiss, true chi condensing into a sword, indeed a technique of an innate master. This time, being prepared, he clearly observes her actions. That it is evident that her casual swipe is a manifestation of the legendary externalization of true chi, a feat only achievable by those who have reached the innate level. This moment, he no longer doubts her cultivation. Hey, do you have any more wine? I want some too. Having secured the beast leg, Chu Ruochen's interest shifts to the wine in Yuan Feng's possession. At home, she would never be allowed to drink. Seeing Yuan Feng savor the drink so blissfully, she finds herself quite tempted. Ahem, this is the only jar I have, but I've already had my share, Yuan Feng admits, feeling a sense of defeat. This girl is truly bold. Not only did she come to devour his meat, but now she is also trying to pilfer his wine. That feels a bit too presumptuous. What is there to fear after having a drink? Hand it over, let me have a taste, hearing that it is the only jar. She hesitates slightly. The fact that Yuan Feng drinks directly from the jar makes her somewhat uncomfortable. However, considering that she is disguised as a boy, sharing a drink with him does not seem too scandalous. Most importantly, she genuinely wishes to experience the taste of the wine. Fine. This wine is quite strong, so take it easy. Since she desires to drink, he has no choice but to oblige. Truthfully, he is quite anxious about not adequately catering to this little lady. It would be best if she eats and drinks her fill before departing, so he can finally relax. Without a word, Chu Ruochen snatches the wine jar and tilts her head back to take a swig. Ah, hot. It's so spicy it's not good at all. After a mouthful of wine, she quickly sets the jar down, fanning her mouth with her small hands, and takes several hearty bites of the beast meat to soothe herself. I'll return it. I'll return it. I thought it was something good, but it's truly awful. Tossing the wine jar back to Yuan Feng, she redirects her focus to the beast meat in her hands. Finding it far more appealing, what a lively character. Observing her adorable expression as she sticks out her tongue, Yuan Feng is momentarily entranced, suddenly experiencing a fleeting moment of distraction. Chapter 36. Rest and recuperation as night falls. The entire black maple forest gradually descends into tranquility. After a day filled with the fervor of the autumn hunt, things finally ease into a lull. The sun has completely dipped below the horizon, and the black maple forest is shrouded in darkness. However, amidst the enveloping night, three distinct flames arise at various locations within the forest, unmistakably marking the resting places of the three prominent families of Fengtian County who have gathered here today. To the right side of the black maple forest, the Yuan family's camp has been simply erected. It is merely a temporary shelter for the night. The camp is quite rudimentary, consisting of fallen trees arranged in a circle, with a guard stationed at intervals. Meanwhile, the commoners who transport the magical beasts remain safely in the center, tending to the fire and preparing their meals. Piles of bonfires blaze brightly within the camp, with each fire naturally roasting beast meat. That a simple meal does not require the use of cooking utensils. Everyone gathers what they can find to enjoy some roasted meat. The aroma of grilled meat wafts around the camp, and small groups of Yuan family members gather together. To the center, three middle-aged men sit around a small fire, roasting beast meat while engaging in conversation. Second brother, I just did a quick tally. We've managed to hunt approximately 1,000 magical beasts today. However, most of them are around the third tier. Only a few stronger fourth and fifth tier beasts were captured. As for those of higher tiers, only the second brother, third brother, and I have managed to hunt a few. The others have not accounted for any high-tier beasts. Yuan Qingyan roasted the beast meat, he reported to Yuan Qingyan. Having just completed a round of the camp, he had tallied the number of magical beasts slain that day before returning to deliver his report. This moment, his coarse yet meticulous nature was abundantly evident. Approximately 1,000 magical beasts had been slain, a considerable number indeed. There were around 300 warriors from the Yuan family who had ventured into the black maple forest, resulting in an average of 3 beasts per person, a commendable achievement. Yuan Qingyan swallowed a piece of beast meat as he listened to Yuan Qingyan's report, nodding subtly, seemingly quite satisfied. Every year on the first day of the autumn hunt, Yuan Qingyan conducted such a tally, and the numbers were generally consistent year after year. This year proved no different. 1,000 magical beasts. He wondered how the situation at the market was faring, that if they could yield even a single magic crystal from these 1,000 beasts, it would suffice. It should be noted that most of the magical beasts hunted today were relatively weak. Although their numbers were substantial, they would fetch little value. What truly concerned him was whether among these beasts there existed any that contained magic crystals. After the beasts were transported back to the family market, they would be methodically dissected, skinned, and stripped of bones. However, these were secondary concerns. The primary focus lay in discovering whether any of the beasts' heads bore the coveted magic crystals. Magic crystals are not determined solely by the rank of the magical beast. That a powerful innate beast may not necessarily possess a magic crystal, while a weaker second or third tier beast might indeed harbor one. Furthermore, it is true that the higher the rank of the magical beast, the superior the quality of the magic crystal. Yet even crystals from lesser beasts hold immense value. In other words, any magic crystal, even if it is of the first tier, remains a rare treasure. The applications of magic crystals are manifold, such as in alchemy. Some precious elixirs require the fusion of numerous rare materials, yet certain materials repel one another, making successful refinement nearly impossible. However, if a magic crystal with unique attributes is added, the success rate of alchemy and the quality of the elixir can be significantly enhanced. This is where the true value of the magic crystal manifests. Moreover, if the weapons wielded by powerful individuals are embedded with magic crystals from magical beasts, they can not only conserve essence but also amplify attacks. Even a small magic crystal, when expertly crafted, can transform an ordinary weapon into an extraordinary artifact. Yuan Qingyun was not overly greedy. As long as there was one magic crystal among the 1,000 magical beasts, he would be thoroughly satisfied. A single magic crystal would be sufficient to exchange for elixirs at the initial family shop or perhaps at a sect like the Danxia sect, thereby fortifying the family's strength. Brother, you need not fret too much. It all boils down to luck that we can only do our best and leave the rest to fate. Magic crystals are exceedingly rare. Even among 1,000 beasts, it is not guaranteed that we will find one. Yuan Qingyun comforted, noticing Yuan Qingyun's slightly anxious expression. Indeed, what he said held truth. Magic crystals, much like the martial spirits of warriors, are not as uncommon as the former, but are still quite rare. You certainly have a way of comforting others, Yuan Qingyun replied with a faint smile. Choosing not to dwell further on the matter, asked the head of the family. He was indeed concerned about its development. Yet he understood these fundamental truths that by the way. How are the children? Have they all returned to the camp? Ahem, almost everyone is back. However, Zhao Qian from the Sui Shui sect and our eldest grandson Yuan Ao have not returned yet. And also, Xiao Feng is still missing. As he spoke, a worried expression crept onto his face. While he was not particularly concerned about Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian, the absence of Yuan Feng left him unsettled. What? Fenger hasn't arrived at the camp. Yuan Qingyun's previously calm demeanor shifted abruptly. Yes, I inquired, and no one has seen Xiao Feng. We have no idea where that child has wandered off to. Yuan Qingyun scratched his head, now at a loss for how to console his brother. The night had fallen completely, and with Yuan Feng still not at the camp, the possibilities for concern multiplied. This boy truly gives one cause for worry. Yuan Qingyun took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Yet the thought of the dangers lurking within the black maple forest, especially at night, left his heart in turmoil. What manner of magical beasts roamed within? Even he would not dare to spend the night alone in the woods. The mere thought of Yuan Feng braving the night in the depths of the mountains made his heart race with anxiety. Alas, let him be. Ever since that last incident, the child has become increasingly mysterious that I can only hope he remains safe. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed deeply that as he had stated, Yuan Feng had indeed grown somewhat enigmatic. He found it difficult to comprehend him. While worry lingered, he trusted that Yuan Feng had his reasons for not returning and that the child was not necessarily in danger. A kind of blind trust. Perhaps, regardless, he could not send everyone in the camp to search for him. Third and fifth brothers, let us take turns keeping watch tonight. Should anything stir, we must ensure everyone's safety. His expression turned serious, and he ceased to ponder further, recognizing that overthinking would yield no solutions. For now, the focus should remain on the affairs of the camp, while he believed Yuan Feng would return safely. Coincidentally, this night proved equally troubling for Yun Jilong. The patriarch of the Yun family did Ming Chen, how can you, a young girl, be wandering alone outside? You truly drive your father to desperation. Sitting before the campfire with a drink in hand, Yun Jilong felt his spirits plummet upon receiving the report that all the Yun family disciples had returned. Save for Yun Ming Chen. The news darkened his vision, and his heart raced like a startled deer. They say no one knows a child better than their parent, yet his daughter remained an enigma. What secrets could she be harboring, so profound that even her father could not be privy to them? He gulped down a mouthful of wine, feeling disheartened. Though he had watched Yun Mingchen grow up, he sensed she concealed many things he was unaware of. Setting aside other considerations, he had no inkling of her current cultivation level in her daily life. Yun Mingchen spent significantly more time at the Morning Dawn Tower than at home. And she had hired the innkeeper herself, treating him and the entire Yun family with disdain. Even more troubling was that portly innkeeper, who struck him as exceedingly strange. After several attempts to gauge him, he discovered that while the man appeared to lack martial prowess, he was inscrutable to Yun Jilong. My dear girl, no matter what secrets you possess, or why you choose not to share them with me, all I wish for is your safety. With a heavy sigh, he resolved not to dwell further and reclined on the ground, closing his eyes to rest in a corner of the Yun family camp. Disciples Ling Fei and Lung Yun from the Shui sect sat by the fire, engaged in conversation. Sister, do you think Zhao Qian and Yuan Ao will encounter any trouble? I can't shake the feeling that these two are up to something mysterious and maybe hiding something from us. Lung Yun, a man of few words, typically trailed behind Ling Fei, only speaking when they were alone together. Let them do as they please. With their cultivation levels, they are unlikely to find themselves in danger. Though the black maple forest is vast, it is still less perilous than the wilderness we have traversed in the past. Ling Fei chuckled lightly. During today's hunt, the two had hardly engaged in battle, as their skills would truly shine when they ventured into the central region the following day. Today's forays into the periphery were merely for protection. Regarding the absence of Zhao Qian and Yuan Ao, she harbored some suspicions. She had also heard that Yuan Feng, the third young master of the Yuan family, had not returned. Connecting the dots, she began to formulate some possibilities. Lung Yun, we are here to assist. Let us not concern ourselves with matters beyond our scope. Once the autumn hunt concludes tomorrow, we shall return promptly. The selection battle is imminent, and we must prepare ourselves for the final stretch. With that, she gracefully closed her eyes and began to meditate. Observing her, Lung Yun remained silent, quietly watching over her as she practiced. Chapter 37. The Night in the Deep Mountains. Ah, I'm so full. Who would have thought there could be such delectable roasted meat in this world? Satisfied, Chu Ruochen let out a contented burp, wiping her mouth with a handkerchief, her face alight with wide at this moment. Her little belly was already round and full. Glancing at the roasting spit, only a skeletal frame remained of the entire fulling beast. Ahem. Little brother, you've eaten your fill. The night is drawing near. You should hurry home. Do not keep your family waiting. After glancing at the beast bones on the shelf, and then at the petite figure before him, Yuan Feng found it hard to fathom how such a diminutive body could consume an entire magical beast. He had only managed to eat a single leg, while this girl had devoured nearly everything else that moment. He truly grasped what it meant to be a true gourmand. Although he had filled his belly to a considerable extent with just one beast leg, the fact that she had consumed an entire magical beast led him to suspect that she might possess a devouring spirit akin to his own Dada. Speaking of which, I was so focused on eating your food that I forgot to ask your name. What do you go by? Wiping her mouth, the satisfied Chuching displayed a cheerful demeanor as her gaze turned towards Yuan Feng. It dawned on her that despite their lengthy meal, she was still unaware of his name. I am Yuan Feng. May I ask how I should address this young lady? He offered a friendly smile, not shying away from revealing his name. Yuan Feng, what a lovely name. She tilted her head thoughtfully for a moment before grinning brightly. I am Chuching. Thank you so much for the delicious roasted meat. To be honest, this is the first time I've ever tasted something so delectable. Having been sheltered by her family, she had never truly experienced hunger, always having her needs met without effort. While Yuan Feng's roasted meat was indeed flavorful, it was far from the best she'd ever had. It was simply the result of her extreme hunger. However, such nuances were lost on her. Having grown up in a protective environment, as a token of gratitude, she decided to share her true name. Chuching, how lovely, murmured Yuan Feng, initially captivated by the beauty of the name. But as he repeated it, realization struck him. The Chus were known throughout the region, and he finally understood why this seemingly young girl possessed such formidable cultivation. It turned out she was a direct descendant of the Chus. The news of the Chus' arrival in Fengtian County had long circulated among the neighboring areas, indicating that this girl was indeed a core disciple of the clan, visiting Fengtian County for the occasion. Yuan Feng was well aware of the Chus' stature. They were an old family that could stand shoulder to shoulder with royalty. Such a lineage not only boasted superior genetics, but also resources that others could only dream of. One could imagine that if he had grown up surrounded by spiritual herbs, he would have achieved innate mastery long ago. Hey, Yuan Feng, your roasted meat is truly exquisite. Why don't we become friends? That way, I can ask you to roast meat for me anytime. Chuching, innocent and straightforward, spoke her mind without hesitation that in her view, Yuan Feng's roasted beast meat was the pinnacle of culinary delight. And if they became friends, she could simply seek him out whenever she desired more. Yuan Feng was taken aback by her directness. He had encountered many who sought friendship, but never in such a forthright manner. To befriend him solely for the sake of his cooking was refreshingly candid. However, he was more than willing to accept her proposal. After a brief moment of surprise, he realized that turning down a direct descendant of the Chus would be foolish. As the saying goes, more friends, more paths. Having a friend from such a prestigious family was indeed a rare opportunity. How wonderful! From now on, I have gained another friend. Upon receiving Yuan Feng's affirmative response, Chuching beamed with genuine joy. Despite her noble status, she had few friends, especially those skilled in the culinary arts. Now, with Yuan Feng as her friend, her happiness was palpable. Well, since we are friends now, I mustn't deceive you. A flicker of hesitation crossed her face as she seemed to grapple with her internal conflict, but ultimately, she resolved to share a secret. Actually, I am a girl. Her elders had often advised her to treat friends with sincerity and never to harbor deceit. Now that she had decided to befriend Yuan Feng, it was only right that she revealed her gender to a girl. Yuan Feng played along, having discerned that despite her impressive abilities, her thoughts were quite innocent. Thus, he endeavored to accommodate her in whatever she expressed. "Ha, I thought so. How could there be such a strikingly handsome boy in the world? It turns out you are a girl." He laughed heartily, feigning surprise that was entirely genuine. My older brother, said that girls might encounter many troubles when traveling alone, so he advised me to disguise myself. That I found it quite amusing and followed his advice. Chuching chuckled, her cheeks slightly flushed with a hint of shyness. Though it was their first meeting, she felt an inexplicable trust towards Yuan Feng from the very moment she laid eyes on him. After tasting his roasted meat, her conviction only grew stronger that in her heart, anyone capable of preparing such delicious food could not possibly be a bad person. Unbeknownst to her, if Yuan Feng were to learn of her thoughts, he might find himself in a position of both amusement and exasperation. By the way, Chucheng, it's getting late. Your family must be quite worried about you. His expression grew serious as he refrained from teasing her any longer. He understood that Chucheng held a significant position within the Chus, and a girl of her standing wandering the woods at night would surely cause concern among her kin. It's fine. I snuck out from my family, and they have no idea I'm here. Chucheng smiled, pouting her lips. From now on, just call me Chucheng. I find the term young lady rather foreign. Very well. I shall call you Chucheng from now on. Indeed, Chucheng, the black maple forest is fraught with dangers. You should return to the county town as soon as possible. He emphasized, aware that regardless of her cultivation level, she was still a girl who should not be wandering in such perilous locales. I wish I could return, but it's dark now, and I'm afraid to walk alone. Chucheng pouted her lips, glancing at the night sky, her expression turning to one of helplessness. She had been so engrossed in her meal that she had failed to notice the encroaching darkness. Had it been daytime, she would have ventured anywhere, but at night, she felt too intimidated to proceed. That's so. Yuan Feng scratched his head, feeling a bit at a loss that it seemed he had inadvertently delayed her. How about this? You can stay with me tonight, and when dawn breaks, you can leave. What do you think? Given the pitch-black surroundings, he realized he had no means to escort her out and could only offer her shelter for the night. Well, I suppose that's the only option. Chucheng tilted her head, contemplating the situation. Aside from spending the night here, she truly had no other viable alternatives. Wait a moment, I will gather some branches. I've heard that magical beasts fear fire. So we must keep the campfire burning tonight. Yuan Feng felt a sense of contentment at having a companion, that he knew that Chucheng was no burden. Rather, in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, he might even rely on her for protection. With agility, he leaped up an ancient tree, swiftly collecting a pile of firewood and some dried grass to fashion 2 makeshift mats beside the campfire, one for him and one for Chucheng. Undoubtedly, this was Chucheng's first night spent in the depths of the forest, and her first experience sharing a space with a stranger. As the night unfolded, it remained uncertain whether she would find restful slumber. Just as Yuan Feng was equally inexperienced in this regard, it was a night that would surely bring a hint of awkwardness for both of them. Chapter 38. Parting ways. The black maple forest grew increasingly tranquil, and the camps of the 3 prominent families fell into a profound silence. After a long day of exertion, everyone succumbed to the embrace of slumber, save for the vigilant guards, each diligently attending to their duty of safeguarding the collective safety. Undoubtedly, this night would bring restlessness to several individuals, such as the heads of the Yun and Yuan families, who were preoccupied with thoughts of their offspring, ensuring their sleep would be far from serene. Additionally, beyond their concerns for their children, they were burdened with the considerations of the family's hunting yields and the well-being of their in short. As the heads of their families, moments of ease were a rare luxury for them. Deep within the black maple forest, upon the boughs of an ancient tree, Yun Mingchen perched like a bird, her countenance serene, appearing almost as if in slumber. Surrounding her was a faint green luminescence, which, if seen from a distance amidst the foliage, would likely be mistaken for a large firefly. For her, the black maple forest posed no danger. Having made strides in the foaming technique, she was no longer a mere novice at the first innate level. Even a seasoned individual like Manager Qian, who had long stepped into the innate realm, paled in comparison to her. Such was the potency of the foaming technique. Moreover, in addition to the foaming technique, she possessed an exceedingly rare martial spirit that if she unleashed her full power, she could easily vanquish opponents of higher ranks. Even if a beast of innate caliber were to confront her, it would merely offer itself as a meal. The day's slaughter had yielded significant gains for her. Since becoming the disciple of a mysterious figure, her training had remained largely theoretical, and she had never before engaged in such uninhibited killing. This day's encounters with the beasts allowed her to glean many insights. Initially, she had considered returning to the camp, yet her martial arts were rather conspicuous that if she returned now, it would be challenging for her to cultivate in peace. Ultimately, she chose to spend the night outdoors, reflecting upon the night's harvest. The green glow surrounding her intensified, signifying her breakthrough to a minor success in the foaming technique. That it was likely that even her mentor would not have anticipated her achieving such a feat at under 20, and now showing signs of further progress. Had he been aware, he would have likely concealed her from the world, preventing her from taking such risks. The foaming technique, renowned across the continent, had few who could master it to a substantial degree, and even fewer who could attain its full potential. However, the merit of a technique is not solely measured by the number who have mastered it. In this world, there is no inherent good or bad. What is suitable is what is best. Undoubtedly, at this moment, the foaming technique had found its most fitting practitioner. Yun Mingchen, devoid of distractions, immersed herself in her cultivation. She understood that her departure was imminent, and before she left, she wished to contribute more to the Yun family. At dawn, she would venture deeper into the black maple forest, hunting more beasts to provide for her family, thus offering a measure of support that as she prepared to leave, she could not fathom when she might return. Yet, she remained oblivious to the myriad uncertainties that awaited her the following day, some of which would not be altered by her formidable strength. The whims of fate are indeed unpredictable. That be why the campfire. Yuan Feng tossed several logs into the flames, the crackling fire resonating sharply in the stillness of the night. That on the opposite side of the fire, Chu Ruochen lay sideways, her delicate features aglow with the flickering light, while her rhythmic breathing indicated a state of peaceful slumber. Perhaps because Yuan Feng did not present as a villain, she felt little need for caution around him. Truth be told, had he been anyone else, she would not have been so at ease, let alone fallen into such a tranquil sleep. That it was remarkable that within such a prestigious lineage as the Chu family, there existed a girl with such innocent thoughts. Fortuitously, she was a woman. Had she been male, her navigation through such a formidable family might have proven quite difficult. Observing the fire, Yuan Feng found himself lost in contemplation regarding Chu Ruochen. The depths of aristocracy are unfathomable. One could easily surmise that in a colossal family like the Chu clan, competition would be fierce. That a moment's lapse could lead to one's downfall. That he wondered about her status within the Chu family. For she had ventured out alone. Surely no one was searching for her. After gazing at her for a while, he gradually averted his eyes, choosing to ponder no further. Although she had promised to befriend him, he understood that a significant disparity still existed between them. Once she returned to her family, who could say if they would ever meet again? To him, she was merely a fleeting presence in his life. Enough of idle thoughts. This day has been transformative for me. After consuming dozens of beasts, I feel rather overstuffed. It is time to dedicate myself to serious cultivation. With renewed determination, he settled into a cross-legged position, focusing his thoughts entirely on his practice. Today, he had first broken through to the 6th level of the condensing Yuan realm, followed by the consumption of numerous powerful beasts. His internal energy was in a state of chaotic disarray. Having spent the day hunting, he now found the peaceful night an opportune moment to restore order. The energies derived from different beasts would naturally possess slight variations, and his task was to refine these energies, eliminating the discordant elements. This process would not only stabilize his cultivation, but also free up considerable space within his meridians to accommodate more energy, determined to linger at the 6th level of the condensing yuan realm for a while longer. He needed to compress his existing energy until it could be compressed no further, at which point he would contemplate breaking through to the 7th level, with the assistance of his devouring martial spirit. The 6th level cultivation technique posed no difficulty, that as he operated the technique, his energy gradually settled, and with its stabilization, his mood likewise calmed. At the 6th level of the condensing yuan realm, he did not require sleep to replenish his energy. Merely closing his eyes to rest was sufficient. However, unbeknownst to him, as he entered a meditative state, Chu Ruochen, who had been lightly dozing, suddenly opened her beautiful eyes, quietly observing him. It seems he truly is not a bad person. Watching Yuan Feng enter his cultivation state, it was now Chu Ruochen's turn to scrutinize him. In truth, she had never truly fallen asleep. No matter how innocent her thoughts, she would never dare to sleep beside a stranger. She was fully aware of Yuan Feng's earlier observations of her. Once one enters the innate realm, a resonance with the world is established. Unbeknownst to Yuan Feng, her innate level granted her the ability to perceive her surroundings in a unique manner. This person is quite interesting, though regrettably his cultivation is rather weak, that he appears to be at the 6th level of the condensing yuan realm. What could he possibly be doing here? Does he not fear being devoured by beasts? A sly smile crept across her face as her curiosity about Yuan Feng piqued. Though her thoughts were innocent, she was far from foolish. In this region of the Black Maple Forest, 6th and 7th tier beasts frequently roamed. With Yuan Feng's 6th level cultivation, he could manage 6th tier beasts, but should he encounter a 7th tier beast, his situation would be perilous. Alas, I must return. Otherwise, I would be inclined to offer you assistance, she pouted in mild exasperation. Having been out for several days, she needed to depart. Her family would surely be frantic with worry. Her father, mother, and several grandfathers would undoubtedly be quite concerned. Furthermore, if her family discovered she had ventured to Fengtian County, it would likely implicate her 7th brother as well. Therefore, at the break of dawn, she must leave Fengtian County and return to her family. Once I return, I wonder when I will next indulge in your roasted meat. Furrowing her beautiful brows, she sighed wistfully, closing her eyes once more, not truly asleep, but merely resting her mind. The night was tranquil. Yuan Feng was wholly absorbed in his cultivation, which encompassed his entire existence. For him, the night was equally significant. The frenzied advancements of the day required a period of calm focus to stabilize. This ebb and flow encapsulated the essence of true practice in the early days of the month. The sky revealed only a faint crescent moon as time turned. The darkness before dawn quietly receded, and a new day arrived, eagerly awaited by many. The autumn dew blanketed the Black Maple Forest in a delicate mist. And as dawn approached, Yuan Feng rose early to engage in activity. The previous night's cultivation had allowed him to thoroughly refine his internal energy. Although the quantity might have diminished slightly, his strength had undeniably advanced. And he found himself more adept at channeling his energy. Yuan Feng, I am truly delighted to have met you. Were it not for my pressing matters, I would relish the opportunity to spend several days in your company. By the smoldering embers of the campfire, Yuan Feng and Chu Ruochen stood face to face. As night faded away, the young girl rose early, the dawn light illuminating her path. It was time for her to depart. I am equally delighted to have befriended you. With a hearty smile, Yuan Feng scratched his head, honestly admitting that even though it was their first encounter, he held a favorable impression of Chu Ruochen. As she prepared to leave, a twinge of reluctance stirred within him. My home is in the capital. When the opportunity arises, you can come visit me. Just mention that you are my friend, and you shall discover my whereabouts. Like Yuan Feng, she too felt a hint of sadness at the impending farewell. With few friends, her first meeting with Yuan Feng felt serendipitous. She knew he was a good person, worthy of her friendship. Rest assured, I will definitely visit when the chance presents itself. The capital. He would inevitably journey there, though not just yet. With his current strength, navigating such a place seemed daunting. By the way, I see you are also a practitioner. I happen to possess a fine martial technique, which I shall give to you as a token of gratitude for the roasted meat you treated me to. As she spoke, she raised her hand and produced a slender book. Presenting it to Yuan Feng, Haha, you are quite the polite girl. However, I am not one to be overly sentimental. I shall accept your gift. With a hearty laugh, Yuan Feng did not hesitate to receive it, tucking it into his pocket to peruse later, after Chu Ruoqing had departed. Well, as my grandfather said, all good things must come to an end, then I must take my leave now. Do take care. Handing the book to Yuan Feng, the young girl flashed a sweet smile before gracefully darting towards the forest's edge, departing with effortless elegance. Next time we meet, remember to treat me to roasted meat. Hee, as her figure faded. Her sweet laughter lingered in Yuan Feng's ears, leaving him momentarily entranced. Next time we meet, I hope that will come to pass. Shaking his head with a smile, he felt a wave of indescribable emotions wash over him. Their parting today left him uncertain of when they might meet again. After bidding farewell to Chu Ruoqing, Yuan Feng found himself once again solitary. Nevertheless, their brief interaction had etched her memory in his heart. Perhaps, in the stillness of a midnight reverie, he would recall this simple-hearted yet remarkably strong young girl. As he gazed in the direction of her departure, a sense of reluctance stirred within him. Chu Ruoqing had few friends, and his own circle was even smaller. Since arriving in this world, he had gained a number of so-called relatives, yet he understood that these individuals were not much different from strangers. Deep down, he yearned for genuine companionship. By the way, I wonder what kind of martial technique she gifted me. As a direct descendant of the Chu family, a practitioner of innate mastery should not be lacking in quality. Recalling the book Chu Ruoqing had given him, he raised an eyebrow in anticipation. Earlier, he had refrained from examining it in her presence, but now alone he felt no need for discretion that he drew out the book, its unremarkable cover offering little indication of its contents. However, upon opening the first page, a few prominent characters caught his eye, igniting a joyful expression upon his face. Haha, I knew it. A girl as impressive as her could not possibly offer something mediocre. With a hearty laugh, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy. Though he had expected her gift to be commendable, the true nature of this martial technique exceeded his expectations. The book contained the Shadow Strike, a rare martial technique of the Xian grade. This seemingly ordinary book was, in fact, a formidable martial skill of intermediate Xian level. The description stated that the Shadow Strike unleashed silent and powerful dark energy upon enemies, capable of devastating them in an instant. Even the brief description filled Yuan Feng with excitement. Having heard of the classification of martial skills above the Xian level, he understood that they were divided into high, medium, and low ranks, with higher ranks yielding greater power. The Shadow Strike, being an intermediate Xian technique, undoubtedly possessed considerable might. Although the Fengtian County lacked Xian-level martial skills, the classification of such techniques was no secret among practitioners. He had previously stumbled upon the Silent Obliteration Finger, also a Xian-level skill, but regrettably, that one was incomplete and lacked a clear rank. TSK, ordinary Huang-level techniques, are merely a waste of time with excessive practice. However, with this Xian-level skill, the more I train, the better. It seems I've struck it rich once again. Cradling the Shadow Strike in his hands, he felt an irresistible attachment to it as Xian-level martial skills were exceedingly rare. Having already practiced the Silent Obliteration Finger, he was acutely aware of the power that such techniques could wield. Indeed, possessing a Xian-level skill greatly enhanced his chances of survival. Setting aside other thoughts, he diligently perused the Shadow Strike manual, committing every word and illustration to memory, savoring its essence. The Shadow Strike was undeniably a remarkable and potent technique that, as its name implies, the core of this martial skill involved refining one's energy into a special dark force, which, when engaged in combat, could be unleashed to infiltrate an opponent's meridians. Once the dark energy entered an adversary's body, it would clash with their own energy, leading to a devastating explosion that could obliterate their meridians or, at worst, cause their entire body to explode. A truly ruthless method. The Shadow Strike comprised two realms. The first being the minor mastery of dark energy, which allowed one to deliver the dark energy into an opponent's body using other martial techniques. The second realm, however, required no assistance from other techniques. One could silently strike the dark energy into an opponent from a distance, akin to striking a cow across a mountain point. One could imagine that when the Shadow Strike reached its full potential, the opponent would have little time to comprehend their fate before being struck by the dark energy, leaving them with no chance of escape. What a cruel martial skill! Even the minor mastery of the Shadow Strike could be considered a silent killer. He marveled at the terrifying implications of the technique, that if I were to master this, it would be akin to wielding a weapon of death. After grasping the dreadful potential of the shadow strike, even he felt a shiver run down his spine. It may be ruthless, but I find it appealing. With a grin, he resolved at that moment to master the shadow strike to its fullest. With such a skill at his disposal, even against opponents stronger than himself, he could turn the tide of battle in his favor. With plenty of time ahead, he contemplated starting his training. While achieving mastery would take time. With the assistance of the devourer martial spirit, he should be able to attain some level of proficiency quite swiftly. As the sky remained bright, he felt no urgency to hunt magical beasts. The allure of the shadow strike was simply too compelling, rendering the silent obliteration finger somewhat overshadowed in comparison. Of course, the silent obliteration finger, being a Shin-level skill as well, was incredibly powerful, but with his current capabilities, he could barely unleash a fraction of its potential. As his cultivation improved, its true power would undoubtedly manifest. With a determined step, he leaped onto a sturdy ancient tree, settling onto a thick branch. Closing his eyes, he allowed the methods of the shadow strike to merge with the devourer martial spirit, which began to dissect the intricacies of this unique technique, clearly presenting the workings of the martial skill before him. High-level martial techniques are hardest to initiate. Once one overcomes that hurdle, mastery will eventually come with time and practice. Yet many practitioners find themselves unable to take that first step, resulting in a lifetime of regret. However, Yuan Feng felt no such concern. What was the most challenging step for others was, for him, merely a simple phase. Entering the realm of the martial skill was not something he needed to fret over. With the devourer martial spirit aiding him, there was truly no martial skill beyond his reach. The condensation of the dark energy in the shadow strike required a complex method of refinement. To condense even a trace of dark energy, one had to engage a significant portion of their meridians, meticulously processing layer by layer to achieve the elusive dark energy. Truthfully, after witnessing the devourer martial spirit demonstrate the energy flow, he felt dizzy with the intricacies involved. He believed that those capable of mastering this technique must possess exceptional talent, meticulous minds, and unyielding resilience. Lacking any of these qualities would likely hinder one's ability to cultivate the skill. Fortunately, I have the devourer martial spirit to assist me. As long as I follow its guidance and steadily refine my understanding, I should be able to initiate the shadow strike without spending a year or more on it. With a long exhale, he silently expressed gratitude for the devourer martial spirit's support. Without it, this martial skill would have felt like a cumbersome burden. This moment, he felt a twinge of curiosity about why Churichin had gifted him this martial technique, and whether she had mastered it herself. That he was unaware that this technique was one she had stumbled upon in her family's martial arts pavilion. Initially, she had intended to practice it. Unfortunately, after several attempts, she had ultimately failed. Although she intended to return the manual, fate intervened when she encountered Yuan Feng, and lacking a suitable gift, she decided to present him with this martial skill. To be candid, when she bestowed this technique upon Yuan Feng, her primary intention was merely to leave him a memento. In her estimation, if she struggled to grasp this martial art, how could he possibly succeed? Putting those thoughts aside, she resolved to focus on her training. Once she had refined the shadow force, she intended to delve deeper into the wilderness to hunt magical beasts. She surmised that within 2 to 3 hours, the main contingent would catch up with her. Shaking his head, he chose not to dwell on it further. With his mind settled, he began to diligently practice according to the demonstration of the swallowing heaven martial spirit. Having previously practiced the Shin-tier martial technique, he recalled that it took him an entire morning to master the silent finger technique. The reason for such a prolonged effort was his cultivation level at the time, which was merely the 5th stage of the condensation realm. His energy was woefully inadequate, and achieving mastery of a Shin-tier technique was already a remarkable feat. However, times had changed. He was now at the 6th stage of the condensation realm, and due to the condition of his meridians, his energy was comparable to that of a peak 7th-stage practitioner, even approaching that of an 8th-stage master. With such a solid foundation, his speed in refining the Shin-tier technique was naturally incomparable to the past. Following the swallowing heaven martial spirit's guidance, he repeated the movements of the technique, progressing from initial clumsiness to a gradual smoothness. Although the process was arduous, it was far from insurmountable. After practicing for about an hour, he finally completed a full cycle of the Shadow Force's operation method. Though his speed was slow, he had nonetheless managed to break through to the initial stage. As he refined the shadow force, a unique energy manifested within his meridians. Observing the faintly luminescent energy, a smile crept across his face that, this is the fruit of my labor after more than an hour. The shadow force. I wonder how potent this energy is despite only being a strand of shadow force. He could sense the ferocious power it contained, that if uncontrolled, it would undoubtedly unleash unimaginable destruction. Let us test its effectiveness. Fixing his gaze, he aimed at a nearby ancient tree. With a swift motion, he descended gracefully and, turning back, struck the tree with his palm. The strand of shadow force coursed through the tree trunk. Light as a feather, silently penetrating it, boom! However, the moment he infused the ancient tree with the shadow force, it erupted violently from within as if it had been packed with explosives. The tree, thick enough for a person to embrace, came crashing down with a thunderous sound. Wow, that's incredibly domineering. As the ancient tree toppled, Yuan Feng retreated gracefully, his expression one of sheer astonishment. While he had anticipated the shadow force to be powerful, he truly did not expect that such a mere strand could yield such ferocious might. Now this is what martial arts should be. Shadow force, I am utterly enamored with you. His eyes narrowed slightly. And in that moment, he was overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 40. Tempering regarding the Xian-tier martial technique, the shadow force, Yuan Feng could only be considered somewhat familiar, although he had indeed managed to cultivate it. Executing it would require considerable effort. The initial refinement of that single strand of shadow force had consumed him nearly a quarter of an hour, and it was evident that in a real combat scenario, his opponent would not afford him such luxury. Nonetheless, having entered the initial stage, he realized that with continuous practice, the time required for refining the shadow force would decrease. Once he could condense it at will, he would have achieved a minor mastery of the shadow force. Given his dedication, this level of mastery would not take too long to attain. In the subsequent time, he practiced refining the shadow force several more times. With each execution, his speed of condensation improved. After practicing 5 or 6 times, he could now condense a strand of shadow force in under a minute, a pace that left him quite satisfied. That should suffice. The shadow force is not easily mastered and cannot be rushed. I can take my time to practice it. No need to hurry. For now, I should focus on increasing my strength. Glancing at the sky, he noted that the sun had risen high, and calculating the time, he realized that the main hunting parties of the 3 great families were likely nearing their rendezvous point. It was time for him to venture deeper and hunt magical beasts ahead of the others. With this thought in mind, he hesitated no longer, stretching his limbs before charging deeper into the black maple forest. As the sunlight grew increasingly radiant, his mood soared even higher now that he had mastered the shadow force. Once more, he took off, infused with a newfound vigor, as if he had been invigorated with adrenaline. Setting aside the accomplishment of the shadow force, a night of rest had significantly enhanced his strength. Now, when encountering 7th-tier magical beasts, he felt more adept than ever. He was currently in a phase of rapid enhancement. Every moment brought forth a different level of strength. His goal was to seize every second, continuously evolving into a more formidable version of himself. With the sun positioned directly overhead, the hunting teams of the 3 families were gradually approaching the central area. While Yuan Feng had already surged ahead to the heart of the black maple forest, at last, I've located an 8th-tier magical beast. After slaying so many 7th-tier beasts, I can only wonder how it will feel to engage with this 8th-tier creature. On a sunlit slope, Yuan Feng cautiously rolled up his sleeves while assessing the colossal being before him. Before him stood a gigantic ape, towering over 4 meters, a rarity among the magical beasts in the black maple forest. It was said that this type of beast bore a striking resemblance to humans, possessing a higher level of intelligence than other magical creatures, and correspondingly, its combat prowess was superior to that of other species. Throughout his journey, he had already slain over a dozen 7th-tier magical beasts, consciously sparing the 6th-tier creatures for those who followed. Now, he had finally encountered his first 8th-tier beast since entering the black maple forest. For him, 7th-tier beasts posed no challenge whatsoever, and he was eager to engage the 8th-tier creature, Roar. The massive brown ape regarded Yuan Feng with caution, emitting low growls intermittently. Despite Yuan Feng's seemingly smaller stature, the innate senses of the magical beast allowed it to perceive the danger he posed, thus it did not dare underestimate him. "Hey there, big fella, no need to intimidate me. I'm here to have a little spar with you. So don't let me down. Diamond Fist, disregarding all else. Yuan Feng activated his energy, launching himself toward the magical ape like a cannonball. Utilizing the dragon step technique, he moved with the speed of a tempest, unleashing the 7 unpredictable variations of the Diamond Fist, completely in sync with his preferred rhythm. With his current strength, he could dispatch 7th-tier beasts with just a few punches, against those with inferior physical capabilities. He could even obliterate them with a single strike. However, upon confronting the 8th-tier ape, his attacks no longer bore the same efficacy that 8th-tier magical beasts possess bodies as tough as steel. Yuan Feng's punches landed on the ape as though striking a small mountain. With the ape's immense strength, it was inevitable that after a flurry of dozens of strikes, rather than succumbing, it became increasingly enraged. Roar! The ape had gone completely berserk, the undisputed ruler of the magical beasts within a 10-mile radius. It was accustomed to dominating the other creatures and had never before been subjected to the indignity it faced now. Though Yuan Feng's blows merely stung slightly, it was an affront it could not tolerate. Thud, thud, thud. After enduring another barrage of Yuan Feng's punches, the ape suddenly threw its head back and howled at the sky. Simultaneously, its body swelled as if inflated, rapidly increasing in size and girth, its brown fur shimmering with a hint of golden light. Wait, it can do that. As Yuan Feng continued his relentless assault on the ape, he swiftly retreated. Before the ape could complete its transformation, he employed the dragon step technique, darting into the depths of the forest and escaping without a trace. In terms of speed, the ape could never match him. By the time it finished its transformation, he was already long gone. That was close. They say ape-type magical beasts are not to be trifled with. And I have certainly witnessed that today. Finding refuge among the reeds, Yuan Feng halted, gasping for breath. His heaving chest indicated the toll the encounter had taken on him. Clearly, engaging with an 8th-tier magical beast had drained a significant amount of his energy. It seemed this magical ape was not just any 8th-tier beast, but rather a top-tier specimen among them. Its ability to transform only compounded the challenge. Had it not been for that transformation, he might have been able to contend with it for a while, but now, even 10 of him combined would be no match. Speaking of which, before the transformation of the demon ape, he was confident in his ability to engage it in battle. However, he had little assurance of being able to slay the formidable creature. Yet, after the demon ape completed its transformation, his attacks were rendered almost entirely ineffective. Engaging this behemoth was merely a waste of time. It would be wiser to continue searching for a weaker 8th-tier magical beast, preferably one with lower defenses. After a brief respite, he set off once more in pursuit of a new target. In the central region of the Black Maple Forest, the territory had been divided among magical beasts, each powerful 8th-tier beast claiming its own domain. Having departed from the realm of the demon ape, Yuan Feng soon discovered a new prey before him. A colossal porcupine measuring over 4 meters in length and nearly 2 meters in height. At first glance, this creature appeared far less imposing than the demon ape. The only aspect that seemed threatening was the sharp spike atop its head, often referred to as a unicorn. The unicorn magic boar. How fortunate I am, he mused. This beast was familiar to him. The unicorn magic boar was known for its clumsiness. Typically positioned at the bottom of the food chain, that it was a mystery how this particular boar had managed to grow to the 8th tier. Upon sensing an intruder in its territory, the unicorn magic boar became acutely alert, its front hooves alternatingly stomping on the ground, while the spike on its head aimed at Yuan Feng, searching for the optimal moment to strike. TSK, if you won't make a move, then I shall. After locking eyes with the unicorn magic boar for a moment, Yuan Feng hesitated no longer. With a firm stomp of his foot, he charged forward, eager to engage in combat with diverse magical beasts to accumulate invaluable battle experience. Whether he could slay and devour the beast would depend solely on his aptitude and luck. Whoosh! Just as Yuan Feng made his advance, the unicorn magic boar sprang into action as well. In an instant, Yuan Feng's pupils constricted. Leaving no time for contemplation, he swiftly executed the dragon dance technique, his form darting aside in a blur. How swift! How could this creature possess such speed? Wasn't it said that unicorn magic boars were clumsy? Had I misjudged? As he evaded to the side, Yuan Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Fortunately, his quick reflexes saved him. Otherwise, he would have been skewered by the beast charge in his eyes. The unicorn magic boar transformed into an arrow, reaching him almost instantaneously. Had it not been for the dragon dance technique, he would have surely met his end. I'd say, a unicorn magic boar as fast as lightning. This creature was undoubtedly no ordinary beast. He had to hunt it down and study it closely. Something was amiss. The unicorn magic boar was renowned for its clumsiness. Yet this one not only moved with remarkable speed, but had also reached the 8th tier. It was hard to believe there was no trickery involved. In that moment, he solidified his determination to slay this boar. With a swift motion, he drew the 3-foot azure blade bestowed upon him by Yuan Ao. The windward sword technique, with the sword in hand. He did not hesitate, executing a flourish before charging directly at the unicorn magic boar. Armed with the weapon, he felt emboldened to confront the creature's formidable spike. Both man and beast maintained a pace akin to lightning. Engaging in a fierce contest within this small hollow, he faced off against an 8th-tier magical beast once more. Yuan Feng finally comprehended that a gap still existed between him and 8th-tier warriors. Of course, this disparity was gradually diminishing as he continued to engage in combat. Perhaps it would not be long before he would bridge that gap, or even surpass it. Chapter 41. The magic crystal beast, the enigmatic 8th-tier unicorn magic boar, had completely captured Yuan Feng's interest. Regardless of the challenges ahead, he was eager to capture this magical boar and uncover its extraordinary traits that he had already mastered the first 9 forms of the windward sword technique to an unparalleled degree. Each move imbued with an intricacy and artistic flair that was difficult for others to fathom. It could be said that his current martial skills were akin to a textbook of techniques, evoking genuine admiration from any warrior who witnessed them. Regrettably, he rarely showcased his skills before others. The only ones who had seen him in action were Yuan Ao and Zhao Qian, both of whom had long since departed from this world, leaving no opportunity for them to promote his prowess. The windward sword technique. The wind slays all. Seizing an opening, Yuan Feng swung his sword with immense speed, infusing it with powerful elemental energy. This strike was so swift that even an 8th-tier warrior would find it difficult to evade. Oomph! As Yuan Feng's blade descended, the unicorn magic boar seemed to realize it could not escape. With a snort of anger, the beast trembled, its bristles erecting like a forest of steel needles, intertwining in a peculiar formation. Clang! The azure blade struck true against the unicorn magic boar's neck, yet this powerful blow merely severed a layer of its bristles, failing to penetrate its flesh. Humph! Yuan Feng's attack proved ineffective, prompting the unicorn magic boar to pivot and charge at him. Its sharp spike aimed directly at his chest, with the strike missed and the unicorn magic boar bearing down upon him. Yuan Feng had no time to spare. He deftly flicked his azure blade, directing a thrust at the beast's spike. Ding! Since the beginning of his sword training, Yuan Feng's technique had reached an unparalleled level. This strike was both precise and powerful, directly impacting the spike of the unicorn magic boar. Their collision produced a soft sound, bending the blade, and thanks to the rebound, he swiftly retreated, dodging the unicorn magic boar's assault. Phew, what a formidable unicorn magic boar! Its speed was astonishing, and its defenses were equally impressive. Almost on par with that of the previous demon, it seemed that slaying it would not be an easy feat. As he retreated, Yuan Feng's mind raced. Regardless, the gap between him, a 6th-tier warrior, and an 8th-tier magical beast was still considerable. Had he been an 8th-tier warrior himself, that previous strike would have surely decapitated the unicorn magic boar. Alas, his elemental energy had not yet reached the 8th-tier level, making it exceedingly difficult to slay the creature. It appeared that to bring down this beast, he would have to resort to the shadow technique. Raising an eyebrow, he made a firm decision. The Desolation Finger might be sufficient to breach the unicorn magic boar's defenses. However, given the boar's size, even if he managed to puncture a few holes in its body, it would likely not be enough to kill it. Thus, the only remaining option was the shadow technique. Naturally, since his mastery of the shadow technique was still in its infancy, he could not guarantee its effectiveness against the unicorn magic boar. No matter. I'll use you as a test subject. Having a plan was certainly better than being at a loss. With thoughts of the shadow technique in mind, he sheathed his long sword, opting to engage the unicorn magic boar with his bare hands. The accumulation of dark energy undoubtedly required time. With the sword stowed away, he refrained from facing the unicorn magic boar head-on, circling around the creature while subtly channeling the shadow technique to condense dark energy. If it came down to merely dodging the 8th tier magical beast, he found it quite manageable. The dragon dance technique was so exquisite that it surpassed the capabilities of a beast lacking martial arts knowledge. In less than 2 minutes of circling the unicorn magic boar, Yuan Feng's gaze sharpened to AT that moment. He unleashed his elemental energy and executed the second layer of the dragon dance technique, instantly appearing beside the unicorn magic boar. "Let us see how this works," he called out, slamming his palm against the side of the unicorn magic boar. His hand made contact with the beast's body. His dark energy surged into it. The dark energy, being a form of energy and not a physical weapon, was formless and could permeate through the boar's pores, directly infiltrating its body. After delivering that palm strike, Yuan Feng retreated, and at that moment, a resounding thud echoed from within the unicorn magic boar. Puff! Ack! Although the sound was not particularly loud, Yuan Feng heard it clearly due to the proximity. Following the sound, the unicorn magic boar seemed to go wild, letting out a pained wail before thrashing about like a headless chicken, knocking down several ancient trees in mere moments. Boom! Finally, after colliding with a tree over 1/2 meter in thickness, the unicorn magic boar crashed to the ground. Blood gushed from its nostrils and mouth, and while its chest still rose and fell, indicating it was alive, it was not far from death. Excellent. The shadow technique truly lives up to its reputation as a powerful mid-tier mystic skill. It has indeed taken down an 8th-tier magical beast. Witnessing the scene before him, Yuan Feng was overcome with indescribable joy. Initially, he had harbored some doubts about the shadow technique, but now he had witnessed its might firsthand. He understood well that without the shadow technique, he would have been utterly incapable of contending with the 8th-tier unicorn magic boar today. Not only this beast, but even other 8th-tier magical beasts would have posed a formidable challenge for him. However, thanks to the existence of the shadow technique, he now possessed the capability to slay 8th-tier magical beasts. Phew, I finally brought it down. This 8th-tier magical beast was truly astonishingly powerful. With a long exhale, he reflected on the recent battle that had indeed drained a considerable amount of his stamina. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable to an 8th-tier magical beast. Such a bounty was entirely worth the effort expended earlier. He chuckled to himself. Typically, the unicorn magic boar was known for its sluggish reactions. Yet this particular specimen excelled in speed and had reached the formidable 8th tier, which was quite thought-provoking. Observing the unicorn magic boar lying before him, he did not hastily unleash the devouring martial spirit to consume the creature. Instead, he summoned his long sword, approaching the unicorn magic boar with a leisurely gait. This moment, the creature's meridians lay in tatters, having been ravaged by dark energy, and he felt no fear of any resurgence from this beast. "Come now, I hope you do not disappoint me. Let us begin." His gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion, he brought the sword down directly onto the head of the unicorn magic boar. Devoid of any capacity for resistance, the creature's defenses had long since dissipated. His strike cleaved through its skull, splitting it in two. The head of the unicorn magic boar burst open. A glimmering crystal immediately caught his eye. It was a pale blue gem, roughly the size of a pigeon egg, radiating a captivating azure light. Strangely, the blood of the unicorn magic boar could not stain this crystal at all. Magic crystal. It truly is a magical crystal beast. Upon seeing the azure crystal, the term magic crystal sprang to mind. With a deft flick of his sword, he lifted the crystal into his hand. The orb felt icy to the touch and was remarkably light. Undoubtedly a legendary magic crystal. Fortune smiles upon me. Such a rare treasure has come into my possession with such ease. Ecstatic at the acquisition of the magic crystal, he was aware of its immense value. It was well known that magic crystals were exceedingly precious and rare. Not merely the crystal of an 8th-tier magical beast. Even the magic crystal from a 1st-tier beast was a treasure that was hard to come by. The value of an 8th-tier beast's crystal was beyond compare. The individual he had previously slain, Zhao Qian, was undoubtedly of noble descent. Yet even this wealthy scion possessed no magic crystal, highlighting the rarity of such treasures. What a splendid wind, a tribute magic crystal. If I were to exchange it at the market, I cannot fathom the myriad rare treasures it could procure. With this, I could acquire even more resources for cultivation. Magic crystals could not be consumed directly, and even if ingested, they held little energy. Essentially, they were semi-finished products that required processing to unlock their unimaginable potential. Clearly, should he present this magic crystal from an 8th-tier beast at Danxia sect or at the market of the Chu family, he believed he could exchange it for a wealth of valuable items he desired. Indeed, the heavens are favoring me. This 8th-tier magic crystal is worth the equivalent of dozens, if not hundreds, of 8th-tier magical beasts. After toying with the crystal for a while, he carefully secured it and then turned his attention back to the unicorn magic boar. While the magic crystal was undeniably precious, the 8th-tier magical beast itself represented a significant resource. Consuming this beast should elevate my meridians and energy to a truly astounding level. With narrowed eyes, he ensured that no one was watching before summoning the devouring martial spirit, which enveloped the unicorn magic boar. In mere moments, it was refined into pure energy and absorbed into his body. Chapter 42. A sudden change in the forest deep within a thicket, some 10 miles from the battlefield. Yuan Feng sat quietly atop an ancient tree, gradually assimilating the surplus energy and unique power within him. Following the acquisition of the unicorn magic boar's magic crystal, he had readily transformed the beast into energy, channeling it into his meridians to augment his strength. The complete refinement of an 8th-tier magical beast yielded energy and unique power that exceeded his expectations. Initially, he thought it would be a swift process, but upon swallowing it, he realized that the energy of an 8th-tier magical beast was not so easily refined. The energy from this 8th-tier beast surpasses that within my own meridians. It cannot simply be refined at will. However, if I could consume a few more 8th-tier beasts, my power would undoubtedly surge rapidly. And in no time, I could achieve the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the condensation realm. After approximately 10 minutes, Yuan Feng successfully refined the energy of the unicorn magic boar for his own use. Having consumed such a beast, he sensed that his meridians had grown significantly, by more than a tenth, and the increase in energy was akin to that obtained from dozens of 7th-tier magical beasts, thereby amplifying his strength considerably. My meridians have nearly reached their limit. With about 3 more 8th-tier magical beasts, I could potentially break through to the 7th layer of the condensation realm, that if I wish to linger in the 6th layer for a while longer. I fear that may become increasingly difficult, that he had initially believed that even without striving for a breakthrough to the 7th layer, his strength could continue to rise. Yet, he now felt that the meridians of the 6th layer were nearing saturation. After consuming 3 8th-tier beasts, he would find it hard to remain in the 6th layer for long. Nevertheless, accumulating energy comparable to the 8th layer while still in the 6th was no cause for complaint. Such an accumulation was beyond what most could conceive. The day was still young. The demon hunting teams from the 3 major families must have nearly reached his resting place from the previous night. However, it would likely take them another hour or so to arrive. Gazing at the sky, as the sun had just begun to rise, he realized he had ample time to hone his skills and hunt more 8th-tier magical beasts. If he could take down 3 more 8th-tier beasts, he would reach the pinnacle of the 6th layer of the condensation realm, preparing him to challenge the next tier. If possible, it would be best to quickly push towards the 7th layer to expedite his power enhancement. Although he had just recently broken through a realm, if the 6th layer reached its limit, he would have no choice but to attempt a breakthrough. After all, without it, he could not continue to elevate his strength. Of course, given his foundation and familiarity with the techniques, even if he endeavored to break through to the 7th layer, he would not encounter instability. In this regard, he felt quite confident, determined, he thought, with the shadow energy at my disposal. I can effortlessly slay 8th-tier magical beasts. Furthermore, by continuously utilizing the shadow energy, I will become increasingly adept in this martial skill. Perhaps soon I shall achieve mastery. Reflecting on the shadow energy, he felt an increasing sense of gratitude towards Chu Ruoqing. It was thanks to her provision of such a potent technique that he could engage in combat with 8th-tier beasts, honing his battle awareness while effortlessly consuming them, rather than merely struggling against them. Steeling his resolve, he focused on a particular direction and swiftly set off once more. In the ensuing moments, he traversed the central region of the black maple forest, with the shadow energy coursing through him. He possessed the means to hunt 8th-tier magical beasts as long as he remained cautious. He could continue to hunt more of these formidable creatures, something even an ordinary 8th-tier warrior could not compare to. One could say that even a master of the 8th layer of the condensation realm could easily be overwhelmed by an 8th-tier magical beast in a one-on-one confrontation. To slay such beasts, extraordinary methods were required. Otherwise, an individual 8th-tier warrior would likely fall short against a single 8th-tier magical beast. While Yuan Feng did not hold the advantage in raw power, he possessed an undeniable edge in speed. With his greatest asset being the shadow energy, that he was unaware that this martial skill was one of the most challenging to master across the continent, and although many held high hopes for it, few could truly achieve proficiency. The central region of the Black Maple Forest was not lacking in magical beasts, and soon, Yuan Feng identified a new target, a rather impressive lion-tiger beast, common within the realm of magical creatures. The lion-tiger beast was known for its prowess in combat. Encountering it now was somewhat unfortunate, as slaying one posed greater difficulty than defeating other defensive magical beasts. Yet, Yuan Feng lacked the patience to seek out other creatures. Whether it was an offensive or defensive beast, having encountered it, he decided to eliminate it. The lion-tiger beast's attacks were indeed more formidable than those of the previous unicorn magic boar, employing a variety of offensive techniques: sharp teeth, pointed claws, and a tail like a steel whip, rendering the entire beast a weapon in its own right that a single strike could prove fatal. Relying on his speed, Yuan Feng deftly evaded the lion-tiger beast's assaults. While the creature's diverse attack methods provided him with substantial learning opportunities, though magical beasts lacked formal martial techniques, their growth from a young age endowed them with a rich array of offensive capabilities, rivaling those of ordinary warriors. This was precisely why, had he been replaced by another 8th-layer condensation realm master, they might not have evaded the lion-tiger beast's ferocious onslaught unscathed. Prepare yourself. Here it comes. After nearly a quarter of an hour engaged in a fierce struggle with the lion-tiger beast, Yuan Feng suddenly exerted his strength, shifting his foot, and pressed his palm directly against the creature's abdomen. The latent energy he had prepared for so long erupted suddenly, penetrating directly into the lion-tiger beast's body. Boom! A muffled sound reverberated from within the beast, and akin to the previous encounter with the unicorn demon pig. The lion-tiger beast's strength dissipated instantaneously, its meridians shattered. After struggling for a brief moment, it succumbed unwillingly to the ground. Panting, he noted that another 8th-tier magical beast had indeed proven to be extraordinary. The defensive capabilities of any 8th-tier magical beast were astonishingly high, making it exceedingly difficult to breach their defenses from the outside. As he slayed the lion-tiger beast, Yuan Feng couldn't help but reflect. Although the lion-tiger beast was not renowned for its defensive strength, its resilience was nonetheless remarkable. Ordinary blades and swords could hardly pierce its hide. Fortunately, he possessed shadow energy, allowing him to dismantle the foundation of the magical beast from within. Otherwise, he would have encountered considerable trouble. To be safe, he decided to check whether this creature's skull contained a magic crystal. Having had the experience of obtaining a magic crystal previously, he was wary of recklessly devouring the beast. For the risk of accidentally swallowing the magic crystal would indeed be a loss too great to bear. However, magic crystals were exceedingly rare. The fact that he had managed to acquire one was already a stroke of immense fortune. Securing additional magic crystals would not be so simple. After cleaving open the lion-tiger beast's skull and scrutinizing it for some time, he ultimately released his devouring martial spirit, directly refining the lion-tiger beast. With yet another 8-tier magical beast consumed, he distinctly felt his strength surge once more. Setting aside speed, in sheer strength alone, he was hardly inferior to an 8th-tier martial artist. 2 8-tier magical beasts, each comparable to a martial artist at the 8th level of the condensation realm, when refined and devoured, promised immense benefits. Almost there, with 1 or 2 more 8-tier magical beasts consumed, he would be ready to attempt a breakthrough to the 7th level of the condensation realm. Perhaps by this time tomorrow, he would already be a 7th-tier martial artist. Sensing the abundant vital energy coursing through his meridians, he knew he was one step closer to a breakthrough. With a slight smile, he resolved to continue his endeavors, hunting more magical beasts. Roar, roar, roar. However, just as Yuan Feng prepared to move again and slay more beasts, the deep recesses of the Black Maple Forest erupted with the thunderous roars of magical beasts. The sheer volume of these roars was earth-shattering, and it was evident from the sound alone that the beasts producing them were extraordinarily powerful. likely surpassing the realm of ordinary magical beasts. Hiss! What a formidable roar! Although it was merely a sound, it conveyed an overwhelming sense of pressure. These were the roars of innate-level magical beasts. Just as he was about to take a step forward, Yuan Feng halted abruptly, unable to calm the tumult within him as he listened to the roars emanating from the depths of the black maple forest. That he had long heard rumors of innate-level magical beasts residing within the black maple forest. And now it seemed undeniably true. Previously, there had been whispers of sightings of innate magical beasts within the forest, but rumors were just rumors. Hearing it with his own ears left him no room for doubt regarding their authenticity. What could be happening? Why were the innate magical beasts deep within the black maple forest suddenly roaring in such a tumultuous manner? From the sound, it seemed they were enraged. Could it be that someone was encroaching upon the innate magical beasts? His recent encounters with magical beasts had granted him considerable insight. Judging by the nature of the roars, it was evident that they felt threatened and were preparing for battle. Goodness, could it be that someone has ventured into the heart of the forest to provoke the innate-level magical beasts? His gaze sharpened. At this moment, he was genuinely curious as to what could have incited such anger in these powerful creatures. Furthermore, he had encountered innate-level human experts, but he was eager to witness the innate-level magical beasts firsthand. Should he venture in to investigate? Resting his chin on his hand, he found himself hesitating, caught in a moment of indecision. That in the central region of the black maple forest, the first team of the three great families had already advanced ahead of the main forces. The Yuan family's elite team was no longer composed solely of Yuan Qingyun, Yuan Qingyin, and Yuan Qingshan. It had expanded to include several skilled second-generation branch members, transforming from a trio into a 10-member squad. Clearly, the central area was far more perilous than the outskirts, and even Yuan Qingyun and his companions dared not let their guard down. Brother, why do I feel that the magical beasts we encountered on our way seem significantly fewer than in previous years? Could it be that someone has already come ahead of us and slaughtered the magical beasts in this central area? Yuan Qingyan, the fifth master of the Yuan family, remarked with a furrowed brow as they pressed deeper. In past years, upon entering this region, they would encounter 6th and 7th tier magical beasts at nearly every turn. Yet today, having journeyed several dozen miles, they had observed far fewer of them, suggesting something was amiss. Indeed, what the fifth brother says holds merit. I too perceive that the magical beasts this year are particularly scarce. Could it be that other families have gotten here before us? A member of the Yuan family's second generation chimed in. A talented individual under 40 years of age, already at the 8th level of the condensation realm, comparable to the direct line members that we three families are entering the black maple forest from 3 different directions. The Yun family and Fong family have limited manpower. Logically, they shouldn't have the capacity to venture this way, making their presence here improbable. Yuan Qingyun replied, his brow furrowing that if others sensed the unusualness of the black maple forest. He undoubtedly felt it too. The magical beasts in the black maple forest were indeed fewer than usual this year, but he found it hard to believe that the other 2 families had the resources to encroach upon their territory. After all, with the sheer number of magical beasts they faced, it was unlikely they could even manage to defeat all of them themselves. Let us not dwell on that. We must continue deeper. There are plenty of magical beasts to be found, and as long as we can ensure we are constantly slaying them, we will be fine. Shaking his head, Yuan Qingyun resolved to move forward. Roar, roar, roar! Just as Yuan Qingyun and his party prepared to proceed once more, a series of earth-shattering roars suddenly erupted from deep within the black maple forest, sending shockwaves through the group and leaving them momentarily stunned. Hiss, that sound! The 10 members halted, bewildered. Having dealt with magical beasts for so many years, they could hardly mistake the power behind those roars. They were innate magical beasts. Yuan Qingyun's expression darkened, his voice strained as he spoke. Innate magical beasts? Are there truly innate-level magical beasts deep within the black maple forest? The faces of the others turned pale upon hearing Yuan Qingyun's declaration. Innate magical beasts were entities far beyond their reach. Even if they all banded together, they would likely find themselves swiftly devoured. It must indeed be the roar of an innate magical beast. That appears the rumors were not unfounded. The central region of the black maple forest likely does harbor such creatures. Yuan Qingshan, who typically spoke little, finally interjected. What should we do, Patriarch? Should we continue deeper? The confirmation left everyone feeling a sense of trepidation, while they had not encountered the overwhelming power of innate magical beasts. They could easily imagine the peril they posed. Hearing the sound, the innate magical beast should be quite far from us, likely residing within the miasma zone, as long as we avoid the vicinity of that area. We should not encounter them. Yuan Qingyun pondered briefly before speaking. Let us proceed, but everyone must remain vigilant, that if anything feels amiss, we must conceal ourselves immediately. Remember, safety is paramount. With that, he resolutely led the charge deeper into the forest, setting an example for the others. Seeing him take the lead, the rest had no choice but to follow, albeit with heightened caution and vigilance. Like the Yuan family, the other two families also heard the roars of the innate magical beasts. Yet they too chose not to halt their advance. After all, as long as they did not provoke the innate magical beasts and kept their distance, they believed they would be safe. At the heart of the Black Maple Forest lay a vast area, shrouded in fog. Spanning hundreds of miles, for ordinary martial artists, this was a forbidden zone, for the miasma here was not ordinary mist, but a toxic fog capable of claiming lives. That no one knew how this miasma zone had formed. But to be fair, there were countless perilous locales across the continent, and the miasma zone of the Black Maple Forest was merely one of many moderately dangerous areas, lacking in notoriety. The miasma posed an extreme danger to martial artists. A brief stay might be manageable, but prolonged exposure would corrode their bodies, making it difficult to breathe and potentially threatening their lives. Certainly, this peril primarily targets ordinary martial artists. However, when it comes to innate martial artists, the situation is quite different. Innate martial artists can harness the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, forming a protective layer of true qi around themselves, and they can even substitute their breath with internal energy. Thus, even if they linger in the miasma for several days, they remain unharmed. There exists another peculiar circumstance, which involves external assistance. Although the miasma is toxic, consuming special elixirs can render one immune to its corrosive effects. Yet, these detoxifying elixirs are extraordinarily rare and not affordable for the average individual. At this very moment, deep within the miasma, a young man of strikingly unusual appearance stands confidently, his arms crossed, facing a heavily armored beast covered in scales. The young man, resplendent and devoid of any injuries, starkly contrasts with the battered and disheveled beast before him. Ha! Is this the power bestowed by mastering the true martial divine art? I have just barely broken through to the innate level and can utterly dominate formidable innate magical beasts. The true martial divine art is indeed worthy of being a royal treasure. Ha! The young man cackles with delight, and as he clenches his fist, the air around him seems to compress, producing a thunderous sound. While his fists shimmer with a faint golden radiance, one can scarcely imagine the devastation such fists could wreak, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Such a potent martial art, yet it is reserved solely for the crown prince. What a waste! I, Prince Ji Haofan, am endowed with remarkable talent, and this true martial divine art appears to have been tailored specifically for me. That I wonder, throughout history, which crown prince has ever cultivated the true martial divine art to such an extraordinary level. At this moment, the sixth prince, Ji Haofan, is filled with pride. Having successfully mastered the true martial divine art, he has finally ascended to the coveted innate realm, with the overwhelming prowess of the true martial divine art. He possesses strength comparable to that of a second-level innate martial artist immediately upon his breakthrough. Reflecting on this, he feels no remorse for the perilous gamble he took to seize this royal treasure. The true martial divine art is a closely guarded secret of the royal family, accessible only to the legitimate crown prince. Someone of his status, a prince of the county, isn't even permitted to glance at it. It is said that the true martial divine art was created by the founding emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom, Ji Wuying, for the cultivation of successive heirs. Outsiders have never witnessed the marvels of this martial art. However, it is evident that each emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom has been immensely formidable, which has always drawn attention to the true martial divine art, making it the object of envy for countless individuals. In his quest to steal the true martial divine art, sixth Prince Ji Haofan has employed cunning strategies, even betraying his own father and implicating his family. Yet, after witnessing the might of the true martial divine art, he believes every sacrifice has been worth it. The tales of its origin and its classification as a mid-tier martial art are mere fabrications meant to deceive, but he is convinced that no ordinary mortal could have conceived such a transcendent martial art. It is far beyond the capabilities of any forebear, no matter how gifted. Contemplating the contents of the secret tome he perused, his heart swells with emotion. Clearly, everyone has been misled by external rumors. In truth, the true martial divine art was not created by the founding emperor of the Black Mountain Kingdom, nor is it a mid-tier martial art. Such claims are merely a ruse to obscure the truth. He firmly believes that if outsiders were to grasp the true power of this martial art, they would undoubtedly attract a plethora of superlative beings vying for it. Regrettably, his preparations are insufficient. If only he had ample time to meticulously study the true martial divine art. Attaining mastery of even the 4th rank would not be out of reach, but if he could cultivate the 4th rank of the true martial divine art and open the 4 major chi Cs, his future would surely see him standing at the apex of the continent. Reflecting on his hurried practice, which led to mastering only the 3rd rank of the true martial divine art, he feels a flicker of annoyance. However, possessing 3 major chi Cs is still enough for him to hold his head high in the world that in the future, he, Ji Haofan, will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the continent. HMPF. Emperors and monarchs are but fleeting clouds. With a cold laugh, he steadies his focus and gazes at the armored beast before him. I have no time to waste with you, the first innate opponent to perish by my hand. You should consider yourself fortunate. As he speaks, he springs into action, his golden fist striking down upon the armored beast, which stands no chance of resistance. Before long, it is reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. Having slain an innate-level armored beast, Ji Haofan remains unfazed. Showing no signs of fatigue, he raises his hand to collect the beast, for as a member of the royal family, he is well equipped with spatial rings and similar items. Now, the entire Black Mountain Kingdom is likely searching for me, that it seems time to depart for a while. Once I break through to the Golden Core stage, not even the royal family of the Black Mountain Kingdom will be able to touch me. His retreat to this place for a breakthrough was somewhat reckless. Now that he has attained the innate level, it is time to leave the Black Mountain Kingdom and seek refuge in another realm. Is someone approaching? Just as he ponders this, his ears perk up at the sound of approaching footsteps, seemingly drawing nearer to his position. Could it be that someone is searching for me? His expression darkens as he scans his surroundings, swiftly leaping up into the lush canopy of an ancient tree to conceal himself temporarily. After a couple of minutes, while hiding in the shade, his expression shifts as a stunning figure draped in flowing garments arrives beneath the tree. Precisely at the spot where he had vanquished the armored beast, the heavens have shown mercy, knowing this prince is famished, and have sent a breathtaking beauty my way, and she is an innate master to boot. Having courted many women, I have yet to experience the taste of an innate woman. Upon seeing the enchanting figure below, an involuntary reaction stirs within him. For who in the capital city does not know of 6th Prince Ji Haofan's insatiable lust? Encountering such a stunning beauty, how could he possibly restrain himself? Chapter 44. In perilous danger, listening to the roars of beasts deep within the black maple forest, Yuan Feng hesitates for a long while, but ultimately decides against venturing further into danger. Curiosity may have killed the cat. Although he is capable of slaying 8th-tier magical beasts, he understands that should he encounter an innate-level beast, he would stand no chance. Innate beasts are not to be compared with 7th or 8th-tier beasts. With his current strength, he might not even be able to touch an innate beast, let alone unleash his shadow technique. His advantage lies in speed, yet even the fastest speed pales in comparison against innate beasts. For at the innate level, movements are infused with the power of heaven and earth, far beyond what mere martial techniques can compensate. That, of course, if he could attain mastery of the shadow technique, the situation would be different. With mastery of the shadow technique, he could strike at an opponent with hidden energy without needing to make contact, inflicting damage from a distance. Unfortunately, mastering the shadow technique is no easy feat. Achieving even a minor accomplishment is difficult, and true mastery would require him to reach the innate level first. With another beast felled, making it 3 8th-tier magical beasts he is now hunted, he contemplates that he is nearly done with this endeavor. After this, he may have to pause his hunting until he breaks through to the 7th level of the condensing essence realm. Having slain and consumed another 8th-tier magical beast, Yuan Feng feels his strength has significantly increased, bringing him closer to the limit of the 6th level of the condensing essence realm. It seems the earlier roars from the innate beasts were merely the result of one of them having a fit. After spending some time here, nothing unusual has occurred. Reflecting on how he had once been startled by the roars of innate beasts, he cannot help but chuckle that in retrospect, the innate beasts practicing their vocalizations is hardly a cause for alarm, especially since he intends to avoid provoking them in the central area. Compared to this morning, his strength has nearly surged by 3 or 4 levels that if he were to encounter that magical ape again. He believes he could likely defeat it with the shadow technique. Feeling the surge of power within him, he suddenly yearns to return and engage in battle with the shape-shifting magical ape once more. It is evident that the magical ape has reached the pinnacle of 8th tier. If he could consume it, it would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for him. However, that creature is formidable. Perhaps I should seek out some easier prey. As for that magical ape, I shall deal with it once I break through to the 7th level of the condensing essence realm, at which point it should be much simpler to handle. Shaking his head, he temporarily relinquished the notion of seeking the magical ape. After all, the high-level magical beasts in the central area of the Black Maple Forest were plentiful, and there was no need for him to waste time returning. Moreover, this hunting expedition in the Black Maple Forest had illuminated the path for his future cultivation. Undoubtedly, the forest served as a natural training ground for him, at least prior to reaching the innate realm. The magical beast resources within the Black Maple Forest would suffice to alleviate his concerns regarding energy. Initially, he had been troubled about where to procure rare materials, but now, with a means to devour magical beasts, the quest for such items had become unnecessary. Although the Black Maple Forest hunt occurred only once a year for a mere 2 days, no one would pay heed to a child like him. While the 3 major families kept a watchful eye on one another, who would truly concern themselves with him? Even if he frequented the Black Maple Forest daily, no one would find it amiss. Thus, he had resolved that even after the autumn hunt concluded, he would regularly visit the Black Maple Forest, striving to perfect his cultivation at the 9th level of the condensing yuan realm, and subsequently seek methods to acquire innate techniques, aiming for a breakthrough into the innate realm. Of course, he was currently only at the 6th level of the condensing yuan realm, and there remained a significant distance to cover before reaching the innate stage. As for innate level techniques, perhaps he could glean some information from his family once he achieved a complete mastery of the condensing yuan realm. The transition from the condensing yuan realm to the innate realm was undoubtedly the most critical step for a martial artist. And selecting a powerful innate technique was of utmost importance. That it was widely understood that the higher the level of the innate technique, the stronger one would become after breaking through the innate stage, thus expanding their future potential. Unfortunately, in a small place like Fontian County, even the most ordinary innate techniques were scarce, let alone superior ones. I am overthinking. I should focus on cultivating. Ambition without foundation is not a good thing. With a shake of his head and a smile, he dismissed those ethereal thoughts and steeled himself to continue seeking new objectives. Cackling, "Little beauty, just behave. The more you run around, the quicker the effects of the potion will take hold. I am eager to see how long you can endure." Just as Yuan Feng prepared to make his move, a peculiar laugh suddenly echoed from the depths of the Black Maple Forest. Although he had yet to see anyone, just the sound alone conjured images of the speaker's face in his mind. Little beauty, behave. Potion effects. Extracting a few keywords, he raised an eyebrow, quickly piecing together the situation with his keen intellect. Coughing in broad daylight. In this deep mountain forest, such antics are taking place. How utterly absurd. He scratched his head, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ever since entering the Black Maple Forest, he had encountered more events than he had outside. From ambushes to chance encounters with roasted meat, and now this latest twist. His experiences within just 2 days could easily fill a film. Since he had stumbled upon this scene, it seemed illogical to stand idly by. Although the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress was somewhat cliché, he found it appealing. Given his temperament, it was impossible for him to ignore such matters, whether it was about heroically saving a maiden or not. He simply could not bear to watch as a villain perpetrated evil, especially against the weak and defenseless. Wait, the voice originated from deeper within. Whoever emerged from there surely possessed strength on par with my own. It seems I must proceed with caution. He was not a fool. Those able to venture deep into the black maple forest could not be ordinary, and likely possessed strength exceeding his own. Thus, even if he intended to rescue someone, he had to be careful and strategic. With this thought in mind, he discreetly activated his dragon-soaring footwork and advanced toward the source of the voice. Meanwhile, deep within the forest, a young man and woman raced ahead, moving as swiftly as the wind. Their speed was astonishing, and they deftly navigated through the trees without the slightest hindrance. Cackling, "A moment of springtime passion is worth 1,000 gold. I advise you not to waste time. While no one is around, let us indulge ourselves that I assure you, my dear, you will find it quite pleasurable. Ha ha ha." Trailing behind the woman, Ji Haofan's crude remarks flowed incessantly. At this moment, he was filled with excitement. After days of fleeing, he was brimming with pent-up frustration. To his astonishment, just as he reached the pinnacle of his power, a beautiful woman had practically delivered herself to him. And a stunning, innate-level beauty at that. Without a second thought, he entertained lewd thoughts that in the capital, he was notorious as a playboy. He lacked nothing but an abundance of aphrodisiacs. When he saw the woman arrive beneath his hiding spot in the tree, he immediately scattered the powder. Caught completely off guard, she fell victim to his scheme that To capture the woman. He had spared no expense. This particular pouch of powder had cost him a considerable sum to acquire. Originally intended for a renowned young lady in the capital, he had failed to find the right opportunity until now. When fortune smiled upon him, he chuckled. This powder is colorless and odorless, capable of numbing the meridians and corroding one's vital energy. If you don't find a man to antidote the poison, your cultivation will be rendered null and void. That I truly can't fathom what you're fleeing from. As he laughed, Ji Haofan did not rush to act. Knowing that the more the woman exerted herself to escape, the faster the effects of the powder would manifest. By the time the potion fully took effect, she would have no strength left to flee. Indeed, after pursuing her for nearly 10 miles, the woman finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Haha, now let's see how you escape. Seeing her fall helplessly, Ji Haofan quickened his pace and was soon at her side. Gazing at her flushed face and rapid breaths, he could hardly contain himself, longing to release his pent-up desires. What a stunning beauty! Who would have thought that such a magnificent woman could be hidden in this remote area? Moreover, she was an innate-level expert. It seemed that no matter where one went, one must never let their guard down. As he scrutinized the woman before him, drool began to trickle from his lips, and he started to loosen his clothing. Hearing Ji Haofan's words, the woman struggled to regain some clarity. When she finally managed to lift her head, a breathtaking visage was revealed to Ji Haofan's gaze. If Yuan Feng were present, he would recognize her as none other than Yun Mingchen, the second daughter of the Yun family, whom he had long admired. Chapter 45. Trouble at hand. Yun Mingchen fought to maintain her final shred of consciousness. Her body felt entirely numb, nearly devoid of sensation. The only thing she could perceive was her vital energy gradually depleting, her strength waning. At this moment, not only was she incapable of fleeing, but even speaking seemed beyond her capacity. She was painfully aware of the drug she had fallen victim to. The heat coursing through her body made her yearn to shed her already scant attire. Yet, she understood that some things were worth dying to protect. Gazing at the lecherous grin plastered on the man's face, she felt a surge of urgency and rage. That was her insatiable curiosity that led her to investigate the sounds of innate magical beasts echoing from the heart of the black maple forest. Initially, she had thought that with her cultivation, even an encounter with an innate magical beast would be manageable. Little did she expect that instead of a magical beast, she would face a scoundrel far more terrifying. In truth, she had taken precautions. Upon entering the miasma-filled area, she had shifted her breathing to internal energy. Yet even so, she had been ambushed by an unknown drug. That was a truly unforeseen circumstance. Now, it was too late for regrets. With not a shred of strength left, how could she hope to escape the clutches of this vile man? His strength was clearly above hers. Even in perfect condition, she might not have been his match. Now, poisoned, her chances of escape were even slimmer. Let me go. I can grant you any request. Drawing on the last vestiges of her strength, Yun Mingchen managed to utter a few words. And it was fortunate that Ji Haofan was an innate expert. Otherwise, he might not have heard her at all. Haha, let you go. Do you think in this situation, I could possibly let you go? Upon hearing her words, Ji Haofan laughed heartily. a mocking grin plastered across his face. "Humph. I've been hiding and fleeing for days, and I've pent up a great deal of frustration. Today, you're simply unlucky to have crossed my path. However, if you satisfy me, I might consider sparing your life." That as he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and his outer robe fell away, tossed aside carelessly. With Ji Haofan stripping off his outer clothing, a look of determination flashed in Yun Mengchen's eyes. Summoning all her strength, she raised her hand, producing a pitch-black dagger. Without hesitation, she plunged it toward her own chest. That in today's predicament, she knew all too well that her chances of survival were slim. To plead for mercy from this man would be futile. Thus, she resolved to preserve her dignity with her life. She sensed that the poison within her body had not yet reached its full effect. If she allowed the drug to take complete control, she feared she would lack the strength even to take her own life, and instead might unwittingly offer herself to him. The thought of such an outcome filled her with dread, and she would rather embrace death than face that fate. Dragon's breath. However, just as Yun Mengchen was about to end her own life with a sword, Ji Haofan let out a cold snort. With a mere lift of his hand, the dagger in her possession flew directly into his grasp, but he smirked icily, casually tossing the dagger aside. "Want to die? It's not that simple. Even in death, I shall ensure my pleasure first." He had long anticipated Yun Mengchen's suicidal tendencies. He understood women all too well. With a single glance, he discerned that Yun Mengchen was the type of fiercely chaste woman who would rather perish than lose her purity. Yet this was precisely the type he found most appealing. "Little beauty, just wait patiently to enjoy. I'm coming." Unable to restrain the fiery passion within him any longer, Ji Haofan rubbed his hands together and lunged at Yun Mengchen, who wore a face of utter despair, utterly powerless. Tears streamed down her cheeks. In that moment, her heart felt as if it had turned to ash. Suddenly, just as Ji Haofan, consumed by lust, prepared to unleash his desires, a faint sound emanated from behind a nearby ancient tree. The noise was exceedingly subtle, but with his cultivation level, even the slightest rustling of the wind could not escape his awareness. "Who goes there?" "Show yourself." Startled, Ji Haofan snapped back to reality, momentarily forgetting about Yun Mengchen. Like a startled bird, the desires he had just summoned were doused significantly. "Ahem, my apologies, I was merely passing by." "Please continue." As Ji Haofan spoke, a young man gradually emerged from behind the ancient tree. That moment, who else could it be but Yuan Feng? Damn it, how could I be so unfortunate? A congenital expert, and he's at the congenital level. What is wrong with this world? Where do all these young congenital experts come from? Are they trying to kill me? Yuan Feng felt utterly dismayed. Initially, he had intended to play the role of a hero saving a damsel in distress. But upon realizing the situation before him, he understood the magnitude of his blunder. Having concealed himself behind the tree, he witnessed the frantic chase between the two and observed Ji Haofan's ability to summon objects from afar. It was evident that he was a formidable congenital master. Judging by the young man's age, he seemed not much older than Yuan Feng, yet his power was astonishingly formidable. That thought, a wave of envy surged within Yuan Feng. He also noticed Yun Mengchen. With his experience, he immediately recognized her precarious state, clearly drugged. The nature of the drug could be surmised from her sultry demeanor. Yuan Feng harbored a peculiar sentiment towards Yun Mengchen. Truth be told, had she been anyone else, he might have chosen to withdraw and protect himself, for it would be foolish to act recklessly and jeopardize his life for a stranger, ultimately failing to save her. However, with Yun Mengchen as the victim, he found himself with no choice. The moment Ji Haofan made a move, his anxiety caused him to inadvertently create noise, and now that he was exposed, there was no need for him to continue hiding. Who is this wild brat? Daring to interrupt my affairs? Are you tired of living?" Ji Haofan breathed a sigh of relief. He was currently on the run, constantly fearing pursuit from the royal family. But fortunately, the figure before him appeared to be merely a minor nuisance, seemingly at the 6th or 7th level of the qi condensation realm, someone he could easily crush. Yet, despite Yuan Feng's apparent weakness, Ji Haofan refrained from making an immediate move, choosing instead to cautiously survey his surroundings. After all, while Yuan Feng was insignificant, one could never know if allies lurked nearby, that if Yuan Feng were merely a decoy. With the true threat hidden in the shadows, he would find himself at a disadvantage. Scanning the area repeatedly, he could not see any concealed enemies, yet unease lingered in his heart that H.G. Halfon was probing his surroundings. Yuan Feng's mind raced. The current predicament was far from optimistic. A powerful congenital expert was beyond what he could handle at this moment, and he was acutely aware that Ji Halfon was concerned about the potential presence of accomplices, which was why he had yet to strike. Once Ji Halfon confirmed that no one else was around, it would likely be his moment to attack. Yunming Chun had already spotted Yuan Feng, but upon recognizing him, the flicker of hope that had sparked in her eyes extinguished immediately. She could not ascertain Yuan Feng's cultivation level, but one thing was certain. He was definitely not a congenital expert. And without that level of power, he could not possibly save her. Thus, after a mere glance at Yuan Feng, she chose to close her eyes once more, striving to suppress the strange sensations within her. The potency of the drug coursing through her body intensified, and the ardent heat compelled her to seek refuge in a warm embrace. This moment, any man could potentially trigger her senses, accelerating the drug's effects. It seems you are truly alone, that I in that case. Do not blame me. After a thorough examination, Ji Halfon was nearly certain that no one else was present, and his heart finally settled. Yet, when he looked at Yuan Feng again, his gaze was filled with cold disdain. Chapter 46. Defying heaven. Seeing Ji Halfon's gaze turn toward him once more, Yuan Feng's heart involuntarily skipped a beat. What was inevitable had come to pass. Although he was loath to engage with the bizarre young man before him, reality left him no choice. Ahem, esteemed sir, judging by your distinguished appearance and presumably noble status. Such behavior in broad daylight seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Having no way to avoid the confrontation, he decided to confront the situation head-on. What could a congenital master do? Were they not merely two legs supporting a body? He feared not even the most fearsome beasts, so why should he fear a mere youth? If he were to combine the ages of his two lifetimes, he would actually surpass the young man in age. Inappropriate. What could possibly be inappropriate? Ji Halfon chuckled at Yuan Feng's words. Inappropriate. This is a secluded forest. Look up and you see no sky. Here I can do as I please. With the realization that only Yuan Feng remained alive in the vicinity, his concerns dissipated. Yuan Feng's power was evident. At best, he was merely an ordinary martial artist at the 7th level of the Qi condensation realm, and such a minor character could easily be crushed under his hand. Your words are misguided, sir. They say that divinity watches from 3 feet above a grown man to bully an injured woman. If this were to spread, it would hardly reflect well on you. Yuan Feng feigned calmness. Yet his body continuously retreated, a clear sign of his trepidation. Spread? Who would dare to speak? Her? Or you? With an indifferent smile, Ji Halfon's gaze turned cold as he advanced step by step toward Yuan Feng, intent on instilling despair and terror, allowing him to perish in fear as punishment for interrupting his pleasures. Esteemed sir, please do not misunderstand that I am quite discreet and have poor eyesight. I assure you I will not speak indiscriminately. Clearing his throat, Yuan Feng's eyes grew increasingly frantic, clearly intimidated by Ji Halfon's presence that if one looked closely, they would notice his body trembling slightly, a clear indication that he was utterly terrified. I never expected you to be quite amusing with your words. Were it not for the fact that I have no need for a third party here, I might have truly considered sparing your life. Seeing Yuan Feng tremble in fear brought Ji Halfon immense satisfaction. Boy, mere will not save your life. Blame your bad luck. Do not hold me accountable when you meet your end. With a beautiful woman awaiting him, Ji Halfon had no desire to waste time conversing with Yuan Feng. With a smirk, he transformed into a gust of wind, swiftly closing the distance between them. With a flick of his hand, a layer of luminescent white energy enveloped it, directly aiming for Yuan Feng's crown. Had it been any other ordinary martial artist at the 6th or even 7th level of Qi condensation, they would have had no chance of evading such a strike. However, Yuan Feng was not an ordinary practitioner. Even those at the 7th level could not compare to him. Ji Halfon's hand descended upon him. Yuan Feng, instead of being alarmed, felt a surge of exhilaration. The intent to strike him down had blinded Ji Halfon to the excitement flickering in Yuan Feng's eyes. His trembling body was not one of fear, but rather of anticipation. An opportunity! Yuan Feng had been waiting for this very moment. Initially, he feared that Ji Haofan would employ his earlier method of summoning objects to kill him directly or obliterate him with weaponry. However, to his delight, Ji Haofan had opted for a barehanded assault instead. Ji Haofan moved swiftly, yet his speed was not beyond comprehension. Yuan Feng was equally adept at speed, so even though Ji Haofan moved quickly, it did not present a significant advantage in his eyes. Victory or defeat hinged on this moment. Shadow Strike. As Ji Haofan's palm came crashing down, he swiftly shifted his weight and took a step back. Simultaneously, his right hand, which had been poised for action, abruptly rose to meet Ji Haoran's descending hand. Bang! The collision of their palms produced a resounding thud, accompanied by a scream that resonated like the anguished wail of a slaughtered beast. Ah! The earth-shattering cry erupted from Ji Haofan's lips. He had initially believed that with this strike, a mere figure of the 6th or 7th level of the condensing Yuan realm would surely meet his demise. Yet, the outcome was entirely beyond his expectations. The moment their hands met, he sensed a peculiar energy infiltrating his body. Before he could comprehend the situation, this foreign energy detonated within his meridians, igniting his true qi in an explosive manner. In an instant, nearly half of his meridians were devastated, causing his true qi to dissipate and rendering him utterly incapacitated. How could this be? This is absolutely impossible. The sudden turn of events left Ji Haofan utterly bewildered. What was his cultivation level? He was a congenital master who had perfected the true martial divine art, having just broken through to a strength comparable to the 3rd level of the congenital realm. How could he be injured by a mere condensing Yuan warrior? Deep down, he could not bring himself to believe the reality before him. Alas, whether he believed it or not, the truth lay starkly evident. Not only had he been wounded by a 6th-level condensing Yuan warrior, but the injury was also thoroughly debilitating. At the very least, without a couple of hours of recuperation, he would not be able to muster even a trace of his true qi. As a congenital master, he could draw upon the ambient spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to mend his bodily injuries. Given enough time, his damaged meridians could gradually heal, and with the aid of medicinal pills, the recovery would be expedited. However, the fundamental premise remained. Would Yuan Feng grant him the time to recuperate? Fufeng sword technique. The wind slays the world. Yuan Feng's right arm was already fractured, although he had managed to channel his hidden force into Ji Haofan's body at the last moment. The impact from his opponent had still shattered his arm. Yet, with one arm broken, he still possessed the other. His mastery of swordplay rendered left and right nearly indistinguishable. Seeing Ji Haoran's lips stained with blood and his true qi in disarray, Yuan Feng's face was alight with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped his sword and, with a flick of his wrist, aimed it directly at Ji Haoran. This moment, Ji Haofan's true qi was in tatters, and he could not gather his strength in time. When Yuan Feng's sword descended, he could only summon the last vestige of his true qi to defend himself. Regrettably, had it been a mere ordinary attack, he might have managed to withstand it, but Yuan Feng's sword technique had reached an extraordinary level of refinement, far beyond what someone unable to muster true qi could hope to endure. Swish, 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 swish. Yuan Feng evidently exerted all his strength into this strike. What appeared to be a single ordinary slash was, in fact, a rapid succession of strikes, nearly dozens of them, each aimed at Ji Haofan's vital points. He was acutely aware that with the strength of a congenital master, should Ji Haofan regain even a modicum of breath, he would no longer be within Yuan Feng's reach. Hence, he had to strike with lightning speed to eliminate the enemy in one fell swoop. With a flickering blade of light, Yuan Feng elegantly descended to the ground, his sword pointing skyward, his chest heaving violently. Meanwhile, behind him, Ji Haofan, who had been writhing in agony, suddenly fell silent. Moments later, a multitude of wounds appeared almost simultaneously upon the formidable congenital master. And as they manifested, blood gushed forth uncontrollably, particularly from the gash at his neck, which flowed like a fountain, refusing to be staunched at The vitality of a congenital master is undeniably robust. Despite the profusion of blood from his countless wounds, Ji Haofan did not perish immediately. That moment, his eyes bulged with rage, disbelief etched across his face, and he attempted to speak, but no sound emerged. He felt the life force gradually slipping away from him. He understood that his demise was imminent. Yet, even at this moment, he could not fathom what had transpired. Who was he? He was the most talented warrior of the royal family of the Heishan Kingdom. Although he lacked martial spirits, his cultivation speed was not inferior to those with them. Now, he had mastered the true martial divine art and opened 3 vital seas. Given sufficient time, his name would echo across the continent. However, all of this was about to conclude at this very moment, and the one who would end his life was merely an ordinary warrior whom he had dismissed as insignificant in this instant. He found himself utterly unable to accept his fate, but he longed to glance back one last time at the one who had slain him. But alas, with his blood draining away, he lacked the strength to turn. Filled with profound resentment and unwillingness, his body finally collapsed to the ground, a once mighty congenital warrior meeting an obscure end deep within the Heifeng forest. Chapter 47. Saving a life, Yuan Feng remained in his poised descent. Gasping for breath with each passing moment, the shadow force he had just unleashed had nearly exhausted half of his energy, and that final strike had been a desperate gamble, draining him of all his remaining strength. At this moment, he felt as though he were utterly empty. Even a 3rd-level warrior could easily claim his life. The sounds of blood gushing behind him, followed by the thud of Ji Haofan's fall, resonated in his ears, causing his heart to flutter. That a faint smile of relief finally graced his features that he had succeeded by harnessing the formidable shadow force. He had truly slain a powerful congenital warrior. To be honest, even now, he felt as if he were trapped in a dream. Reflecting on his encounter with Ji Haofan, he had prepared himself for death. After all, with his strength on par with the 8th level of the condensing Yuan realm, he certainly could not hope to contend with the congenital master. Nevertheless, he had never lost faith. From the moment he revealed himself, he had begun to circulate the shadow force, secretly condensing it within his meridians to seize the opportunity for a lethal strike. He had gambled on the hope that his opponent would engage him directly. Once physical contact was made, he would have the chance to inject the shadow force into his adversary's body. If he succeeded, he was confident he could render Ji Haofan temporarily defenseless. He did not require much time. Just a few breaths would suffice for him to deliver a fatal blow. One must admit. His luck was exceptional that Ji Haofan relished the thrill of smashing his enemy's skulls, reveling in the exhilarating spray of blood and brain matter, which ultimately led him to choose to strike personally. Chuchikin, I owe you a life. With a smirk, Yuan Feng felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude towards the mischievous young girl. Had it not been for Chuchikin and the shadow force she had bestowed upon him, his fate would surely have been dire. What a formidable congenital master. A casual strike had shattered my arm. Had he exerted a bit more force, I might have lost it entirely. Feeling the pain radiating from his right arm, he understood that it was undoubtedly fractured. Fortunately, he possessed the swallowing martial spirit, which would maximize the efficacy of the spiritual herbs he would consume. He believed that it would not be long before he recovered. After approximately half a minute of catching his breath, he finally regained some strength and turned to look at the fallen Ji Haofan. At this point, Ji Haofan was devoid of breath. Truly lifeless, he had encountered a stroke of misfortune, possessing the true martial divine art and 3 vital Cs. He was destined to make a name for himself across the continent as a revered powerhouse. Alas, he had crossed paths with Yuan Feng, and in an instant his promising future had been laid to waste, ultimately becoming a mere mound of earth. Moreover, it was worth noting that he had only just broken through to the congenital realm, and his control over it was evidently lacking. Normally, congenital masters possessed a plethora of abilities. Even with Yuan Feng's shadow force, it would not have been easy to slay him. Given a few days to acclimate to the congenital realm, it was likely that even with all his cunning, Yuan Feng would have been the one to meet his end. I wonder where this fellow came from. However, achieving the congenital realm at such a young age is no ordinary feat. I should hide him away for now. With no time to ponder, he focused his thoughts and began to coalesce his meager remaining energy to envelop Ji Haofan, directly storing him within his spatial ring, not even pausing to examine the gleaming spatial ring on the fallen warrior's finger. Naturally, he collected the entire body, for whatever treasures remained would ultimately belong to him. I have salvaged a life. After concealing Ji Haofan's corpse, he let out a long sigh of relief, only then recalling that there was still another person present. With that thought in mind, he quickly turned to regard the individual he had come to rescue. Upon seeing Yun Mingchen behind him, his heart jolted, nearly overwhelming him with a surge of emotions. Could it be? This is too, at this moment. Yun Mingchen was evidently under the effects of the drug, adorned in sheer white fabric that revealed a hint of her delicate, rosy skin. Such a scene would undoubtedly be irresistible to any man. Ah, right, she was afflicted by that fellow's poison. It appears her true chi is being corroded. The situation does not bode well. He had previously heard Ji Haofan's words. Yun Mingchen was poisoned, and it seemed that only a man could help her detoxify. Otherwise, she would face the depletion of her vital energy, losing all her cultivation in an instant and becoming a mere shell of her former self. Suddenly striking his forehead, he found himself in a perplexing dilemma. Undoubtedly, at this moment, he possessed the ability to save her. However, was it the right decision to extend his assistance? He had witnessed Yun Mingchen's previous attempt at self-destruction, and who knew if, once she recovered, she might strike him down with a single blow? Putting such thoughts aside, he decided to assess her condition first. Without time to ponder further, he sheathed his sword and swiftly approached Yun Mingchen. Regardless of her indifference to the cold, he simply could not bear to let her remain in disarray. Cough, Miss Yun. How are you feeling? Crouching down, he gently called out while carefully adjusting her clothing. It was evident that Yun Mingchen was now in a daze, her awareness clouded, and whether she could hear his calls was uncertain. Murmurs escaped Yun Mingchen's lips, and at the sound, Yuan Feng trembled slightly. He was a normal man, and the struggle to suppress his desires was becoming increasingly arduous. Just as Yuan Feng reached out to assist her with her attire, Yun Mingchen suddenly opened her eyes and clutched his arm with surprising strength. Catching him off guard, a garbled sound slipped from her lips as her hands wrapped tightly around his neck. Did I end that moment? Yun Mingchen had completely lost her senses. The effects of the poison had reached their peak. The fact that she could maintain control until now attested to her formidable willpower. However, no matter how much she fought it, she could not resist the drug's effects indefinitely. Feeling the warmth of her lips, Yuan Feng's already tumultuous heart ignited with passion. At that moment, it was not just Yun Mingchen who was dazed. He himself felt a blankness in his mind. To hell with it, if I must die. Then so be it. If one must kill, let it be done thoroughly. Having rescued her from the clutches of evil, how could he bear to watch her become a mere shadow of her former self? Gritting his teeth, he cast aside his hesitation. After all, it was she who had approached him willingly. He was not at fault. Young Master Yuan, I shall fulfill your wish today. Taking a deep breath, he resolved himself. Though his right hand was broken, his left remained functional, and without a shred of doubt, he lowered his head and kissed her deeply. This marked Yuan Feng's first encounter with a woman, yet drawing from the experiences of his previous life. He maintained a semblance of composure. Perhaps, before this moment, even if Yun Mingchen had racked her brains, she could never have envisioned a day like this. The heavens served as a canopy, and the earth as a bed. Their paths, which should never have intersected, were now undeniably entwined. Life, indeed, is exceedingly marvelous. Chapter 48. Embarrassment beneath the radiant sun. The day gradually reached its zenith, with midday light cascading over the autumnal, withered grass, creating a breathtakingly enchanting sight. Occasional remnants of green punctuated the desolation, hinting at hope amidst decayed. This moment, in the midst of the chaotic undergrowth, a young man and woman sat facing each other, each on opposite sides. The man's clothing was haphazardly draped over him, while the woman clutched her skirt to cover herself, her gaze slightly vacant as she regarded the young man with a complex expression. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. Neither of them knew how long they had been locked in this gaze until at last it was the young man who broke the silence. Cough, Miss Eunice, that Yuan Feng could no longer endure the oppressive stillness. But as he attempted to articulate his thoughts, the words eluded him. Observing Yun Mingchen's distressed countenance, he was at a loss for words. Truth be told, he felt equally aggrieved, having been thrust into danger without cause. Now, having narrowly escaped, he was confronted with Yun Mingchen's face. And to whom could he voice his grievances? As for having taken advantage of her, that was not his intention, had it not been for her needing rescue due to the poison. In her own reckless advance, he would never have found himself in such a predicament. Of course, it must be noted that Yun Mingchen was not only beautiful, but possessed a figure that was undeniably remarkable. Reflecting on the previous fervor and the intoxicating pleasure he experienced, he found himself thinking that perhaps this reckless venture was not in vain. As the saying goes, to die beneath the peony is to be a ghost of elegance. And besides, he was very much alive and well. Miss Yun, given the urgency of the situation, I acted without much thought that if you feel discomfort, I am here to accept any consequences, he declared, taking a deep breath and casting aside his unease with a bold demeanor. Since the events had already unfolded, it was too late for regrets. Yet he did prioritize her rescue above all else. Whether other factors played a role could be debated, but at the very least, his intentions had been noble, that he had previously witnessed Yun Mingchen's prowess. It was clear that this enigmatic second daughter of the Yun family was undoubtedly a formidable innate warrior. However, having encountered several such warriors recently, all of whom were quite youthful, he found it easy to accept her strength at this moment. His right arm had miraculously healed, and following his encounter with Yun Mingchen, he discovered that he had unknowingly broken through to the 7th level of the condensing Yuan realm. His meridians felt abnormally full, and even the quality of his Yuan power seemed vastly enhanced, clearly a benefit from sharing space with an innate master. However, he felt no exhilaration regarding his breakthrough. For someone in his situation, reaching the 7th level of the condensing Yuan realm was hardly a challenge. The boon Yun Mingchen provided merely saved him some time. If anything, it seemed that this method of breakthrough had further solidified his foundation, though he lacked the time to investigate the specifics at that moment. Regardless of whether he had indeed reached the 7th level, one thing was evident. Yun Mingchen had clearly detoxified, and her powers as an innate warrior had been restored. Confronting a fully aware innate warrior, especially one as wary as she, it would be difficult for him, whether at the 6th or 7th level of the condensing Yuan realm, to gain the upper hand. Yun Mingchen remained silent, seemingly oblivious to Yuan Feng's words, her eyes fixed on him, wordless and contemplative to in truth. The moment Yuan Feng embraced her, she regained her clarity, yet the effects of the drug prevented her from halting. She understood that if she did not engage with Yuan Feng, her entire cultivation would inevitably be lost, rendering her a mere shadow of her former self, with barely a hint of struggle. She surrendered herself to Yuan Feng's fervent advances. Though she had only vague recollections of what transpired earlier, she sensed that Yuan Feng had arrived, exchanged a few words with Ji Haofan, and then engaged in combat, followed by a cacophony of screams. Everything beyond that was a blur. Regardless of her hazy memories, the malevolent figure had vanished, leaving Yuan Feng behind, who had saved her. It was evident that Yuan Feng had triumphed over that villain. Had her first experience been taken by that wicked man, she would undoubtedly have ended her own life at this moment. Yet with Yuan Feng, she found herself hesitating. Yuan Feng had pursued her for so long. Although she had never considered him in a romantic light, she had witnessed his every action and, at the very least, did not harbor any dislike towards him. Bestowing her most cherished first experience upon Yuan Feng, she found it surprisingly less difficult to accept than she had imagined. The world often spoke of Yuan Feng as a frivolous scion, and she had initially shared that belief, harboring a poor impression of him. However, since their first genuine interaction at the Morning Dawn Pavilion, her perception of him had undergone a significant transformation. To her, Yuan Feng was far from the disgraceful figure portrayed in rumors. She was increasingly convinced that he was merely masquerading, playing the fool to deceive all. This suspicion solidified further after the recent events. The previous sinister man had undoubtedly been an innate master, and it was that very master whom Yuan Feng had managed to repel. Were Yuan Feng merely a dissipated second-generation heir, she could never accept such a notion. From top to bottom, she scrutinized Yuan Feng repeatedly. Her earlier grievance gradually dissipated, replaced by a hint of resentment, which ultimately morphed into a confused mixture of intimacy and aversion. Clearly, her emotions were anything but simple at that moment. She parted her lips slightly, mirroring Yuan Feng's earlier impulse to speak, yet upon opening her mouth, she found herself equally at a loss for words. Should she demand that Yuan Feng take responsibility? It seems that she was the one who took the initiative earlier, and she acted out of self-preservation. Assigning responsibility to Yuan Feng appears somewhat unreasonable. Furthermore, given her status, it seems premature for her to demand accountability from others. Thus, as the words lingered on her lips, she found herself hesitating. You may go. I do not wish for any third party to learn of the events that transpired today. After a brief silence, Yun Mingchen ultimately spoke that at this moment, she yearned for solitude to contemplate how to address Yuan Feng. She was uncertain of her feelings. Upon hearing Yun Mingchen's words, Yuan Feng momentarily faltered. Truth be told, he had not anticipated that she would so readily let him off the hook. However, upon reflection, he had indeed saved her. and it was unlikely she would seek to harm him. Beyond allowing him to depart, it seemed she had little choice. Surely, it could not be expected that he would be forced to marry her simply because he had taken her first time. Such a situation seemed far too advantageous to be true. Miss Yun, the Black Maple Forest is fraught with danger. Although you possess considerable strength, it would be prudent to avoid acting alone to prevent unforeseen perils. Rising to adjust his attire, a hint of awkwardness lingered on his face. After all, he had taken the girl-less virtue, a fact that could not be altered. Rest assured, I shall not speak of today's events to anyone. Moreover, should you require my assistance in the future, Miss Yun, do not hesitate to call upon me, that as long as it is within my capability. I will not refuse that he intended to convey that he was prepared to shoulder any responsibility. Yet he chose to phrase it delicately. She was an innate expert, while he was merely at the 7th level of the condensed Yuan realm. Some sentiments were indeed difficult to articulate. After casting a final glance at her, he suddenly realized he felt a twinge of reluctance. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his immediate priorities. After a brief hesitation, he turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. Yuan Feng, I shall remember you for a lifetime. Watching him depart, a complex array of emotions flickered in Yun Mengchen's eyes that he was her first man and likely would be the only one in her life. Yet, she was uncertain about how to confront her feelings for him. As for what the future held, that could wait until the time was ripe. That I in the heart of the forest. Yuan Feng sped through the trees with the wind at his feet, covering a considerable distance before finally halting amidst a thicket. Phew, that was truly a reckless venture. Though my life is spared, I have compromised that girl's virtue that I genuinely do not know how to face her in the future. Coming to a stop, he exhaled deeply, his face displaying a wry smile of resignation. Regardless of the reasons or the rights and wrongs involved, some occurrences, once set in motion, cannot be undone at this moment. He felt at a loss for how to amend the situation. It was indeed surprising that she was so young, yet already a practitioner of the innate level. That it was evident that she had an incredibly powerful force backing her. Such a woman was best approached with caution. Shaking his head, he pushed aside those chaotic thoughts. Given the circumstances, dwelling on them was futile, and he could only hope for a chance at redemption in the future. He was confident that, regardless of the support she had, his future achievements would surpass hers as long as they both remained alive. 7th level of the condensed Yuan realm? How unexpected. It turned out that spending a night with an innate level woman brought such benefits. Setting aside his disordered thoughts, he redirected his focus to his cultivation. That a slight perception revealed the state of his body clearly before him. Remarkable. My Yuan power has surged, and it seems the quality has significantly improved. With no signs of instability, it appears that I have indeed turned misfortune into fortune this time. Originally, he had just broken through to the 6th level of the condensed Yuan realm yesterday. And now he had advanced again. Even with a solid foundation, one might typically experience instability after such rapid progress. However, the night spent with Yun Mengchen had miraculously circumvented that issue, from the 6th to the 7th level of the condensed Yuan realm. He could sense his strength had multiplied several times. That if he were to encounter an 8th level magical beast now, he believed he could defeat it without even employing his shadow technique. That, of course, using the shadow technique would make slaying an 8th level magical beast a mere formality. That it is worth noting that at the 6th level of the condensed Yuan realm, his Yuan power already matched that of an 8th level expert. Now, having broken through a realm, his Yuan power must have grown exponentially to this moment. In terms of foundational Yuan power, he found himself surpassing the ordinary 8th level experts. Fantastic. Given my current situation, I could easily contend with dozens of 8th level magical beasts without concern for my meridians being overwhelmed by excess Yuan power. The meridians of the 7th level of the condensed Yuan realm were undoubtedly resilient and robust. That if his original meridians could be likened to a trickling stream, then now they resembled a mighty river, capable of holding far more flow. That he had initially planned to slay and devour another magical beast, thinking that would mark the end of his exploits, as consuming another would likely push his Yuan power to its limits. At that point, he would be unable to consume any more magical beasts, and his spatial ring could hardly accommodate more than a few. However, the situation had changed, with the 7th level of the condensed Yuan realm's meridians. He was confident he could consume several more 8th level magical beasts without any risk of indigestion. It seems I have forgotten something quite significant. Having emerged victorious in battle, I have yet to tally my spoils. Suddenly remembering, he slapped his forehead. It appeared that the body of the innate expert he had slain was still within his spatial ring, and he found it hard to believe that a powerful, innate expert would lack valuable treasures. At the very least, he was certain that the opponent wore a spatial ring on his finger. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, he summoned the body of Ji Haofan. He discarded Ji Haofan's corpse onto the grass. His gaze immediately fell upon the spatial ring adorning the opponent's hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he bent down and removed it. Wow! The storage ring of an innate expert is indeed extraordinary. Just look at the intricate patterns of the storage crystals. It far surpasses Zhao Qian's spatial ring. This ring's capacity is bound to be substantial. Before even inspecting the contents of the spatial ring, the mere ring itself captivated him. The larger the storage space, the better. The one he possessed was merely 5 meters in diameter, barely accommodating a few larger magical beasts. Clearly, it was insufficient. Please do not disappoint me. With a hint of anticipation, he directed his yuan power into the spatial ring in his hand. As his yuan power penetrated, Ji Haofan's spatial ring vividly materialized before him. Wow, it's enormous. As he probed with his yuan power, his first impression of the spatial ring was its vastness, an extraordinary size indeed. Zhao Qian's spatial ring was merely 5 meters across, while this one resembled a small plaza, roughly estimating at least 20 meters in diameter. Such an expansive space could easily house hundreds of 8th-level magical beasts without issue. Haha, this spacious ring is simply exhilarating. Experiencing the vastness of the spatial ring, his face lit up with excitement. Setting aside the other items within, this ring alone was undoubtedly a treasure of considerable worth. What wondrous items might be contained within? An innate expert's possessions must surely be replete with treasures. With renewed determination, he eagerly began to explore the contents of this expansive storage ring. However, just as he began to sift through the treasures within the spatial ring, the exuberance that had initially filled him suddenly waned. How could this be? Gold ingots. Is it all just gold ingots? His eyes fell on piles of gold ingots and banknotes. While numerous, there were no rare herbs or potions to be found. It seemed that the entire spatial ring was devoid of anything but these items. What the hell? An innate expert, clearly from an affluent family. How could he be so destitute? Gold ingots. What use could they possibly serve? He began to curse under his breath. While gold ingots might be precious to ordinary folk, they held little value for him unless amassed in significant quantities that a glance around the spatial ring revealed merely a few thousand ingots. Not nearly enough to be considered substantial. This shouldn't be. Anyone who is cultivated to the innate level must have potions or rare herbs. It was truly as if he had encountered a ghost. Cursing with bitterness, he wished he could mercilessly chop up Ji Haofan's corpse. Having been filled with hope, he was now engulfed in disappointment. It seemed he had made the right decision to eliminate his opponent. However, he remained unaware that Ji Haofan's spatial ring contained an abundance of treasures, precious materials, and rare elixirs, almost piling up into small hills. Yet after Ji Haofan had advanced to the innate realm, he had devoured all the treasures and elixirs to rapidly enhance his power, leaving the spatial ring completely bare. Devoid of even a single herb, sighing deeply, he lamented his misfortune. Those gold ingots might have once been a significant fortune for the third young master of the Yuan family, but for him, whose horizons had broadened, they were utterly unimpressive. Well, if there's nothing, then so be it. At least he still possessed this enormous spatial ring, which could still be considered a considerable gain. Shaking his head, he ultimately consoled himself in this manner. What is that? Just as he had resigned himself and was about to withdraw his consciousness from the spatial ring, his attention was drawn to a beast's skin laid out in the corner. Earlier, due to the vast space within the ring, he had only given it a cursory glance and had not examined it closely. This beast's skin, spread out there, was indeed not easy to spot. Could it be some kind of secret manual? His eyebrows raised, and he couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. With such a large spatial ring, there was only this one beast's skin. Even by proportion, it should have some value, right? Out it came, enveloping the beast's skin with his yuan power. He directly retrieved it into his hands. Oh, how heavy! Upon grasping the beast's skin, he was momentarily taken aback. For this seemingly ordinary skin felt extraordinarily heavy in his hands, roughly estimating its weight to be several pounds. Such a heavy beast skin could not possibly be an ordinary item. With this thought in mind, his gaze slowly shifted to the characters inscribed upon the beast's skin, and as he looked, he was jolted into a state of shock, his mouth agape, unable to regain his composure for a long while. Earth-level martial arts, the true martial divine art. 8 grand characters appeared before his eyes, imprinting themselves in his mind. At that moment, he was utterly overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 50. The reversal of fate, staring blankly at the beast skin scroll in his hands. Yuan Feng found it hard to regain his senses. Initially, he had been frustrated by the emptiness of Ji Haofan's spatial ring, but upon seeing this scroll, he felt no more complaints, only boundless excitement and elation. Gulp! After a long while, he suddenly swallowed hard, his body trembling as he came back to his senses. Earth-level martial arts, earth-level martial arts. Is this akin to a pie falling from the sky? The true martial divine art, which opens the sea of Qi and achieves the supreme, innate power. Am I not dreaming? The happiness came so unexpectedly. Although the beast skin scroll was in his hands, the clarity of the text still rendered him somewhat incredulous. Earth-level martial arts? What does this concept even entail? He wasn't entirely sure, but one thing he knew was that even the Xin-level martial arts were exceedingly rare throughout the entire Black Mountain Kingdom. And whenever they did appear, they were coveted treasures among martial artists. Martial arts differ from martial techniques. While Xin-level techniques are already quite scarce, Earth-level martial arts are exponentially rarer, for techniques involve external cultivation. Whereas martial arts pertain to internal cultivation, and no matter how formidable one's external methods may be, without a robust internal foundation, they are ultimately futile. That a powerful martial art can elevate a martial artist's essence above others. Put simply, a martial artist trained in Xin-level arts can almost effortlessly dominate those who practice yellow-level techniques, even when facing multiple opponents. If Xin-level arts are thus, then what about Earth-level martial arts, which are a tier above? Throughout his life, he had only known of the existence of Earth-level martial arts, never once imagining that he would be fortunate enough to encounter a legendary Earth-level technique. He believed that even if he sold the entire Fengtian prefecture, he could not procure even a few words of this martial art. Opportunity! This is a tremendous opportunity. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, he burst into hearty laughter. I was still fretting over finding an innate level martial art, yet in just half a day's time, heaven has bestowed upon me such a powerful earth-level martial art. Truly, heaven supports me. Heaven supports me. At this moment, he was genuinely elated. He had always been acutely aware that, given his status and family circumstances, acquiring a martial art capable of opening the sea of Qi and achieving the innate level would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulties. Even if he were to miraculously obtain one, its level would likely be far from high, at best, an ordinary yellow-level martial art. But now, what he clutched in his hands was an earth-level martial art that existed almost solely in legend. The stark contrast was simply unfathomable. The true martial divine art. What makes this technique so formidable that it deserves the designation of earth-level martial art? In his excitement, he suddenly realized that for a martial art to receive such a high rating, it must possess rare and extraordinary qualities. The true martial divine art, having been classified as an earth-level martial art, undoubtedly harbored its own mysteries. With this thought, he hastily focused his attention on examining this superlative technique. The vastness of martial arts, the entry into yuan condensation, the innate foundation, followed by the formation of golden cores, one day to be obliterated, gaining insight into the heavens, achieving the essence of creation, destined to become a deity. Among them, the innate realm is the foundation of a martial artist, indeed of utmost importance that I have observed the Big Dipper for decades, ultimately culminating in the true martial divine art. The art consists of 7 levels. Those who reach completion can traverse heaven and earth, shattering the void. Yet, the cultivation of this divine art is not easy, hence it is designated as an earth-level martial art, true martial divine art. First level, invoking the energy of heaven and earth, opening a single sea of Qi in the Dantian, equivalent to advanced Xian-level martial arts, true martial divine art. Second level, invoking the energy of heaven and earth, opening a double sea of Qi in the Dantian, equivalent to ordinary earth-level martial arts, true martial divine art. Third level, invoking the energy of heaven and earth, opening 3 seas of Qi in the Dantian. Once the seas are formed, The potential is limitless, equivalent to intermediate Earth-level martial arts, true martial divine art, 4th level. Sensing the energy of heaven and earth, comprehending the laws of nature, opening 4 C's of Qi in the Dantian. If the 4 C's are realized, one can shatter mountains and split stones with a mere gesture. The potential is boundless, equivalent to advanced Earth-level martial arts, true martial divine art, 5th level, refining the essence and marrow, opening 5 C's of Qi. Once the 5 C's are formed, a cycle of 5 emerges. The true energy is endless, and the future is immeasurable, equivalent to the pinnacle of Earth-level martial arts, true martial divine art. 6th level, rebirth and transformation, emerging from the flames. Those who reach completion can seize the creations of heaven and earth, comparable to heavenly-level martial arts, true martial divine art, 7th level, opening 7 C's of Qi, forming the momentum of the 7 stars, transforming the Dantian into a cosmic universe, one person, one world. Those who reach completion can traverse heaven and earth, shattering the void, destined to become a deity, without rank. The 7 levels of divine art, above the 4th level, can freely wander between heaven and earth, with hopes that those fated may attain it through diligent cultivation, using it for righteousness, to benefit all people. At the beginning of the true martial divine art beast skin scroll, several hundred words succinctly outlined the general information about the art. And after Yuan Feng read this information, his previously restored expression once again brightened. The true martial divine art. Such a martial art still exists in this world. This is simply defying the heavens. Drawing in a sharp breath, he was utterly stunned at that moment. Only now did he realize how astonishing this so-called Earth-level martial art truly was. It is well known that when a martial artist reaches the pinnacle of Yuan condensation, they must attempt to break through to the innate realm, which involves opening the Sea of Qi within the Dantian. Once the Sea of Qi is formed, they can inhale and exhale the energy of heaven and earth, creating a cyclone within the Dantian, resulting in a transformative enhancement of their strength. Typically, when opening the Sea of Qi, one would naturally aim to open a single sea and condense a cyclone. Even with higher-level techniques, it merely means that the open sea is more resilient and expansive, capable of accommodating more spiritual energy from heaven and earth, thereby allowing for greater potential in the future. However, the true martial divine art is different. This seemingly simple technique is divided into 7 levels. Only the first level is akin to ordinary techniques, opening a single Sea of Qi, whereas the subsequent levels involve the opening of multiple C's of Qi. The very thought of opening multiple C's of Qi is exhilarating. After all this time, he had never heard of anyone being able to open more than 1 Sea of Qi within their Dantian. This is undoubtedly a miraculous feat, yet the true martial divine art not only allows for the opening of more than 1 Sea of Qi, but it goes far beyond that. Double C's of Qi, 3 C's of Qi for C's of Qi, even the highest level of 7 C's of Qi. What does this concept even entail? One can only imagine the extraordinary implications if an individual were to attain the 4th level of the Zhenwu divine art, thereby opening the 4 great Qi C's. This would be akin to possessing 4 innate masters within one's own body, all originating from the same source. That it is not merely a matter of 4 innate warriors amalgamated. The Zhenwu divine art itself is of an exceptionally high caliber, and each Qi C is incomparable to that of an ordinary innate master. Moreover, this is merely the beginning with the 4 Qi C's. Should one achieve the 5th, 6th, or even the utmost 7th level of the Zhenwu divine art, what magnificent scene might unfold. The 5th level of the Zhenwu divine art signifies the formation of 5 Qi C's, conjuring a 5-turn momentum where true energy flows ceaselessly. The 6th level signifies a transformation of one's very being, seizing the essence of heaven and earth. As for the 7th level, it transcends all ranks, allowing one to transform the Dantian into a celestial cosmos, shattering the void on the path to divinity. The 7th level, astonishingly, possesses no defined tier, although the intricacies of such a concept elude understanding. The 6th level has been clearly marked in the animal skin manuscript as being comparable to heavenly tier techniques. Indeed, the Zhenwu divine art is undeniably a remarkably formidable technique. What kind of heaven-defying secret have I stumbled upon? As he caressed the enigmatic animal skin, the heart of Yuan Feng was tumultuous with excitement. He was unaware of the creator of the Zhenwu divine art, and could scarcely fathom how such a profound technique had come into the possession of a young individual. Yet he recognized that acquiring the Jinwu divine art was an immense fortune. Endowed with the swallowing heaven martial spirit, his innate talent was truly exceptional and rarely seen in the world. It seemed as if fate had decreed he would achieve unparalleled dominance. He resolved to conceal this extraordinary technique with the utmost care, that if even a whisper of its existence were to escape, it would not only spell disaster for him, but could also bring ruin upon the entire Yuan clan and even the entire Fengtian County. He hastily rolled up the animal skin manuscript of the Jinwu divine art, vowing never to reveal it casually or allow anyone to lay eyes upon it in comparison to this secret. Even his possession of the swallowing heaven martial spirit paled in significance. Then there was this individual, the one who had procured the Jinwu divine art. His identity was undoubtedly complex. Should others discover that he was responsible for his demise, it would similarly invite peril upon himself. Thus, he summoned the swallowing heaven martial spirit. With the Jinwu divine art's manuscript safely tucked away, his gaze turned towards the lifeless body of Ji Haofan. This person was undoubtedly a significant complication, and it was clear that he could not be allowed to remain. The most prudent course of action was to digest him, that as the swallowing heaven martial spirit manifested. It enveloped Ji Haofan's corpse, and in an instant, the body of this innate master was refined into pure energy. Then, with a mere thought, Yuan Feng devoured this energy. Such pure energy. I almost forgot that this fellow was a powerhouse of innate caliber. Although his true energy had completely dissipated, his physical form remained remarkably robust. After consuming the refined energy of Ji Haofan, he felt an overwhelming purity coursing through him. Its quality far surpassed his original Yuan power. Moreover, some of the unique energies directly integrated into his meridians, visibly reinforcing and thickening them. Human martial artists differ fundamentally from magical beasts. Humans cultivate primarily by harnessing external forces. The opening of chi seas is essentially an alteration of one's combat power through external means. However, upon death, all accumulated energy dissipates, leaving behind a body that is low in energy. In contrast, magical beasts follow a completely divergent path. They cultivate by strengthening their muscles and bones, their essence residing within their physical forms. Even in death, their bodies remain invaluable. One can only imagine the magnitude of energy Yuan Feng would harvest if he were to hunt a magical beast of innate caliber. Indeed, while this individual's body bore little energy, it was still significantly superior to that of an 8th-tier magical beast, especially the energy that fortified the meridians. This was something unattainable from refining magical beasts. Remarkably, even in death, he was still contributing to my benefit. A slight smile graced his face as he assessed his current strength, feeling an indescribable satisfaction. Chapter 51. The distressed three great clans. It must be said that Yuan Feng's venture into the Black Maple Forest has yielded tremendous rewards. From the mysterious shadow strike of the Xian-tier martial techniques to the unparalleled Jinwu divine art, he even obtained a coveted red pill from a celestial beauty in less than 2 days. His gains far surpassed what countless formidable warriors could only dream of. His night with Yun Mingchen not only restored the injury to his right arm, but unexpectedly propelled him to a breakthrough in his realm. He now stood at the 7th level of the condensation realm, yet his strength rivaled that of a peak 8th-level master. Although he had never engaged with the higher echelons of the Yuan clan, Yuan Feng was confident that with his current cultivation, even without employing the Desolation Finger or Shadow Strike, merely utilizing the Diamond Fist and Windward Sword technique, complemented by the Dragon Step, he could undoubtedly overpower any member of the Yuan clan's 2nd generation. Even his father, Yuan Xinyun, might not be his equal, of course, should he deploy the Xian-tier martial techniques Desolation Finger and Shadow Strike. Eliminating any member of the Yuan clan's 2nd generation would be a trivial matter. His greatest acquisition, undeniably, was the celestial Jinwu divine art. However, he had only just reached the 7th level of the condensation realm and was far from breaking into the innate realm. Thus, he would not be able to utilize the Jinwu divine art for the time being. Once he perfected his condensation realm cultivation, he would be able to dedicate himself to the study of the Jinwu divine art, and the level he could attain would depend on his comprehension and fortune. The thought of the supreme method of opening multiple chi seas with the Jinwu divine art filled him with anticipation for the innate realm. After all, once he achieved the innate level through the Jinwu divine art, His strength would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary innate martial artists. He believed that, given his circumstances, reaching the fourth or even fifth level of the Jinwu divine art was well within his grasp. Should he manage to attain the sixth or even seventh level Sai, this autumn hunt has indeed been somewhat unfair to the three great clans. The deeper recesses of the Black Maple Forest have likely been thoroughly cleared of 7th and 8th tier magical beasts. I wonder how they will react upon their arrival. In the forest, Yuan Feng had begun another round of sweeping. His heightened strength allowed him to dispatch 7th tier magical beasts with a single punch and 8th tier beasts with just a few strikes. While it is said that magical beasts are fierce, the reality is that Yuan Feng was far more ferocious. Anyone witnessing his method of hunting magical beasts would be utterly astonished after this crisis. He had come to fully appreciate the terrifying power of the Shadow Strike. Thus, as he continued to hunt magical beasts, he decided to reserve the Shadow Strike as a final resort. Any magical beast he encountered would ultimately meet its end beneath the Shadow Strike. With each application, he grew increasingly adept at executing the technique. What previously took a minute to condense could now be accomplished in approximately 40 seconds. Of course, cultivating Shin-tier martial techniques is no easy feat. It requires continual practice to achieve greater proficiency. The To condense the Shadow Strike with mere thought is still a distant goal for him. Nevertheless, even if the Shadow Strike does not reach full mastery, as long as he can deploy it, even if it requires some time to prepare, it remains a method of silently dispatching enemies, still his most formidable means of threat. With the aid of the Shadow Strike, his speed in slaying magical beasts increased exponentially. The void in his meridians compelled him to seek an abundance of energy to replenish himself. Thus, whenever he encountered a 7th or 8th tier magical beast, he showed no mercy, summoning the swallowing heaven martial spirit to refine them into his own energy. The magical beasts within the Black Maple Forest were already limited, and as this killing machine traversed the area, dispatching 8th tier beasts in mere moments, by noon, he could no longer find any 8th tier beasts. Upon rough estimation, he had slain dozens of 8th tier magical beasts during this excursion. At this point, slaying 8th tier magical beasts is merely child's play for me. Furthermore, there are hardly any 8th tier magical beasts left in the entire Black Maple Forest. It seems it is time to seek out even stronger foes. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Yuan Feng suddenly felt a thrill of excitement. The 8th tier magical beasts no longer posed a threat, and consuming them offered little in terms of power enhancement. Naturally, he thought of the more formidable 9th tier magical beasts. It is common knowledge that upon reaching the 8th tier, magical beasts have essentially hit the ceiling of what ordinary magical beasts can achieve. That 8th tier magical beasts are already quite rare in the Black Maple Forest. To progress further to the 9th tier, the total number of such beasts within the entire forest would undoubtedly not exceed 10. That magical beasts operate differently from human warriors. Even with numerous human warriors, they can coexist in a confined area. However, magical beasts are inherently territorial. That a powerful magical beast will fiercely guard what it perceives as its domain, allowing no other beast that poses a threat to encroach upon its territory. The territorial range of an 8th tier magical beast generally spans several to dozens of miles, whereas a 9th tier magical beast commands a vast domain that can extend several hundred miles. The central area of the Black Maple Forest is encompassed within this expanse, dominated by a singular 9th tier beast that governs its hundreds of miles. These formidable creatures will not tolerate the emergence of new competitors. Should any 8th tier magical beast threaten to ascend, they will not hesitate to eradicate them. Consequently, while the number of 8th tier beasts within the Black Maple Forest may increase, the population of 9th tier beasts remains consistently limited to a mere handful. Previously, Yuan Feng had roamed the central region, already sensing the presence of several 9th tier beasts. However, due to his insufficient accumulation of elemental energy at the time, he refrained from provoking these formidable entities. Now, with all 8th tier beasts vanquished, he finds himself with no alternative but to challenge the 9th tier beasts. Excluding the most central area plagued by miasma, there should be approximately 6 or 7 9th tier beasts scattered throughout the Black Maple Forest that if he could successfully hunt and devour these creatures, he believes he could achieve perfection in the 7th level of the elemental condensation realm, rendering any further visits to the Black Maple Forest unnecessary. With a determined gaze fixed on a particular direction, he set forth towards his new objective. This autumn hunt in the Fontian Prefecture has essentially transformed into his solitary endeavor. having swept through the entire black maple forest, from the outer periphery teeming with 6th and 7th tier beasts to the central region occupied by 8th tier beasts. And now, the 9th tier beast .it is worth noting that the number of magical beasts in the black maple forest is inherently scarce. With his relentless slaying and consumption, there remains little for the 3 prominent families to hunt. At this very moment, the demon-hunting teams of the 3 families have ventured deep into the central region. And as Yuan Feng had anticipated, everyone's faces are etched with profound perplexity upon their arrival. Where have all the magical beasts in the black maple forest vanished to? In this entire half-day, we've encountered merely a handful of 6th-tier beasts, and not a single 7th-tier beast in sight. This is utterly preposterous. Among the Yuan family's ranks, the 5th elder, Yuan Qingyan, is seething with rage that he had been eagerly anticipating a grand slaughter in the central region. But upon their arrival, they encountered a few 6th-tier beasts, yet not a single 7th-tier beast. Second brother, it must be that the other 2 families have encroached upon our territory. Otherwise, there is no way the central region of the black maple forest would be devoid of 7th and 8th tier beasts. Spitting in frustration, Yuan Qingyun rolled up his sleeves, his face betraying a mixture of anger and depression. Indeed, in previous autumn hunts, we could always secure a fair number of 7th tier beasts, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even a few 8th tier ones. But this year, we can't even find a solitary 7th or 8th tier beast. Surely, they've been snatched away by the other families. Yuan Qingyun's conjecture swiftly garnered support from others, each chiming in with their thoughts. Enough! Quiet down, everyone! Yuan Qingyun's expression darkened as he abruptly interjected, halting the clamor. Are you all incapable of rational thought? Have you not noticed the pressing issue as we've delved deeper from the periphery? With a disdainful snort, Yuan Qingyun's tone bore the weight of frustration. What issue? The crowd paused, contemplating his words. Yuan Qingyun scratched his head, wearing an expression of confusion. Third brother, do enlighten us. Yuan Qingyun shook his head, opting not to engage further with the foolishness of those around him, and turned to the 3rd elder, Yuan Qingshan. Judging by the signs of trampled vegetation, it appears someone has ventured ahead of us, thoroughly purging the higher-tier magical beasts from the black maple forest that likely isn't the doing of the other 2 families. Yuan Qingshan, who seldom spoke, finally offered his observations that as he did so. The others were taken aback, their faces reflecting sudden realization. Indeed, that seems plausible. If it were the work of the other 2 families, there would be traces left behind. Exactly. The power dynamics among our 3 families are quite balanced. To hunt down high-tier magical beasts would necessitate a united effort. Yet, we have observed no signs of multiple individuals trampling the underbrush that as the group pondered, they collectively began to grasp the situation. Wait, third brother. Are you suggesting that the formidable magical beasts within have all been hunted by a single individual? Yuan Qingyan exclaimed, slapping his forehead, incredulity flashing across his face. From the evidence, it does appear so. Yuan Qingshan affirmed with a nod, his voice measured and calm. How is that conceivable? Who could possess such overwhelming strength as to single-handedly hunt so many magical beasts? Moreover, even if they could slay these beasts, how would they transport the corpses? What sort of spatial ring would they require for such a feat? Despite Yuan Qingyan acknowledging the validity of Yuan Qingyun's reasoning, skepticism still lingered within him. This is precisely the enigma that troubles me. To have eliminated all high-tier magical beasts ahead of us without leaving behind a single carcass suggests that a formidable expert has arrived in the Fengtian prefecture this year. Yuan Qingyun interjected once more, echoing the thoughts that had plagued him, while Yuan Qingshan's analysis resonated deeply within him. Yet, even as he pondered, he could not fathom who might wield such exceptional prowess to not only eradicate the high-tier beasts, but also remove the evidence of their existence. Alas, it seems this autumn hunt may indeed come to an abrupt halt, that I suspect the other 2 families are experiencing a similar predicament. With a shake of his head and a sigh, Yuan Qingyun speculated that an unimaginable powerhouse had graced the Fengtian prefecture, one equipped with an immense spatial ring. But such an individual was clearly beyond the reach of their 3 families. Yet little did he know that the formidable figure he speculated about was none other than his own son, Yuan Feng. Chapter 52. A one-man battle. It was not only the Yuan family that sensed the peculiarities within the black maple forest. The other 2 prominent families also discerned that something was amiss this year, and like the Yuan family, they too uncovered the underlying issue. The leaders of the Yun and Fong families were no fools. With a bit of analysis, they too arrived at the possibility that Yuan Qingyun had surmised. The three families were intimately familiar with one another, fully aware that none possessed the strength to monopolize all the high-tier magical beasts within the Black Maple Forest. Thus, the likelihood of the other two families having beaten them to it could be dismissed outright. Although they were all natives of the Fengtian prefecture and had not encountered much of the outside world. The members of the three families understood that the world was vast. The arrival of a powerful expert from beyond could easily lead to the complete purging of the Black Maple Forest. This time, they would have to accept their misfortune, and any magical beast they could hunt would be a stroke of luck. From the break of dawn until midday, the three families had scarcely reaped any high-tier magical beasts. With 6th-tier creatures being their most significant yield, occasionally, they might stumble upon a 7th-tier beast, which would be deemed a stroke of extraordinary fortune that as for 8th-tier beasts, regardless of their luck, they had become elusive. The Fong family's elite team, comprising around 10 members, included Fong Yu, the second young master of the Fong family, that in the current structure of the Fong family. Fong Yu's status was on par with any other member of the second generation, and his presence in the team went unchallenged. Father, it seems the Black Maple Forest has already been ravaged by a powerful entity. All beasts above 7th tier have likely been cleared out. This autumn hunt may be considered concluded. Walking amidst the crowd, Fong Yu furrowed his brow slightly before speaking up. As a distinguished disciple of the Yunxiao sect, Fong Yu had participated in more than a few jungle hunts, and the scenarios he had encountered far surpassed the simplicity of an autumn hunt in the Fengtian prefecture. He had experienced it all. Given the current state of the Black Maple Forest, it was evident that the deeper regions had already been visited by a formidable individual. Any slightly stronger magical beasts had been hunted down before they could arrive. The strength and capabilities of such an individual were not to be underestimated. They were likely a peak practitioner of the elemental condensation realm, or even a powerful innate master. Recalling the roars of innate magical beasts he had heard from deep within the forest, he surmised that an innate expert must have passed through the Fengtian prefecture and preemptively eradicated all high-tier magical beasts. Indeed, it appears that way. Who would have expected such an occurrence during this year's autumn hunt? Fong Xian, the head of the Fong family, sighed in resignation that he wholeheartedly agreed with his son's assessment. After all, the evidence was irrefutable. None of them had laid eyes on a single high-tier magical beast. It seems this autumn hunt can only conclude thus that it would be best for you to return home, while I and your uncles venture a bit deeper, that if we still encounter no high-tier magical beasts, we shall retreat early. Fong Xian was surprisingly pragmatic. Without high-tier beasts to hunt, they could not conjure them through pleas. Thus, it was unnecessary for his son to waste time alongside them. Very well, there are pressing matters to attend to back at the sect. I shall return to the family for now and make haste home tonight. Fong Yu nodded in agreement, showing no signs of dissent. Reflecting on the events that transpired at the Morning Light Pavilion, he had adopted an unusually low profile. Initially, he had intended to forge ahead alone during the autumn hunt, but the memory of encountering Yun Mingchen at the pavilion gave him pause, that in a world where there are always greater heights and more formidable individuals. Even in a seemingly small locale like Fengtian County, he as a martial spirit practitioner might not necessarily dominate. Presently, his sole desire was to expedite his power enhancement, regarding trivial matters such as family autumn hunts as something he wished to avoid engaging in. After a brief farewell, Fong Yu departed from the group, making his way back to the Fong family. With the sect competition looming, it was time for him to return and make final preparations to strive for success in the upcoming contest. Meanwhile, the Yun family's elite hunting team had ventured deeper into the forest, and the previously disheartened members of the Yun family suddenly regained their spirits due to the arrival of a single individual. Child, how could you, as a girl, choose to spend the night alone in the deep mountains? Did you intend to give your father a heart attack? Yun Jinlong, the head of the Yun family, scolded the young woman before him with a stern expression. Yet beneath his harsh words lay a profound sense of relief and joy. Father, I apologize that I ventured deep into the Black Maple Forest alone yesterday and lost my way. When night fell, I was unable to discern direction. So I had to rest among the trees for the night, causing you unnecessary worry. Yun Mingchen replied, her ruby lips parting slightly, her tone tinged with melancholy. The previous day's events still lingered in her mind. leading her to wander aimlessly until she fortuitously encountered the Yun family's demon hunting team, resulting in the current scene. All right, it is a relief to see you safe. Now that you are unharmed, I shall not reproach you further, Yun Jinlong said, shaking his head, choosing not to continue his scolding. By the way, did you encounter any high-level magical beasts during your time inside? We have searched for an entire morning and have yet to find even a 7th-tier magical beast. It is perplexing what has transpired in the Black Maple Forest. High-level magical beasts? Upon hearing Yun Jinlong's inquiry, Yun Mingchen furrowed her beautifully shaped brows slightly. Having lost her way and only recently exited the forest, she had not encountered any high-level magical beasts in fact, she realized she had seen very few magical beasts at all. Reflecting on her experience, it seemed that the depths of the Black Maple Forest indeed harbored few high-level magical beasts. And even her earlier intentions to assist the Yun family in hunting them had proven futile. Alas, it appears that skilled hunters have already claimed the spoils. This autumn hunt may well conclude here. With a long sigh, Yun Jinlong turned his gaze toward Yun Mingchen. Mingchen, the autumn hunt has reached its final stages. You should not linger in the Black Maple Forest any longer. It would be best for you to return home swiftly. Indeed, father, I share the same sentiment. I shall take my leave now, Yun Mingchen replied with a faint smile, nodding her head. She offered a polite bow to the assembled individuals and proceeded to walk away from the depths of the Black Maple Forest. Her mind devoid of enthusiasm. The events of the morning weighed heavily on her heart, and she yearned for solitude back at the Morning Light Pavilion. As she departed, Yun Jinlong couldn't help but display a hint of concern on his face. As Yun Mingchen's father, he was acutely aware of her unusual demeanor that day. However, his daughter was shrouded in mystery, and he found it difficult to decipher her thoughts. Let it be, he mused, shaking his head. Come, let us continue deeper into the forest, that if we cannot find any high-level magical beasts, we shall investigate the directions of the other two families. With those words, he led the way further into the depths of the forest, followed closely by the rest of the group who shook their heads in disappointment, clearly lacking hope that very moment. While the three prominent families lamented their inability to locate their quarry, Yuan Feng came to an abrupt halt. Before him stood a colossal python, measuring over 10 meters in length and as thick as a barrel, rising upright and confronting him directly. This what a 9th-tier magical beast truly looks like. It is an entirely different realm compared to an 8th-tier beast, Yuan Feng thought, feeling a shiver run down his spine. The presence of this 9th-tier beast was palpably overwhelming, and even the mere aura it exuded sent chills through him. Though he had previously slain innate masters, the encounter with Ji Haofan had been a stroke of luck, as the latter had underestimated him, if faced with a fully prepared Ji Haofan, even with his mastery of the shadow technique, he would have found it nearly impossible to emerge victorious. Moreover, a magical beast that had ascended to the 9th tier must have consumed countless lower-tier beasts to gain its strength. The ferocity accumulated within it was beyond the capabilities of any human martial artist. Furthermore, as a serpentine creature, it was inherently cold-blooded. Indeed, 9th-tier magical beasts are exceptional, I wonder if I stand a chance against it, he thought, focusing intently. Frankly speaking, he felt little confidence in his ability to slay a vigilant 9th-tier beast. This enormous creature radiated both power and danger, and should it land a blow, his slender frame would surely be reduced to mere fragments. The giant python flicked its tongue, its bright, piercing eyes fixated on him, seemingly oblivious to the notion that snakes are often considered nearsighted. Suddenly, without warning, the python lunged at him, moving with an astonishing swiftness that belied its size. Yuan Feng, startled, realized that despite its bulk, the beast was as quick as lightning, and it closed the distance in the blink of an eye. However, he was not without his own agility. Though the python was fast, he too possessed commendable speed. Employing his dragon dance step, he deftly evaded the creature's strike and countered with a powerful punch aimed at the back of the python's head. Thunderous impact. In that fleeting moment, Yuan Feng unleashed his fist with exceptional strength and speed, a testament to his current capabilities. Yet before his fist could land upon the python's scales, the creature effortlessly dodged his attack, leaving him with nothing but empty air. How absurd! Yuan Feng exclaimed, his expression shifting as he realized the futility of his strike. That moment, he felt a rush of wind behind him. The python's powerful tail swept towards him, creating a gale that nearly whipped his robe away. I must evade, he thought, swiftly crouching and propelling himself sideways just in time that as he did, a sense of gravity settled upon his face, and he became increasingly cautious. Chapter 53 comes to a close. After clashing with the 9th-tier magical beast, Yuan Feng comprehended the stark contrast between 8th-tier and 9th-tier beasts. Although only one tier apart, the disparity in their power was astronomical. Akin to the difference between heaven and earth, 9th-tier magical beasts embodied a transformative leap in both strength and speed that if an 8th-tier beast possessed a power of 10,000 pounds and speed akin to that of a car, then a 9th-tier beast wielded strength in the range of hundreds of thousands of pounds and speed comparable to that of an aircraft. The divide was nothing short of profound. After trading blows with the massive python for several rounds, Yuan Feng finally recognized the chasm that separated him from the 9th-tier powerhouse. Initially, he had believed that with his dragon dance step, he would hold the upper hand. However, he soon discovered that the technique merely allowed him to match the python's speed, offering no advantage. Fortunately, his dragon dance step provided him with crucial assistance. Otherwise, even with his considerable strength, he would have been utterly overwhelmed by the 9th-tier beast. Alas, it seems I have overestimated my own power. Or perhaps underestimated that of the 9th-tier beast. It is clear that defeating a fully alert 9th-tier beast will not be an easy feat, he mused, after engaging in combat for several rounds. Yuan Feng finally managed to leap out of the fray. Gasping for breath to his surprise, the python did not pursue him. Instead, it remained poised nearby, swaying back and forth as if searching for an opportune moment to strike. Despite the brevity of their exchange, both combatants had gleaned enough information about one another. Their strengths appeared evenly matched, and their speeds were comparable, making it incredibly difficult to inflict harm upon the other. This creature is remarkably cautious, allowing me no opportunity to land a blow. The My Shadow technique has no foothold here. It seems that 9th-tier magical beasts possess a cunning beyond my expectations, Yuan Feng thought, his brow furrowing as he scrutinized the giant python, that he was utterly determined to slay the formidable magical python before him, for he understood that should he succeed in consuming this colossal beast, his strength would undoubtedly surge, and his meridians would inevitably grow more robust and resilient. That in essence, the benefits were boundless. Regrettably, the great python was exceedingly cunning, evading his every attempt with agile maneuvers, leaving him unable to utilize his shadow techniques to their full potential. With unwavering resolve, he declared, "I refuse to believe that you will not falter over time. Wind's embrace sword technique. Let the winds conquer the world." Taking a moment to steady his breath, Yuan Feng drew forth his long sword and charged at the magical python with fervor. The scales of the 9th-tier magical python resembled countless small shields. Even if Yuan Feng managed to pierce its flesh, it was unlikely he could breach its formidable defenses. However, there were numerous vulnerable spots on the creature's body, such as its eyes. That a well-placed strike there could render the beast significantly less formidable. With a hiss, the magical python showed no sign of fear at the sight of Yuan Feng's weapon. To it, whether Yuan Feng wielded a fist or a sword, the threat remained the same, though the presence of a weapon demanded an even greater degree of caution. Given Yuan Feng's current swordsmanship, he could dismantle an 8th-tier magical beast in a mere dozen strikes. Though the Wind's embrace sword technique was a yellow-tier martial art with no extraordinary effects, its intricacies were nothing short of exquisite, far beyond the capabilities of ordinary warriors or magical beasts to withstand or evade. Yet, in this encounter with the 9th-tier beast, he faced the bitter taste of failure for the first time. After several more exchanges, Yuan Feng's long sword had carved numerous furrows across the battlefield. Occasionally, he managed to strike the magical python, but these merely left shallow marks on its scales, failing to penetrate its defenses. Hitting the creature's eyes seemed an even more distant dream. Clearly, the great python was well aware of its own vulnerabilities and remained exceptionally cautious, evading Yuan Feng's every attempt to strike its eyes with remarkable agility. Realizing the futility of the situation, he thought, "This cannot continue. I must retreat." After battling for nearly a quarter of an hour, Yuan Feng feigned an attack, pushed off with his feet, and swiftly exited the battlefield, vanishing into the depths of the forest. Upon witnessing his departure, the magical python let out a triumphant roar, as if celebrating its victory over the intruder, yet it made no move to pursue him. That was indeed intense, Yuan Feng mused, reflecting on the perilous dance he had engaged in with this beast, where the slightest misstep could have resulted in grievous injury or death, that he had ventured too close to danger this time. Once hidden in a dense thicket, he took a moment to recuperate, though his face remained flushed, clearly indicating the toll the encounter had taken on his stamina. Just a short while ago, upon entering the Black Maple Forest, I was merely a fifth-tier warrior. Although I was stronger than others of that rank, my power barely reached the 6th level of the condensation realm. Yet now, I find myself able to stand toe-to-toe with a 9th-tier magical beast. Such rapid progress is indeed a source of pride. Rather than feeling disheartened by his inability to slay the magical python, he felt a swell of satisfaction with his performance at the 7th level of the condensation realm. He had managed to match a 9th-tier beast in combat. Such prowess was enough to command the respect of many. Nonetheless, he acknowledged that his current level remained low, having only just broken through to the 7th level of the condensation realm. There existed ample room for further growth. Once he achieved the pinnacle of the 7th level, his strength should surpass that of an average 9th-tier magical beast. The 9th-tier beasts were among the most formidable entities beneath the heavens. Even a single one could dominate an entire county, as was the case with the 3 leading families of Fengtian County, whose elders possessed such strength, though they were few in number. His encounters with the elders of the 3 great families had been scant. His grandfather, the former head of the Yuan family, had devoted himself entirely to martial pursuits after stepping down from his position, only emerging during significant family events. Undoubtedly, this elder possessed the power of the perfected condensation realm, and at present, Yuan Feng was certainly no match for him. It seemed that the prospect of hunting the previously encountered magical python would remain elusive for the time being. Yet, he pondered the presence of other 9th-tier magical beasts within the Black Maple Forest. After his skirmish with the python, he had temporarily abandoned the idea of pursuing it, but there were several other 9th-tier beasts lurking within the forest. While the python was indeed powerful, it did not signify that the other beasts were equally formidable, that if he could locate a creature with slightly inferior speed, he would undoubtedly have a chance to defeat it. Resolute in his decision, he set forth, moving swiftly toward the territory of the next 9th-tier magical beast that in the subsequent hours, he began to methodically visit the lairs of the 9th-tier magical beasts. He had already mapped out their territories while hunting 8th-tier beasts, so he navigated with ease. However, his encounters with the 9th-tier beasts did not yield favorable outcomes. Within the central region of the Black Maple Forest, he encountered 6 9th-tier magical beasts. Apart from the initial python, there were 5 others of considerable strength: a magical lion, a brown bear, a 2-headed hound, a spiny porcupine, and astonishingly, a golden eagle. He engaged each of the 6 beasts in battle. The magical lion, brown bear, and 2-headed hound presented challenges akin to those posed by the python. After trading blows for several rounds without finding any opportunity, he chose to withdraw, achieving a stalemate. However, he swiftly abandoned the notion of confronting the spiny porcupine and the golden eagle. The porcupine, with its multitude of sharp quills, resembled a living arsenal of blades. Not only was the creature itself formidable, but its spines rendered it nearly impossible to approach. His shadow techniques required contact with the opponent to be effective. Yet even if the porcupine stood idly by, he would find no means to unleash his techniques.